In Star River year 3016, the Source Star Federation was discovered by the higher civilization Xinhuan Empire and brought under its rule. The following year, after passing the Imperial Evaluation Group certification, the Federation officially became the Empire's 2868th Tier 2 civilization. In Star River year 3020, the Federation was compelled to join the Abyss Resistance Plan initiated by the Empire, sharing the burden against the Abyssal invasion. In Star River year 3037, the Abyss rioted and the Federation suffered a crushing defeat. By the end of that same year, the Federation's last deity fell. In the command department of the Federal Advanced Military Academy, inside a dormitory building, a delicate-featured young man suddenly sat up on his bed, his expression somewhat dazed. "Where is this? I didn't die." Recovering his senses, Jiang Yan froze for a moment, then, as if realizing something, he turned to look out the window. In the azure sky outside, vehicles brimming with technological flair passed to and fro. Media vessels cruised by, projecting the exploits of heroes, painting a scene of flourishing prosperity. Breaking news. Martial God Du Chongkong has infiltrated the 27th layer of the Endless Abyss and successfully slain the Sclass Demon God Ghost, earning a precious 100 survival points for the Federation. In the 13th Abyssal Trial, Thunder Lord Zhang Daoyuan led his vassals on the 23rd layer of the Endless Abyss to annihilate an abyssal army numbering 0.73 billion enemies, ranking 17th on the Myriad Races leaderboard for that layer, earning 70 survival points for the Federation. The 9th batch of All Realms logins will open tomorrow. The 13th Abyssal Trial. The 9th batch of All Realms logins. What is going on? It was clearly already the 30th Abyssal Trial. No, wasn't I crushed along with my divine kingdom by an abyssal demon god's palm? Could it be? Staring at the familiar surroundings before him, Jiang Yan's heart pounded violently. He looked around the room and his gaze finally stopped on the crystal watch at his wrist. It housed a household type I auxiliary intelligent lifeform, an obsolete older model. "Shao Dai," Jiang Yan called out tentatively. "I am here, master." A palm-sized butterfly phantom appeared in response. "What is today's date?" "March 6th, 3027, master." 3027. 10 years ago. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted, slightly, disbelief flooding his eyes. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his voice trembled. "Connect to the official Beihai Live broadcast channel." "I have switched you to that channel, master." The butterfly phantom lightly beat its wings, and a pale blue light screen rose into the air, linking to the Beihai channel. Jiang Yan fixed his gaze on it. Above the calm surface of the sea, a 7-colored barrier shimmered brilliantly, within which a spatial rift tens of meters long could be vaguely seen. Strands of scarlet mist seeped from the fissure, slamming against the barrier's edges like living things. At the center of the barrier, suspended digits were continually eroded by the mist, changing from 913 to 912. 2.5 years. This represented the length of time the barrier could endure under normal circumstances. Once it shattered, the abyss would descend and annihilate everything. Only survival points obtained from all realms could extend the barrier's duration. Time could be tampered with, but the degree of erosion of an abyssal rift could never be faked. In that case, had he truly been reborn? Excitement flickered across Jiang Yan's features. In his previous life, he had narrowly obtained an great talent in all realms and ultimately became an ordinary deity, commanding a faction and holding great weight within the Federation. However, during the 30th Abyssal Trial, the defense line under his command was completely annihilated due to erroneous intelligence and allied betrayal. Even he himself was slain by a powerful abyssal demon god. The fundamental cause lay in the reinforcements from the superior civilization Xingyun Valley, never arriving, coupled with grave flaws in the intelligence provided by the Empire. Everyone in the Source Star Federation had believed it to be just another ordinary abyssal trial, yet a massive number of unknown demon gods appeared one after another. The abyss surged into a riot, the defensive lines collapsed across the board, and of the Federation's 37 deities, only one survived. This caused the rift's erosion level to soar. The lone remaining deity could not possibly earn enough survival points, and in the end extinction was inevitable. Looking back now, it must have been premeditated. Without tacit approval from the upper echelons of the Xinhuan Empire, Xingyun Valley would never have dared act so. It seemed that, ding, master, there is a notice from the Academy. The incoming message alert on the crystal watch cut off Jiang Yan's train of thought. A virtual notice bearing the Academy's seal unfolded before his eyes. Command Department Elite Class 1 Student No. 03, Jiang Yan. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please assemble at the Academy's first teleportation center for all realms login. Do not be late. Gazing at the Academy's notice, Jiang Yan gathered his thoughts. Whether Xingyun Valley or the Xinhuan Empire, both were colossal behemoths from the perspective of the Source Star Federation. To uncover the truth and exact vengeance, he would need sufficient strength. Thus, the trial now before him, which would determine his fate, was of paramount importance. Related memories surfaced in his mind. 7 years earlier, after the Federation joined the Endless Abyss Resistance Plan, at the Xinhuan Empire's command, all realms had descended as well. Some said it was a game by the gods to toy with all living beings. Others speculated that it was the will of the world itself striving to save itself from abyssal invasion. Jiang Yan inclined toward the latter view. Upon first entering all realms, one could choose to become a lord or a professional, then select a trial dungeon for evaluation. Passing the trial would grant a permanent talent, allowing one to step into the transcendent. These talents were exceedingly powerful and nearly determined one's future potential. At least from what Jiang Yan knew, among those who became deities, the lowest talent grade was B. Yet, unlike most games, talents in all realms were not entirely random. The novice trial dungeons were divided into 8 tiers: simple, normal, elite, hard, brave, desperate, hell, and sovereign, corresponding respectively to grade through unique grade talents. Only by clearing the corresponding trial could one obtain the matching grade of permanent talent. Moreover, each person had only one chance to challenge it. Once they failed, unless they used a handful of exceedingly rare items, their only remaining path was to become logistics personnel serving the powerful transcendent beings. This was especially true for lords, whose evaluation difficulty was directly linked to the strength of the vassals they drew. Clearly, all realms was selecting sufficiently exceptional and fortunate geniuses to stand against the abyss. In his previous life as an outstanding student of the Federation Military Academy's command department, he had obeyed the Academy's arrangement and chosen a Lord-type hard-tier dungeon. That time, the random assignment he received was Repel the weak-grade Zerg Tide. He was required to lead his initial vassals to establish a sufficiently strong defensive line within 3 days, and under the assault of 10 million jumping insects persist for 10 minutes without being exterminated. That ocean-like insect tide left Jiang Yan with lingering fear whenever he recalled it. In less than a minute, the fortifications he had painstakingly built were overrun, and over 90% of his subordinates were killed or wounded. In the end, only through precise command did he scatter the remaining warriors to set up separate bases to draw aggro, stalling until the last second. Had it not been for the pre-granted talent Godspeed, and the obvious lack of a commander among the swarm, he would never have cleared the trial. Hard-tier dungeons were all ventures of 9 deaths to 1 life, let alone the higher tiers. In fact, among the 1288 elite students of that cohort, only 2, himself included, managed to clear hard-tier or above trials. More tragically, he later learned that even in a grade talent ceiling was merely that of an ordinary deity, barely enough to serve as cannon fodder in the All Realms Wars 10 years later. He did not fear death, but if after being reborn he were still to be swatted on the battlefield by an abyssal demon god like a fly, his divine kingdom smashed in a single blow, then he might as well commit suicide now. Fortunately, he had been given a chance to start over. Early the next morning, outside the Academy's first teleportation center, Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang. Warm greetings rang out one after another. Jiang Yan responded to each of them in turn. After a night to buffer his emotions, he had already calmed the turmoil brought by his rebirth. As a student ranked near the top of the command department's elite class, his popularity in the Academy was far from low. Senior Brother Jiang, you were incredible in the last virtual combat drill. I'm sure this time you'll make a name for yourself in all realms. A junior girl with a slightly round face pumped her fair little fists as she shouted, looking utterly adorable. Thank you, I'll do my best, Jiang Yan said with a gentle smile, nodding slightly. Unlike the few high-ranking officials corroded by power in the face of the abyss, the vast majority of people earnestly hoped for more peerlessly gifted lords or professionals to emerge and safeguard the Federation's stability. You're still as popular as ever. A crisp voice tinged with a sweet lilt sounded behind him. Jiang Yan turned his head. A girl in the Academy's standard uniform stood gracefully upright, a faint smile on her lips. Limia Olin, a student of Class 7 Regular Track Command Department, the Academy's school beauty and his childhood friend. In his previous life, when his divine kingdom shattered and he lay dying, the last scene he saw was the Spirit Array Master with no combat power breaking through the defensive line and sprinting toward him. She even seemed to be running while crying, sobbing as she came. TSK, TSK. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth lifted slightly. Why haven't you gone in yet? I was waiting for you. Li Miolin blinked, then tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve. Come on, the mobilization is about to start. Jiang Yan did not pull away and walked along with her. According to his memories of his past life, Li Miolin would fail the upcoming Lord assessment. Later her parents would pay a great price to buy her a high-grade profession selection card. The trial she would take was the Dishin Defense Battle Ordinary Difficulty. Its requirement was to protect 6 machines responsible for extracting Dishin, during mining allowing no more than 2 to be destroyed. It primarily tested troop allocation and overall situation control, something effortless for Jiang Yan. But if he remembered correctly, Li Miaolin's academy ranking was somewhere around 1,280. This kind of real-time strategy instance had no fixed walkthrough. One had to constantly adjust according to the situation. If there were enough time for targeted simulation training, she might have a chance to clear it, but with the assessment imminent, that was clearly impossible. Revealing any of this in advance would only add to her pressure and yield no benefit. It would be better to find her a highest-grade profession card in the future. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yan abandoned the idea of warning her ahead of time. Pushing through the crowd, the two of them entered the auditorium and took their seats waiting for the mobilization meeting to begin. Moments later, an elderly man in formal attire, vigorous and sharp-eyed, appeared on the stage. This was Fu Zhongshan, dean of the command department, a demigod-level powerhouse. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. The old man gave a slight nod and began, "I won't repeat the common knowledge about all realms. You are all the Academy's elite, enjoying the finest training and resources. Thus you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibility and meet greater challenges." His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. With a light wave of his hand, a series of projected images appeared behind him. There were professionals using their own bodies as bait, charging into hordes of abyssal monsters and being torn to pieces. There were lords who, besieged on all sides, fought until their ammunition and supplies were exhausted, never taking a single step back. And there was the scene from the dawn of the Abyss's descent, when survival points were exhausted and the barrier on the verge of shattering, countless predecessors strode to their deaths without hesitation, self-destructing their divine kingdoms and slaying abyssal demon gods above their rank to win the Federation a sliver of hope. Slots for all realms are exceedingly precious. This cycle, the entire Federation has fewer than 3,000. Every single one of you must give your all. The Academy's requirement for you is this: you must choose the Lord-type challenge. The situation on the abyssal battlefield grows ever more severe and our homeland is under grave threat. Once our survival points are exhausted and the barrier shatters, this entire world will be destroyed by the abyss. Now is the time for you to step forward. Tell me, do you wish to be cowards or heroes? Heroes. Louder, did you skip breakfast? We want to be heroes. Their mountain-roaring, sea-shaking shouts echoed throughout the auditorium. One by one, the students' youthful faces flushed a little red, yet their eyes remained unwavering. Very good. Next, confirm your missions and head to the teleportation center to log in. Looking at these students brimming with drive, Fu Zhongshan let out a faint sigh in his heart. Among the myriad races of the heavens, some powerful species were born with extraordinary might and naturally thrived in novice trials. Human beings of the Federation, though not lacking in potential, possessed initial combat strength that was almost at the very bottom. The difficulty for them to clear trials was far higher than for those powerful races. Even though these students were all elites, those who could pass trials above ordinary difficulty would likely be very few. Each person had only one chance at the assessment. While failure would not mean death, it might mean losing the opportunity to become extraordinary forever. Though the professional tracks assessment was much simpler than that for lords of the same tier, and its pass rate much higher, there was simply no other choice. On the surface, the two paths stood side by side, but in truth, given equal talent, a lord in the later stages could easily defeat tens of thousands of professionals. Facing the dual threat of the abyss and the myriad races of the heavens, the Federation needed more powerful lords to hold the line. Ding! Ding! A series of notification chimes rang out. Mission information had clearly been sent to each student's crystal wristband. Phew! Luckily my mission is to challenge an ordinary-level lord task, Li Miaolin said with palpable relief, patting her chest. Her motion set off a sudden surging wave across her chest. What about you, Jiang Yan? She asked, suddenly turning her head with curiosity. We'll see in a moment. Jiang Yan summoned Xiaodie and an email appeared before his eyes. Elite Class 1 Student No. 03, Jiang Yan. Mission complete a Lord-type assessment of hard difficulty or above. Compensation: small, ordinary-level profession selection card. A profession selection card allowed those who failed the assessment and lost their chance at transcendence to directly become professionals. Even an ordinary-level card was astonishingly precious. Of course, even for the Academy, such items were rare resources reserved only to compensate the few students with the most outstanding overall results. My God! A hard difficulty assessment. Are you confident? A trace of nervousness flashed through Li Miaolin's eyes. Relax, it'll be fine. Don't forget I've long been one of the Academy Simulation Tournament's perennial top 3. Jiang Yan replied with a smile. At his words, Li Miaolin visibly relaxed a little. Indeed, this guy was frighteningly strong in simulated battles. Once, even when she cheated by giving herself 10 times the troops, she still could not defeat him. Thinking of this, Li Miaolin stood up and swung her fists playfully. Then you'd better prepare properly. If you mess up, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life. Jiang Yan nodded with a laugh, his voice gentle. You should go prepare well too. Watching Li Miaolin walk away, Jiang Yan sank into deep thought. It was not that he was worried about handling a hard difficulty assessment, with memories from his previous life that posed little challenge. What troubled him was whether he should attempt an even higher level challenge, brave tier or even despair tier. Even with his god-level insight, the success rate for those was extremely low, especially despair tier with a pass rate of less than 10%. If he failed, he would lose his chance to become a powerhouse. Although he was confident he could obtain a high-level profession selection card, the potential it offered would ultimately never match that of the Lord Path. After a long bout of contemplation, the image of that abyssal demon god's palm, shattering his divine kingdom, flashed through his mind, followed by the countless predecessors who had charged forward to glorious deaths one after another. Jiang Yan let out a long sigh. Forget it. If he did not dare to take a further step, the final outcome would be nothing but a repeat of his previous life. So what talk could there be of vengeance? It was merely a pity that the time between his rebirth and the login was too short. There was no way to lay many plans. The teleportation point at the back of the hall is a breathtaking structure. Its center resembles a constantly changing shimmering sphere with blazing flames and rushing water intertwining and flowing without interference. One can clearly sense the traces of time lingering on the sphere's surface, extinguishing all things and welcoming new life. The outer side of the sphere is adorned with radiant colors flickering in and out around the center. There are a total of 12 such structures within the federal territory said to be bestowed by the creators of the multiple realms. After joining the Abyss Resistance Plan of the Xinhuan Empire, they manifested and descended along with the multiple realms. Many first-time students couldn't help but stop to watch, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my, this defies science. This is not physics. But it is quite fantastical, isn't it?" Jiang Yan had seen this countless times in his past life and naturally wouldn't linger. Familiar with the surroundings, he reached out to place his hand on the nearby sensing device. He felt a slight sting at his fingertips, and a mechanical voice sounded in his ear: information verification in progress. Verification successful. Randomly assigning dimension, please wait. Assignment successful, preparing to teleport to the G06581 dimension transfer space. A beam of light descended from the sphere, illuminating Jiang Yan, and then he vanished without a trace. Welcome to the Multiple Realms Challenger. A stunning woman adorned in a bright red palace dress appeared before Jiang Yan. She gracefully waved her scepter into the air, and a gentle voice came forth: "You may call me the guide." Hello, esteemed guide. After adapting to the dizziness of spatial transfer, Jiang Yan quickly regained his composure. For reasons unknown, many of the powerful races across the myriad worlds preferred to take on humanoid appearances, and even the virtual intelligence of the multiple realms was no exception. Challenger, before officially entering the battlefield, I will assist you in your novice trial. Please choose your development direction, Lord or professional. The stunning woman said with a smile. Esteemed guide, I wish to undertake the absolute crisis level Lord assessment. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. Indeed, no one can intervene meaningfully in the novice trials of the multiple realms, but those who came after had summarized quite a few patterns. In his past life, with his divine-level strength, he held high authority within the Federation and accessed numerous confidential pieces of information. If luck was on his side, there was still a possibility of clearing the trial. Firstly, from simple to high difficulty, the trial dungeons have certain correlations. For example, the difficult assessment he drew in his past life, resisting the weak insectide, was followed by the brave level, resisting the initial insectide, and the master level, resisting the origin level insectide. According to the Death Soldiers drawn, the clearing condition for the origin level insectide is within 10 days using all means to construct defensive works, resist a random insect hero leading 1 billion elite insect troops, and survive for 10 minutes. The race he chose was the Flame Dragon, considered an extremely powerful epic level kin. The unique talent he drew was Glory of the Assassin, which could amplify the power of any attack by 10,000 times. However, in the end, the combined full-strength attack of the thousands of dragons was easily crushed by the opponent, failing to last even a minute before being completely annihilated. There was also the assault on the Star Machine series, from the ordinary level breaking the temporary position of the initial AI coordination to the master level breaking the Star Fortress guarded by the Mechanical God King larvae. The clearing condition is to find a flaw in the deployment of the Mechanical God King larvae and successfully breach the core area of the fortress. And series such as Breakout at the Southern Skygate mythical version of the Chongping battle etc. are among the most difficult in each level, completely unsolvable. Drawing them means death. However, there are also some relatively simple dungeons with clever paths. For instance, 3 years later, a professional would reveal that he drew the difficult level dungeon Wrath of the Bronze Dragon King, which required surviving for an hour under the pursuit of the Bronze Dragon King 10 days later by leveraging fortress defenses. At that time, he chose goblins as his kin, exerting all efforts to create defensive facilities. However, on the 7th day, he discovered a temporary recruitment point appearing not far from the base. Inside there were even heroes comparable to the dungeon boss, the Bronze Dragon King, available for recruitment along with many powerful treasures, all extremely expensive. Due to the initial focus on defense construction, even after the last 3 days of fully mining resources for conversion, the money was insufficient to exchange for even the cheapest items. After failing the trial, this person lamented that perhaps completely abandoning fortress construction and fully plundering wealth for treasure exchange was the more convenient path to clearing. If the series could rely on wealth for clearance, Jiang Yan knew many talents and kin related to resources, and if luck was sufficient. Challenger request received: randomly drawing absolute crisis level Lord assessment task. Draw successful task. Name the Chongping Godslaying battle. You have acquired a random temporary S-level talent astrological phenomenon, which can be permanently retained after clearance. Please select a temporary kin for the Challenger assessment. It can be changed after clearance with an upper limit for absolute crisis level selection. Higher level kin. The voice of the red-dressed woman interrupted Jiang Yan's thoughts as she waved her scepter and hundreds of different light shadows appeared in the void. Jiang Yan was stunned, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Well, not to mention trying to find a shortcut, he had drawn one of the most difficult series. The Chongping Godslaying battle. Lead your kin to join the Zhao State faction, break through the 13 layers of the corrupted Qin soldiers' blockade, and slay the corrupted by Qi. Let's go with this. Jiang Yan helplessly selected a high-level kin, the steel-armored mammoth, from the top tier. This series of dungeons offered no room for shortcuts. Countless experts of myriad races in his past life had already proven this. Not to mention slaying the corrupted by Qi. Even among those capable of breaching the first layer of the Qin soldiers' blockade, very few exist. It ranks among the top in a must-fail scenario. It seems he was in for a tough time. About 30% of the known dungeons he felt he could attempt, but this one was utterly impossible. Jiang Yan shook his head, preparing to pass on some important information he knew to a trusted high-ranking individual after it ended. Challenger, all preparations are complete. I wish you good luck. The guide smiled slightly, waved her staff, and prepared to draw the teleportation beam. A mechanized prompt sound timely rang in his ears, preparing for trial teleportation, synchronizing all transfer space timelines. Please wait. Synchronization failed. Time chain cannot be unified. System self-checking in progress. Abnormal timeline detected in G06581 transfer space. Unable to synchronize. Generating solution. Solution generated temporarily, restarting the transfer space system. What is happening? Jiang Yan suddenly raised his head. The G06581 space was precisely where he was. In his past life, he had never heard of such issues arising with the multiple realms. Wait, an abnormal timeline? Could it be the influence of his rebirth? The entire space turned pitch black, and the red-dressed guide vanished without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, a point of light illuminated the void, and countless modules appeared one by one, many of which Jiang Yan recognized. For example, dungeon modules, talent modules, etc. Under the shock of his mind, Jiang Yan couldn't help but reach out to touch the modules in the void. Ding! Detected external force contact, and since the intelligent AI was not generated, it was deemed to be in maintenance mode. The system entered manual mode. The system has entered manual mode. Could it be? Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he tentatively adjusted the nearby module. The talent module. Deadly strike, true luck, tenfold, return many suns and many blessings. A series of fragments flickered before his eyes, each shining with different colors. Perhaps due to the system restart, various levels of talents were mixed together, lacking any order. Oh, a unique level skill. Jiang Yan glanced at one of the fragments, which shimmered with rainbow hues. Lover of the heart, unique. All members of the opposite sex will unconsciously develop feelings for you and continue to be attracted. Function description: it allows you to embrace the leg of a wealthy woman whose strength far exceeds yours by billions. A certain provider added, Love can transcend races. Goodness, this is indeed a powerful skill. Jiang Yan swiped it away without hesitation. It's not that he held any prejudice. Rather, this was a unique level skill corresponding to a difficulty on the sovereign level. Even if the opponent were of the opposite sex, it would be difficult to evoke feelings strong enough to defy the rules of the all realms in such a short time during the sovereign level trial. He had self-awareness. No living being in all the realms had ever cleared a sovereign level difficulty dungeon, so there was no need to push himself. He continued to quickly swipe through the fragments. Resurrection. Scavenging. The aura of kings. Time passed second by second, and Jiang Yan found himself speeding up his swiping, hoping that the system would return to normal at any moment. He had to seize this opportunity to find a suitable S-level talent. Oh, found it! Jiang Yan's eyes brightened as a fragment glowing red appeared. Final Awakening S-level designate a type of creature or skill to advance one level, with each type usable only once and a cooldown time of 1 hour. Though this wasn't the optimal solution, there was no time to search for the most suitable option now. Next was the moment to test his hypothesis. Jiang Yan's heart raced uncontrollably as he reached out to grasp the talent fragment. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear at the right moment. Manual selection, successful talent. Loading Final Awakening S-level. It really works. Jiang Yan's heart settled as he quickly pushed the talent module aside and turned to the dungeon module. The current task was to locate the Wrath of the Dragon King series of dungeons. According to the intelligence summarized from his past life, this should be the only known dungeon with low difficulty and shortcuts. Unlike the talent module, the dungeon module had no obvious color distinctions, and each looked like it was covered with a privacy screen. It had to be peeled back to see the actual difficulty. Fortunately, relevant patterns were engraved on the opaque surface, and with the help of memories from his past life, he could barely recognize them. Gray floating boards were arranged in the void, stretching endlessly. Jiang Yan quickly looked over. The first floating board depicted a menacing human male, seemingly standing atop a massive pit with countless hands struggling to rise but appearing deterred by fear. Mythical version of the Battle of Chongping series. Jiang Yan knew this notorious dungeon without needing to click on it. It had crushed countless talented dreamers across the realms. Without any pause, Jiang Yan swiftly continued to swipe. The plague of undead. The endless tide of corpses. Just then, the familiar mechanical voice sounded. Beep. The system is nearing self-check completion. 5, 4, oh no, there's no time. Jiang Yan was startled and exerted all his effort to concentrate on observing, moving both hands simultaneously as various dungeons flew past rapidly. At that moment, a floating board engraved with a dragon caught his eye. The image depicted the dragon soaring in the sky with its enormous wings spread, breathing fire, as if to incinerate everything. Wrath of the Dragon King. Jiang Yan's spirit lifted as he quickly dragged the floating board out. Almost simultaneously, the dim space brightened, and a stunning woman in a bright red palace dress slowly materialized. Novice Trial Dungeon loaded successfully. Self-check complete system has restarted and the timeline has been unified. 2 prompts sounded almost simultaneously. That was closed just in time. Let's hope it's not below the difficult level. But I wonder if the sovereign level talent will conflict with dungeons of different difficulties. No time to catch a breath. Jiang Yan quickly looked at the revealed floating board. Mission name: the Fallen Light Saint Dragon King. Sovereign level mission description: the legendary Light Saint Dragon King was once a member of the Holy Light faction, but due to an excessive love for treasure he was lured by the devil and fell. For some reason, after falling, he often exists in a state of extreme brutality, destroying any being that steps into his territory. Clearance requirement: the challenger will be sent to the Island of Exile. Please use all resources on the island to strengthen yourself within 10 days. After 10 days, the barrier imprisoning the Light Saint Dragon King will disappear. You must be prepared to face the hungry and enraged Light Saint Dragon King until the barrier is restored. Special note: under the sovereign level assessment, the Light Saint Dragon King possesses the power of his peak period Diamond level 10. Sovereign level assessment. Diamond level 10. Jiang Yan's breath paused for a moment. Due to the bizarre cultivation systems of the myriad races, the All Realms established a unified standard based on energy intensity. Taking the humans of the Source Star Federation as an example, upon entering the realms, their initial level is level 1. After reaching level 50, they can advance to the bronze tier. Upon upgrading to bronze level 10, they can be promoted to silver and so forth, followed by gold and diamond. Only upon reaching diamond level 10 can one begin to forge a divine kingdom and step into the domain of deities. At this moment, the guide's ethereal figure solidified completely. She glanced at the floating board in front of Jiang Yan and waved her staff. Challenger, please choose your temporary favored family for the assessment. After clearing, you may change it. The upper limit for sovereign level trials is the epic level family. Thousands of different light images appeared in the void, clearly indicating that there were significantly more options than the previous sovereign level assessment. From the epic level fire dragon behemoth thunder titan to the lowest level slime, there was a wide array. I choose goblin, Jiang Yan said without hesitation. Challenger, do you confirm your choice? Perhaps because he was facing a sovereign level assessment, the guide unprecedentedly made a second inquiry. I must inform you that goblins rank second to last in combat strength among all favored families with very low potential. I confirm, Jiang Yan nodded. By this point, he had completely calmed down. The Light Saint Dragon King is a legendary creature ranking among the top in combat strength within the same tier, and at Diamond level 10 it could almost rival a demigod of humanity. Even if epic level favored families have an initial strength not exceeding level 20, to pose a threat to the Light Saint Dragon King, within 10 days at least over 10,000 silver level warriors would be needed. This was an impossible task. With the resources of a solitary island, it would be a miracle if he could train out even 10 silver level warriors. So in a sense, choosing the fire dragon or the goblin made no difference, or both would be instantly killed. Since direct combat was not feasible, he could only take a different approach. Those who participated in the Wrath of the Bronze Dragon King stated that the dungeon could have temporary recruitment points across time and space. Moreover, goblins happened to possess 2 skills related to wealth. This was the only possible opportunity. Jiang Yan was never one to complain about fate. Being able to trigger a bug and make a second choice was already a stroke of luck. The only regret was that had he known he would draw a sovereign level dungeon, he would have chosen a unique level skill instead. Now he could only go all in. In that case, Challenger, good luck. The guide on the other side said no more, waved her staff, and summoned a beam of light for transportation. The familiar mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Yan's ear. Trial transportation is about to commence, synchronizing all transit space timelines. Please wait. Timeline Unified detected that the Challenger has loaded the talent Final Awakening, which does not match the dungeon difficulty, found a similar unique level talent Ultimate Elevation replacement successful. Proceeding with Unified Transportation. Trial begins. This is a desolate island approximately 100 kilometers in diameter. In the center of the island lies a mountain range extending 10 kilometers where a gigantic dragon entirely gray and white lies in eternal slumber. Surrounding the island is pure void where even space ceases to exist. The entire isolated realm seems to be trapped in eternal stillness until a certain moment. A beam of rainbow light emerged from the void, descending upon a certain spot on the island. The grass and trees on the island began to sway in the wind as life regained its vitality. About 20 kilometers away from the central mountain range, in a dilapidated village, Jiang Yan slowly, a group of small creatures with deep green skin and roughly half the height of a human, surrounded him, excitedly dancing and chattering incessantly. Jiang Yan instantly comprehended their language. The great deity has descended. The deity will bring us more wealth. Oh, treasures and women. Good days are coming. Meanwhile, a prompt from all realms echoed in his mind. The Dominator-level Novice Trial Dungeon, the fallen Radiant Holy Dragon King, has been activated. Background implant: the seal of the exiled island is about to shatter, and this goblin tribe senses impending disaster. They have summoned a deity from another world using their last treasures, namely you. In their faith towards the deity, they will obey your commands. Please make good use of this to complete your... It seems this is my temporary kin, just as I imagined. Greedy, lustful, cowardly towards the strong and weak among countless kin. Jiang Yan sighed, looking at the still excited goblins, and made a gesture for silence. Miraculously, the previously noisy goblins immediately closed their mouths, tilting their heads in a listening posture. It seems they at least have normal intelligence and can follow commands. Jiang Yan felt somewhat relieved and spoke. Who among you is the leader? An elderly goblin holding a tattered book and with gray hair stepped forward and knelt, saying, Great deity, I am Gobud, the chief of this tribe. With a thought, relevant data appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Race goblin, lower tier kin. Profession goblin sorcerer. Level 5. Faith level respect. Proficient skills fireball, greed, plunder. Overall combat power 6. Evaluation extremely low combat potential, typical of the lowest tier and easily killed by higher tier opponents. It is not recommended to waste resources on training. This evaluation is truly difficult to put into words. Jiang Yan shook his head. However, he had not expected much from their combat power. What mattered were those 2 innate skills. Greed goblins have an unparalleled desire for treasures, increasing the probability of discovering hidden treasures. Plunder. When attacking enemies, there is a very low probability of seizing one item of value from them. Jiang Yan glanced over. Besides the chief goblin sorcerer, there were goblin slingers, goblin warriors, goblin assassins, and other professions with overall combat power generally around 5. Fortunately, they mostly possessed both greed and plunder skills. The Radiant Holy Dragon King likely had a combat power of at least 30,000. Fighting was impossible, so he could only hope for the island's abundant resources. He hoped that when the temporary recruitment point appeared on the 7th day, there would be enough wealth to exchange for treasures. With this in mind, Jiang Yan asked, "Goba, do you have any understanding of the situation on the island? Deity, the fallen demon dragon, is about to break free from its seal. We are terrified by the leaked dragon's might and do not dare to step out of the village knowing nothing about the island. Please forgive us, great deity." The chief displayed a look of fear, hurriedly kneeling to respond. Jiang Yan nodded, not holding it against them. The disparity in strength and status was immense. Fear was a biological instinct. "Now that I have descended, I shall protect you and command you to quickly investigate the distribution of resources and information about monsters on the island." In later years, scholars concluded that the kin in all realms are likely creatures from a previously destroyed era. Appropriately borrowing the implanted background can greatly enhance their loyalty and initiative. Understood, great deity. As expected, after receiving the deity's verbal blessing, the goblins became excited, loudly responding. "You will investigate according to these routes, marking locations of minerals, monsters, water sources, food, etc. Oh, and avoid aggressive creatures as much as possible." Jiang Yan selected several goblins with combat power above 6 as leaders and made arrangements for each. Initially, there were only 120 goblins. Given the uncertain situation on the island, Jiang Yan needed to rely on them to gather enough intelligence, and could not afford to lose them carelessly. Soon 100 goblins split into 5 teams to explore. The war fog on the virtual map provided by all realms dissipated as they advanced. The remaining 20 went to the woods outside the village to chop down trees. They needed to build a proper house for the deity before nightfall. Looking at the suddenly empty and quiet center of the village, Jiang Yan finally had time to examine it closely. Due to the novice trial, the initial base was very rudimentary. Apart from some dilapidated wooden houses, there was only a conversion altar and a recruitment altar. The former can convert any energy-containing substance into soul crystals. This is the hard currency of all realms, essential for base upgrades and troop recruitment. The latter allows for the recruitment of already available kin using resources. With a thought, information appeared before Jiang Yan. Recruitment altar, primary general type building, currently able to recruit goblin units, 10 chance of mutation, randomly obtaining special professions like goblin sorcerer, goblin slinger, etc. Recruitment cost 0. 1 soul crystals. Daily limit 1,000. The price seems reasonable, but looking at the glaring 0 on the soul crystal count in the resource panel, Jiang Yan smiled, helplessly realizing that there was nothing to do until the reconnaissance team returned. After thinking it over, Jiang Yan opened the cross-server channel in the All Realms interface. The leaderboard, power ranking, and regional communication channels appeared before his eyes. The first 2 options were still grayed out and unselectable. Only those who survived the trial would qualify for inclusion. As for the regional communication channel, all races participating in this trial could enter, with each person allowed to send 1 to 8 messages daily, based on trial difficulty, requiring real names for entry. According to All Realms, those who hide and reveal themselves are unworthy of extraordinary favor. At this moment, lively discussions were ongoing. Xing Daorong, difficult level, brothers, I drew the Battle of Chongping, and the commander wants me to go down and duel by Qi. What should I do? Lu Rinjia, normal level, isn't this simple? Just chop off the commander's head, then kneel there lamenting half your life, hating not meeting a wise lord. The rest you don't need me to teach, right? Pao Hui, normal level, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't even need to fight small monsters, just take down the boss to clear the trial. The advantage is significant. I suggest you go straight in. Zhangsan, hero level, you guys above, maliciously inducing those of low intelligence to fail assessments is illegal. The internet is not a lawless land. Do you know you've broken the law? As several people were arguing, a message appeared below. Jiang Yan, dominator level, has joined the channel. What the a sovereigntier examiner has arrived. And this is the first time anyone's seen a sovereigntier examiner in person. After a brief pause, the entire chat interface erupted into frantic scrolling. And Jiang Yan was momentarily surprised, but quickly understood. Naturally, the system Zhujie All Realms does not allow such loopholes. Enlogin quotas for Zhujie are allocated strictly according to each faction's degree of abyssal rift erosion. The more slots granted, the greater the abyssal incursions they must withstand. Its algorithm operates with surgical precision, akin to certain elite resource extraction software, demanding that every quota be assigned to precisely the right candidate and matched to the exact optimal difficulty, so as to produce just enough sovereign lords or adepts capable of repelling the incursions. Only when an unparalleled genius emerges may a faction spare a few quotas for high-difficulty trials. And thus intelligence on the novice trial dungeon is exceptionally rare. Under normal circumstances, no faction permits examinees to alter trial difficulty unilaterally. Jiang Yan slapped his forehead in mild chagrin. He'd been so absorbed in recalling critical intelligence after reincarnation that he'd completely forgotten this rule. Unauthorized difficulty modification carries court-martial consequences. And after brief reflection, he typed into the chat box in, "Private message me if you possess intel on Wrath of the Dragon King. I'll trade." Though the odds of obtaining useful information were slim, planting even a single possibility was worthwhile. And after skimming the channel briefly, Jiang Yan shifted his focus to the virtual map. Thanks to the goblin's nimble agility, the war fog within a 10-kilometer radius of the initial base had already receded, revealing numerous markers across the terrain. Corrupted jackal warrior, and barren exposed iron deposit, and small jungle infested with man-eating flowers. And with each new report, Jiang Yan's heart sank deeper. Though exploration remained incomplete, one conclusion was already clear: the island harbored only scattered wandering monsters, and resources were critically scarce. There was simply no viable path to acquiring sufficient soul crystals. And no wonder this was a sovereign-tier dungeon. It was merciless. In his previous life during the hard-tier examination, 3 major or veins lay within immediate proximity of the base, alongside abundant wild monsters. Resources were never in short supply. Where else does a battle begin without even granting access to a mine? And yet this was merely the simplest installment in the series. No wonder none across the myriad realms had ever cleared a sovereign-tier dungeon. Jiang Yan offered a wry smile and glanced at his personal status panel. Occupation: probationary lord, level 1, insufficient qualifications for advancement. Cannot level up or change vocation in temporary kin, goblin temporary, talent ultimate sublimation, uniquity composite combat power 3. He couldn't even defeat a single goblin. His only hope now rested upon this unique tier talent. With the thought its details surfaced in his mind, and ultimate sublimation uniquity permanently elevates one designated skill type. Always triggers either the ultimate or sublimation effect at random. No cooldown, a maximum usage 50 times per day. Each skill may only be enhanced once. Jiang Yan pondered. The talent's general function aligned closely with his expectations. He'd chosen goblins precisely to amplify their skills and thereby accelerate wealth acquisition. Yet given current intelligence, even a 1,000-fold enhancement would prove futile. As for the 2 special effects, empirical testing would be required. And at that moment, 20 goblins assigned to timber harvesting returned in pairs, dragging thick trunks toward the base, preparing to construct a temple for divine worship. Jiang Yan swiftly intervened, redirecting them to feed the logs directly into the transmutation altar. And even the smallest mosquito yields meat. Now that he understood the island's dire state, squandering resources on mere comfort was unthinkable. A flash of light shimmered across the altar, and 10 massive trunks vanished. N0,001 soul crystal. N0,001 soul crystal. So it took 100 trees to recruit a single goblin. Even felling the entire island would scarcely assemble a full company. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly and summoned the goblins, preparing to resume logging. And selecting greed, he activated his talent. A beam of white light descended upon one goblin. Ding! Ascension successful. Ultimate effect triggered. Greed elevated to its theoretical apex. Greed Promax drastically increases the chance of detecting hidden treasures. Direct elevation to the skill's absolute ceiling. Jiang Yan blinked in astonishment. His prior S-tier talent could only advance a skill by 1 tier, and imposed strict cooldowns. The disparity was staggering. Alas, under sovereign-tier conditions, the island likely held no treasures whatsoever, rendering this iteration effectively useless. And he resolved to test the other effect. He locked his talent onto Raid. Ding! Ascension successful. Sublimation effect triggered. Raid evolved into a law-tier skill. Fair exchange. Fair exchange: upon striking an enemy, select any item from your possession to exchange for a random item owned by the target, non-exempt for beings below demigod tier. Exchange for exchange, truly fair. And Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed. If his interpretation was correct, and he rapidly upgraded all 20 goblin skills, 8 triggered the raid sublimation effect. He also deliberately tested greed sublimation, evolving it into the law tier skill Murderan Plunderan. Upon slaying an enemy grants a chance to locate all its treasure. Probability inversely proportional to the foe's strength. Equally formidable, yet tragically wasted on goblins. Across the myriad realms, how many beings could possibly lose to a goblin? And except perhaps slimes. But what treasure could a gelatinous mass possibly hold? Still securing even one genuinely useful skill satisfied him. Now came the moment to verify his hypothesis. Jiang Yan located the nearest jackalman on the virtual map, then addressed his goblins, who knelt trembling with fervent devotion after receiving his blessing. N. My faithful, a wicked jackal desecrates my sovereignty to the west. Take up your weapons. Annihilate it. Ho ho ho. N20 goblins surged with excitement and immediately advanced toward the marked target, while Jiang Yan remained carefully shielded at their center. The jackalman was not far, less than 3 kilometers from base, and within moments the party reached a position roughly 200 meters from their quarry. There, reclining idly beside a marsh, lay a dark-eyed bipedal creature over a meter tall. A wooden crossbow rested in its left hand, its bolt tipped with viridescent poison. Halt! And Jiang Yan restrained the goblins, about to charge recklessly with no formation whatsoever, and scanned the figure and corrupted jackalman. Level 8. Composite combat power 24. Endnote non-affiliated entity. Detailed intelligence unavailable. N24 composite combat power. Jiang Yan exhaled in quiet relief. Not overwhelmingly strong after all. He adjusted the goblin's positioning with care before issuing the assault command. And these were precious assets, enhanced through talent. Far too valuable to perish pointlessly. Truth be told, goblins possessed abysmal combat prowess. Had his initial kin been fire dragons or thunder titans, a single specimen could have effortlessly obliterated the jackalman. Fortunately, trial mobs bearing the corrupted prefix invariably possessed severely diminished intellect. Bang! 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 The feeble aura of the goblin failed to trigger the instinctive defenses of the wolfman. By the time it reacted, 4 stones had already struck its body. This was a goblin that had transcended its skills. A line of small text appeared on the war interface of all realms. Fair trade skill triggered, gained item, 1 magic gem, treasured by the wolfman, lost item, 1 stone. Fair trade skill triggered, gained item, 1 buried pig leg bone from the wolfman, lost item, 1 stone. Fair trade skill triggered, gained item, the wolfman's hunting crossbow, lost item, 1 goblin's. The wolfman, with its face bloodied and mangled, instantly erupted in rage, raising its left-hand crossbow to fire, seemingly envisioning the weak green-skinned monkeys wailing in agony under the poison. He he he. The wolfman sneered maliciously, ready to pull the trigger. Something felt off. It suddenly noticed the strange sensation in its hand. Looking down, the original crossbow had inexplicably transformed into a muddy nail. The wolfman paused, bewildered. What happened? Where's my crossbow? On the other side, the goblins were not dazed and seized the opportunity to launch a second wave of attack. Again, 4 stones struck the opponent, continuing to trade a string of items. A goblin warrior wielding a wooden stick bravely snuck up from the side and delivered a heavy blow. Under the relentless assault, the unarmed wolfman had no chance to fight back and was soon left on the brink of collapse. A stone-throwing goblin ran over proudly, presenting the looted crossbow to Jiang Yan. Poisonous Hunter's crossbow, grade excellent. Rating 17. Special effect automatically reloads a poisoned arrow every 30 seconds. After some thought, Jiang Yan handed the crossbow to the goblin who had upgraded the killing and looting skill. After extracting the opponent's value, a green poison arrow accurately struck the enemy's throat. Related prompts immediately appeared on the war interface of all realms. You have killed the fallen wolfman, gained soul crystal 1. Killing and looting skill activated. You discovered the wolfman's treasure location. A special route appeared on the virtual map with the endpoint near the swamp. Jiang Yan immediately commanded 2 goblins to begin digging. Soon a somewhat decayed wooden treasure chest was brought over, and upon opening it, only a few familiar stones were found inside. It seems my speculation was correct. Jiang Yan pondered. As long as it was an item belonging to the opponent, regardless of whether it was carried on them, it fell within the scope of fair trade to be looted. Clearly, all the treasures buried by this wolfman had been traded away in the previous battle. That being said, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. The background introduction stated that the fallen Holy Dragon King was lured by demons due to its excessive love for treasure. Thus, setting aside faction issues, there was no doubt it was wealthy. Although the Diamond 10th level Holy Dragon King had combat abilities rivaling a demigod of humanity, it was still not a deity, and could not exempt itself from the rules of fair trade. If they could loot the opponent's treasures, their chances of victory would significantly increase. With this thought, Jiang Yan opened the virtual map. At this moment, the entire island had been mostly explored, with only the area within 10 kilometers of the central mountain range remaining dark. As expected, the resources on the island were extremely scarce, with barely any monsters to hunt. All combined, their value was less than 100 soul crystals. Moreover, the exploration team in the southeast had brought Jiang Yan an important piece of news. A temporary interdimensional merchant icon was flashing on the map. Has it descended so early? Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, the difficult level Wrath of the Bronze Dragon King would not appear until the 7th day. However, it was ultimately a good thing. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan ordered the goblin squads that had completed their exploration mission to return and investigate the central mountain range. He himself planned to take a look at the merchant first. The task was already quite clear. The resources on the entire island were depleted, and it would be quite a challenge to cultivate a bronze-level warrior. The only possible breakthrough lay with the interdimensional merchant and the Holy Dragon King itself. Hopefully there would be some good items with the merchant, or they might as well wait to die. Jiang Yan silently thought. After trudging for more than 3 hours, the group arrived at their destination. Along the way, they also took out a mutated muscle rabbit. Though they were impoverished, the meat was delicious, so their efforts were not entirely in vain. In a dilapidated pavilion over 300 meters away from the main force, a one-emetertal old man with a red nose held a giant cloth bag in his left hand and a wine jug in his right, drinking heartily. Wandering merchant of the novice realm, thief, Saint Guevara, avatar race goblin. Level demigod. Overall combat power unknown. Stop! Jiang Yan signaled the accompanying goblin team to remain in place, forcing a smile. Sensing Jiang Yan's approach, the old man with the red nose perked up, turned his head, and sniffed vigorously. Oh, the scent of inferior magical beasts. An empty pocket. The old man's face revealed a hint of disdain as he concluded, a poor fellow. Jiang Yan halted, his smile freezing. Do merchants in all realms also judge based on appearances? After all, 30 years of hardship. Jiang Yan's mind raced, weighing both sides' combat powers before deciding to uphold the federal virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, giving the other party a chance. Reforming his smile, he said, what the old gentleman said is true. I'm just a newcomer and would like to broaden my horizons if possible. Oh! The old man scrutinized Jiang Yan, somewhat surprised. Though you are a poor fellow, you are indeed polite. Very well, according to the trading rules of all realms, I shall give you a glimpse. The old man snapped his fingers and a list appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Number N01, Sealed Heart of the Angel. Price 80,000 soul crystals. Description: can use resources to unseal an unknown level angel. Special note: this item may only appear in novice trials. Number N02, Fallen Bow. Quality legendary. Price 50,000 soul crystals. Number N03, Contract of Employment Great Swordsman. Price 35,000 soul crystals. Description: allows for the permanent recruitment of 12 golden level elite warriors to serve you. Number N099, Junior Promotion Scroll. Price 30,000 soul crystals. Description: extremely low probability of causing a positive mutation in lower level kin. Good heavens! No wonder the information from my past life described that participant in the dungeon as extremely expensive. Even the cheapest one costs 30,000 soul crystals. Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown, not to mention that the resources in the master level dungeon had been severely weakened. Even under the conditions of a difficult level dungeon in my past life, fully harvesting for 10 days without spending a single soul crystal would barely manage to gather enough for the cheapest. What a rip-off this is. However, on the bright side, there are indeed many good things. In my past life, as a divine level powerhouse, the weapons I used were only of perfect quality. As for that sealed heart of the angel, I had never even heard of it. And the contract of employment, though it only entailed 12 golden level warriors with extreme enhancement from skills, it could completely have the potential to battle the Holy Dragon King. It seems I need to accelerate the campaign on the island. Struck the corrupted giant python. Fair trade skill triggered. Obtained the serpent's shed skin. Eradicated the carnivorous flower colony. Slain the corrupted giant wolf. Barren iron vein successfully mined. A flurry of notifications scrolled across the war interface. 2 days after encountering a transspatial merchant, Jiang Yan had divided the goblin host into 3 detachments to clear the island of its monsters. It must be said that the goblins had once again rewritten his understanding of their combat prowess. With overwhelming numbers and skills elevated to their extremes aside from the squad, he personally commanded the other two suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, the island's monsters were not especially powerful. After 2 days of effort, the cleansing was finally complete. Now the goblin main force streamed resources back to the base, pouring them into the conversion altar. Soul Crystal 0.1. Soul Crystal 0.5. The reservoir of soul crystals climbed steadily, finally settling at 72 points. Considerably lower than anticipated. Jiang Yan approached the recruitment altar and interfaced with the formation recruit 500 goblins. As soul crystals were fed in countless arcane runes across the altar flickered in sequence. After a blinding flash, 500 goblins materialized in the center of the base. Among them were 455 goblin warriors, 32 stone-throwing goblins, and 13 assassins. They looked about with curious eyes until they saw Jiang Yan standing before them. They immediately fell to their knees, emitting eager, chittering noises. At the same moment, an almost imperceptible yet purely potent force began to envelope Jiang Yan. When he reached out to touch that invisible current, he discerned countless scattered thoughts condensed within it. I want to look as handsome as the gods. Oh, I hope the gods grant me a female werewolf. Goblins want big bottoms. Faith, the power of belief. Jiang Yan understood at once this was one of the most decisive measures of a deity's might. With abundant faith, a god could be nearly omnipotent. Alas, he had not yet completed his transferal to a lord, let alone ascended to the divine plane. Having the Zhuja system temporarily store the gathered faith, Jiang Yan began upgrading the skills of the newly recruited goblins. Ding. Promotion successful. Sublimation effect triggered. Ding. Promotion successful. Extreme effect triggered. He exhausted the daily 50 upgrade attempts before he finally stopped. Counting the goblins promoted in the previous days, 69 now possessed the fair trade skill. Among them, 21 had evolved from the stone-throwing class. Other types could also scoop up stones and hurl them, but the stone-throwing goblins possessed the passive skill precision, granting them markedly higher accuracy and range. Surveying the green-tinted mass that filled the base, Jiang Yan put aside any pre-battle oratory and climbed the makeshift dais. Briefly and plainly, he declared the evil dragon of the central mountains stole the gods' treasures. I will lead you to slay that foul dragon and divide the endless spoils. At his words, the goblins below erupted in excitement, cheering at the top of their lungs. Long live the gods! Central mountains. The once radiant holy dragon King Yabolika lay upon a broad clearing, basking in a rare afternoon sun. This was one of the few moments he allowed himself to roam. Normally this slice of time was frozen. Only when a chosen from another world arrived to be tested would he have the chance to awaken from that eternal stillness. So he was busy. A letter written in draconic script tore through the spatial veil and hurtled. He opened the letter. Dear Yabolika, my father wishes me to wed the elder of the two Longzhu, but you know that what I truly love is you. If you are willing to marry me, please reply quickly, and I will have endless courage to resist and wait for you. Otherwise, Yabolika immediately opened Longshuan Tong, the dragonkind's exclusive communication tool, created by a mighty dragon-class power. Of course, my beloved. Since meeting you, I have lost the ability to love another. I would be honored to wed you. After revising his ardent confession several times, Yabolika sent it with satisfaction. A large red exclamation appeared. Ding, sending failed. You have been blacklisted. Oh no. Only then did Yabolika realize the message had been left more than a year ago. Because Zalevel assessments trigger so infrequently, many other trial spaces might unseal 5 or 6 times, while this one opened only once. Time had frozen for so long that he had missed his beloved's reply. He wiped 2 dragon tears with a claw, but had no time for sorrow before another letter crashed in from the sky. A message from the beautiful lady of the Z Longzhu. The 2 dragons had met through Longshuan Tong's shake feature, corresponded steadily, and grown close. So some time ago, Yabolika had proposed an in-person meeting. The lady said she only wanted to see his holographic image first and swore she was no judge of appearances. She insisted she would love him regardless of looks. Could it be? She agreed to meet. Yabolika's heart leapt, and he threw off his momentary sadness to open the message. Sorry, you're too ugly. Don't contact me again. No. A roar split the mountains. Dragonic spells of tremendous force shattered the surrounding rocks to dust. Only after a long while did Yabolika calm and survey himself. His hide had gone a grayish-white, his claws were corroded into deep black. A far cry from the pristine, glittering visage of the handsome dragon he once was. All those treasures had damned him, turning him into this ugly state. Yet, He gazed upon his treasure hoard, a mound of gilded radiant artifacts that exuded an intoxicating allure. How could a mere female dragon compare? Yabolika greedily inhaled the scent of wealth. After a time he gathered himself and carefully returned his treasure vault, protected by 108 draconic wards, into his inner space. His mood immediately brightened and a flood of amorous phrases rushed to mind. Whom should... Yaboliku opened Longshuantong again and scanned his online friend's notes. Spare 3. Yu Longzhu 3781 years old. Girlish voice, pretty scales. Spare 5. By Longzhu 2672 years old. Easy to deceive. Goddess 11. Hey Longzhu 16581 years old, wealthy. Yes, her. Yabolika's eyes brightened. Ordinary broodmares only slowed his hoard's growth, but a rich dragon would bring him more treasures. He began composing a message at once. My dear, today is the day I awaken. In the frozen 15 months 456.25 days 13,420,000 seconds. Not a moment passed that I did not think of you. Just as words poured from Yabolika's mind and he wrote with fevered ardor, he felt something like a mosquito bite on his head. Again. Another bite. Repeatedly, as if plagues of tiny pinpricks attacked his skull. Damn it, what is this thing? Yaboliku raised his head in fury and saw not far beyond the barrier a few weak creatures like ants. Goblins. Energetically hurling stones at him. He was momentarily stunned. On the other side, under Jiang Yan's mobilization, over 700 goblins swarmed out. The formation was centered around 69 goblins with the fair trade skill, while the others filled their bodies with stones, serving as a mobile ammunition depot. Perhaps due to the fear of the Holy Dragon King of Light's reputation, there were no magical creatures within the range of the central mountain range, making it exceptionally safe. Soon the group approached the location of the seal. At that moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens, and the earth, and a massive elemental wave surged forth, instantly flattening a mountain towering over 1,000 meters. Jiang Yan was taken aback. No wonder the background introduction stated that this dragon was often in a state of extreme rage. It seemed genuinely unwell. Fortunately, it could only show off within the barrier. No matter how fierce it was, it couldn't harm itself. However, these goblins... Jiang Yan turned around to look. To his surprise, they showed no fear at all. Instead, they jumped up, excitedly shouting incessantly toward the direction of the shattered mountain. Roar, what a powerful evil dragon! It must have a lot of treasures. That's right, that's right. We are now blessed by the gods. It cannot harm us. The treasures belong to the goblins. Seeing the chattering goblins, Jiang Yan felt relieved. The power of faith was indeed formidable, capable of counteracting the inherent fear lower beings had for higher beings. Moreover, the barrier blocked the residual waves of dragon language magic, making these goblins believe it was a divine miracle, leading them to become even more devout. This was good, Jiang Yan thought to himself. He had been a bit worried that these fellows wouldn't dare to strike at the Holy Dragon King of Light. Maintain formation and continue advancing. With an order given, the troops proceeded quickly, arriving at the location of the Holy Dragon King of Light. Separated by a translucent barrier, the two sides were less than 500 meters apart. Jiang Yan looked over curiously. Fallen Holy Dragon King of Light, rank legendary, level diamond, tier 10, comprehensive combat power 48762. Tip: non-affiliated beings cannot obtain detailed information. Nearly 50,000 combat power. Jiang Yan gasped. This was already comparable to his strength at the peak of demigod in his previous life, truly befitting a legendary being. However, what surprised him was that at such a close distance, the opponent showed no reaction, instead raising its dragon head and mumbling incessantly into the void. Could it be that it has gone mad? Jiang Yan certainly wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slip by immediately ordering the 69 goblins to spread out and attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of stones of varying sizes shot through the air, but the barrier did not block attacks from the outside. However, most of these stones either fell midway or missed their target. Indeed, they couldn't hit a target that was over 100 meters long. Only one stone accurately struck the dragon's head. Jiang Yan couldn't care less about criticizing the goblin's combat power, his eyes fixed tightly on the World's War interface. Wonderful characters appeared as expected. Hit: the fallen Holy Dragon King of Light, fair trade skill activated, obtained item Dragon Slayer Greatsword 1. Lost item Stone 1. A nearly tumter-long steel greatsword suddenly appeared in the basket behind a stone-throwing goblin. The sharp blade instantly pierced the basket, bringing down this goblin along with the scattered stones, causing it to panic and shout. Seeing this, Jiang Yan let out a long sigh of relief. His suspended heart finally relaxed. He stepped forward with a smile, gripping the sword's hilt and pulling it hard. The great sword didn't budge. He suddenly remembered that his current combat power was still inferior to that of a goblin. Jiang Yan's face darkened as he silently chanted to have it stored in the temporary storage space. This was a paid service provided by worlds costing 1 soul crystal per hour. It was quite expensive, but there was no alternative. He didn't want to hear rumors like the god cannot even lift a sword that would shake the faith. Locking his consciousness onto the long sword in the space, relevant information flooded into his mind. Dragon Slayer Great Sword rank excellent. Enchantment effects sharpness armor piercing. Overall rating 387. Relevant backstory: this is a sword wielded by a young man poisoned by hero's biography, who foolishly sought to subdue the powerful Holy Dragon King of Light Abalik, but was instead killed by a single spit from it. The sword then became a collection of the Dragon King. Excellent level. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. In worlds, items are categorized into 8 levels: ordinary, fine, excellent, superior, perfect, epic, legendary, and divine, with the highest being the sovereign level, which no one has ever seen. In his previous life, he only obtained a set of perfect level equipment with the support of the federal finances upon ascending to godhood. It could be said that superior level items were already quite rare. If placed in the trading center of worlds, they would sell for at least over 2,000 soul crystals. Unfortunately, during the novice trial period, these functions were not available and could only be cheaply converted at the altar. One had to admit this great dragon was indeed wealthy. Continue the attack, do not stop. Jiang Yan looked at the giant Dragon King, as if gazing upon a massive mountain of gold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The rain of stones surged again. Fair trade skill activated. Obtained item gold coin 1. Lost item stone 1. Fair trade skill activated. Obtained item song of courage. Lost item stone 1. The war interface information scrolled madly, with the vast majority being gold coins, occasionally yielding a high-value treasure. However, Jiang Yan was not in a hurry at all. He stored away the rare treasures while directly rewarding the gold coins to his subordinates. As a result, these goblins worked even harder. Finally, the powerful Holy Dragon King of Light Abalik sensed that something was amiss, snapping out of his obsession with writing cheesy love lines. Damn! You weak little ants dare to offend the great Holy Dragon King Abalik. The giant dragon roared, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, exuding powerful dragon might. The goblins instinctively took half a step back, but soon realized that the dragon might had no effect on them, immediately becoming excited and grabbing stones to shout, "Listen, you disgusting crawlers!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Abalik could finish his sentence, a rain of stones came flying. It caused him no harm at all, but that wasn't the key. If other dragons found out that the mighty Holy Dragon King had been hit by the weakest creatures, the goblins, he would never be able to hold his head high for the rest of his life. Enough! Abalik roared in fury. It raised a claw and retrieved a pitch-black scroll from its treasury, suspending it in front of itself. Even through the barrier, one could feel the soul-chilling power emanating from it. Do you see this? This is the legendary scroll from the underworld Hell's Bone Sea, which can drag the opponent's soul into the underworld to suffer for 10,000 years. You damned scum, if you dare to provoke my dignity again, once the barrier disappears, I will drag all of you into the... Whoosh! A goblin in a panic threw the stone in its hand. Hit the fallen Holy Dragon King of Light. Fair trade skill activated. Obtained item scroll of Hell's Bone Sea 1. Lost item stone 1. The black scroll appeared in the goblin's hand, while the original scroll was transformed into an irregular stone. Abalik looked at the stone in front of it, and then at the scroll in the goblin's hand, blinking hard. It blinked again. My Hell's Bone Sea. Give it back to me. The piercing cry echoed through the mountains. Not right. The howling Dragon King suddenly paused, its enormous eyes catching sight of the goblins nearby, each holding something that looked familiar. That is the Staff of Wind, the Dawn Armor, and my cherished complete collection of Dragon Island photo albums. How could this be? A hint of panic flashed in the enormous eyes of Yabalik, forgetting to flap its wings as it hastily rummaged through its treasure hoard. No, you damn thieves. This is impossible. My 108 protective spells should still be active. Oh! The furious Dragon King lost its sanity, spiraling into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura, chanting acceleration magic as it charged towards the goblin army. It was evident that this strike would be earth-shattering, annihilating everything. Boom! With a loud crash, the powerful Dragon King collided with the barrier, unable to suppress a wail. The pain was intense. Even a dragon's body was overwhelmed, causing it to drop helplessly to the ground. A great opportunity! Seeing this, Jiang Yan was overjoyed and quickly ordered a full-scale attack. At this moment, the closest goblin was merely 200 meters away, with almost every stone hitting the massive dragon body accurately. Fair trade skill activated. Fair trade skill activated. The notifications on the war interface streamed in at nearly 1 per second, with various treasures and coins piling up like a small mountain. What a good person, Jiang Yan silently praised. Not only did they gather a vast treasure for him, but they also charged forward to ensure he hit. Such a selfless act for the benefit of others can only be summarized in 6 words: great, no need for further words. This feast lasted for over 3 hours, and when not a single coin could be extracted from the opponent, Jiang Yan reluctantly led the goblin army away. Taking a moment to glance at the panel of his followers, he found that the faith level of some goblins had advanced from respect to fervor, greatly increasing the power of faith they provided. Tisk, indeed, wealth moves the heart, riches are the greatest faith. However, it is somewhat regrettable. The goblin's combat potential is too low, destined to be replaced after the trial. And just as Jiang Yan and the goblins completely vanished, Yabalik slowly opened its eyes and flew into the air, its gaze long and devoid of anger. This examiner seems to possess a special skill. Such a high-cost might. A barely audible murmur dissipated in the gentle breeze. On the other side, at the dilapidated base, the returning goblins couldn't help but jump into a strange dance, while Jiang Yan repeatedly flipped through the battlefield records, quietly reflecting on gains and losses. This was a habit he cultivated at the academy. After each virtual battle, he would conduct a review. Everything seems too smooth. The central mountain range spans 10 kilometers, yet the dragon appeared right next to the barrier. It could have easily flown deeper to avoid the goblin's attacks. Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown. This dragon was too cooperative, rendering some of his prepared tactics completely useless. Could it be that creatures corrupted by demonic energy lose all intelligence? Fortunately, the outcome was entirely favorable for him. No matter what schemes were in place, as long as one was powerful enough, they could easily break the deadlock. Just like in his last battle before his fall in his previous life, where he and several colleagues counterattacked from a desperate situation, repeatedly designing ambushes to eliminate numerous abyss-infected beings, only to see the situation turn around when the high-level abyss demon appeared sweeping across the battlefield. A single slap shattered the divine kingdom, a single step crushed the military formation, completely obliterating hope. Each time he thought of it, despair washed over him. Jiang Yan sighed and walked to the transformation altar. A large pile of rare treasures poured out from the temporary storage space. Initiate transformation. With a low shout, the runes of the entire altar flickered and began to operate rapidly. Transformation of the dragon-slaying great sword successful, gained 1872 soul crystals. Transformation of the exquisite enchanted leather armor successful, gained 367 soul crystals. Transformation of the dagger of the wind chaser successful, gained 1271 soul crystals. The amount of soul crystals in the resource interface kept rising, but Jiang Yan felt as though his heart was bleeding. This is so unfair, it's just too unfair. Jiang Yan couldn't help but mutter over and over. These treasures were all at least of excellent quality, and if placed on various trading platforms they could conservatively sell for 3 million soul crystals. But the altar's transformation process deducted nearly 2/3, ultimately leaving a total of 1.02 million soul crystals. Stay calm, stay calm. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. 1 million soul crystals was already a significant fortune. He had never heard of anyone acquiring such an amount in a novice dungeon. No, not even 10,000 had anyone ever achieved. Now he finally had enough money to exchange for treasures from the time-space merchant. However, the sky was darkening, and although the monsters on the island had been mostly cleared, caution was still advisable. He immediately called out, "Gobyud, what commands does the great deity have?" The goblin chieftain, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward and knelt down. "Select 50 warriors to accompany me to the southeast corner." "As you wish." The goblin chieftain crawled back a bit, then got up to make arrangements. Soon a squad of relatively strong goblin warriors had assembled. With their protection, they safely arrived at the time-space merchant's location. This time, the old man with the red nose noticed them, immediately sniffing vigorously. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, the wrinkles smoothing out. "Oh, I wondered why today's wine smelled especially fragrant. It turns out we have distinguished guests arriving." Jiang Yan, taken aback, thought, when did this old man become so warm? I remember the last time I came he had a face full of disdain. "Oh, I see I have money now." Realizing this, Jiang Yan straightened his back and said in a calm tone, "I want to buy something, oh give me the list." Upon hearing this, the old man became even more enthusiastic, raising his hand to point a holographic virtual image appearing before them. Little brother, how can someone as noble as you use a mere list as a perfunctory method? Before them various item projections floated in the air indistinguishable from the real thing capable of rotating 360 degrees. And even some equipment could be projected onto their bodies for fitting. Reflecting on the differing treatment between the two visits, Jiang Yan felt that this old man was exceedingly. In his past life, scholars had already theorized that although the worlds resembled a large game, the characters and worlds within seemed to exist in reality. Some speculated that it was the world's laws remanifesting civilizations and beings that had once been destroyed. Now it seemed this was not without possibility. However, none of this mattered to him. The most important thing was to select a suitable treasure. 1 million soul crystals seemed like a lot, but it wouldn't buy many things. Jiang Yan's gaze moved back and forth between the sealed angel's heart and the employment contract great swordsman. He had seen the great swordsman in his past life. It was a powerful mid-high tier unit of the human race possessing 3 skills: shield wall, heavy strike, and recovery. Utilizing its utmost elevation for promotion, he could almost guarantee that 12 golden-ranked great swordsmen working together could hold off the radiant Holy Dragon King until the barrier recovered. As for the other one, although it was random judging by the price, the weakest angel was likely stronger than the great. I want to purchase the sealed angel's heart. Jiang Yan pondered for a while before finally making up his mind. This item he had never heard of, and even in the forums of various realms there was no relevant discussion. This itself represents a kind of value, especially with its price of 800,000 soul crystals. If it weren't for the kind-hearted Dragon King, this would be a figure that could never be reached during the novice trials. Little brother has good eyes. This is a treasure that I salvaged when a higher plane was breached by the abyss. If it were placed in the outside world, its value would multiply by at least 1,000. Upon seeing a large sum of soul crystals enter his account, the red-nosed old man became excited and downed 2 shots of strong liquor, revealing some secrets. Oh, could you please elaborate, old sir? Jiang Yan discreetly handed over a large handful of soul crystals to the old man. Although he was a god in his past life, to put it plainly, he was like a village chief in a remote little nation. Somewhat knowledgeable, but not much. If he could obtain some secrets, it would be immensely beneficial both to himself and the Federation. The red-nosed old man weighed the soul crystals in his hand, smiled in satisfaction, and said, "All right, seeing that you are reasonable, I will share a bit with you. This counts as product information and cannot be used against me." The latter half of his sentence was clearly directed at another presence. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The void remained unresponsive. The red-nosed old man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This angel's heart comes from a powerful native plane, and it was originally dead, but the deities there gathered the entire plane's power to revive it. However, unexpectedly, at the last moment, it was invaded by the abyss, and not a single one, including the deities, escaped." The old man suddenly seemed a bit gleeful, chuckling. Those who attempted to pry into the sealed ancient power ultimately could not withstand the corresponding tribulation. Who told them to reject the... Boom! At that moment, a thunderclap suddenly resounded in the void. The red-nosed old man immediately fell silent, his expression somewhat flustered. What does the corresponding tribulation mean? Jiang Yan pressed for more. It wasn't that he lacked tact, but it seemed that this angel's heart still harbored hidden dangers that needed clarification. That's a secret anyway, it won't affect you chosen ones. The red-nosed old man said cautiously, then appeared somewhat impatient. All right, kid, curiosity time is over. Money for goods. Jiang Yan nodded, no longer saying much. After paying the 800,000 soul crystals, the old man took out a fist-sized crystal, emitting a milky white glow from his large pocket. Is there anything else you need? Not for now, Jiang Yan replied, declining as he took the crystal in hand. The sealed angel's heart. Category lost, divine artifact. Description: consuming 200,000 faith power, may yield a randomly leveled angel. 200,000 faith power was far higher than he had anticipated. And what did this may mean? As Jiang Yan called back the Goblin Guard army, he glanced at the resource interface. Current faith power reserves 587. Believers of faith level fanatic and above can provide a certain amount of faith power daily, but the quantity is not constant. This is easy to understand. The human heart is the most uncontrollable. Even a devout believer may experience a decline in thought due to long-term unanswered prayers affecting the output of faith power. Only believers of the highest level can provide stable faith power. Currently, these 700 or so goblins can provide around 200 points of faith daily, most of which come from the few that reach the fanatic level. Jiang Yan showed a helpless expression. The old man was too cunning, not revealing such crucial information. Luckily he was cautious and didn't exchange for other treasures, otherwise even with 800,000 soul crystals, he wouldn't have been able to summon an angel. If he remembered correctly, the conversion rate at the altar was 10 soul crystals for 1 faith power, a total ripoff. Furthermore, the words of the time-space merchant also made him ponder. These powerful entities in the trials, although their every word and action is restricted by the rules of the various realms, still seem to have considerable freedom. He just didn't know if the uniqueness was due to being in a Dominion-level instance or if there was another reason. Some secrets he inadvertently revealed, including native plane, ancient era, and tribulation, were all things he had never heard of in his past life. After all, the Source Star Federation had joined the various realms for too short a time, and much information was blocked by higher civilizations. Looking back now, the actions of the Starry Empire in his past life were very strange. While constantly seeking assistance from affiliated civilizations to resist the Abyss invasion, they simultaneously blocked the information from the various realms, hindering everyone from growing stronger. Moreover, they intentionally delayed support, leading to the Federation's demise. What benefits did this bring them? A commotion interrupted Jiang Yan's thoughts. Looking up, he realized that he had unknowingly returned to the base. The excited goblins were still reveling, tossing the plundered gold coins around the bonfire. If it weren't for the fact that all the monsters on the island had been cleared out in a real Abyss battlefield, they would probably not even notice if they were ambushed by Abyss creatures. Jiang Yan sighed and did not stop them. This was the nature of the goblin race. It was difficult to become a well-trained army. Many people often prefer to choose the weakest slime rather than goblins as their dependents. He himself also planned to replace them after the instance ended, but it was a pity to lose the powerful skill fair trade. Passing through the reveling goblin crowd, Jiang Yan once again approached the conversion altar. Convert faith power. Almost 200,000 soul crystals instantly vanished, and the altar began to operate once more. Soon the faith power reserves on the resource interface turned to a neat 200,000. Jiang Yan took out the angel's heart, took a deep breath, and said, "Recruit." The milky white crystal flew into the void, and dazzling light burst forth from within. The surface of the crystal developed fine cracks until it shattered completely. A dazzling radiant door slowly manifested in the air, and a figure could be vaguely seen emerging from it. When the light finally faded, a stunning girl about 1.7 meters tall appeared before Jiang Yan. She had a slender figure wielding a light golden longsword, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her eyes pure and holy, with 3 pairs of pure white wings gently fluttering behind her. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, the girl restrained her aura, knelt on one knee, and with a devout expression said, "Holy Master, thank you for granting me new life." At the same time, relevant data appeared in Jiang Yan's mind. Analia rank unique. Profession 6-winged divine arts angel. Level golden tier 10. Faith level blind, everything you do is right regardless of right or wrong. Proficient skills flame judgment great prophecy heaven's gate holy light divine arts. Overall rating 99999. Special note, this is an extraordinarily powerful being among the angelic race, but due to your weakness her power remains at the peak of gold. Please pay attention to your image and grow stronger as soon as possible. Jiang Yan was stunned. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such an abnormal attribute. A golden tier level 10 had a battle power rating of 100,000, nearly comparable to his own power when he was a god. Such a being should not exist in the novice trial. No, it should not even appear in the first 10 layers of the Abyss. Unless, linking it to the previous smoothness of events, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. The luck of the various realms. This was a piece of information he had heard as a rumor in his past life. It was said that each person would have a hidden attribute when logging in, which was the luck value. Some beings with outrageous luck would receive various privileges in the various realms. For example, the federal martial god Du Chongkong. He drew the warrior-level battle of Chongping. Although he ultimately failed, he gained the admiration of the dungeon boss Bai Qi. Not only did he receive an exclusive class selection card, but he also passed down a unique skill. Thus Du Chongkong stepped into the realm of gods in just a few years, his power far exceeding that of his peers. Moreover, it is said that some powerful civilizations would calculate fortunes and cast spells to alter luck just before the elite disciples logged into the various realms. Unexpectedly, after his rebirth, he had also become one of them. No, it wasn't just luck. He had a cheat. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled the anomaly that appeared during the login manual mode. The various realms would actually have a bug. Jiang Yan smirked, no longer pondering deeply, as many things were beyond the scope of his current strength. He shifted his gaze towards the 6-winged angel before him. "Get up. Why do you call me the Holy Lord? Before the fall of heaven, the Holy Lord once said that when the various realms manifest, the boy riding the great dragon shall be the new Holy Lord. Analea said softly. It seemed this was the background granted by the various realms, and Jiang Yan pondered. Can you tell me about heaven? Of course, Holy Lord. Analea's expression was reverent. Heaven was once one of the strongest forces among the myriad realms, divided into 4 archangels and 12 seraphim with 36 angel legions, each composed of 3 million angels of different professions. Among them, the archangel possesses the strength of the highest deity, the seraphim possess the strength of the main deity, and the angel legions are composed of lower to upper deities. Jiang Yan paused for a moment. The background implanted by the various realms is generally not erroneous, which means that it is highly probable that in the already destroyed ancient era this so-called heaven truly was so powerful. With your power, why have I never heard of you before? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Logically speaking, with the strength of angels, they should not be unheard of in the various realms. Unless no one had ever been favored by fate. Holy Lord, heaven governs belief and fate, everything is preordained. Before your emergence, no one received the favor of destiny. Analea smiled slightly. Just like that world that obtained the sealed heart of the angel, expending nearly 300 billion units of belief power, it was about to awaken me but ultimately failed at the last moment. Attempting to pry into forces beyond their grasp, fate toyed with them. So everything is arranged by fate. Jiang Yan suddenly pointed at the goblin below, drooling, and said, What if fate guides it to become the Holy Lord? Impossible. Analea said resolutely, The last Holy Lord was a beauty enthusiast. A perfectly valid reason. Jiang Yan fell silent. Holy Lord, you need not worry. Analea's voice became gentle. The prophecy of the last Holy Lord only lasts until this moment, because now you are the only belief. From now on, fate will heed your arrangements. We will stand behind you and fight for you. Jiang Yan looked at the powerful and devout 6-winged angel before him, recalling the scenes of the divine kingdom's collapse in his past life, and the fall of the Federation. He suddenly found it hard to distinguish whether this was the background implanted by the various realms, or if there truly was a powerful being who could cross timelines to make all this happen. After all, they knew too little about the various realms, and the few conclusions they had were nothing more than baseless speculations. Jiang Yan simply decided not to dwell on it and tentatively asked, Since you say I am the Holy Lord, how do I summon other angels? Analea nodded slightly. I was about to report this matter to you. You need to establish a contract with us and accept our allegiance. A contract? Jiang Yan was puzzled and was about to ask. The other party knelt again, their expression becoming solemn as they raised their hands, revealing a slightly smaller heart of the angel glowing above. A prompt from the various realms echoed in his mind. The herald of powerful civilizations lost in myth, the awakened seraph Analea, requests to establish a subservient contract with you to become your kin. Do you agree? Special note: after establishing the contract, your initial kin after clearing the dungeon will be fixed as the angel race unique tier and cannot be changed. Agree. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted as he confirmed without hesitation. He never expected that the item he casually purchased from the time-traveling merchant would not only summon a powerful 6-winged angel, but also come with a unique tier kin. It is important to know that even after clearing a master-level dungeon, one can only choose to retain or randomly select one from the legendary to mythical kin. There was simply no reason to refuse. The contract has been successfully established and will take effect after you clear the master-level Fallen Bright Dragon King dungeon. Due to your acquisition of the loyalty of the angel race, you have learned the true attributes of the lost divine artifact Sealed Heart of the Angel. Jiang Yan took the heart of the angel and instinctively looked at it. Fate's Decree of the Bright Lord tier unique. Category Gem Inlay. Effect displays after inlaying removable. Different equipment has different effects. Special note: the one who awakens this item shall be the new Bright Lord. Jiang Yan felt a bit dazed. He looked at the record panel of the various realms and blinked hard. No changes. Unique tier kin, unique tier inlay gem, and a powerful 6-winged angel. As long as he clears the dungeon and becomes the official lord, he would gain all of this. This was an opening far superior to his past life. The only obstacle now was the impending attack of the Bright Dragon King in a few days. Despite the earlier display of weakness, there was no doubt it was incredibly powerful. Analea, there is a diamond tier legendary dragon sealed there. Can you defeat it? Jiang Yan looked at the kneeling girl and gently raised his hand, signaling her to stand. Although numerically he far surpassed the opponent, it wasn't that simple in a real fight. Just like a legendary mage with 100,000 battle power could still have a 0. 001 chance of being overturned by a 10000 battle power assassin. Analea followed Jiang Yan's gaze. In her calm eyes light flickered as if she had pierced through the night and the hills. Of course, Holy Lord. Wherever your will points, that is where our swords shall strike. The time had come to the end of the 10th day. Jiang Yan stood outside the stronghold's gate, gazing at the embers on the horizon. He did not engage in any unnecessary actions. Both the giant dragon and the six-winged angel possessed power far beyond this stage. Any schemes were meaningless in the face of absolute strength. At this point, he felt that the Dominion-level instances tested luck more than the difficult-level assessments of his past life, which focused more on strength. Perhaps the will of all realms believes that becoming an ordinary strong person only requires effort, but becoming an absolute powerhouse necessitates a touch of luck. Master, you need not worry. A fallen dragon that strays from faith should be judged. I will not allow it to disturb you. Analea folded her wings, standing confidently behind Jiang Yan. Yes, I trust you completely. Jiang Yan displayed a helpless expression, not out of concern for failing the trial. He looked at the record interface of all realms, activating skill for maximum enhancement. Triggering maximum effect failed, the opponent's skill is already at the highest level. Triggering enhancement effect failed, angel skills possess uniqueness and cannot be replaced. Only after using the skill did Jiang Yan realize how powerful this angelic girl was. All her skills were unique and at max level. Fighting her with a dragon so foolish it could knock itself out was absurd. After a few days of interaction, he discovered that this girl was overly serious in her beliefs. She thought all beings in the world should devoutly worship the great light master. Those who do not are deemed heretics. Over 700 goblins in the base had already been, in her words, behaving improperly before the master lacking sufficient faith, should lead one to be sent to the 3rd star prison to undergo 27 punishments for reformation. Then she conjured the phantom of the punishments from the star prison. The goblins were so frightened that they fled without even picking up the gold coins that had fallen to the ground. Even the mountains in front of the base had been flattened. Where the master gazes, there shall be no obstacles. To this, Jiang Yan had to spend an entire day correcting her tendency to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Times have changed. Now they were merely a human boy with combat capabilities inferior to goblins and a six-winged angel far from reaching her peak. They could not be so ostentatious. As the last trace of the setting sun faded, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the distant mountains, growing closer and more captivating. All realms timely prompted. The ceiling barrier has vanished. The fallen light dragon king has locked onto your position. Please do your utmost to survive until the barrier is restored. It sounds urgent and angry, Jiang Yan chuckled. Analea's gaze was filled with cold killing intent as she stepped forward to bow. Master, allow me to eradicate the heretics. Go ahead, let me witness the strength of the angelic race. Jiang Yan nodded. I shall obey your will. With 6 wings, raised specks of white light fell, illuminating the surrounding darkness and dispelling the oppression brought by the dragon's might. She then soared into the sky. Meanwhile, a figure over 100 meters long emerged from the horizon. Its grayish-white body was surrounded by a faint black aura. The light dragon king Abalik. It instantly spotted Jiang Yan, illuminated by the holy light spell, and roared angrily, "Damn thief now!" Boom! A beam of light that tore through the night interrupted its words. Under the immense force, Abalik was struck from the sky, crashing hard to the ground and sending dust flying. Disrespecting the master is heresy and must be punished. Analea's expression was indifferent as she drew the long sword hanging at her waist. Cough! Damn it, you don't follow the rules of combat and sneak attack. The massive dragon head emerged from the dust, cursing, and immediately spotted the 6-winged angel shimmering with golden light in the night, abruptly falling silent. Such overwhelming pressure. A glint of seriousness flashed in Abalik's eyes. It sensed its body trembling involuntarily, a biological instinct representing that the opponent's rank was far higher than its own. The power of the world bestows upon me. The dragon quickly chanted a spell, its 100-meter-long body shrinking to only 3 meters. This was its strongest combat state, greatly enhancing its defense and agility. Whoosh! It launched its attack, first its entire body shooting toward the angel in the sky like an arrow released from a bow, its sharp claws glinting coldly as it slashed downward. Clang! The long sword crossed in midair, blocking the ferocious strike with great effort. Both were sent flying. Spirit of holy light, you are my dearest friend. Please join me in facing the enemy. Analea steadied herself and quickly chanted a spell. Golden light surged from the magic circle beneath her feet. and a massive Valkyrie phantom appeared in the air. She opened her arms and stepped forward to merge with the angel's body, instantly boosting her momentum. High-tier divine technique of the Holy Light System, Divine Spirit Possession. Abelok did not pause, using the recoil force to execute a perfect spin in the night sky, and swiftly initiated another attack. Clang, clang, clang. Intense sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously, with dozens of exchanges occurring in an instant. However, at this point Analia's power had already surpassed that of the dragon. Each sword not only blocked its strikes, but also left numerous scratches on its body. Abelok continuously adjusted its attack angles, but it was all in vain. Soon its body was covered in fine wounds. Fortunately, the dragon race inherently had strong physiques, allowing it to barely hold on. What the hell? What kind of race is this creature? Seeing the angel unharmed, it couldn't help but feel despair in its heart. Combined with the dragon language magic and inertia impact, it had at least tripled its power, yet the opponent, unable to leverage their strength in the air, could effortlessly withstand repeated attacks. It was utterly absurd. Even its longest reach was no match for her. How was it supposed to fight? Meanwhile, Analia frowned slightly. She was merely a delicate divine magic angel, not adept at brute force. Moreover, with her current strength only at the golden tier, she was momentarily held back by the opponent. This cannot be. The Great Master is watching from below. If the 4 future crowned ones and the other 11 colleagues knew that she couldn't subdue a fallen dragon for so long, how could she face them as a seraph of heaven? Thinking this, Analia unleashed her full strength, striking the approaching dragon away, with a sword, her divine power surging. A golden hexagram appeared behind her, illuminating the entire night sky. With a gentle parting of her lips in an ethereal and measured tone, she spoke slowly, "Heretic, you shall repent for the sins you have committed." Divine technique of heaven, great prophecy. Abelok, preparing to launch another attack, suddenly froze in midair, tears streaming from its eyes. "I am guilty. I should not. What kind of skill is this?" The repentant Dragon King struggled to break free, raising its paw to cover its mouth, both startled and furious. That was close, so it almost revealed those embarrassing things. Analia clearly would not answer its question. Although due to her strength, the effect of great prophecy lasted only 3 seconds, it was more than enough. "All evil shall be burned to ashes in the flames." As the incantation was spoken, a blazing holy flame ignited on the long sword pointing towards the dragon in the sky. A 6-pointed magic array appeared synchronously above its head. A cold voice rang out, "Flame's judgment." Abelok's expression changed drastically. It had no time to curl up before being engulfed by the boundless holy flames. Countless golden beams poured down like a torrential rain from the 6-pointed magic array above. Boom! Amidst the scattered scales and blood rain, the dragon fell heavily to the ground once more. Analia flashed and followed up, raising her holy flame longsword. "Cough! Wait! Stop!" A strained roar echoed from the dust as the giant dragon cried out. Analia, however, remained unfazed, her flaming sword descending without a moment's pause. "Anna, wait!" Jiang Yan interjected. The sword halted just a centimeter from the dragon's head. Under the glow of the flames, the once glorious Holy Dragon King appeared particularly tragic. Its body was riddled with wounds of all sizes, blood flowing freely, and its massive head drooped to the ground, barely clinging to life. "Wait, I have something to say." Jiang Yan gazed at its condition, and suddenly recalled earlier anomalies, blurting out, "You're not thinking of surrendering, are you?" "How did you know?" Abelok forced his eyes open, filled with astonishment. Jiang Yan chuckled in silence. It was quite easy to deduce. Earlier, the theft of treasures in the barrier could be explained away as a moment of panic, but during the recent battle, it was evident that the opponent had deliberately held back. There were 2 possibilities. 1, the opponent was genuinely foolish, and without a doubt Jiang Yan, who led the raid on the treasury, would be their greatest target of hatred. 2, the opponent was feigning ignorance. In that case, they should have attacked Jiang Yan, who was utterly defenseless, to distract Analia and gain a sliver of opportunity. Yet, oddly enough, this low-level novice standing in such a conspicuous spot went completely unnoticed by the gigantic dragon, which instead focused its wrath on the formidable angel. Deliberately losing to the challenger could only imply a desire to surrender. However, Jiang Yan couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind such actions. Of course, this could be directly asked. "Anna, give it a healing spell." Watching the dragon's condition improve slightly, Jiang Yan spoke with interest. "You may speak now." Abelok lifted his massive head, blinking hard and squeezing out 2 tears. "We mere workers suffer greatly. Outsiders think we are merciless dark overlords, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever we appear." He continued, "But in truth, I hold no dominion over dragons. When needed, I'm released. When not, I'm simply frozen." He lamented, unable to feel the passage of time. Before I know it, I'm back at work. No salary, no freedom. I've worked for over a decade. My fiancé ran off, my online relationship fizzled, and the wealthy lady found a new lover. Stop, 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 get to the point. Jiang Yan interrupted with a frown, wondering why this guy was still performing. Alright then, Yabrik mumbled, still reluctant. In short, I'm constantly thinking about resigning. But the prerequisite is that a challenger must defeat us to be able to submit through a contract and break free from our bindings. Yet, under the rules of the realms, we guardians are required to act within the bounds of the rules and absolutely cannot hold back. We must give it our all. Those previous challengers were simply too weak. Even when I secretly sought opportunities to lend them a hand, it was futile until I saw you, kid. Analia sliced off a chunk of dragon flesh with her sword, coldly stating, do not disrespect the Holy Master. Cough, cough, it was only when I saw you that I recognized your extraordinary talent. I'm not boasting. Even a deity couldn't bypass my 108 seals to borrow my treasury. This at least proves you possess powerful innate abilities, so I resolved to take a gamble. After all, as you know, there are very few who participate in the sovereign level assessments and even fewer who reach my level. He continued, I must believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please accept me as a partner. As he spoke, Yabrik raised his dragon claw and inscribed a contract array. The voice of the realms rang in Jiang Yan's ear. The fallen holy dragon king Yabrik requests to sign a partnership contract with you. Do you agree? Please note this contract is an equal contract and can be unilaterally dissolved. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, ignoring it, and instead looking at the angelic girl beside him. Anna, you mentioned earlier that you're just one of the 12 seraphim. Does that mean there are 11 others like you? Yes, Holy Master. However, my role is that of a divine arts angel, a clerical position, and my combat power is relatively weak, placing me in the 10th position. Moreover, there are 4 archangels above us, any one of whom could easily annihilate us. Analia answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the dragon's expression changed dramatically as it began to quietly chant in the dragon language to discern the truth from magic. Oh, could you introduce me to the 4 archangels? Jiang Yan inquired with interest. Analia hesitated, saying, Holy Master, the 4 archangels hope to speak to you in person. Of course, if you'd like to know, I can introduce them to you, but I hope that when they descend in the future, you'll say a few good words for me. Let's skip that for now. Jiang Yan chuckled and shook his head, then turned to the dragon that was hanging back. What were you saying earlier? Yabrik lowered his head even further, quietly retracting the previous contract and inscribing a new array. Great Holy Master, I hope you will accept my loyalty. The voice of the realms echoed. Once more, the fallen holy dragon king Yabrik requests to sign a subservient contract with you. Do you agree? Please note, upon signing, the other party will become your subordinate and will accept orders as long as they do not violate the contract. This is one of the most commonly used contracts in the realms. As long as there is no intentional insult, attack, or leading the other party to death, they must obey commands. Agreed. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yan signed the contract. After all, this was the boss of a sovereign-level dungeon. If it hadn't been for the fortunate summoning of an angel, all the challengers combined wouldn't have been enough to face it. Simultaneously, the information about the other party was displayed on the panel of the realms. Yabrik, rank Legendary. Class Fallen Dragon. Level Diamond, Tier 10. Faith level Fear. Proficient skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Language, Magic, Dragon King's Body. Overall rating 43622. Special note: Yabrik was originally skilled in Holy Light Magic, but lost the blessing of light powers after falling, rendering him unable to use related abilities. Why did the rating decrease? Jiang Yan paused briefly, quickly realizing the reason. Indeed, the entire treasury had been emptied, lacking certain items and equipment, resulting in a natural decline in combat power. Anna, heal it, Jiang Yan commanded. Now that it was one of their own, it wouldn't do to leave it incapacitated. Analia nodded, sheathing her sword and chanting a spell. Holy Light, revive all things, heal. A beam of robust golden light descended from the heavens, landing upon Yabrik. Soon the external wounds began to heal. Meanwhile, the realms also sent a notification. Please note, as the Guardian has been defeated, the dungeon Fallen Holy Dragon King will conclude in 1 hour. After the dungeon concludes, the top 10,000 challengers in this area will qualify for entry into the Tower of Inheritance. Please be prepared. Now Jiang Yan simply awaited the conclusion, taking a deep breath. Master, I have something to report. We must hurry, or we'll miss a great opportunity. At that moment, the healed Yabrik seemed to recall something and opened his mouth to speak. Are you certain such a rule exists? Jiang Yan asked, dumbfounded. Indeed, Yabalik replied solemnly. I have a dragon pen friend who is also an itinerant merchant across Zhujie. He told me that one of the trading statutes permits purchases on credit. Of course, the prerequisite is sufficient credit and status, Yabalike assured with conviction. Even if what you say is true, none of us seem to meet those conditions. Jiang Yan shook his head. Yabalike was astonished. He raised a draconic claw and pointed at himself, bellowing, "How could that be? I, the legendary radiant holy dragon king Yabalike. My name alone is worth 100 million soul crystals. Not to mention this lady who is even more powerful than I am." Yabalike's voice dropped as he turned toward the six-winged angel at his side and stammered, "Forgive me, your grace. Might the practice of buying on credit run counter to your faith? The holy light created the world. The Holy Lord upholds the will of that light. All beings should offer devout faith, offerings of goods included. It is their honor to do so," she declared. Analia kept an untroubled expression. "Indeed," Yabalike immediately echoed. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. He glanced between them, one a goddess recently awakened from endless ages of slumber, the other a dragon long kept in seal. What audacity to ask for credit before a demigod. Bear in mind that was a being obsessed with money. Yet, the thought of that legendary bow and the contract that could summon a golden tier warrior stirred him. At worst, we will only lose face. Jiang Yan sprang to his feet. "Let's go. There is no time to waste. Yabalike, carry us there." Northeast corner of the isle, inside a dilapidated pavilion. The red-nosed old man manifested the soul crystals. He had earned one by one, humming as he gleefully counted them. 1999, 2000, 2001. I never thought these hand-picked items would fetch so much. Items that survive even a world's end must hold secrets, not exactly a swindle, fair trade then. This world is about to seal. It's almost time to leave. Ha! The once cheerful interdimensional merchant's smile froze. He sniffed toward the horizon and his face drained of color. Bad news. The arrivals mean ill. He hurriedly stowed the soul crystals, slung his wineskin on, shouldered a massive cloth sack, and tried to flee. But he was a step too slow. 100-meter dragon and a breathtaking six-winged girl blocked his path, one before him and one behind. Then he noticed a person hiding behind a boulder. The red-nosed man sniffed and turned livid. What a treacherous crew, even an ambusher. Yabalike, what are you plotting? And the fellow behind the rock come out. Sir, long time no see. Jiang Yan stepped out from behind the stone with an awkward smile. So it's you, brat. The stench of poverty. What brings you here with no coin? I'm telling you, I'm formidable. The old man squinted, clutching his sack warily. Ahem, well, I have no experience with this. Could one of you demonstrate? Jiang Yan spread his hands and looked to them. As the most devout believer, Analia naturally could not ignore his plea. She flew forward and spoke coolly, "Feeble goblin. I am a disciple of the radiant Holy Lord, the 10th seraph of heaven, mistress of the celestial arts. Analia, I hereby declare your goods requisitioned. Give thanks to the holy light." Oh no. Jiang Yan's face changed. This girl must still be living in the canon of Zhujia. Her words were no different from a tyrant's command. Sure enough, the red-nosed man's brow knit as a faint demigodly aura began to manifest. Sir, don't misunderstand. What we mean is we'd like to buy on credit. Jiang Yan blurted, abandoning all concern for dignity. Credit. The old man hesitated, eyeing them. One of you is a level 1 apprentice lord and the other, is a high-rank lifeform, but with no renown in Zhujia, therefore unqualified for credit. What about me? I, the radiant holy dragon king Yabalike, should surely qualify. The dragon reduced his bulk and squeezed forward, preening as he spoke. You? I've heard of you, the red-nosed man replied with a cold laugh. He sneered. A stingy miser, a faithless scoundrel hunted by 37 maiden dragons, a disgrace to the radiant dragon clan. Oh, that was your old title. Now you're nothing but a beast of burden. He pointed at Jiang Yan. You are even worse than that fellow who is weaker than a goblin. All three faces darkened. How dare he call them nameless beasts of burden, weaker than goblins? Holy Lord Master, may I give him a lesson? Analia and Yabalike asked Jiang Yan in unison. Not too far. At least spare his life. Jiang Yan nodded in assent. What do you intend? I am a demigod. The red-nosed man staggered back and tried to rally his presence. A mere goblin demigod dares insult the mighty holy dragon king. You are reckless. Yabalike sneered and lashed out with his tail. Ah! The old man screamed as he was flung skyward. Analia began a silent incantation, and a fist the size of a small mountain formed in the sky and came crashing down. Ah! Oh, stop! Half an hour later. That's enough. Jiang Yan regarded the bloodied interdimensional merchant with thoughtful eyes. It seemed this fellow, like a goblin, was the sort of creature easily pummeled by outclassing opponents. Yes, holy lord. Analea dispelled her magic and returned behind Jiang Yan. Yabalike revealed his true form and prepared to bear the two away. Let us go. Jiang Yan felt a twinge of regret. Under such circumstances, credit seemed hopeless. Wait! As they were about to depart, the red-nosed man struggled to his feet and stopped them. You may select one item. Sir, though we may have overstepped, you did provoke us first. This is not extortion. Ahem, what did you say? Jiang Yan paused in surprise. The red-nosed man reluctantly said, You defeated me. According to Zhu Jie's Newcomer Zone Special Trading Rules, force also counts as a fair form of exchange. He waved and tossed a list to Jiang Yan, urging, Fine. Pick quickly and be gone. I've had rotten luck meeting someone like you, a mere apprentice lord, who has won a gatekeeper's favor and commands such powerful familiars. Next time, I'll have to raise my clone's cultivation. Then, thank you, sir. Jiang Yan bowed and spoke with solemnity. This favor will be remembered and repaid. He looked at the list in his hand. He had already decided on the way here. With the trial tower's test looming, nothing mattered more than immediate combat power. I choose the employment contract Great Swordsman. Congratulations to the challenger Jiang Yan for successfully passing the dungeon Wrath of the Fallen Dragon King, officially activating the Lord qualification. The talent Ultimate Ascension has been permanently acquired. It has detected that the challenger has bound the heart of the angel. The temporary Guardian Goblin has been released, and the unique first-level Guardian Angel clan will take effect upon formally entering the Abyss. The regional leaderboard, overall leaderboard, Interworld Trading Center, and Interworld Forum have been unlocked. Clearing the Dominator-level dungeon grants 16 survival points. A series of notifications flooded in. Jiang Yan dragged the information box to find the two most important messages. Congratulations, you have become the first in this region's trial assessment and obtained the qualification to challenge the Tower of Inheritance. Would you like to teleport immediately? No. Please prepare as soon as possible. Forced teleportation will occur in 30 minutes. Jiang Yan looked at another message. Congratulations on clearing the Dominator-level dungeon. You have received an opportunity to draw for a profession. Since you have also obtained the qualification to challenge the Tower of Inheritance, you may choose to retain this drawing opportunity, allowing for a higher weight profession after completing the challenge. This is one of the advantages of being a lord over a professional. Not only are there numerous guardians, but one can also change professions. I choose to retain it, Jiang Yan said without hesitation. In his past life, he changed professions right after the assessment merely to increase his combat power, hoping to climb to a higher level in the Tower of Inheritance. But now it was clear that it was unnecessary. In the face of the powerful six-winged angels and the Dragon King, his combat power was negligible, and he could pursue a higher limit. After making his choice, he took out a deep blue contract. It bore the engravings of 12 heavily armored men, exuding an imposing aura. This is a hiring contract worth 350000 soul crystals for the Great Swordsman. A flash of light appeared and 12 fully armored warriors appeared before him. My lord. Jiang Yan looked up. Great Swordsman, race human. Level golden 10th rank. Faith level respect. Skills heavy strike, armor break, shield wall. Overall combat power 1288. This is a mid to high tier soldier among humanoid guardians, certainly not comparable to angels or dragons, but already quite powerful with the potential to advance to diamond 10th rank. Even under ordinary divine-level lords, they would be considered elite combat power. Moreover, Jiang Yan smiled slightly and said, I shall grant you greater strength. The talent skill activated. Ultimate effect triggered successfully. Ascension effect triggered successfully. Rows of notifications scrolled and Jiang Yan skipped the advancements of heavy strike and armor break. After all, no matter how evolved their attack skills were, they could not match a casual strike from Analea. However, two warriors had evolved the shield wall skill to the rule skill shield stance guardian stance, which pleasantly surprised Jiang Yan. He looked at the skill description. Shield stance guardian stance, when using a shield-type weapon, one can designate a guardian target. Unless the user dies, no attack can bypass the shield to harm this person. Now he had no combat ability himself, so this skill alleviated many worries. Very good. Jiang Yan surveyed the group of great swordsmen with satisfaction. Thanks to the advancement of skills, their overall ratings had risen to around 2,000, which was quite a considerable force. Prepare yourselves for the upcoming challenge of the Tower of Inheritance. We are willing to serve the Lord. Everyone responded in unison. Just as Jiang Yan was filled with ambition and preparing for battle, the outside world was already in an uproar. Federal Military Academy. Several elders stared intently at the ranking interface, waiting for the assessment results. I wonder how many can break through the difficult level this time. Class 1 of the Command Department, Yemo, Jiang Yan, Lu He and several others performed well. They should have a chance, but the others are hard to say. The pressure on the frontline battlefield is too great. Several gods have reached their limits. If the lower-level space falls again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alas, it's all our fault. We old bones are useless and have placed all the pressure on these young kids. They had once chosen the brave or even desperate level assessments for the Federation, but were only a bit unlucky and regrettably failed. The group sighed and fell into silence. At that moment, the ranking on the virtual screen flickered. Oh, the results are out. The group perked up and gathered closer. Number of people passing the Dominator level assessment 1. Number of people passing the difficult level assessment 1. The number of people passing the ordinary and elite level assessments 12. Only one passed the difficult level. That's bad. One elder's heart sank at first glance. Wait, what is this? He glanced again, feeling his blood flow accelerate, unable to help but blink hard. Bang! Another elder slapped his thigh hard. Could it be? The machine malfunctioned. One person said cautiously. It shouldn't be. This is directly controlled by the highest intelligence. You fools, if it really is Dominator level, he must be ranked first. Just check the interworld leaderboard. Everyone realized and hurriedly connected to check this year's regional leaderboard. First place, Source Star Federation Jiang Yan Dominator level. Second place, Xinhuan Empire Luo Chenyu Desperate level. Third place, Xinhuan Empire Luo Chan Brave level. Fourth place. It really is Dominator level. Jiang Yan from Class 1 of the Command Department. Incredible, how did he do it? I have an impression of this child. His performance in the virtual combat class was outstanding. The two elders remarked, their expressions somewhat gratified. Not good, we must report this immediately. Another person suddenly remembered something and quickly dialed communication. Right, we must hurry. The others also understood. There is no anonymity in Interworld, this matter cannot be hidden. No one has ever cleared the Dominator level assessment, and without a doubt Jiang Yan will soon receive including the lofty Xinhuan Empire. They may not lower themselves to compete for a difficult or even brave level talent with a subordinate civilization, but they will certainly not let go of a Dominator level 1. They must find a way to retain him. Meanwhile, at the Xinhuan Empire's embassy in the Federation, a super long-range directional portal lit up and a humanoid man dressed in a special teleportation suit stepped out. Your Highness. A group of embassy officials had long been waiting outside. The man nodded slightly and threw out a token by the Emperor's command. Spare no effort to win over Jiang Yan. Understood. The others bowed, showing no signs of surprise. As citizens of the Xinhuan Empire, they knew far more secrets than lower civilizations. Ordinary civilizations think that passing the Dominator level assessment just means a higher starting point and greater potential. They do not realize that it represents an unimaginably high qualification. An ambassador stood up and said, Your Highness, I have sent someone to gather information about Jiang Yan immediately. This is the proposed plan for discussion, please review it. Oh, not bad. The man flipped through a few pages, a smile appearing on his face. In the dim, boundless void, a towering spire pierced eternally into the heavens. Nebulae flickered like distant stars, vast and fathomless as an abyss. The spire comprised 20 levels, each level a distinct world. At that moment, spatial gates flared open one after another beyond the spire, and candidates from myriad temporary realms descended in succession. Back again. Jiang Yan stepped forth from a spatial gate and gazed thoughtfully upon the spire. Behind him, Annalisa folded her wings and stood in serene stillness. Such a pairing instantly drew attention from those nearby. What species is that being? Exquisitely beautiful. That fair-faced youth is truly fortunate. Her tier is exceptionally high. My magma lizard dares not even approach. Shoo! Speak softly. Don't you all check the rankings? That must be a 6-winged seraph, and he is Jiang Yan. What? That's Jiang Yan. The one whose combat rating exceeds the second-place contender tenfold. The murmurs ceased abruptly. Several people halted mid-step, clearly interfacing with the multiversal concord. Regional combat power rankings: first place, Jiang Yan combat rating 174668. Second place, Luo Chenyu combat rating 16913. Third place, regional vassal species rankings: first place, 6-winged seraph rating 99999. Sovereign Lord Jiang Yan. Second place, Luminous Holy Dragon King rating 51233, Sovereign Lord Jiang Yan. Third place, Twin-Headed Demon Bear rating 3722, Sovereign Lord Zikaros. Fourth place. Soon this information spread swiftly among the crowd. Most instinctively distanced themselves from Jiang Yan, their eyes alight with quiet curiosity. Having risen from among billions of candidates, they were certainly no fools. Though most hailed from advanced civilizations, Jiang Yan was merely a native of a Tier II civilization. Yet such distinctions meant little to Transcendence, who had passed the Multiversal Concord's trials. Still, self-assured arrogance was never in short supply. A hulking giant, his shoulders coiled with a massive serpent, strode forward and blocked Jiang Yan's path. "Hey! I am Roni Tasky, heir to the Tasky tribe of the Nebula Valley. If my memory serves, your Source Star Federation falls directly under our jurisdiction. What is it?" Jiang Yan regarded the behemoth, 3 or 4 times his own size, with impassive calm. He bore no goodwill toward the Nebula Valley in his past life. It was their promised reinforcements' failure to arrive that had shattered the Federation's defensive line. "Listen, boy. I don't believe a frail wisp like you could clear a Sovereigntier dungeon. Did you find a shortcut? Share it. We're all subjects of the Stellar Dominion. Hoarding secrets is unwise." The giant flexed his bulging muscles and grinned. The colossal serpent slithered down to his waist, flicking its tongue repeatedly. A blatant threat. Spectators who'd begun to withdraw paused, stirred by sudden intrigue. Admittedly, Transcendence, who conquered high-difficulty trials, possessed incalculable futures. But the trial had just concluded. Typically, those from lower-tier civilizations struggled to adapt swiftly to their newfound status. Faced with pressure from heirs of advanced civilizations, they might well yield. Who wouldn't crave the secret to clearing a Sovereigntier trial? Humph! A cold sneer curled within Jiang Yan's heart. The giant appeared reckless. But his words first asserted authority, then positioned himself as speaking for collective interest. In his past life, such tactics might indeed have intimidated him. One concession would invite relentless escalation. But now, he was no longer someone to be trifled with. A mechanical chime resonated. Challenger Jiang Yan has issued a regional life-and-death duel request. Accept or decline within 60 seconds. The giant and the onlookers paled instantly. Was this man insane? To issue a life-and-death duel without warning, and broadcast it to all, was to dismiss them utterly. Does he think himself invincible? Snarled a man in a floral shirt, tapping decline without hesitation. Exactly. There are so many of us. We could stand still and let him kill us until he collapses from exhaustion. A spherical figure rapidly tapped decline, bobbing up and down in indignation. Teach him a lesson. Someone shouted from the crowd, stoking the flames. Of course, talk remained just that. The duel never activated before the countdown expired. After all, 17,000 combat points in the novice zone equaled the strength of an ordinary deity. Frankly speaking, every other candidate combined would be obliterated in a single strike. If you dare not accept, then step aside. Jiang Yan spoke evenly, walking straight toward the blocking giant. At the instant of imminent collision, Annalisa gently unfurled her wings, sweeping him aside as though discarding refuse. "You?" The giant's face flushed with humiliation, and he blurted a threat. "Don't mistake passing a Sovereigntier trial for omnipotence. Mere native of a Tier II civilization." Jiang Yan halted, his gaze earnest. "You should count yourself fortunate. This zone forbids inter-candidate violence. But utter one more word, and I will track you to your abyssal world and deliver you personally to Satan." The giant's face burned crimson. His mouth opened, yet no further challenge emerged. Times had changed. In the past, a subordinate civilization like this could be erased with a single fleet deployment. But since the Abyss manifested and the Multiversal Concord descended, both technological weaponry and cultivation laws of the material world had inexplicably failed, rendering them utterly incapable of harming abyssal or Concord-born beings. In other words, to slay a transcendent now required power acquired exclusively within the multiverse. Though the Tasky tribe commanded numerous divine warriors, all were entrenched in the abyssal warfront, and Star Dominion law expressly prohibited warfare between vassal civilizations. Swallowing his pride was the only recourse. After all, East Bank today, West Bank tomorrow. But no, that was irrelevant. Recalling Jiang Yan's latent potential, the giant's expression darkened further. Just like that, he walked right in. The floral-shirted man watched Jiang Yan vanish into the spire of inheritance, pushing through the crowd. Had my 2 sky-soaring wolves not fallen ill last night, I'd have taught him humility. Had Star Dominion law not forbidden unwarranted inter-civilization conflict, I'd never have let him off so easily, the giant hastily added, defending his stance. Precisely. Exactly. Others, recovering their composure, chimed in eagerly. Post hoc bravado may have been childish, but the earlier humiliation had been unbearable. All were dignitaries. Saving face was imperative. Who, after all, would deem oneself feeble? If the footage were carefully edited and amplified by paid commentators, a pack of incompetents. A frosty scoff rang out from behind. Who dares speak thus? Step forward, or perish. Heads swiveled furiously. Jiang Yan's dominance was tolerable. Being overshadowed by a sovereigntier graduate carried no shame. But others, I said it. Any objections? A young woman in a pale yellow gown glided forward, flanked by attendants. Her features were exquisite, her bearing regal, and at her brow's center shimmered a faint star-shaped mark, the sigil of the stellar dominion's imperial bloodline. Faces turned ashen. Forced smiles bloomed. Your Highness, Princess. Greetings, Your Highness. Though advanced civilizations no longer dominated lesser ones as absolutely as before, the stellar dominion remained an exception. It was, after all, the first civilization in the stellar sector to encounter the multiversal concord. With a disdainful, delicate sniff, the princess swept past the assembled crowd and strode onward. That one appears intriguing. A spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes, and without hesitation she entered the spire of inheritance. Challenger, welcome to the Lordside Tower of Legacy. This tower comprises 20 floors, each growing progressively more perilous as you ascend. On every floor you will face varying numbers of formidable monsters, vanquish them to advance to the next level. The total number of troops deployed must not exceed 50. Clearing floors 19 grants a small number of survival points and a rare class profession reward. Floors 1019 grants survival points and legendary class profession rewards. Clearing the 20th floor awards a great number of survival points and profession rewards of mythic tier or higher. The first floor challenge webbed world will commence in 5 minutes. Prepare yourselves. Release. A rule-forged battle token materialized in Jiang Yan's hand, its light blossoming. A great dragon and 12 golden-ranked great swordsmen manifested before them. This was the basic Lord-class skill War Summon that every Lord learns upon class change, used to temporarily house troops. Yabalike, you will lead the main assault for the first 10 floors. Analia, hold the center and coordinate. As for the rest of you, form ranks at the positions I've marked. Do not allow any monster to come close. As you command. Yabalike manifested its true form, 100 meters long, circling overhead. Analia sheathed her long sword and produced a gilded holy codex in her hands. The 12 great swordsmen formed an almost circular shield wall enclosing Jiang Yan at the center. 2 of the bulliest warriors raised their shields and 2 soul links attached themselves to Jiang Yan. This was the rule art born of the shield wall's transcendence. Shield stands, man stands. Now they were utterly secure. Soon, about a kilometer away, hundreds of spiders the size of water jars appeared. They moved with terrifying speed, their menacing mandibles and a carpet of eyes set one's blood cold. These were broodmother spiders. Not only could they spit venom, but when slain their bodies would split open to spawn several slightly smaller spiders. Before intelligence about them became widespread, who knew how many lords they had buried? In his past life, Jiang Yan had barely passed this trial through his Godspeed talent and the mobility of his bonded centaur archers, scraping through with great effort. But this time it felt almost too easy. Yabalike folded its wings and skimmed low. The fierce gusts it generated swept the spiders away. Creeping things tremble before the feet of the glorious holy light dragon king. Yabalike exulted, spewing torrents of dragon fire. Broodmothers turned to ash in waves. Even the newborns had no chance to form. Beside the mighty dragon, the spiders were pitifully weak. Soon scarcely any remained. Leave one alive. Don't damage it, Jiang Yan ordered. Jiang Yan's mind moved and he gave the order. Yes, master. Yabalike landed beside the last broodmother, retracted its talons, carefully pinched a leg and flew back. Anna, can you keep it from moving? Of course, Holy Lord. Analia nodded, flipped the holy codex and began to chant. When holy light rages, even the wind falls still. A beam of light descended like invisible chains binding it. The spider that had been thrashing became suddenly still. Jiang Yan drew the dagger he had lifted from an assassin goblin, stepped forward and plunged it in. Ping! It didn't penetrate. The broodmother rotated its eyes as if in mute derision. Yabalike's expression turned odd, it clamped its claws over its mouth. Forgetting he had not actually changed class, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of annoyance. You have received a holy light magic boon. All attributes greatly increased. Came a prompt from Zhu Jie at his ear. Holy Lord, try again. Analia stepped forward and murmured. The angel was solicitous as Jiang Yan picked up the dagger and cut once more. Another strike. Punked. Punked. The dorsal exoskeleton's tensile strength is average, resisting roughly 100 MPa. The ventral armor is fragile. The left side of the chest appears to be a vital spot. It reacts violently when struck. The leg chitin is tough. Ordinary weapons cannot sever it. Shield 1 break off a spider leg and test its venom. After a moment, Jiang Yan sheathed the dagger and summoned a great swordsman. For convenience, he designated the 12 as Shield 1 through Shield 12. Yes, Lord. He approached, snapped off a segment of the leg, plunged the tip into the surface, and felt carefully. There is mild toxicity acting quickly. Above bronze rank, it can be ignored. Below, it causes paralysis and can stack. Jiang Yan nodded, recording each datum. Only the top 10,000 in each cycle are permitted entry into the Tower of Legacy. This resulted in intelligence being almost entirely monopolized by the great powers. Second-tier civilizations like the Federation possess only brief reports on floors 1 through 5, and even those were purchased at great expense. As for detailed dossiers, those powers would never sell them. In his past life, he lacked the strength. Now, with resources to spare, he intended to compile a comprehensive guide. This would both give future Federation challengers a chance to climb several more floors, and allow him to selectively sell the findings to other civilizations for benefit. Now comes the most important step. Anna, lend me your angelic holy sword. Very well, holy lord. Anna Leah removed her sidesword and handed it over. Jiang Yan scored a few guiding slashes on the spider's carcass with the dagger, then took the angelic holy sword and began to dissect. Soon the organs, viscera, venom sacs and the like, were removed and neatly arrayed beside them. Master, why are you so practiced at this? Yabalike, looking at the broodmother's mangled state, couldn't help asking. Oh, I took an elective in anomalous creature anatomy. I'm rather fascinated by the structures of unknown powerful beasts. Jiang Yan replied without turning his head. Yabalike shivered. It was just a small dragon that had been thrashed by a 6-winged angel. Hardly something that qualified as unknown and mighty. After a moment, This sword is excellent. Jiang Yan regarded his handiwork with satisfaction. That's about it. Proceed to the next floor. With that, he ended the half-living husk of the broodmother with a single stroke. At the same moment, a newly opened gate slowly rose in the trial arena's center, and a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Tower of Legacy, first floor cleared. Award survival points 1, profession reward weight 1. Rewards will be distributed during settlement. Let's go. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and led them through. Before them appeared a scene utterly unlike the first floor. It was a world like a cage. Iron pillars fell from the sky, enclosing them within a field barely 5 kilometers across. A deathmatch world. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he had been stopped here. This trial countered both his Godspeed talent and his bonded centaur archer's mobility too severely. There was no room for maneuver. The second floor challenge deathmatch world will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare. The prompt sounded, and not far off 3 giant bear phantoms, each 5 meters tall, slowly coalesced. Bang, bang, bang. 3 colossal bears, each the size of a small mountain, approached, shaking the very world with each step they took. The overwhelming pressure they exuded, combined with the confined space, was enough to plunge most challengers into despair. However, for Jiang Yan, in the present moment, it was nothing significant. Capture one over here first, Jiang Yan commanded. Understood, replied Yablik, expanding his massive form and charging forward. 100-meter-long dragon spiraled through the sky, and before it the originally towering magic bears appeared as tiny as ants. The suppression of rank made them instinctively tremble. They had to halt their charge, leaning slightly forward, baring their sharp teeth and roaring fiercely. Roar, roar, roar. They were trying to bolster their courage, fearing they might lose the will to attack. A few impolite fellows. Yablik was instantly enraged. As a noble dragon, how dare these lowly magical beasts roar at him? He puffed up his cheeks, lowered his massive and fierce dragon head, and a resonant dragon's roar echoed right in their faces. The 3 giant bears felt a cruel, tyrannical aura surging from the apex of the food chain. Thud. Unable to suppress their instinctual fear any longer, their legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed on the ground. Yablik smirked, disdainfully raising his paw to directly smash 2 of them into meat patties, before picking up the remaining one to report back. Jiang Yan, who had been observing, had a complex expression. The magic bears that had once rendered him helpless in his past life were so easily slain now. In fact, their combat power was not weak. Their overall rating should be around 1,000. Combined, they could even stand against a golden tier 10th level swordsman and not necessarily lose. But facing the dragon was evidently too much of a challenge for them. Thud! The remaining giant bear was thrown to the ground, and just as it prepared to resist, it was immobilized by Analia's binding spell. Jiang Yan took out a dagger again, beginning his research on the monster. The fur has extremely strong defensive properties. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate it. The eyes and nose are weak points marked accordingly. Static vision is low. Magic resistance is normal. Each test was conducted methodically, and occasionally Analia would cast a couple of healing spells to repeat the tests. Suddenly Jiang Yan swung the angelic sword and chopped off a bear paw, saying, "Does anyone know how to roast bear paws? I'm a bit hungry." During the previous assessment, there hadn't been many decent magical creatures on the island, and he hadn't been able to fill his stomach. Now seeing such a fresh delicacy, he felt hungry. Analia and Yablik exchanged glances. This was truly beyond their capabilities. "My lord, I once served in the cooking brigade," said a slightly excited swordsman. "Oh great, it's up to you then," Jiang Yan said, patting the man's shoulder, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect these soldiers to be quite so versatile. The swordsman first set aside his armor to avoid hindering his movements. He took out a fine steel longsword to clean the fur and nails, then rinsed them with his water flask. "Analia, could you please start a fire?" A beam of holy light descended and azure flames ignited from the void. The holy light fire is fantastic, it even eliminates the fishy smell. While praising, the swordsman pulled out several small bottles, pouring and evenly spreading the seasoning. Carefully he seared the bear paw's skin until the fat began to ooze, then sprinkled a layer of powder and continued roasting. A unique fragrance wafted through the air, causing even Analia to look over with interest. Half an hour later, the cooking was complete, and the swordsman cut off a palm-sized piece of bear paw and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Delicious!" Jiang Yan took a big bite, feeling as if his strength had increased a little. "You guys can share the rest. I'll dissect the remaining bit and then move on to the next level." Jiang Yan held the long sword in one hand and munched on the bear paw, walking towards the bear that had lost an arm, beginning his work. "Alas, it's a pity there's not enough time. This piece of meat looks pretty good and tender. I'll take it with me and enjoy hot pot when I return to the Federation." The giant bear's pupils constricted violently. It stared at this weak creature, eating its flesh while dissecting its body, even commenting on which parts were tastier. Fear, humiliation, and pain intertwined, surging to its mind, and suddenly it let out a muffled groan, losing all vitality. It died. "The faith level of the dragon Yablik has increased towards you. It is currently one of reverence. All monsters in the second level have been eliminated, gaining survival point 1 and profession reward weight 1. Please proceed to the third level as soon as possible." Two notifications echoed simultaneously, leaving Jiang Yan stunned. He lost control of the angelic sword in his hand, piercing through the giant bear's body. "What's going on? How did it die? I didn't even kill it." Yablik, who had been watching closely, felt a jolt in his heart, and his dragon head lowered even further. It was simply too cruel. Even in death it was not spared, and a sword was thrust into it out of spite. "Forget it, the main data has been completed anyway. Let's move on to the next level." Jiang Yan, feeling somewhat disheartened, tossed the long sword back to Analia and beckoned everyone to rise and enter the door. If he remembered correctly, the monsters in the third level were 100 armored magic scorpions. Only a few from the Federation had ever made it through this level, and he had never seen it with his own eyes in his past life. "The old rule applies: leave 2 alive for me, eliminate the rest." "At your service, great master." Yablik charged forward with exceptional vigor. The fourth level, the world of magic eyes, required dealing with 200 large eyes capable of firing dissolving rays. "Oh master, I accidentally used too much strength and crushed it." "No worries. By the way, Analia, do you know resurrection magic?" "Sorry, holy master, resurrection magic is specialized for healing angels. I only know some basic healing spells." "All right then." Jiang Yan smiled helplessly, saying, "Looks like I need to dissect a few more. After all, living specimens provide more accurate information." The fifth level. The sixth level. Thus, under the relentless crushing, they effortlessly arrived at the 10th level. The entire world resembled a vast garden filled with greenery and flowers, with a spring in the center and birds flitting about joyfully. This was also the highest level achievable within the dominion of the Starry Empire. No one had ever passed through this layer before, and related intelligence was scarce. Undoubtedly, if a detailed strategy were made, all major factions would be willing to pay a hefty price for it. because once this level was cleared, one could conservatively obtain legendary level professions or related items. The 10th level World Life Sacrifice will open in 5 minutes. This level is a boss battle and the Guardian is a special life form from the Lost World. Please proceed with caution. Yablik, you will lead the assault. Analia, be ready to provide support with holy light magic at any time. Yes, Holy Master. Everyone's expressions turned serious as Yablik transformed into the strongest battle state, flying at the forefront. Children, welcome to the Garden of Life. An elderly lady with kind eyes emerged from the corner of the shaded trees, hunched over and holding a watering can. It seemed unremarkable. Master. Yablik turned to Jiang Yan. If it were some terrifying monster, it would have already attacked, yet in this situation there was a hint of hesitation. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. Since the other party was someone who could communicate, it was a good opportunity to extract some information. After all, he held an absolute advantage in combat power and was not afraid of stirring up any trouble. 2 great swordsmen raised their shields, quietly binding their skills to Jiang Yan. Child, you needn't be nervous. It has been many years since anyone has reached this level. The elderly lady waved her hand and said, a dragon, a group of powerful soldiers, and an unprecedented high-ranking creature. I have no desire to engage with such a lineup. Jiang Yan was momentarily puzzled by the other party's intentions and tentatively asked, so what does the elder mean by that? Upon hearing the question, the elderly lady smiled and said, how about this, you chat with me for a while, and I will let you proceed to the next level. How does that sound? What does the elder wish to talk about? Jiang Yan squinted his eyes, almost certain that this person had ulterior motives. The rules of the worlds did not allow these gatekeepers to show any leniency. The elderly lattice gaze shifted to Analia. Little girl, your rank seems even higher than that dragon's. Can you tell this old lady about your origins? Analia glanced at her expressionlessly, saying nothing, while one hand had already rested on the angelic. As a top existence of the holy light system, though the other party concealed it well, she still faintly sensed a wisp of dark, decaying aura. Had it not been for the Holy Lord wanting to gather intelligence, she would have already cleaved this world in 2 with a single sword strike. A flash of anger flickered in the elderly lattice eyes, but she quickly donned a smiling face and helplessly said, this old lady simply hasn't encountered a living person in a long time. I just wanted to have a conversation. You really don't need to be so tense. As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to the great swordsman in front, her expression reminiscent. What fine warriors. If I am not mistaken, you should be from the Silver Radiance Empire, which was once an immensely powerful faction. Several great swordsmen shifted their expressions, clearly caught off guard by her words. Jiang Yan pondered. It seemed this was the background implanted into this group of mercenaries, or perhaps they were summoned from a long-destroyed era by the worlds through incredible means. This was crucial information. If he remembered correctly, in a few years following the 20th Abyss trial, the worlds would release some sealed world fragments for the strong to challenge. Most of these fragmented worlds were remnants preserved from previous eras filled with powerful abyssal monsters, but the rewards varied greatly. Some relics belonging to powerful factions yielded exceptionally rich treasures and blueprints once cleared. Conversely, others would achieve nothing. The Silver Radiance Empire is powerful, so I should keep an eye on the relevant world fragments in the future. While Jiang Yan was lost in thought, the elderly lady continued to speak to herself. Which troop are you warriors from? I once had an old acquaintance who was the leader of the Silver White Blade. Sorry, we only remember that we come from the Empire. We can't recall anything else. One great swordsman couldn't help but respond. Shield 7, be quiet. Another great swordsman, Shield 3, glared at him and scolded softly. As subordinates, how could they speak without their lord's permission? The elderly lady laughed even more happily. Since you come from a former faction, then it would be even more inappropriate for me to take action. Why don't you all rest in the garden for a moment, drink a bowl of the fountain of life, and then head to the next level? As she spoke, she took out a stack of small bowls and pointed at the spring water, saying, this is a rare treasure that can restore spirit and stamina. No, thank you. Jiang Yan declined gracefully. If possible, could you please open the door to the next level for us? We've already delayed long enough. And you all? She appeared somewhat disappointed and looked towards the great swordsman ahead. However, after what had just occurred, it was evident that no one dared to speak freely. They all simply shook their heads. Alas! The elderly lattice expression gradually darkened, her laughter turning sharp. What a pity, only 3 of you. That is still too few. It seemed she was about to reveal her true colors. Jiang Yan sneered, ready to signal Yablik to attack, but suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding. 3 streams of gray energy of varying sizes suddenly appeared, 2 of which rushed towards Shield 3 and Shield 7. They had remained vigilant, shouting loudly as they slashed down with their swords. But it was futile. The gray energy easily shattered the finely crafted giant swords, crashing into them. The 2 fully armored great swordsmen were instantly obliterated, their blood seeping into the ground and vanishing. The remaining stream of energy surged straight towards Jiang Yan. The angelic girl behind him immediately spread her wings to shield him. However, the gray energy at that moment seemed to flow like air, dispersing through the wings and assaulting Jiang Yan's chest. Not good. It's a causal system skill. Annalia's pupils constricted sharply. A golden hexagram appeared behind her, preparing to invoke a grand prophecy spell, but it was evidently too late. On the other side, Jiang Yan watched as the gray energy approached, unable to react in time. Even a golden-tier great swordsman couldn't evade it, let alone him, an ordinary person now. Just as the gray energy was about to make contact, it suddenly seemed to be drawn by something, and abruptly turned, splitting into 2 streams that charged at Shield 1 and Shield 2, who were holding shields. Bang! With 2 violent impacts, the 2 great swordsmen were sent flying several meters. The rule skill, the shield protects the person when using shield-type weapons. A guardian can be designated. Unless the user dies, no attack can bypass the shield to harm that person. All evil will dissipate, all causality shall not be established, sever. At the same time, a rhythmic ethereal voice rang out. Annalia's grand prophecy spell was finally complete. Invisible ripples spread from the magic array throughout the entire plane. As if being torn apart, the once vibrant world gradually collapsed. The green grass turned into crimson flesh. Towering trees became withered bodies. The central spring was thick dark red blood with countless pieces of decaying flesh piled on top, surrounded by eerie symbols. This was the true face of the world. Impossible! How could you break my barrier? The gatekeeper's cold laughter abruptly halted, staring in disbelief at the 6-winged angel hovering above like a deity. Annalia Yablik, kill it! Jiang Yan, who had narrowly escaped disaster, commanded without hesitation. He had nearly lost his life. Yaberlik charged forward without hesitation. From the blood and flesh-like ground, tentacles rapidly grew, attempting to ensnare him. But it was futile. Long before entering the Tower of Inheritance, Jiang Yan had already used a supreme enhancement on himself. Although he did not trigger a new law skill, his Dragon King physique skill had already reached the highest level, with a combat power rating exceeding 50,000, almost doubling his raw strength. With just a flick of his body, he shattered all the tentacles that wrapped around him. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The old lady watched as the colossal dragon wreaked havoc, her wrinkled skin suddenly tearing apart, and a monster formed of flesh and blood emerged from within her. In just a few seconds it grew to over 10 meters tall, its lower body fused with the ground. 8 thick arms extended from its back, attempting to halt the dragon's assault. Yaberlik showed no intention of dodging, unleashing streams of dragon breath, while his razor-sharp claws struck out hundreds of times in an instant, tearing the 8 arms to shreds. But soon the flesh on the ground began to flow, reconstituting arms that once again blocked the path. Clearly this creature could manipulate the powers of the entire world. The 2 sides immediately fell into a stalemate. Although Yaberlik was powerful, he struggled to break through the endless tentacles. Get out of the way! At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. Annalia hovered in midair, her murderous intent palpable. The angelic sword was raised high in her hand, and flames of endless intensity ignited from its blade. Flame's judgment! With a swing of her sword, a golden sword light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Yaberlik instinctively dodged to the side. In the next second, the sword light, burning with sacred flames, incinerated the blood and flesh arms, causing the ground to continuously evaporate. No, I won't accept this. The monster displayed a look of terror, desperately summoning tentacles in an attempt to obstruct her. It could temporarily gain the strength of lives that had perished in this world, initially planning to quickly eliminate the 12 great swordsmen while the opposing lord was dead, and then use their power to kill the dragon, consolidating the world's power to eliminate that unknown high-tier entity. However, it never expected that the opponent, despite being afflicted by a causal skill, would not die, disrupting all its plans. From that moment on, the outcome was sealed. The golden sword light incinerated all flesh, and with unstoppable momentum cleaved it in 2, turning it to ashes. Annalia did not spare another glance, directly descending from the air to kneel before Jiang Yan. I have failed to protect you, please punish me, Holy Master. Her face was filled with self-reproach. Had it not been for the timely activation of shield, while present, the Holy Master would have been assassinated right before her eyes. This was an unforgivable mistake. In the past, the lightest consequence would have been the direct stripping of her seraphim status. The 10th layer Guardian Blood Demon Priest has been slain, earning survival points 10, with career reward weight 10, which will be uniformly distributed after the challenge concludes. Ignoring the notification that buzzed in his ear, Jiang Yan looked at the angelic girl whose face had turned pale from excessive power use, stepped forward to support her and gently sighed. Rise, this is not your fault, it is my issue. Jiang Yan approached the two fallen great swordsmen and bowed in apology. I am sorry that my poor decision led to the deaths of two brave warriors. My lord, you are too harsh. Our duty is to protect you, not to mention that it was this monster who killed them. The remaining great swordsmen quickly responded, their expressions tinged with sadness. Jiang Yan shook his head in silence. This life had been too smooth. He had breezed through the highest level dungeon, without much effort, gaining the loyalty of powerful angels and dragons. It had made him somewhat arrogant, losing the necessary vigilance and reverence. In other words, he had become complacent. Looking back now, this monster had been trying to lower their guard from the moment it appeared, guiding them to speak. And it was precisely those who had spoken, namely him, Shield 3 and Shield 7, who were attacked. It could be surmised that its causal ability likely allowed it to directly attack any creature that made a sound within its domain. Its power should correlate with the strength of the attacked. Fortunately, his own strength was nearly zero, which is why he was blocked by the two great swordsmen who unleashed their skills. This was indeed somewhat hard to guard against, but it was not a sufficient reason to absolve him of responsibility. He could have had Anna or Yaberlik directly incapacitate the opponent from the start, but he had arrogantly thought he was strong enough, adopting a mindset of playing with a mouse, nearly leading to disaster. This kind of mistake must not be repeated. Jiang Yan silently vowed. There are too many special abilities across countless worlds, some even capable of instant killing, while ignoring levels. The best strategy is to deny the enemy any opportunity to strike. Let's go to the next layer. Jiang Yan rallied and commanded. Yaberlik, you will be the main attacker from now on. Anna, refrain from attacking for the time being and focus on recovering. Anna Leah nodded silently. She was currently only at the golden 10th tier, and having used both the Great Prophecy and Flame Judgment in her earlier rage, the burden was indeed considerable. Rest assured, master, leave it to me, Yaberlik yelled boisterously. She had not expended much energy, as her main method was melee combat. Moreover, the previous monsters were not strong, and the formidable recovery ability inherent to dragons was more than sufficient to sustain her in continuous battle. Move out. The group entered the light gate. The 11th layer challenge Thunderhell will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare challengers. 32 giant creatures shimmering with electricity appeared in the distance. They were the golden tier Thunder Titans. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. While these creatures were powerful, they lacked any strange abilities, making them much easier to deal with than the previous layer's adversary. Give it your all, Jiang Yan instructed. Yaberlik nodded, let out a long howl, and charged forward. Half an hour later, the lightning dissipated, the 11th layer cleared. The 12th layer, the 13th layer. Despite the monsters growing stronger with each layer, they were still overwhelmed by the immense power of the Dragon King. Finally, after a full 2 hours of fierce combat, the guardian of the 19th layer, the 9-headed serpent, had all 9 snake heads ripped apart, its massive body collapsing helplessly. Yaberlik also fell to the ground, ungraciously panting heavily, until Anna Leah cast 2 recovery spells to help her recover. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yan offered a few words of encouragement before glancing at the world's panel. Congratulations to the challenger for clearing the 19th layer of the Tower of Inheritance, earning survival points 10 and career weight reward 10. In light of the challenger's outstanding performance, the following notice is issued. The 20th layer houses a true abyss creature. You must completely eradicate it to receive the final reward from the Tower of Inheritance. Note that this abyss creature possesses demigod-level strength and is extremely dangerous. Please choose wisely. Once you enter the 20th layer, you cannot leave unless you defeat the opponent. A half-divine first-tier abyssal monster. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. This is not a corrupted creature tainted by abyssal energy, but a true being from the abyss. It is the mortal enemy of the myriad heavens, the destroyer of all realms. What's wrong, holy master? Analea immediately noticed the change in Jiang Yan's expression and asked softly, Hey master, who offended you? Leave it to me to handle it. Yaberlik also came forward. Can you defeat a half-divine first-tier being? Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and replied, Half-divine first-tier. Nonsense, my bright holy dragon clan is the most powerful race, and with a casual swipe of a claw I could crush 2 of them. Yaberlik boasted while stretching his body. You may not know, but once, for a lady of the fairy dragon clan, I single-handedly battled 3 half-divine minotaurs, forcing them to flee in terror. Suddenly, he noticed Annalia's non-committal expression nearby, and quickly added a smile. Of course, exceptions must be made for someone like Lady Annalia. Then, what if it is a half-divine from the abyss? Jiang Yan asked. Ha! A half-divine from the abyss. Yablik's voice came to an abrupt halt, and after a long pause, he said somewhat begrudgingly, "It's not impossible to fight, but we need to be of the same realm. However, I'm just a diamond-tier little dragon right now." "I understand." Jiang Yan nodded, as it was about what he had anticipated. Most of the abyssal war weapons are mass-produced, and the power of such half-divine monsters is roughly comparable to legendary tier vassals, while god-tier monsters are nearly on par with mythical tier vassals of the same level. In his prime, in his past life, he could only handle up to 3 half-divine abyssal beings at once. Fortunately, these monsters are not numerous and their power is fixed, and cannot be enhanced, or otherwise all realms would have fallen long ago. Then let's retreat. After comparing the combat power of both sides in his heart, Jiang Yan quickly made a decision. Reaching this point had already exceeded his expectations. As a lord, he doesn't rely heavily on his profession. Getting a legendary or mythical class change would suffice. "Holy Master!" Annalia suddenly called out to Jiang Yan, hesitatingly saying, "I might have a way to deal with it." "Oh, it's not some forbidden technique like burning one's life, right? That absolutely won't do." Jiang Yan chuckled. "Not at all. As one of the 12 seraphim, I can invoke the gate of heaven to summon angelic spirits. As long as I gather 36 angelic spirits to form an angelic battle formation, I can summon a shadow of a high archangel," Annalia explained. Jiang Yan recalled the attributes panel of the other party, confirming that there indeed was a skill called Gate of Heaven, and nodded, saying, "A shadow of a high archangel can deal with half-divine abyssal monsters. Of course, Holy Master, a mere assembly line monster. Any one of the archangels, even at just the golden level, could easily eliminate it." Annalia's expression was respectful as she said without hesitation, "But the problem is, with my current power I can only summon 1 angelic spirit per minute, and I need to keep the Gate of Heaven active during this time, so I can only provide some ranged spell support at most." Annalia's expression became somewhat worried. "This means Yablik needs to hold off the opponent for at least 36 minutes. "Understood." Jiang Yan looked at Yablik. "How about it? If it's not feasible, let's retreat. Don't feel pressured." "No problem." Yablik gritted his teeth and said, "Fortunately, Master upgraded my Dragon King body to the highest level, and with Lady Annalia's assistance, I should be able to hold on for half an hour." "What are the odds?" 70%. "Good." Jiang Yan nodded. Based on previous trials, Yablik did not seem as reckless as it appeared. In life-and-death situations, it would never joke. Since it stated 70%, Jiang Yan felt that there was at least 90% certainty that they could withstand the opponent. 90% was worth the gamble. "Annalia." After making his decision, Jiang Yan manifested all the remaining soul crystals and handed them to the angelic girl. This could help restore magical power. "Understood." A holy tome filled with divine aura appeared in Annalia's hands. "Holy light, shield your faithful servants. Spirit of holy light, please allow me to share your power." As the incantation was chanted, beams of light enveloped everyone. Meanwhile, the panel began to scroll rapidly. "You have received the enhancement of the advanced light magic Holy Light Protection, increasing your defense by 30. You have received the enhancement of the advanced light magic power of the Holy Spirit, increasing your strength by 30. You have received. Your battle score has risen by 27 points, lasting for 1 hour. A total of 17 enhancement spells fell upon him." Jiang Yan felt an immense power surging from within, and his score skyrocketed from 3 points to 30 points tenfold. He turned to the 10 great swordsmen who were similarly empowered and said, "Yablik will handle the frontal assault, but there may be some backlash affecting us. My life is entrusted to you all. Rest assured, Lord." Everyone felt the surge of power and instantly gained confidence. "Let's go." This time Yablik led the way as they stepped into the central teleportation gate, entering the 20th layer. A familiar prompt sounded. "The 20th layer real trial will commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare challengers." A monster over 10 meters tall was frozen in the distance. Its outline resembled that of a behemoth, but its back was covered with sharp spikes, its arms bore deadly blades, and its entire body was muscular, constantly writhing, exuding a terrifying aura. However, Jiang Yan felt relieved upon seeing it. He was very familiar with this creature. It was one of the main enemies he had to deal with in his past life. A bizarre species, the abyssal terror beast. Though powerful, it was a war machine focused purely on strength, lacking special abilities, and it wasn't very clever. Yablik, this is the Abyssal Terror Beast. Any piece of flesh from it can adapt to the needs of war, transforming into arms, mouths, or weapons like swords. Be careful, Jiang Yan warned. Don't worry, master, let me show it some color first. Yablik entered battle mode, beginning to chant strange syllables to unleash dragon language magic. Nearby, Analea slowly flew into the air, drawing a pale golden angelic sword and thrusting it into the void. Countless beams of light surged from the holy sword, intertwining back and forth to form a vast magical array. In the name of the Seraphim Gate of Heaven, descend! Analea called out, and a dazzling radiant door-like shadow slowly emerged and ascended in the center of the magical array. It seemed as if countless angels were surrounding the door, loudly praising and chanting. The overwhelming divine aura instantly dispelled the nearby violent abyssal energy. The form of a four-winged angel gradually solidified, and she bowed to Jiang Yan from the air before flying to one end of the magical array to begin a devout prayer. The freezing of time gradually faded away, and a force of darkness filled with a corrosive aura. I am the Holy Dragon King of Light. Dare the monster leave a name? Yablik stepped forward, shouting loudly, "Food!" As a deep, dry voice emerged, two crimson eyes suddenly opened wide and two beams of blood light shot forth. How rude! Yablik cursed under his breath and sidestepped, originally intending to delay for a few moments. Fortunately, I prepared beforehand. Activate the Void Darkness Array. He quickly recited the incantation, and four ghostly, ominous arrays rose around the abyssal beast, their lights merging into one, enveloping the monster. This was the ability he acquired after his fall, a fusion of dragon language magic and demonic secret arts, capable of generating a vast illusion. In an instant, the abyssal beast, which was ready to pounce on him, stopped in its tracks, revealing a gruesome grin. Kill! Kill! Its arms morphed, flesh flowing to extend sharp blades that swiftly slashed in all directions. Mountains, rocks, and vegetation were all reduced to debris, yet it seemed unsatisfied as 5 or 6 more arms sprouted from its abdomen, rampantly destroying everything in sight. Yablik's expression gradually turned serious. Normally, the illusion generated by the Void Darkness Array is an endless, lightless world, continuously releasing corrosive mists that gradually paralyze the mind. If the array cannot be broken, escape before the opponent exhausts their magic is impossible. But this abyssal monster was too ferocious. The poisonous mist was utterly ineffective as it disregarded everything, almost completely obliterating that vast expanse of land. If the foundation of the array is lost, everything must rely on his own magical power to manifest, which could not sustain for long. Damn it! Yablik roared, dispelling the array, and charged straight in, swinging his dragon tail fiercely. The abyssal beast, just freed from the illusion, was caught off guard and flung away. Yablik did not give the opponent time to recover, quickly pursuing his sharp claws and teeth, combined leaving over 100 wounds on that massive body in an instant, then turning to prepare to swing his tail once more. But this time, at the moment he struck the abyssal beast, that section of flesh sank inward, forming countless sharp teeth that clamped tightly onto his tail, while several stout arms also reached up. Crap! Yablik's heart sank. If captured by the opponent, even with the full power of a Dragon King, he would be torn to shreds. He gritted his teeth and prepared to sever that part of flesh. Freeze! A resonant, ethereal voice rang out. The abyssal beast paused imperceptibly for a moment, and Yablik seized the opportunity to retract his tail and retreat rapidly. Analea moved into action from behind. However, the power of the great prophecy was related to the words spoken and the magical energy expended, and with the abyssal monster's strength being too formidable, it was only restrained for a very brief moment. The gap in strength was too vast. Yablik gasped heavily in the air. Many of the scales on his tail had been crushed and blood was continuously seeping out. In contrast, the wounds that had just been torn open had completely healed, and it charged in again, preparing to launch an attack. This kind of purely physical power weapon has abandoned intelligence and adaptability, retaining only the most primal battle instincts. Thus, its regenerative ability and offensive power were even more ferocious than that of dragons of the same tier. Shadow Assault. Cursed Flames. Yablik quickly recited incantations to cast spells, attempting to halt the opponent's advance. Usually, he never used these dark arts, even after being cast out from the Holy Dragon Clan following his fall. He still considered himself the Holy Dragon King of Light. This time he was forced into a corner. Kill! Kill! The abyssal beast's 2 arms swept back and forth like thunder. The dark elemental cursed flames were instantly dispersed. Shadows attempted to invade its body to delay its actions, but were instead devoured by the flesh on it. Damn it, if we were of the same tier, I would crush you. Yablik felt utterly stifled. The gap between demigods and diamond tier was too great. If he ascended to demigod, he could manipulate the laws to a certain extent, and the power of his magic would be at least 10 times stronger, preventing it from being so easily dismissed. The opponent's ability to break the laws with brute force was also due to the integration of power laws within its physical body, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. Seeing the abyssal beast approaching again, Yablik could only take the initiative. He dodged a slash from it, fiercely clawing at the opponent, leaving a half-meter-long gash. But the next moment, 2 arms extended from the abyssal beast's abdomen, attacking alongside the original 2, completely blocking any escape route. Boom! Yablik barely managed to block the 2 arms with his dragon claws, but was still hit by others, sending him flying away. The scales in the center of his body were nearly shattered, blood gushing forth. At that moment, several beams of holy light flew in. One fell upon him, stopping the bleeding. The remaining beams struck fiercely at the abyssal beast, slightly slowing its pace. Yablik turned to look. At this moment he saw that around the angelic gate 30 angels were fervently praying, golden beams of light merging into one, the grand sound of praise and chanting growing ever clearer. Amidst the chaos, Analia managed to cast magic to assist him. Only 6 minutes left. Yablik's spirit was lifted as he took advantage of the moment, when the opponent had yet to stabilize from the magical barrage, to charge once more. This time he was wise to only attack with his claws, allowing him to tear through flesh and escape should the opponent attempt to restrain him. Crawlers! Die! Perhaps the imminent completion of the angelic battle formation triggered the opponent's primal instincts. The abyssal beast became increasingly frantic, almost completely abandoning evasion, manifesting dozens of arms to attack Yablik. Deep gashes appeared on the dragon's body, blood cascading like a waterfall. If not for Analia's timely great prophecy several times, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. At this moment he had reached his limit, his speed slowed due to excessive blood loss. In a dim world, brightness shone as if it were day. Where myriad streams of light converged, a spectral figure of a woman holding a scepter slowly emerged. Clad in pure white, her expression was gentle, and her eyes seemed to contain compassion and empathy for all things in the world. Most importantly, 12 wings fluttered softly behind her. Your Grace of Fina. All the angels, including Analia, bowed simultaneously. No need for such formalities, the woman smiled softly, pausing gently with the scepter in her hand. An invisible ripple spread out. The abyssal beast flying towards Shield 2 was instantly frozen in midair. The heavily scarred Yablik instantly restored to her former self. Saint Lord, having completed all this, she stepped forward to Jiang Yan, slightly bowing. Who are you? Jiang Yan's expression was somewhat strange. Although she should be considered his subordinate based on the background of the worlds, she was far too powerful. Even though the pressure from her was completely restrained, Jiang Yan could still clearly sense that just this wisp of a spectral figure far surpassed the abyssal demon that had killed him in his past life. Saint Lord, I am Athena, the divine servant, granted life and redemption by the holy light, your most loyal believer. The woman spoke with a gentle and devout demeanor. As if sensing Jiang Yan's confusion, she softly said, Do not doubt, you are the second holy Lord of Light, prophesied the Savior of the worlds. More importantly, the holy light has chosen you, thus you are our only faith. Although unable to fully comprehend her explanation, Jiang Yan decided to treat it as supplementary background to the worlds and asked, Then Athena, how should I awaken you? Saint Lord, you need not do anything deliberately. When the faith of the holy light illuminates the worlds, we will all come to your side in succession, fighting for you. Jiang Yan nodded, understanding that this meant he needed sufficient faith power. Then, just as Jiang Yan was about to ask more, the 12-winged angel's figure flickered, and the 36 angels praying on the magic circle along with Analia turned increasingly pale. Athena's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, Saint Lord, the will of the world does not permit me to stay for long. You must remember the next words. This is the last epoch of the worlds and the only opportunity to defeat the abyss. All powerful beings sealed since ancient epochs will awaken, appearing one by one. However, the will of the current epoch rejects the deities of past eras. Only by obtaining sufficient faith can we be accepted. For this, those deities will stop at nothing, and you must be careful. At that moment, a power as heavy as an abyss suddenly coalesced above, and a cold, indifferent eye slowly opened its gaze, crossing endless space. Jiang Yan felt a chilling and suffocating pressure fill his entire body, halting his thoughts. Life blossoms only at the moment of withering. As the incantation rang out, the scepter in the 12-winged angel's hand paused gently, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Saint Lord, I must leave, otherwise the suppression of the epochs will harm you. Jiang Yan, still shaken, managed a bitter smile and nodded, realizing just how terrifying that force had been. Analea, until our arrival, the safety of the Saint Lord is entrusted to you. That is the meaning of my existence, your grace, Analea replied. Athena smiled slightly, turning to fly back to the angelic gate. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly seemed to recall something, and looked back at a certain place, then entered the gate, disappearing from sight. The 36 angelic spirits also rose simultaneously to bow. Saint Lord Lady Analea, we shall also leave. Go ahead. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Wait! Fully restored Yablik rushed over anxiously, shouting. That beast hasn't been killed yet. Take another look. Jiang Yan smiled slightly. Ha! What's going on? I didn't see them take action. Yablik's eyes widened. The once invincible abyssal beast was now utterly silent, its flesh and blood losing color, and then it was ruthlessly hacked into a pile of mush by Shield 2, venting its anger. Jiang Yan recalled Athena's glance before she vanished and said uncertainly, maybe it was just glanced at. What? Yablik was astonished. Died just from being looked at? That was an abyssal demigod just like that. Your Grace Athena is the archangel, one of the strongest in our clan. You are simply ignorant, dragon. Analea interjected discontentedly. Fine. It's good that it's dead. I don't want to fight such a war machine again. Yablik dared not retort, begrudgingly saying, Analea, do you know what Athena just mentioned? Jiang Yan asked. The other grace who governs the divine office of fate made a prophecy: in the last epoch of the worlds all past deities will appear, and the one who gathers the most faith will suppress the abyss and become the lord of the worlds. Analea recalled with effort. I'm not clear about the others. Only a few graces know. All right. Jiang Yan sighed. He did not believe those powerful deities would sit down and negotiate peacefully over shares of faith. Undoubtedly, once those beings appeared, they would surely clash fiercely. The threat of the abyss was already significant. Now, adding a group of past epic deities made his head spin. Especially since he was currently regarded as the Holy Lord of Light by the angelic race, war was clearly inevitable. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Yan decided not to dwell on it any longer. The most important thing now was to enjoy the fruits of victory. The 20th level of the Tower of Heritage. This should be a level never reached by anyone since the inception of the worlds. Had he not summoned Athena, it would have been impossible for the 6-winged angels and the giant dragons to contend with the abyssal beast. Clearing the 20th level would at least grant him a mythic level or higher profession. Jiang Yan felt a surge of anticipation in his heart for the power he could control. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 20th level of the Tower of Heritage. The reward calculation begins now. Total rewards: 209 survival points, 209 profession weight, mythic level associated treasure chest 1, highest level profession inheritance opportunity 1. As the prompt sounded, the entire world became bright. At the very center, a mirror-like object several meters high slowly emerged, its edges engraved with a dense array of intricate laws. Please, challenger, place your hand on the source mirror. It will match the most suitable inheritance for you based on the traits you displayed in this Tower of Heritage. Special reminder: your inheritance this time will be matched within the mythic unique level profession. Jiang Yan excitedly stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the mirror as prompted. Detection in progress, please wait. The mirror plunged into darkness. Yablik could not help but interject, Master, what kind of profession do you think you will obtain? Humph, the Holy Master will naturally acquire a top-tier profession in the Holy Light system. I guess it will be something like the Lord of Radiance or the Holy Light successor. Although it might be somewhat unworthy, it will have to do for now. Once paradise returns to its former glory, the united efforts of the 4 crowned ones will allow the Holy Master to regain the power of the radiant Holy Master. Analea said proudly. Exactly. Besides, the Lord is humble, righteous, brave, and wise. These qualities are favored by the Holy Light. Several great swordsmen also laughed and joined in. Jiang Yan recalled what Athena had previously said: the Holy Light has chosen you, and couldn't help but smile subtly. It should be so. Detection complete, beginning to collect factors for matching. At that moment, various images began to manifest on the mirror. In the first scene, Jiang Yan was seen holding a dagger, skillfully gutting a poor spider that could not move. I am quite interested in the structure of those unknown and powerful creatures. In the second scene, Jiang Yan was seen biting into a crispy, oily bear paw with one hand, while holding an angelic sword in the other, standing atop the giant bear. Amidst the creature's fearful gaze, he sliced off a piece of tender meat. Actually, this piece of meat is also quite good. It looks very tender. I'll take it with me. We can have hot pot when we return to the Federation. In the third scene, an elderly lady with a kind face appeared, terrified, while opposite her Jiang Yan wore a grim expression. A cold voice emerged. Kill her. No. Jiang Yan was a bit unable to contain himself. This mirror spirit of the Tower of Inheritance can also maliciously edit things. This is pure slander. However, the mirror spirit ignored his protests. The scenes continued, eventually lingering on the image of a deep abyss terror beast that had been reduced to a pile of flesh. Assessment complete. You are ruthless, cold-blooded, and indifferent to life, able to act violently even against the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Thus, the extracted traits are cruel, sinister, twisted, calm. Matching suitable profession. Matching complete. Congratulations, Challenger, you have obtained the unique first-tier class, Undead Emperor. Without any reaction time, a dark beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang Yan completely. The aura of death began to fill the space. The 10 great swordsmen were left speechless in shock. Yablik wore an expression of "I knew it," and his fear deepened. Meanwhile, Analia stood to the side, frowning tightly, saying nothing, lost in thought. 1 hour. 10 hours. 2 full days later, the black beam gradually faded, and Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding kinfolk stepped forward. Master! Yablik was about to speak, but upon meeting Jiang Yan's gaze, he felt an overwhelming chill and authority wash over him, as if he were standing amidst a mountain of corpses. He involuntarily took 2 steps back. What's wrong? Jiang Yan gradually regained his senses, and seeing this curiously touched his face. A nothing. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring a powerful inheritance. Yablik blinked hard, realizing that the previous scene had vanished. Holy Master. Jiang Yan turned his head and found Analia staring at him intently, feeling somewhat guilty. All these angels referred to him as the Radiant Holy Master, yet he had transitioned into the Undead Emperor. He had never heard of such a situation in his 2 lifetimes and had no idea how to explain it. He knew that matters involving faith were always extremely serious and complicated. Let me explain, Analia. Jiang Yan steeled himself to speak. Holy Master, I understand everything. Actually, my heart still leans towards the light. You understand? Jiang Yan was taken aback. What did you understand? He noticed Analia's eyes suddenly filled with great reverence. I have heard that in ancient mythology there was a powerful being who made the grand vow, I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. I always thought it was just a legendary tale. But today your actions, Holy Master, are no less than his. The Undead Emperor is the most evil and sinister profession. It spreads death and does not spare even the corpses of living beings. This kind of power, aside from you, would be a disaster for anyone else in the world. It's just that it must be difficult for you to accept such evil power. It must be very uncomfortable for someone who harbors light in their heart. Looking at Analia's incredibly sincere expression, Jiang Yan remained silent for a second before nodding in agreement. Indeed, as the Radiant Holy Master, this kind of evil power can never taint my heart, and I will master it, conquer it, and thoroughly purify it with the holy light. But this path is destined to be difficult and arduous. Are you willing to help me, Analia? I am willing. Analia replied excitedly and firmly, wherever your will points, that is where my sword will go. We will always follow in your footsteps, Holy Master. Jiang Yan turned away, letting out a long breath. He suddenly remembered Analia's faith panel. Faith level blind, everything you say is right. So these 2 words carry such weight. After calming this perceptive angel, Jiang Yan finally had the opportunity to try out his newly acquired powers. At this moment, his panel had completely transformed. In addition to the original Lord interface, a separate profession interface appeared. Undead Emperor level, unique first tier. Exclusive skill 1, Necromantic Domination. Highest priority to control all deceased beings within a certain range, generating or transforming them into undead creatures. Exclusive skill 2, Imperial Descent. Any being summoned by necromantic spells is subject to the Undead Emperor's control to some extent. Exclusive skill 3, Necromancer's Hall. Can consume a certain amount of death essence to permanently summon a spirit from the Necromancer's Hall in the Netherworld. First summon is free. Exclusive skill 4, Death Harvest. Each kill grants a certain amount of death essence. Built-in talent infinite. As the Undead Emperor, your summoning capacity will have no limit. Incredible. Jiang Yan was left dumbfounded. To his knowledge, necromancer professions typically started with only 1 skill, usually summoning skeletons. To obtain higher-tier skills, one had to level up. Moreover, he had seen divine-level necromancers unleash their full power, only able to summon about 10,000 skeleton warriors. It wasn't that their mana was insufficient. It was the restrictions of the laws. But the Undead Emperor not only started with 4 skills, but also possessed the talent for infinite summoning. The only weakness of a lord is the limitation of resources, unable to recruit unlimited troops, and if their top combat power dies, the long training will be completely in vain. But the undead are different. As long as there are enough corpses, they can be summoned, infinitely growing stronger with each battle. If fortunate enough to find divine remains, they could directly possess divine-level combat power. A thought suddenly flashed in Jiang Yan's mind. I am invincible. Master, since the profession has been fully inherited, let's hurry and open the myth-related treasure chest. Yablik urged curiously. He had previously loved collecting various treasures, but had never seen equipment of divine quality before. Jiang Yan nodded, taking out a gem-like box and silently invoking the command to open it. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger, you have obtained the myth-level equipment, Cataclysm. A staff resembling pure black jade suddenly appeared in his hand, with a skull frozen at its tip, red light flickering in its eye sockets. Its information simultaneously flooded into Jiang Yan's mind. Cataclysm Grade Divine Weapon Effect enhances necromantic abilities by 300%. Attached ability Instant Death consumes the source of death to forcibly designate a living being for death, cooldown period of 30 days. Ineffective against masters and above. Overall rating 17322. As he looked at the description of instant death, Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. The realms of divine beings are divided into lower gods, middle gods, and upper gods, followed by masters and supreme gods. Ineffective against masters and above means it could instantly kill ordinary divine beings. As far as he knew, within the next decade, the strongest beings in the entire Xinhuan Empire would only just be entering the upper god realm. Within the Federation, the top individual powerhouse, the war god, Du Changkong, was merely at the peak of lower god. This meant that as long as he had enough sources of death, he could even instantly kill those formidable beings he could only look up to in his past life. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan turned his gaze, looking at Yablik with ill intent. Instant death locked on. A feedback sensation came. To instantly kill a Diamond Tier 10 dragon required 100,000 sources of death. Yablik, who was engrossed in chatting with 10 mother dragons through the dragon communication, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his soul completely locked and unable to move. As he was horrified, he found that this feeling had vanished without a trace, and he couldn't help but lift his head in confusion. Jiang Yan, who had verified his conjecture, turned back without showing any emotion. Regarding the source of death, he naturally knew how to obtain it after receiving the Necromancer's class. There are two methods. One is self-cultivation, and after becoming a lower god, he could possess a total of 100,000 sources of death, which is the choice of the vast majority of necromancers. The second method is to use the necromancer's fourth skill, Death Harvest. For every living being killed, he can obtain 1 point of source of death independent of strength. After all, even gods only have 1 life. Without a doubt, the second method is much quicker than the first. Truly is an evil profession forcing him to wage war. However, that is a matter for the future. Jiang Yan sighed, no longer dwelling on it. The trial was over and the Tower of Inheritance had been cleared. It was time to return. This is one of the rules of the multiverse. After the novice phase exam concludes, the multiverse needs to perform a series of tasks, such as recording the information of the exam takers, synchronizing time, and allocating worlds, which takes about 3 days. Afterwards, every lord or professional who passes the examination will officially join the fight against the endless abyss. There will be no need to rely on teleportation devices. They can enter the multiverse or return to the real world anytime, anywhere. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan spoke to everyone. I am about to return to the original world, so you all will have to enter the temporary space of the multiverse first. Only familiars of divine level can cross the barrier between the multiverse and the real world. Since he had not been allocated a territory, he could only make do. Yablik and the great swordsman nodded. Master, I can enter the heart of angels and not be restricted by the rules of traversing, Analia said. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised, but upon thinking of the power of the angel race, he understood. Then it's settled. Analia will enter the heart of angels with me to return, while you all will enter the temporary space first. We will meet again in 7 days. Jiang Yan quickly made arrangements. Yes, Lord Master. In a flash of light, soon the once lively space was left with only Jiang Yan. He silently communicated with the will of the multiverse return. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted once more. At the Federation's emergency meeting center. Oldly, this matter can only be entrusted to you. Yes, Oldly, your daughter and Jiang are childhood friends. He will give you some face. Now many forces are watching him. The Federation cannot offer anything comparable to them, so we can only rely on emotional appeal. Everyone was discussing in a flurry, their faces a mix of joy and worry. The emergence of a genius is a good thing which can greatly alleviate the pressure on the Federation. However, the emergence of a peerless genius may not be so fortunate. There are too many competitors, and the Federation simply lacks the capital to retain him. The middle-aged man, known as Old Li, had a somewhat complex expression. He had certainly investigated the young man who had an ambiguous relationship with his daughter. His parents went missing during an interstellar exploration, but fortunately, they had left behind considerable assets entrusted to a center for accidental incident caregiving, which spared the 3-year-old Jiang Yan from being left with nothing. Logically, such a person should not have any intersections with his daughter. Yet this young man was exceptionally capable, getting direct admissions to the best schools across all stages with outstanding results, and coincidentally ended up in the same class as his daughter. At that time, in order to nip their early romance in the bud, he certainly did not approach it like a mindless villain saying things like, "Do you deserve it?" or "Look in the mirror," or "A toad wants to eat a swan's meat." But he did indeed display his authority. He did not believe he was wrong. Educating against early romance was necessary, and didn't he stop interfering once they entered college? Now the organization unexpectedly wanted him to please the other party, which left him unsure of where to place his face. It was simply a joke. How could a father curry favor with a young man? He steeled his heart and spoke ahem. "I think this matter." Ding. A mail was automatically received and opened on the projector in the center of the meeting. Only urgent reports would do this. Everyone's expressions changed and they looked over. The 9th period of the Multiverse Tower of Inheritance Assessment has concluded, and the rankings are as follows. First place, Jiang Yan, 20th floor, Source Star Federation. Second place, Luo Chenyu, 9th floor, Xinhuan Empire. Third place, 20th floor. One person murmured in disbelief. In the history of the Xinhuan Empire, there had been individuals who passed hell-level assessments, but their Tower of Inheritance had only reached up to the 10th floor. "This is impossible," someone exclaimed. They had done research. According to the power enhancement ratio of the Tower of Inheritance, reaching the 20th floor would require at least the combat strength of a divine being. But this was impossible. Even passing the master-level assessment only represented developmental potential, and could not be converted into immediate combat strength. Everyone could not understand, but undoubtedly this meant Jiang Yan's value had increased. Besides having a powerful familiar, he himself would also become the strongest professional. Old Li's expression changed, and he silently took out a crystal tablet and dialed a phone number. "Hello, Miaolin, Dad. Wants to ask you something." "What did you say?" "That young man Jiang. Handsome guy liked." At the first teleportation hub of the Federal Academy, space churned violently as 2 men materialized on the spot. "Jiang Yan. Yemo." Both spoke simultaneously. "Congratulations, brother Jiang," said one man after a pause, his expression complex. Before the launch of the multiversal realms, he and Jiang Yan had been peerless prodigies, equally famed within the academy. But now their standings had undergone a tectonic shift. "Likewise, brother Yi," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. "It seems overall performance was lackluster. Only the 2 of us ranked within the top 10,000. Yemo glanced around and remarked, "Still having you, a sovereign-tier qualifier, here makes everything else irrelevant." Those granted eligibility for the Heritage Tower were transmitted out 2 days later than all others. At this moment, aside from staff, no other students remained here. A stroke of luck, nothing more. Jiang Yan shook his head unassuming. He knew full well his success owed more to fortune than superiority. He was no stronger than Yemo. In his past life, their abilities had been nearly identical. Both had barely cleared the difficult tier trials. Yemo blinked, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yan's candid humility, then chuckled softly. "Alas, I lacked such fortune. Have you decided yet? Step beyond these doors, and the factions vying to recruit you would stretch all the way to outer space. Naturally, I remain with the Federation." Jiang Yan countered. "And you? What do you think?" Yemo shrugged. "Why would I leave home when home is far better? And besides, I've got a colossal pillar like you to lean on. Still, your situation is unique. You'd do well to wait 3 days before deciding." "I know. Thank you," Jiang Yan nodded. 3 days hence, once registration in the multiversal realms was complete, he could re-enter that realm at will, free from any danger posed by the real world. "You're welcome. I recall you scored perfectly in general knowledge. Surely you need no reminder," Yemo said wryly. "Right then, let's go. No need to keep the waiting crowd on edge." "Indeed, quite the spectacle," Jiang Yan murmured, subtly sensing outward The Grand Hall beyond the hub housed over 30 formidable transcendent beings, most likely high-ranking Federation officials and envoys from external powers. Had it not been for the star-encircling Empire's strict law forbidding non-examinees and unauthorized personnel from entering the teleportation zone, they'd have swarmed the very portal itself. Let's go. Jiang Yan sighed. Not surprised nor able to avoid it, they traversed the long corridor and passed through the 100 soft-meters-long mission assignment zone, arriving at the Grand Hall's inner entrance. The two exchanged a glance, then pushed open the door. Instantly over 30 transcendent masters turned as one, every single one at least a demi-deity. Jiang Yan stepped forward, without hesitation placing himself squarely before Yemo. Though these elders had carefully muted their auras, even that diluted pressure was unbearable for a newly ascended transcendent student. Yet Jiang Yan remained unaffected. His angelic heart shielded him entirely. "Thank you," came a quiet murmur from behind. "No thanks needed." Were even, Jiang Yan replied, seizing the moment to appraise the assembled dignitaries. The figure seated at the far left, first seat, was instantly familiar. The Academy's dean. The one at the far right wore attire unmistakably diplomatic, clearly an envoy from the star-encircling Empire's embassy. Factions were arrayed with precise, almost ritualistic separation. No chaotic rush, no jostling for advantage. This must be Brother Jiang Yan, truly a paragon of excellence. "I am the star-encircling Empire's special envoy. Might we speak privately at your convenience?" "Greetings, Brother Jiang. I represent the Celestial Apex Alliance. I am an envoy of Luo Yun Mountain." Once the star-encircling Empire's envoy had spoken, others swiftly followed suit. "I'm deeply honored by your generosity, esteemed elders. But after over 10 consecutive days of trials, my spirit is frayed. May I respectfully request 2 days rest before making any decision?" Jiang Yan offered an apologetic smile. "Of course, our oversight entirely." The envoy laughed warmly. "Here is my contact information. Please reach out whenever you've rested." "Brother, here's my contact." "And mine." None seemed surprised. Each stepped forward eagerly to exchange details. Traditionally, most prodigies deferred negotiations until personal security was assured. Today's gathering was merely a formal declaration of intent. After all, Jiang Yan was the first sovereign-tier qualifier in the history of the star-encircling empire, and the sole individual ever to ascend to the 20th floor of the Heritage Tower. His intrinsic value, and the intelligence embedded in how he had triumphed, was incalculable. Thus many factions attended not solely to recruit but to establish rapport. They'd sent their most polished, politically astute elites. No brash bullies, no arrogant fools. Emo, standing nearby, wore a faintly resigned expression. Under ordinary circumstances, as a difficult tier qualifier ranking among the top 10,000, he too would have drawn serious interest, never reduced to near invisibility. An hour later, after all contacts had been exchanged, the envoys departed one by one. Jiang Yan exhaled deeply, massaging his stiffened cheeks, then turned respectfully toward the elderly man who had stood silently throughout. Dean Emo hurried forward to echo. Jiang Yan held profound respect for this dean, not only for his mentorship but because, so rumor held, he had personally overridden elite patronage to admit Jiang Yan and several others into the elite class, displacing scions of powerful families. Not only for his mentorship but because, so rumor held, he had personally overridden elite patronage to admit Jiang Yan and several others into the elite class, displacing scions of powerful families. "Both of you have done exceptionally well," the elder said, eyes warm with pride. "Higher authorities specifically recalled me to retain you both. Yet I devote my life to only 2 pursuits: warfare and teaching. To coerce young minds into binding decisions, that is beyond me. At your age and era's past, life was meant to bloom its most radiant season. Romance, virtual duels with close friends, or racing starships along orbital highways. These were the joys of youth. We elders still stand. It is our duty, not yours, to bear the weight. So pursue your heart's desires freely. This academy shall always be your home." Enough, the elder waved gently. "For the next few days, Elder Du, Elder Zhang, and I, all sages, will remain stationed nearby. Rest well. Do not leave academy grounds. Everything else can wait until after those 2 days." Both nodded solemnly. "Then we'll take our leave, Dean." The elder watched them walk away, his smile fading slowly, quietly. "How goes it?" Several vermin slipped in. Only one sage-level infiltrator. Elder Du eliminated him. A flash of lightning heralded the arrival of a stern, middle-aged man. These shadows thrive in secrecy. With abyssal incursions intensifying daily, they still waste energy on internal strife. The elder scoffed coldly. Rest easy, master. Elder Du and I will hold this ground until those two youths complete their multiversal realms registration in 3 days. Then their safety will be assured. The middle-aged man rubbed his temples. Still, the abyssal pressure mounts. Elder Du is peerless, yes, but he is only one. I'm nearing my limit, and whether this young man chooses to stay remains unknown. 3 days later, Jiang Yan awakened from his meditation. In the depths of his consciousness, an elusive connection reached out from a distant space-time. He understood that his soul had bound itself with the multiverse, allowing him to return at any time and place. Finally safe, Jiang Yan said, as he stretched his muscles, quietly contemplating his next plan. Completing the registration for the multiverse meant he would have to confront the endless abyss. No one knows where it came from nor how many layers it has. Even a decade later, the strongest within the Starry Empire could only reach the 49th layer. It is unknowable, difficult to observe, and impossible to resist. Fortunately, the multiverse used its supreme power to shatter the channels of the entire abyss, sealing them in countless worlds, freezing each until the right moment for unsealing. For example, after this registration period of the multiverse, a new abyss world will be unsealed, and all participants must go to that world to fend off the abyss invasion. Each lord will initially receive a base and a corresponding abyss channel. Monsters will continuously descend from the abyss channel, and they must be resisted and contained with the help of local forces. If they fail on a personal level, they will lose their status as a lord and will no longer be able to enter the multiverse. For the forces behind them, they must spend survival points to freeze that abyss channel or transfer the pressure to another lord, otherwise the uncontrolled abyss channel will continue to spread, affecting companions and the real world. Additionally, as the erosion level of the abyss in that world increases, the monsters descending from the channel will also grow stronger, making resistance increasingly difficult. Unless someone can completely destroy all channels, but very few can achieve this. Because when attacking an abyss channel, a powerful abyss demon corresponding to the maximum erosion level of that plane will forcibly descend, making it nearly invincible. Moreover, with at least 1 million lords participating in each phase, coupled with existing local channels, to completely close a channel, one would need to slay over 1 million abyss demons. So even with the help of the multiverse, beings in the real world still struggle to survive. It remains uncertain whether the powerful professions of angels and the undead emperor can achieve this. Jiang Yan pondered silently. According to legend, if someone truly manages to destroy all abyss channels in a world, that world will become a safe zone free from the threat of the abyss. Even if the real world is destroyed, they can bring their compatriots to settle in that world. Ding! Master, there is a visit request. At that moment, the crystal watch on his wrist emitted a notification. Jiang Yan looked over to see an envoy from the Starry Empire coming to visit. The representatives of various forces had already agreed on a time with him 2 days ago. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Even though he had already decided to stay in the Federation, it was unnecessary to offend them completely by refusing to meet. After tidying himself up a bit, Jiang Yan went downstairs to greet them. He saw not only the envoy he had met earlier, but also a well-dressed man, a star-shaped mark faintly visible on his forehead, clearly a member of the royal family of the Starry Empire. Following behind was a human from the Federation. Little brother Jiang, sorry for the intrusion. It is truly due to the urgency of time. I hope for your understanding. The envoy from the Starry Empire spoke enthusiastically upon meeting. Not at all, please come in. Jiang Yan responded with a smile, knowing their intentions. After the registration for the multiverse, one must confirm their affiliated force and enter the Abyss world within 10 days. For example, if he chooses to enter from the Federation, then everything in the Abyss world would be bound to the Federation, and if his Abyss channel were to fall, it would also affect the erosion level of the Abyss fissures in the real world. Conversely, the same applies. Thus, these forces are eager to recruit him within these 10 days. Little brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is His Highness, the 7th Prince of our Starry Empire, Luo Baiyu. The envoy from the Starry Empire gestured. Pleasure to meet you. Luo Baiyu extended his right hand. I didn't expect His Highness to know the etiquette of the Federation. Jiang Yan extended his hand, somewhat surprised. Little brother, you may not know our prince specially went to learn the customs of the Federation, the envoy added beside him. Luo Baiyu smiled non-committally and projected a virtual list. Jiang Yan, I prefer to be straightforward, so I will get to the point. The Empire, including my father, greatly appreciates you, and we are here with sincerity. You can take a look. I guarantee it far exceeds any conditions offered by other forces. As long as you are willing to join the Empire, all of this will be fulfilled within 10 days. He instinctively glanced over. 1. 10 master-level support professionals. 2. 5 epic-level architectural blueprints, and 1 legendary-level blueprint. 3. A complete set of epic-level equipment. 4. Resource tilt from the Starry Empire's direct camp. 5. A total of 37 items covering almost all aspects except what is prohibited by the multiverse. Support professionals include formation masters, spirit food masters, etc., who can build defensive arrays for the base, create magical food that enhances levels, and more. They can sign subordinate contracts with the Lord and join them in the same base. Having their assistance is akin to adding wings to a tiger. As for the blueprints in the multiverse do not distinguish specific items before use, only levels. After use, they will automatically generate a building related to the affiliated faction. In his past life as a deity, he only had 1 epic-level building. Other conditions are also exceptionally precious. What a grand gesture, Jiang Yan thought to himself. Moreover, we will provide some support to the Federation to compensate for the pressure of the vacancies left by your departure. Seeing Jiang Yan's silent, Luo Baiyu continued, the Empire has always treated talents very generously. You just need to sign the camp transfer contract. We will take care of everything else, leaving you with no worries. Indeed, Zhang Shueti, the third person who had been silent, stepped forward and spoke. I wonder if you recognize me. My name is Chun Shan, also a graduate of the command department. Brother Chun, I have certainly heard of you. You are 3 years my senior. Your name is on the monument of outstanding graduates. I do not deserve the title of outstanding. I only passed the difficult level. Not to mention surpassing Zhang Shueti, even among my peers I wouldn't rank first. Chun Shan smiled with a sense of pride. But look at my strength now. Demigod level. Indeed, to my knowledge, among those who passed the difficult level at the same time, the highest is simply Diamond level 9. However, after joining the Starry Empire, I have far surpassed them. Chun Shan suddenly turned to Jiang Yan, speaking meaningfully. Zhang Shueti, you are a clever person. I believe you understand that often choice is greater than effort. I agree with that. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. So what is your choice? The members of the Starry Empire laughed. But I might be a foolish person. Jiang Yan said with a hint of apology. Thank you, Your Highness and the Empire, for your kindness, but I have already decided to stay in the Federation. At the embassy of the Starry Empire in the Federation, a flicker of light appeared and 3 men materialized in place. Your Highness, that guy is really too unappreciative of kindness. Even with potential, he is merely a junior lord at best, Chun Shan said, flattering. I have quite a few friends in the upper echelons of the Federation. Should I find someone to teach him a lesson? Of course, this was bragging. With Jiang Yan's current status, how many god-level powerhouses would pay attention to him? Who would dare to trip him up? But that was not important. What the leadership wanted was merely an attitude. This was the 7th prince of the Empire. If he could secure his favor, would there be any shortage of resources in the future? Why are you still here? Luo Baiyu cast a cold glance. Ah, Your Highness. Chun Shan was stunned, not expecting such a reaction from his flattery, and suddenly felt at a loss. Get lost already. The ambassador subtly signaled and smoothed things over. I have overstepped. I will take my leave now. Chun Shan felt humiliated but forced a smile. Clueless. Luo Baiyu coldly snorted as he watched Chun Shan retreat. Those with such potential who came over, if they were not thinking about being classmates with Jiang Yan to make recruitment more persuasive, wouldn't even qualify to interact with him. Let alone the fact that he has always looked down on such sycophants and backstabbers. After all, he is just a person from a small place. Please do not be angry, Your Highness. But this Jiang Yan is unwilling to join the Empire. What do you think should be done, Your Highness? The ambassador smiled obsequiously. I actually admire him quite a bit. If he is willing to betray his own country for some benefits, he will eventually betray the Empire for even greater benefits, Luo Baiyu said with a calm smile. Since he is unwilling to submit, let's form an alliance instead. Isn't the 6th sister also in this issue of various realms? If we can't be companions, at least we can. Well, that's not bad either. Your Highness is wise, the ambassador said sincerely. Meanwhile, visitors to Jiang Yan's residence kept coming in droves. Among them were those from the Starry Empire who brought along a lobbyist of Federation descent. Jiang Yan didn't have much to say about these people. However, 10 years later, various realms would be in turmoil and the abyss would erupt. Small factions like the Federation, while precarious, at least had everyone fighting for their country and guarding their home, dying with dignity. As for those who defected to other factions, they might be fine during peacetime, but in times of chaos, they would be the first to be abandoned, dying without dignity. Everyone has their own ambitions, and there's no need for more words. Jiang Yan's side stood up and prepared to find the dean. He had dealt with these factions sufficiently and was ready to go to various realms. Oh, right before going he still had to contact Miaolin, as it would be a long time before he could see her again. As he pondered, Jiang Yan reached the door and casually glanced only to find two people standing downstairs on the security display. Ha! Jiang Yan couldn't help but look strange. At the bottom of the independent dormitory, a middle-aged man in formal attire asked with an unnatural expression, "Miaolin, do you think this outfit of mine is too serious? What if I scare Xiao Jiang?" "Not at all," Li Miaolin couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, what's up with you today? Usually don't you often say, 'This little brat, I must break his legs when I see him'?" "A real man can bend and stretch," the man said with a hint of reluctance. "By the way, does Xiao Jiang really like this gift? Isn't it a bit childish?" He glanced at the two large boxes of figurines in his hands, his lips twitching slightly. "How about adding 2 boxes of cigarettes?" "No need, he doesn't smoke." Li Miaolin waved her hand. "He usually just likes to stay in the dormitory messing around with those anime things aside from attending class and simulation battles. He will definitely like it." "Is that so?" The man pondered. "All right, Dad, rather than getting hung up on these, it's better to prepare more benefits for them." Li Miaolin patted her forehead helplessly. The man smiled bitterly. "The resources we should have are naturally arranged according to the highest standards, but they can't compare with those major factions, so the leadership sent me to test the waters." Ding dong. Ding dong. Li Miaolin looked at her father's hesitance and rolled her eyes, then directly pressed the doorbell. "Hey Miaolin, you." The man hurriedly adjusted his clothes. After a moment of footsteps, the door opened. "Ha, Uncle Li Miaolin, what brings you here? Please come in." Jiang Yan quickly welcomed the two inside. "Xiao." Cough cough. "Jiang Yan, I happen to be nearby on business," and Miaolin said, "She wanted to come visit you, insisting on dragging me along. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all, I'm very happy that you two came. Uncle Li, you can just call me Xiao Jiang," Jiang Yan said with a smile while casting a puzzled glance at the girl beside him. He noticed Li Miaolin secretly winking at him. Jiang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. Dressed so formally, and they came together as father and daughter. This was a test for him. Immediately his smile grew even more enthusiastic. "Come Uncle Li, please sit. Would you like something to drink?" "Just tea will be fine, thank you." Jiang Yan nodded, about to get up to make tea, but was stopped by Li Miaolin. "You two chat. I can handle it." Saying this, she walked aside, skillfully opening the drawer to take out the tea canister. "Miaolin, do you come here often?" The man couldn't help but frown at his daughter's familiarity. "Uncle, I can explain." Jiang Yan immediately straightened up, a look of panic on his face. In the past, when he was busy with virtual battles, Li Miaolin occasionally came by to help him tidy up the place, and even these tea bags were bought and arranged by her. The man turned his head, suddenly recalling his purpose, and revealed a smile, pondering, Xiao Jiang. "Oh no." Jiang Yan looked at the man's smile, suddenly recalling an incident from elementary school. Back then he had secretly written a love letter to Li Miaolin, only to be discovered by her father, who stormed into school the next day to inform the homeroom teacher. At that time, when he was punished to make a self-criticism in front of the whole class, this old man had that very same smile. No, he had to strike first. "Uncle Li, I know what you mean. It's not what you think," Jiang Yan explained quickly. The man paused. "You know I'm here to recruit you on behalf of the Federation. Not what you think." Does this mean he is reluctant to accept? The man sighed inwardly. This was the scenario he had anticipated, yet his smile remained as he said, "Xiao Jiang, don't rush, listen to our conditions." Jiang Yan, who was about to explain, was momentarily stunned, then, suddenly delighted. To be willing to present conditions means they are willing to accept him. Isn't this the right moment for a declaration? Immediately he became serious. "Uncle, you can say whatever conditions you have, it doesn't matter." The man's heart sank. Indeed, the conditions that those major factions could offer undoubtedly surpassed what the Federation could provide, so of course he wouldn't care about the Federation's offerings. So he reluctantly tried to persuade, "Xiao Jiang, the conditions really can't compare to theirs." "But how could that be, Uncle Li?" Jiang Yan interrupted in surprise. "Miaolin is the best in my heart. How could she be inferior to anyone else?" What does this have to do with Miaolin?" The man was also taken aback. "Ha ha ha." Li Miaolin, who had been watching the conversation between the two, finally couldn't help but laugh, her beautiful eyes squinting into crescent moons. "So 2 days ago, when Xiao Jiang spoke to you on the phone, he expressed his decision to stay in the Federation. Why didn't you tell me?" The man looked at his daughter with an unfriendly expression. Yes, Li Mirolan innocently blinked and said, "You often teach me to be trustworthy. 2 days ago, Jiang Yan was still in danger. He told me that was a sign of his trust in me. How could I betray his trust? You?" The man shook his head and turned away with a wry smile, saying, "You've made a fool of me, Xiao Jiang. What brings you and Uncle Li here today? Is it to ask about my plans?" Jiang Yan had a somewhat helpless expression. He thought Li Mirolan would reveal it to them, so he had not considered this aspect at all. "Yes." Turning serious, the man said, "Xiao Jiang, you are the most talented and promising lord in history, and the Federation truly hopes you will stay. However, I must make it clear that the resources of the Federation are far inferior to those powerful factions. Even if we exhaust our savings to assist you, it still cannot compare to what they offer. You need to think this through." "There's no need to think, Uncle Li," Jiang Yan said calmly. "I will stay in the Federation." "Why? Do I need a reason to stay in my hometown?" Although these factions are very polite now, he has not forgotten that in his past life, he died due to the delays of the Xingyun Valley and the false intelligence from the Xinhuan Empire. Currently, he was merely pretending to cooperate due to a lack of strength. Once he grew stronger, he would naturally investigate and seek justice. Moreover, Jiang Yan glanced at the girl beside him. In his past life, when he was killed by the demon god, the Spirit Array Master, who should have been in a safe position at the back of the camp, was the first to rush out in tears. The man fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. He stood up and handed Jiang Yan 2 bags of ridiculous gifts, saying, "Mirolan chose these. I don't know if you will like them." "Really?" Jiang Yan was taken aback, then smiled back, "Of course." 2 days later, at the Federation's Multiverse General Affairs Center. "Dean, you were looking for me?" An energetic old man turned around, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "You've come. You sent a message, how could I not come?" "You brat." The old man chuckled, taking out a space storage box and tossing it to Jiang Yan. "I was supposed to give this to you 2 days ago. It took a little time for something. Take a look. By the way, the high-level support profession card you specifically requested for that girl from the Li family has already been transferred to her. It's the highest level in the Federation's inventory." "Thank you, Dean." Jiang Yan did not feign modesty or decline. He truly needed resources to accelerate his early development. After briefly checking, he noticed a thoughtful attachment of a supply list: rare blueprints 5, epic blueprints 1, employment contract dwarf construction team 1, perfect equipment brilliant heavy armor set 1, heart of a lower demon god 1. In total, there were 17 items, which were certainly far inferior to those of the Xinhuan Empire, but Jiang Yan knew this was already the Federation's limit, even better than the treatment he received after becoming a deity in his previous life. There was even a heart of a lower demon god. No wonder the dean said it took some time. This thing can only be preserved for 10 days, can be exchanged for 100,000 soul crystals, and is the only type of soul crystal resource allowed in the multiverse. For a novice lord, it was more precious than anything else. After all, abyssal demon gods are not easy to kill, and in the entire Federation as well as the entire territory of Xingyun Valley, probably only Du Changkong, who learned from Bai Qi, could do it. Jiang Yan felt grateful and immediately said, "Please convey my thanks to that esteemed person." The old man laughed and said, "Old Du has high hopes for you. He wants you to grow quickly. He's not a lord, so his assassinations won't affect the overall war situation. In addition, 6 skilled support professionals have already signed contracts. Once you enter the abyss, use the contracts and they will appear." After saying this, the old man's expression turned serious. "Keep the items safe. Your foundational course grades are excellent, and I won't go into basic knowledge, but there are some situations you need to understand in advance." "Dean, please go on." Jiang Yan stood up straight, listening attentively. This time in the Abyss world, the Federation has been allocated 21 shares corresponding exactly to the 21 lords born this period. However, apart from you and Yemo, the rest are basically ordinary lords. Based on past experience, they will find it difficult to survive the 3rd round of the abyssal upheaval. By then, their abyssal passage will have only 2 choices, either to freeze the survival points or transfer them to others. The old man looked somewhat apologetic. The Federation's survival points are very scarce, even counting the portion you earn. If you have the capacity, when the time comes, I hope you can take on some of the pressure. That's only natural. It's my duty, Jiang Yan replied solemnly. In fact, it was indeed the case in his past life. The other 19 lords never made it to the 3rd round, and their territories were all breached. However, back then, he and Yemo were merely intermediate lords, unable to share the pressure. The Federation was forced to use its stored survival points, leading to increasingly difficult circumstances. The old man nodded in satisfaction. But you must act within your means. Your development is the most important. Okay, I won't say more. Your identity information has already been recorded, and you will automatically be assigned to the Federation's position upon entering. Once you handle your matters here, just communicate with the multiverse. Understood. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and realized there was nothing else to address, so he excused himself to the dean and returned to his dorm. Entering the multiverse. With a thought, that faint bond tightened abruptly like a rope. When Jiang Yan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bright and void space. The familiar prompt sound rang out. This session of the Abyssal World will synchronize with each dimension's timeline, and is expected to have a waiting time of 30 minutes. Please wait. This is the magic of the multiverse. During these 10 days, challengers entering at any time only need to wait for about half an hour, and finally on the morning of the 11th day, they will be teleported to the Abyssal battlefield together. With some time left, Jiang Yan opened the multiverse forum page. His post about the Tower of Inheritance strategy had already garnered over 300 million comments. The strategy for the first 5 layers was free while the subsequent content was restricted. He planned to exchange for something good from the major factions after a while. Such important information is worth at least the price of a few legendary blueprints. After all, the new Abyssal battlefield cannot trade soul crystals from the outside world for a year, so even if he were given more blueprints now, he wouldn't have the soul crystals for construction in a short time. After briefly replying to some valuable comments, time was running out. Soon Jiang Yan felt the space dim and he fell into a half-dream, half-awake state. A mechanized voice announced, "The timeline has been unified, and we are heading to the Abyss Fragment World No. 037. Challengers, the war is about to begin." In a corner of a vast and boundless continent, a peculiar base quietly emerged. On the left, it was filled with flowers, fountains, and pure white statues, while countless beautiful angelic phantoms sang and praised in the void. On the right, it was dark and lifeless, with skeletons and severed limbs scattered everywhere. The two sides were distinctly separated, each occupying its own land, as if a fusion of heaven and hell. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, startled by the scene before him. The initial base would be generated based on the clan and the individual's profession. Was this a fusion of angels and the undead? At that moment, the guiding voice of all realms sounded, "Please name your base." Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, saying, "Let's call it the City of Holy Spirits." Naming successful. Congratulations on officially becoming a lord. Your nation of faith has sensed the establishment of the City of Holy Spirits, and will soon send people to contact you. You can check the data of that nation on the classification panel. The nation of faith made Jiang Yan fall into contemplation. Functionally, this nation of faith seemed more like a beginner's protection feature. Each lord corresponds to a nation of faith which will do everything in their power to resist the abyss attacks in the first 10 days. Then, on the 10th day of the abyssal uprising, the strongest of that nation would sacrifice most of its citizens to perish alongside a demigod-level abyssal general. A small portion of the remaining citizens would then join the Lord after he defeats the remaining abyssal monsters, becoming the first batch of followers and citizens. This was the understanding of almost everyone, including him, in his previous life. However, some speculated that if the Lord was strong enough to help them defeat the general, perhaps they could preserve the nation of faith and gain the belief of an entire duchy right from the start. The power of faith was a resource as important as soul crystals, especially for Jiang Yan, as it directly influenced the recruitment of angels. He looked at the initial building that came with the City of Holy Spirits, a magnificent and brilliant gate within which countless angelic phantoms could be faintly seen praising. Heaven's Gate exclusive building can recruit angels. Grade unique. Level 1010 million. Currently recruitable 2-winged angels, type random. Required resources 5,000 power of faith. Current balance of power of faith 1377. Looking at these numbers, Jiang Yan felt a bit of a headache. The vast majority of troop types were recruited using soul crystals, but angels required the expenditure of faith, which was much harder than soul crystals in the early stages. Let's ask everyone if they have any good methods. Jiang Yan thought, summoning Abalik and others from the soldier card and Analia from the heart of angels. Lord! Everyone exclaimed respectfully. No need for formalities. Jiang Yan waved his hand and informed them of his current predicament. Master, I am not good at spreading faith, but I sense that there are many monsters and/or veins nearby. Let me go eliminate them and bring back the treasures. Abalik's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go ahead. Jiang Yan nodded after a moment's thought. Eliminating monsters could yield soul crystals, treasures, and experience, all essential for developing the City of Holy Spirits. Saint, I sense that there are some followers in a town over 100 kilometers away, but their faith is not yet strong enough. Please allow me to go enlighten them. Analia said, carefully sensing. No rush, Jiang Yan pondered as he opened the town panel. Harmank Duchy, Allegiance City of Holy Spirits. Area 17200 square kilometers. Total population 10 million. Current faith level friendly. Faith output 0 day. Note first you must make them believe in you to gain power of faith. Analia, what do you plan to do? Saint, they are currently battling the abyss. I will go help them face the enemy. The moments between life and death are the easiest to enhance faith, Analia said. She was not an angel dedicated to spreading faith and could only use some traditional methods. In that case, there will be envoys from their visiting shortly. You will be responsible for receiving them and then proceed according to your ideas. Jiang Yan did not stop her. The City of Holy Spirits had 10 golden-level great swordmaster guards, so there was no need to worry about safety. There was no need for such a strong force as Analia to waste time here. Then I will leave the safety around the City of Holy Spirits to you all, Jiang Yan said, looking at the great swordmasters. Rest assured, my lord, I guarantee that not a single slime will get in. Without further ado, let's set off now, everyone. Be careful, Jiang Yan nodded with a smile. The first 10 days were the safest and most stable period for development. Even beyond the abyssal uprising, they would continuously suffer from the invasion of abyssal monsters, so it must be utilized well. After watching a few people leave, Jiang Yan did not remain idle. He still had many things to do. The resources gifted by the Federation needed to be used. The regional trading platform of all realms also needed constant attention, as in the early stages, it was often possible to exchange rare treasures for very few resources. The abilities of the undead emperor also awaited exploration. After swiftly calculating in his mind, Jiang Yan took out the heart of the demon god and placed it on the conversion altar. With a flash of light, a wave mixed with delight briefly appeared. Sacrifice of the heart of the demon god successful. You obtained soul crystals 10000. The world is now paying attention to you and your luck has increased imperceptibly. Good items, unfortunately too rare. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly and took out the 6 blueprints gifted by the Federation. Use. Ding. You have obtained the epic level building blueprint Radiant Preaching Hall. Ding. You have obtained the rare level building blueprints Advanced Graveyard 3. Ding. You have obtained the rare level building blueprints Archangel with Severed Arm 2. 6 blueprints shimmering with faint fluorescence appeared in his hands, and Jiang Yan focused his gaze. Radiant Preaching Hall, one of the subordinate buildings of heaven, can recruit light preachers and light distributors. Construction requires soul crystals 2,000, natural construction time 15 days. Using building type troops can greatly reduce construction time. Advanced Graveyard, one of the basic buildings of the undead realm, can generate medium quality intact skeletons every natural day. Construction requires soul crystals 1,000, time 10 days. Archangel with Severed Arm, one of the decorative buildings of heaven, slightly increases the happiness and faith of the people, within the range requiring soul crystals 500 at time 3 days. Not bad, these are all usable blueprints. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. He used the employment contract Dwarven construction team, and all 6 auxiliary contracts. After a burst of spatial fluctuation, 28 strong dwarves and 6 auxiliary professionals appeared before him. My lord, everyone bowed. Welcome to the City of Holy Spirits, Jiang Yan said with a slight smile, slightly apologetically. Time is pressing, so you may need to get to work right away. Yablik killed 103 monsters, earning 200 soul crystals, 1320 experience, and several materials and treasures. Analia killed 32 abyss monsters, earning 513 soul crystals and 900 experience. The faith of the Harmank Duchy has increased slightly. Jiang Yan looked at the information coming from the world's panel, unable to suppress a happy smile. Lords can share a small amount of their subordinates' killing experience. Thanks to the efforts of Anna and the dragon, he has already risen to level 10 in just 1 day. They were far too powerful for this time period. The vast majority of lords, including during his past life, had to personally lead their families to cautiously explore around the base, let alone help the Faith Nation defeat abyss monsters. Jiang Yan opened the chat channel in the world's area, which was bustling with activity. Family who understands this. My Faith Nation sent someone to request assistance, and out of compassion I sent a team of barbarians, but they were wiped out halfway by monsters, and the system even notified me that my Faith Nation's faith had decreased. I was almost in tears. Isn't the upstairs class 0? This Faith Nation is just a plot-killing NPC. The Abyss Riot in 10 days will be eradicated. There's no need to pay attention to it. Help! There is a bronze-level boss not far outside my base. I accidentally let a troll archer shoot it and I've been chased for 2 hours. Why hasn't the aggro dropped yet? You should study hard when you're at school. Worlds is just like a game, not a real game. These monsters truly exist and possess wisdom. Besides some compulsory effects of skills, there is no aggro drop mechanism. Good luck to the upstairs. Jiang Yan casually browsed through. Most of it was just complaints and pleas for help. This is the norm. After all, most are ordinary level lords and their initial families are all of low tier level with strengths comparable to goblins. Defeating an ordinary monster requires both wit and courage. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan also sent a message. Long-term purchase of various unused blueprints, rare level, 2,000 soul crystals epic level, 5,000 soul crystals legendary level, and above, please. Private message. Although most people are weak, luck has nothing to do with strength, and perhaps a lucky player can obtain a legendary item from a slime. A dazzling golden text appeared in the chat channel, magnified several times. The entire channel erupted in excitement. Wow! Can someone tell me why his message is so high class? Does Worlds also have a charm level? Newbie trials that pass high-level assessments will have these privileges, but this is the first time I've seen golden font. Don't you upstairs have internet? Does Jiang Yan not know? The only one who passed the Dominator level assessment is said to come from a low-level civilization. That's just too strong. It's really Jiang Yan himself. Sob, please add me as a friend, please take care of me. I am a girl, I self-evaluate my makeup to be 9 points. Isn't this price too black? A rare blueprint is at least worth 20,000, and an epic level starts at a minimum of 100,000. Also, Jiang Yan, you're so strong, shouldn't you take care of us newbies? There were both flattery and moral coercion, more requests to add friends, and after Jiang Yan enabled the intelligent filtering feature, he stopped paying attention. As for the price, it is indeed far from the value of the blueprints. But currently most people find it very difficult to kill a monster. Their soul crystals probably don't exceed 2 digits, and they can't even summon soldiers, let alone build blueprints. Not surviving past the 10th day is all talk. And 2,000 soul crystals are enough for a newbie lord to recruit a large number of warriors, easily getting through the early stages, greatly enhancing both leveling efficiency and development speed. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan posted a long-term exchange post in the trading channel. Soul Crystal 130 to exchange for pure faith power, setting a limit of 1,000 soul crystals. This needs purification from the worlds. Generally, it takes 120 faith power to obtain 100 pure power. The exchange price is also quite high, but still, as mentioned at this stage, the value of soul crystals is far greater than anything else for most people. He is not doing charity and can only prioritize himself with a slight consideration for compatriots from the Federation who are within his reach. As for others, it's a clear transaction, each takes what they need. Sure enough, this post was consumed within just 1 minute, and 1,000 soul crystals were used up, gaining 30,000 pure faith power. Recruiting 6 angels. Jiang Yan stood before the angelic gate unhesitatingly, using the faith power he had just earned. A flash of light flickered and 6 faint golden orbs surged forth from the gate of heaven. 30 seconds later, 6 angels about 1.5 meters tall with 2 wings on their backs appeared before him. They had exquisite features, wore uniform armor, and had a silver long sword at their waists, exuding an air of heroism. Great Lord, thank you for granting us new life. Like the initial Analia, these angels knelt on one knee before Jiang Yan, devoutly pledging their loyalty. Rise. They all looked quite similar, evidently angels of the same type. Jiang Yan focused his thoughts and began to check their information. 2-winged angel. Grade unique. Profession 2-winged battle angel. Level 30. Faith level blind. Special skills holy light judgment angelic battle formation. Comprehensive score 1000. So powerful. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. Generally speaking, the highest initial level for recruited troops is 10 for epic, 15 for legendary, and 20 for mythic. However, angels as a unique troop type start at level 30. Moreover, their initial combat power score is already comparable to that of a golden tier 10th level great swordsman. Unfortunately, angelic skills have uniqueness, making it impossible to use talent to further enhance them. You all go to the south of the Holy Spirit City to find Yablik to level up first, and after advancing to the bronze level, then go to the east to find Analia. She will arrange work for you. Jiang Yan instructed after a moment of thought. These angels are quite expensive, and he can't afford to send them directly to battle against the abyss. Willing to fight for you, Lord. The 6 angels bowed and saluted, then flapped their wings and flew away. As Jiang Yan watched them leave, he furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a question. Although angels are powerful, they are exceedingly expensive. It will be difficult to gather a team of 1,000 angels before the first abyss riot arrives. While this is certainly enough to get through the crisis, wanting to preserve the Faith Nation intact and directly resist the Abyss invasion will likely incur considerable sacrifice. Thus, he needs a sufficient number of low-cost consumables to take on that role. Jiang Yan's right hand clenched in the air, and a pitch-black staff appeared topped with an ice-encased skull that seemed alive. Artifact-level staff disaster. What could be more suitable for this role than the undead disaster? Jiang Yan examined his professional skills. He had previously returned to the real world without the time to study them properly, but now the moment had finally arrived for them to shine. The cemetery was still under construction, and currently there were no suitable skeletons or corpses available for summoning. The only skill he could use was the third one, the Necromancer's Hall. It could consume a certain amount of death essence to permanently summon a heroic spirit from the Necromancer's Hall of the Underworld. The first summon is free. Unsure of what kind of heroic spirit he could summon, Jiang Yan felt a flicker of anticipation. In my name, I permit you to awaken from your slumber. Gripping the staff of disaster tightly, he chanted the incantation, and in an instant his consciousness seemed to traverse through endless space to arrive within a dimly lit solemn great hall. Inside, countless beings were seated. No, they could not be called living beings. They exuded no breath of life, resembling ancient eternal corpses. Skeleton wizards shrouded in ice. Horned demons wielding staffs. Headless, terrifying knights. A wisp of eerie green light darted rapidly, eventually settling upon the corpse of a female clad in dark purple leather armor. Her skin was pale gray, her attire revealing with pointy ears and a longbow slung over her back. As the eerie green light merged, the originally tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing crimson irises that gazed at Jiang Yan's consciousness, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Sina, rank unique. Profession Dark Ranger. Level Golden Tier 10. Faith level Fanatic. Proficient skills Necromancer's Arrow, Curse Mark, Life Sacrifice, Silence Mark. Comprehensive score 60173. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan felt his consciousness suddenly shake, and when he regained clarity, he found himself within the Holy Spirit City. The archer was kneeling before him on one knee. Your Majesty, I respond to your call. A slightly deep voice rang out, and Jiang Yan instinctively looked down to see a bottomless chasm reflected in his sight. Cough, cough, please rise. Aren't you a bit underdressed? Jiang Yan hesitated to speak. The dark purple leather armor was fine on the lower half, but the upper half was made with too little material, exposing large areas of grayish-white skin. Is it really, Your Majesty? But we've always dressed this way. Sina's eyes sparkled as she placed Jiang Yan's hand on her left wrist. And this is a legendary piece of equipment. The legendary Dark Ranger Sina has shared the equipment Legacy Leather Armor of the Dark Ranger with you. Legacy Leather Armor of the Dark Ranger, rank Legendary, enchantment effects lightweight, indestructible, self-repairing. Accompanying skills Dark Spring, Will of Legacy. Comprehensive score 3940. Related achievements, this is the Legacy Armor of the Dark Ranger clan, not for use by outsiders. Wearing this armor allows one to automatically master all combat techniques of the Dark Ranger clan. Truly a piece of legendary equipment. Jiang Yan instinctively withdrew his hand. However, this heroic spirit from the underworld seemed much bolder compared to Anna. Moreover, her strength exceeded Jiang Yan's expectations, far stronger than Yabalik. Initially, he thought the Necromancer's Hall could only summon some minor elite leaders, but it now appeared that this skill was much more formidable than he had imagined. Unexpectedly gaining a powerful subordinate, Jiang Yan's mood brightened. He attempted to activate the Necromancer's Hall skill again, and discovered that the next summon required 10 million units of death essence. This wasn't too much. The monsters and abyssal creatures on this continent were endless. If he unleashed a massacre, he could gather it in just a few months. Sina, do you wish to grow stronger? Jiang Yan stepped back, playing with the Staff of Disaster in his hands. Of course, Your Majesty. Everyone in the underworld longs to become stronger. Sina raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Why? Jiang Yan inquired. Because we do not want to die a second time. Jiang Yan was taken aback, then feigned casualness as he replied. I thought you would say that this way you could serve me better. That's one reason, but first we must survive, at least leaving behind a bone. Sina suddenly laughed, and combined with her pale gray skin it created a unique beauty. Then, as you wish. Jiang Yan smiled slightly, activating his innate skill Ultimate Elevation. Activation successful. Since the opponent's skills have all reached maximum level, they automatically transform into elevation effects. Due to the uniqueness of Curse Mark and Life Sacrifice, the elevation effect failed. The Necromancer's Arrow advanced to the same type skill Extreme Magic Arrow Technique. Silence Mark advanced to the same type skill Dark Null Domain. 2 advancements, a not bad. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. From the panel, Sina's score also rose from just over 60000 to around 80000, not much different from Anna. Incredible! Sina seemed to sense something and was surprised to draw the longbow from her back. Thrum, thrum, thrum. With continuous sounds of string being pulled, black arrows, scattered like fireworks, shooting out 1,000 arrows in an instant. They fell onto the boundary line of the base, and the surging death energy subtly shifted leftwards. It seems this generation's emperor is not only young but also very capable. Sina remarked playfully. It's just that there are some annoying energies within the base. Sina, do not do anything unnecessary. Jiang Yan said, helplessly shaking his head. As the lord, he could not overlook any changes within the base. If the boundary were to be subtly moved and Anna discovered it, the two would likely end up in a fight. All right, I shall comply with your wishes, your majesty. Sina casually put away her longbow and settled down. Knowing how to correct mistakes is good. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and spoke. I have sent an angel clan to the western abyss battlefield, and there are dragons harvesting monsters in the northern mountains. There are only the eastern and southern fronts left. Choose one direction, and it will be yours. Why not attack from both sides at the same time, your majesty? Upon mentioning war, Sina immediately became excited, her crimson eyes sparkling with unusual light. That's not very realistic. The cemetery will take at least 3 more days to complete, and during this time, I cannot provide you with any military support. Jiang Yan shook his head. It seems that, although the emperor has gained the legacy, he does not fully understand our underworld. Sina chuckled lightly. As the first heroic spirit to be awakened, I must make the emperor realize that only the underworld is your most trustworthy subordinate, not those weak angels. Oh, but there are many powerful clans and monsters in those 2 areas. Can you truly manage alone? Jiang Yan was not angered. The fact that her faith level was fanatic meant she would never betray him, and she could not possibly lie in such an important matter. Sina sighed lightly and said meaningfully, You underestimate me, your majesty. Remember, every powerful existence in the underworld represents the disaster itself. To the south of Shangling City stretched an unbroken expanse of forest thick with miasmic vapors and tainted by the abyssal aura, where corrupted beasts infected by the Deep's blight waged endless war against the land's native formidable clans, neither able to subdue the other. Today, an unwelcome guest entered this forbidding realm, an elven archer clad in dark violet leathers stepping alone into the dense thicket. With each stride she took, every plant and tree within a 10-meter radius seemed drained of its vital essence, withering, browning, and crumbling to dust. This was her second ability, life devotion. A relentless siphon that drew vitality from all living things nearby, replenishing her own strength and granting her for fleeting moments the haunting sensation of being truly alive once more. What a intoxicating sensation! Sina's crimson eyes swept deep into the gloom of the woods, and instantly fixed upon several knoll archers crouched behind a massive oak 30 meters away, stealthily drawing poisoned crossbows. Her longbow snapped into place, her arrows flew like thunderbolts. 3 obsidian shafts pierced through trunks and flesh alike in a single breath. Without glancing back, Sina continued forward. From the knoll's corpses, skeletal warriors rose shakily, one by one, retrieving the poisoned crossbows before falling into silent, unwavering formation behind her. Her first ability, Necrotic Arrow, transformed any slain creature into undead minions. After mastering its advanced form, Ultimate Demon Arrow Art, she retained that power and gained the capacity to unleash up to 16 unerring arrows in a single volley. Determined to prove the worth of the netherworld, to Jiang Yan, Sina pressed onward without pause. The trajectory of each arrow guided with uncanny precision, striking down every foe concealed in shadow. Within little more than an hour, over 300 skeletal warriors trailed in her wake, laying waste to the jungle, slaughtering both beasts and corrupted entities without mercy. Such devastation soon drew the attention of a native faction, the ogre tribe, who gathered along her inevitable path, laying crude traps and waiting patiently for their prey. How intriguing! Just the guide I needed, delivered right to my feet. A faint mocking smile curled Sina's lips as she commanded her skeletal legion toward the ogre's encampment. The jungle bristled with peril. Some skeletons were swallowed whole by carnivorous blooms, only for those behind to cleave blade first through flower and flesh alike, shattering both in one brutal stroke. Others sank silently into marshes, offering no resistance, allowing their comrades to march unflinchingly across their skulls. Fearless, these bone soldiers advanced like paragons of martial resolve, scouring every obstacle from their path until they stood at the edge of the ogre's ambush. They stepped boldly onto the traps, heedless of the flimsy grass covering them. Ha ha, a pack of ogres. towering over 2 meters tall, grotesque of face hefting spiked clubs, emerged from behind the trees roaring with laughter. So, mere low-born undead. One especially massive ogre sneered, baring yellowed fangs. Kill them. Yes, chieftain. With a deafening roar, over 100 ogres charged forward, swinging their clubs. Crunch, snap, forged from the fragile bones of lesser creatures, even bolstered by necromantic arts. They shattered under the crushing weight of 100-pound clubs, splintering into fragments with each blow. Their blades struck the ogres' thick leathery hides with full force, yet left only shallow, non-lethal gashes. Within 5 minutes, the 300-strong legion lay in ruins. Piles of bleached bones scattered across the earth. Only one ogre, unlucky enough to be overwhelmed, perished, the rest bore nothing worse than minor wounds. Yet Xena remained utterly unruffled. Her scarlet gaze locked upon the towering chieftain, and a sinister smile flickered across her lips. Found you. These damned undead. No treasure, not even edible. A total waste of time. The ogre chieftain spat contemptuously, preparing to dismiss his kin, when suddenly icy dread flooded his mind. Instinctively he turned north, and there seared into his consciousness burned a pair of blood-red eyes. That was the last thing he ever knew. Curse Seal, Xena's second ability, allowed her to forcibly dominate any non-special entity below divine rank, or its potency and scope scaled directly with her own strength. The ogre chieftain was merely a silver-tier mortal, utterly incapable of resistance. Footsteps echoed as Xena emerged calmly from behind the trees. Ha! Another foe. Looks edible, grinned the surrounding ogres, stepping forward, only to be halted by their own chieftain. Halt, you fools! The monstrous, snarling chieftain now groveled like a docile lapdog, scrambling to Xena's feet and pressing his forehead to the soil. Master! What is this? Why does our chieftain kneel before mere food? He has betrayed the honor of the ogres. He is no longer fit to lead us. Kill him too. Ogres exchanged stunned glances. Then one by one their eyes gleamed with greed. If they slew the chieftain, they could feast on the tender meats he hoarded. It seems your kin wish to slay you. Xena observed the brutish creatures with detached curiosity. Master, may I annihilate them? The chieftain lifted his head in supplication. Look closely, and intricate pulsing runes shimmered faintly within his pupils. No need. They are perfect raw material for new skeletal warriors. Twang, twang, twang. The bowstrings sang, black arrows rained down like a storm, each one piercing an ogre's heart with flawless accuracy. Arg! Screams erupted in waves. They swung their clubs in fury, but none reached within 10 meters of Xena before collapsing lifelessly. Soon far sturdier skeletal warriors rose from the carnage. Taller, broader, their bones denser and darker. They retrieved the spiked clubs and stood motionless, awaiting command. Gather every one of your tribesmen. Xena commanded coldly. This was precisely why she had spared the chieftain. Not to kill him, but to control him. Wandering aimlessly in search of prey paled beside the efficiency of mass slaughter. She sensed over 1,000 kilometers westward a loathsome presence. Stronger even than herself. She had to prove her value. Swiftly, without hesitation, the chieftain tore the bone whistle from his neck and blew it hard as he marched. Its shrill call rippling outward, laced with arcane resonance. Within the hour, Xena's senses registered thousands of ogres, converging from all directions. Are these all your people? Yes, master. This is the Death Doom whistle, the final summons of our tribe. Every walking member must answer it, no matter where they stand. Pride lit the chieftain's grotesque features as he boasted. You have served well, so I shall reward you with eternal service. Thwip! A black arrow punched through his chest. From his still smiling corpse rose a towering skeleton, silent, imposing, before stepping aside without a word. Cunning, ruthless, unbound by conscience. Xena's expression remained impassive as she raised her bow, aiming steadily at the approaching horde. The moment I became undead, I knew exactly which path I would walk. Beneath a sky choked with black arrows, screams faded into silence, and 1,000 gleaming white skeletons rose slowly from the field. Xena slayed a man-eating ogre, earning 188 soul crystals and 2180 experience. Xena defeated the chief of the man-eating ogres. Your reputation has slightly increased, earning you a bronze advancement token. What is happening? Jiang Yan, who was overseeing the construction of the graveyard with the dwarf team, stared dumbfounded at the notifications constantly ringing in the war panel. In just one day, what has she done to annihilate an entire clan? Is she really that formidable? In merely 3 days, thanks to several capable subordinates, he had already leveled up to level 32, and the magical power within him had multiplied several times. Jiang Yan eagerly opened the war interface, surprised to find that nearly 1/10 of the vast dark forest to the south had been explored. The entire map was densely populated with skeleton soldiers of varying sizes rampaging through the jungle and swarming any enemies they encountered. Wherever Xena passed, not even a blade of grass could survive. Plants and trees were drained of vitality, and various beings were slaughtered and turned into skeleton warriors, multiplying with each battle without any pressure for supplies. He finally understood the meaning of Xena's words. Every powerful being from the realm of the undead represents a natural disaster. At this rate, it was very likely that they would completely explore the dark forest before the first abyssal upheaval arrived. A sudden realization struck Jiang Yan. The unique first-class job obtained from the 20th floor of the Tower of Inheritance might grant him a power comparable to that of heaven. Although their individual combat strength was far weaker than that of angels, they required no resources and only grew stronger with each battle. If the two worked in tandem, wouldn't they be invincible? "My lord, I have something to report." A support class member jogged over, interrupting Jiang Yan. He was one of the 6 professionals gifted by the Federation, including 2 spiritual array masters, 2 spiritual plant masters, 1 spiritual food master, and 1 spiritual alchemist. He was one of the spiritual plant masters. "What is it, Xue Ming?" Jiang Yan asked. "My lord, the spiritual fields inside the Holy Spirit City have been fully cultivated. Here is the planting plan drafted by us. Please let us know if there is anything to add." Xue Ming handed over a list. Jiang Yan glanced at it. A half of it was for consumption. After all, although angels and undead lifeforms are unique, the former can absorb energy to sustain themselves, and the latter can directly siphon vitality. He and his other subordinates still needed to eat. The other half consisted of items for alchemy or decoration. The powerful spiritual alchemist could concoct various pills with special effects. "Very good, quite comprehensive. I will first go procure a batch. For those not available on the platform, I will have them keep an eye out while hunting monsters." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan opened the trading center of the world's area, just as he had sufficient soul crystals to exchange for some faith power. Bitter root seedlings, 10 selling for 20 soul crystals. Lingfeng grass seedlings, 10 selling for 10 soul crystals. Holy Spirit flower seeds, 20 selling for 30 soul crystals. At this stage of development, most lords couldn't utilize these spiritual plants, while the demand for soul crystals was immense, so the prices were not high. Jiang Yan spent less than 1,000 soul crystals and had almost gathered everything. After handing over the various spiritual plant seedlings and seeds to Xue Ming, Jiang Yan glanced at the blueprint trading panel. No one had sent a trading request yet. It was unclear whether no one had put the blueprints up for trade, or if they were unwilling to sell at low prices. Jiang Yan was not anxious. It was only the 3rd day. As time went on, those with insufficient strength would naturally feel pressured to exchange some resources for immediate combat power. He still had more than 9,400 soul crystals left, taking out 3,000 to exchange for pure faith, while the remainder was kept for emergencies. "Do you have a new friend request? Please address it promptly." Just as he finished setting up and was about to log out, the prompt from the worlds rang out. Jiang Yan looked over with curiosity. He had set up intelligent filtering for friend requests, meaning the other party indeed had something he needed. The note mentioned an unused epic blueprint, and the sender was Luo Qianyu. "Why her?" Jiang Yan was taken aback. The 6th princess of the Starry Horizon Empire, a transcendent genius who passed the extreme challenge assessment. In his previous life, she was the undisputed top genius among this batch of assessors, and by the time he fell, she had already advanced to the mid-tier divine realm. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a headache. If someone like her was actively seeking you out, it generally indicated trouble. Moreover, until he clarified the intentions of the Starry Horizon Empire, he didn't want to deal with them. "Forget it, it's just an epic blueprint." After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yan still clicked to reject. What he didn't expect was that less than a minute after rejecting, another reminder pinged. This time the note was more direct: "Legendary blueprint 2 and used, click to view." Oh, is this showing off wealth? It's just a legendary blueprint. Oh, who do you look down on? As if I don't have one. Cough cough, I don't have one for now, but do you have angels? Do you have a unique dark ranger? Do you have a holy light dragon king? Jiang Yan never thought he would feel envious emotions in this life. Legendary blueprints, after all, are items that have a very low chance of dropping from slaying abyssal demon gods. He had never possessed one, even after becoming a deity in his previous life. But then again, it made sense. The recruitment contract she offered him could provide a legendary blueprint, not to mention the exceptionally talented princess herself. Fine, you win. Jiang Yan once again politely declined, and set it to receive messages without notifications. It wasn't that he was triggered, but given her status, even if she truly wanted to trade the legendary blueprint, there would inevitably be some extremely troublesome conditions. After all, with her strength and wealth, the abyssal monsters of invasion level 1 posed no threat. This was a critical period for the Lord's development. Getting entangled over a blueprint would be counterproductive. It was better to block her and keep the peace. After exiting the world's channel and resting for a moment, the soul crystals he had used to exchange for pure faith had also been fully consumed. Looking at the over 90000 faith power he had acquired, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel pleased. Considering the accumulation over the past few days, he could recruit 19 angels. Standing before the gate of heaven, Jiang Yan unhesitatingly poured his faith power into it. The familiar dazzling light flickered, and a large number of pale golden orbs flew out. Moments later, 19 two-winged angels appeared before him. Great Saint Lord, thank you for granting us new life. Jiang Yan looked closely. 18 of them were identical to the battle angels from the last time, but the one in the center was somewhat different. She was relatively smaller compared to the other angels, and unlike them, she did not wield a sword but held a staff instead. Two-winged angel, rarity unique. Profession two-winged healing angel. Level 30. Faith level blind. Skills proficient in resurrection mass healing. Comprehensive rating 1067. Not bad. Jiang Yan pointed toward the northern direction and said, I believe you can sense the aura of the dragon over there. Go there first and raise your level to bronze. To fight for you, Saint Lord. The 19 angels replied in unison. After smiling and sending them off, Jiang Yan planned to continue overseeing the construction progress of the graveyard. At that moment, a prompt rang in his ear. The Harmon Kingdom's faith in you has increased. It is now respected, and you can gain faith up to 2,000 daily. On the other side, 2 days ago, as numerous challengers arrived, the Abyss Passage was unsealed, forcing the local principalities to muster their national strength to resist the invasion of the Abyss. The Hamank Kingdom, following the ancient oracle, sent 2 envoys to Holy Spirit City to seek assistance. Uncle Firnu, how much longer until we arrive? A young girl in a white priestess robe asked with hopeful eyes. Soon, Princess Ilea, replied the middle-aged man in armor, slaying 2 blocking monsters with a single sword strike, adding, we will reach it after crossing this forest. That's great. We are saved. The girl murmured excitedly. The abyss cannot be destroyed. A darkness will return once again. On the day the barrier shatters, the gods will descend upon the city of miracles, which is the only hope. Only with devotion can salvation be attained. The divine will surely help us seal the abyss again. The middle-aged man sighed as he looked at the excited girl. This saying was a prophecy passed down by the Church of the Gods. However, in fact, before the Hamank Kingdom, at least several dozen nations had already perished beneath the abyss. If the gods were truly as friendly and powerful as the prophecy claims, how could those nations have been destroyed? He held no expectations in his heart, yet he had no choice but to come. Not out of foolishness, but out of helplessness. Let's go, Your Highness, we must reach our destination before dark, otherwise. Be careful, Princess. A powerful aura is coming this way. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, positioning himself in front of the girl, gripping his sword tightly and staring at the sky. It was a brilliant light, dazzling like the sun, rapidly traversing half the forest and landing before the two. As the light dissipated, a breathtaking 6-winged angel appeared in the void. It was Annalea. Are you the believers who came from the Hamank Kingdom to pay homage? Who are you and where do you come from? The middle-aged man looked at her warily. He had never heard of a deity actively welcoming believers. Annalea's expression turned cold. She was not one of those kind-hearted preaching angels. Aside from the Lord and the 4 sovereigns, no one had the right to question her. Are you a deity? At this moment, the girl behind her stepped forward, excitedly bowing. Your Highness. It's all right, Uncle Firnu, I can sense her connection with the divine energy of the Church of the Gods. The girl interrupted. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He knew that the Church of the Gods was a very peculiar organization that appeared whenever a principality was established. It required each king to have a child as a priest. During ordinary times, it had no fixed object of faith, merely a vague concept of the gods. Only when the abyss appeared did the Church manifest specific divine figures. As the only priest, Ilea obviously could not sense incorrectly. Firnu quickly sheathed his weapon and bowed, saying, I did not know the divine had descended. I apologize for any offense. Analia's gaze lingered on the girl, her expression softening slightly. Truly a devout believer. I am not a deity. I am merely a follower of the Lord. The Lord already knows your intentions and thus sent me here. So you really are here to save us. The girl's excitement intensified. The holy light will protect every devout believer. Analia nodded gently. That's wonderful. Honorable envoy, may I ask which deity has descended this time? It is the creator of all things, the master of the gods, the controller of the holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent bright Lord, Analia said without hesitation. At the moment her voice fell, the statues of the deities within all the halls of the Church of the Gods in the Hamank Kingdom gradually became clear, revealing the likeness of Jiang Yan. Ilia and Firnu stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Although they could not fully comprehend this series of titles, there was one they understood clearly: the Master of the Gods. That was the strongest deity in the legends of the Church of the Gods, possessing incredible power. The two exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. Salvation had come for the principality. I can sense the aura of the abyss rampaging. I must go ahead and fulfill the Lord's instructions, Analia said, gazing into the distance as the holy light enveloped her once more. We bid farewell to the envoy. Ilia maintained the rituals of the church until Analia disappeared from view. Uncle Firnu, it turns out the church's accounts are true. The deities are indeed gentle, kind, and compassionate towards all beings. Yes, praise the great bright Lord, the middle-aged man said sincerely. Should we proceed as planned to Holy Spirit City to pay homage to the deity, or? No, let's return to the principality first. The envoy has made it very clear. The holy light will protect every devout believer, and I must ensure everyone becomes a follower of the Lord, Ilia said resolutely. Meanwhile, in a small border town of the Hamank Kingdom, a group of young soldiers in tattered armor, still youthful, gathered at the village entrance. They looked tense, their hands gripping weapons, slightly trembling. Can the knights win against those monsters? One could not help but whisper. I don't know, but if they can't hold them back, we're doomed. They will win, they must win. Since the Abyss invasion began within less than 2 hours, the border patrol had been completely wiped out. The kingdom urgently dispatched the 3rd to 6th Night Orders to set up defenses for the counterattack. All citizens over the age of 14 were also required to take up arms and resist. The kingdom had already planned to abandon the outskirts and relocate all civilians to cities protected by magic arrays, but the efficiency of the teleportation arrays was limited, and this would take time. Now it had been over 7 hours since the knights had engaged the abyssal monsters, and this was the farthest small town from the kingdom. It would take at least 3 more hours before it was their turn. These young soldiers could not help but pray in their hearts. Meanwhile, the elderly, weak, and women huddled outside the teleportation array in the village, anxiously clinging to each other. An hour. 2 hours. The villagers felt a slight easing of their tension. Someone had just sent a message through the teleportation symbol that they would be up in half an hour. But at that moment a faint roar and the sound of ground tremors came. In the distant sky, dark spots appeared like a wave, becoming clearer. With black-red mottled skin for sharp claws, and covered in terrifying poison spikes, one could even see the saliva dripping from its gaping jaws. A sharp-eyed soldier's expression changed drastically as he shouted in horror, "Enemy attack! It's the crawling monsters! They are everywhere!" In that moment everyone fell into despair. Even the well-equipped kingdom's Night Order could not contend with these monsters. What could they No! We cannot possibly be their match. A soldier equipped relatively well trembled as he stepped back. He was the captain of this small team. But that was only because his sister had married a noble in the city. It did not mean he possessed the strength and courage of a guard captain. What a joke, these monsters. There's no way we can win. He looked at the abyssal creatures drawing closer, swallowed hard, and suddenly turned to flee. He ran. Captain! Damn it, he just ran away. Save your strength. He can't escape until the teleportation array is activated. He will die eventually. A slightly older soldier interrupted, his face filled with despair. We are all going to die. Hiss! Hiss! The clear roar echoed in their ears. The monsters had already approached the town's gates. Several small trigger-type magic arrays activated as the monsters treaded over them. Fire, frost, and earth spikes. Magic struck them instantly, leaving over a dozen corpses. But they showed no fear, marching onward atop their fallen comrades. Food. The leading crawling magic eye flashed with a hint of greed. It sensed the scent of fresh life and instinctively opened its massive maw, lunging forward. Ah! The leading soldier shouted, thrusting his spear with all his might. Thrust! The spear was easily severed by the claws. As he watched the monster pounce, he could not help but shut his eyes in terror. "O great gods of all heavens, whoever you are, please save me. I am willing to become your faithful follower for eternity," praying devoutly. He silently prayed in his heart. Flames of judgment. A cold voice resonated from afar. He instinctively opened his eyes, witnessing a scene he would never forget. An endless sea of fire ignited from the void, countless beams of holy light descended from the heavens, and the terrifying abyssal monsters that had almost torn them apart thrashed in agony, large swathes turning to ashes. "The Holy Lord will protect every devout follower." The cold voice echoed once more. The soldiers turned to look back. Amidst the resplendent light, a stunning six-winged angel descended slowly. "The deity has truly appeared." The soldiers who had survived the calamity murmured, their expressions growing increasingly fervent. "Great Holy Lord, please save us." The villagers behind also prostrated on the ground one by one. Analia sensed slightly the monsters were still pouring out from the abyssal passage. Fortunately, the current level of abyssal erosion was only level 1, and their strength was not strong. The previous night order had dealt with most of the monsters, making it easy to delay until the teleportation array was ready. However, it was clear that she alone could not protect the entire village, so she softly chanted, "Holy light, please grant your followers the power to defeat the evil." The high-level holy light magic, holy light blessing. Gentle rays of light showered upon everyone. Some were enveloped in semi-transparent holy light armor, their weapons ignited with holy flames, and even their strength significantly increased. "Haha, I've reached the strength of a high-level warrior thanks to the great holy Lord." A soldier exclaimed excitedly, "Come on, you monsters." The surge in power filled them with boundless courage. "Why haven't I changed at all? This isn't..." Another soldier looked enviously around and shouted. Even the weakest among them had weapons imbued with holy flames. Holy light only favors its followers, while heretics should be purified. Analia cast a cold glance. The soldier who shouted injustice felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar and wisely shut his mouth. At this moment, the energy of the flames of judgment was gradually depleting and countless crawling magics charged forward again. "Yeah, kill." A soldier gathered his courage and thrust out his spear. The crawling magic attempted to resort to its old tricks, trying to sever the spear with its claws, but before it could get close it was engulfed by the burning holy flames, unable to change its tactics, and was pierced straight through the head. The soldier was taken aback, but then overjoyed, shouting, "I am invincible, praise the Holy Lord." Others watched this scene, and their faith became more fervent, with many others receiving the blessing of the holy light. They charged forward, battling the crawling magics in a chaotic melee. The crawling magics at level 1 of erosion were roughly of level 20-30 strength, comparable to the soldiers who had reached high-level warrior status after receiving the blessing of the holy light. However, their holy light armor could nullify the damage from the enemies, and the holy flames igniting their weapons could slay them instantly. In this way, they suppressed the monsters even with fewer numbers. However, Analia did not relax. After continuously casting several holy light spells to eliminate the crawling magics attempting to flank and ambush from behind, she flew to the rear to begin summoning the gates of heaven. Of course, this time, the purpose was not to summon the apparition of the archangel, but to summon the two-winged angels who were leveling up at Yaboric to assist. The energy of the spell was limited. Under the relentless assault of the fearless monsters, the condensed holy light armor was gradually dimming. At this rate, it would shatter in at most 3 minutes. And these soldiers were the best candidates to spread the faith. They could not be sacrificed so easily, and more reinforcements had to be summoned. A dazzling, magnificent door filled with sacred aura slowly manifested in the air. 6 two-winged angels flew out from within. "Lady Analia." They all respectfully bowed. Analia nodded slightly. "Go help these followers repel the abyssal monsters and try to ensure their safety." "Yes, my lady." They drew their long swords from their waists and charged towards the enemy group without hesitation. "Under the holy light, all evil will be purified." A two-winged angel with a cold gaze raised her long sword, which surged with a 10-meter-long beam of light. Wherever it swept, crawling magics were instantly cut in half. The experience required for the clan to level up was far less than that of a lord. With Yaboric's assistance, they had continuously slain enemies of higher levels, and had already reached level 50. Coupled with their inherently high rank, the monsters of over 20 levels were completely no match for them. Under the fierce performance of the two-winged angels, the soldiers who had originally been in dire straits immediately regained their morale and stabilized the front line. At this moment, 3 purple crystals on the teleportation array began to flicker, indicating that the permissions from the city had opened up to here. "Help is coming, help is coming. Quick, get in." The crowd began to stir, all pushing towards the teleportation array. Analia turned her head and cast a cold glance. Several villagers who were fighting for a spot felt a chill and instinctively stopped, no longer daring to act recklessly. An old man with white hair stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Follow the previously arranged order one by one, no pushing." Under the old man's command and Analia's intimidation, the crowd gradually calmed down. A round of 50 people quickly completed the teleportation of over 1,000 villagers. Angel Squad, listen up, form the Angel Battle Formation to cover the rear. Everyone else immediately proceeds to the teleportation array to transfer. Seeing this, Analia quickly stated, "Killing numerous abyssal creatures near the passage could easily trigger some undesirable consequences." She sensed vaguely that in the nearby abyssal passage there seemed to be higher-ranked creatures about to emerge. So it turns out that the villagers and soldiers you saved spread the word after being transported to the city, resulting in an increase in the faith level throughout the Hamank Kingdom. Listening to Analia's report, Jiang Yan suddenly realized, "Yes, Holy Lord, but the situation was quite urgent at that time, and my subordinates did not continue to exterminate the abyssal monsters. There is now a faith in fallen holy light. Please punish me, Holy Lord." Get up, your choice was indeed wise. It is not appropriate to engage in large-scale conflict with the abyss now. Jiang Yan looked at Analia, who was kneeling on one knee with a hint of helplessness. These angels were good in every way, but their heads were too stubborn. Compared to pointless sacrifice, the holy light prefers followers who can judge the situation. Is that so, Holy Lord? Analia was taken aback. Of course, who am I? Jiang Yan suddenly asked with a serious expression. You are the creator of all things, the master of the gods, the controller of the holy light, the all-knowing and omnipotent Holy Lord. Analia recited it as if it were a treasure. That cannot be changed. Since I am the controller of the holy light, what I favor represents the favor of the holy light. I see my subordinate did not make a mistake. Analia's expression brightened, and she couldn't help but flap her wings. Well, you need to pay more attention to the Hamank Kingdom. I will send more angels to support you as soon as possible. Jiang Yan said gently. According to his memories from his previous life, as the first abyssal turmoil approached, their attacks would become increasingly fierce. Without the support of a lord, even cities protected by large magic arrays would not last long. He did not want to lose such a stable source of faith. Yes, Holy Lord, I will go right now. Looking at Analia, who had just returned and hadn't even taken a break before soaring back to continue her work with enthusiasm, Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. With such a diligent and selfless subordinate, how could he fail in great matters? After sending off Analia, Jiang Yan casually opened the interface of various realms, preparing to purchase another batch of blueprints, only to find that the chat channel was unusually lively, and it seemed to be related to him. Which lord's nation is the Hamank Kingdom? I'm really drunk. Family who understands. I'm still diligently leveling up when suddenly I'm notified that the faith level of my nation has dropped. When I inquired, can you guess why? Why? Hey, it is said that the allied nation Hamank Kingdom sent a letter saying their deity not only personally repelled the abyss immediately, but also helped them defend the city. In contrast, I as the deity was completely useless. That's right, even more shamelessly this lord actually claims to be the king of gods, making us look like we have shrunk in comparison. Wow. Quickly expose this shameless guy and let me see who it is. The Hamank Kingdom. Isn't that my vassal state? But when did I ever claim to be the king of gods? Looking at these discussions, Jiang Yan's expression was a bit strange. He had not expected these local nations to have connections with each other. But then again, although there were no satellite phones, magic was a form of runic technology, and it was still simple to send messages across regions. It was only the third day since his arrival. Aside from him, even the strongest force under the 6th princess of the Starry Empire was probably only at the bronze level. The majority of the common lord's troops were only level 20-30. And it was already difficult to traverse the forests leading to the kingdom, let alone provide support against the abyss. He had inadvertently put those around him in a difficult position. Jiang Yan shook his head. It was a pity that most of the nations of faith were destined to perish in the first abyssal turmoil. Moreover, in this short time, he could hardly explore the surroundings of the city of holy spirits, let alone search for the locations of other kingdoms to rescue them. Otherwise, he could have added a few stable sources of faith. Lord, good news, the cemetery has been completed. At this time, a sturdy dwarf shouted happily while running. Oh, so soon. Take me to see it, Jiang Yan said with excitement. Since obtaining the inheritance of the undead emperor, he had not used the most basic ability of the necromancy system, summoning the undead, due to a lack of suitable materials. Now he finally had a place to put it to use. Yes, my lord, this way please. The dwarf, seeing Jiang Yan's happy expression, smiled even more. The cemetery originally needed 10 days to complete, but they worked overtime day and night and finished it in just 3 days. With such excellent performance, the next project should reward them with the opportunity to work in the angelic domain. Hearing from the other half of the clan working there, it was said that not only was it spring all year round, and the songs were beautiful, but the air was also sweet, and beautiful angel maidens would occasionally appear to please the eyes. Unlike the undead side, where there was a constant chill in the air, and occasional limbs from the dead would sneak up on you during boring moments one could only pick up a skull to play with. It was truly not a life for humans. Soon the two arrived near a building covering about 200 square meters. It was surrounded by a circle of eerie green flames, with 2 uniquely shaped statues at the entrance. Contrary to Jiang Yan's imagination, inside the advanced cemetery there were not a large number of graves or coffins, but rather a series of strange small altars. He curiously looked at the description on various realms. Advanced cemetery, rare level building of the necromancy system, providing 100 quality skeletons daily as needed. Currently selectable: skeleton mage, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton warrior. Special note: a product of the third phase runic revolution of the necromancy realm, integrating automated searching, production, and selection. It is a milestone masterpiece in the industrial history of the necromancy realm. Looking at this description, Jiang Yan was stunned. Shouldn't the necromancy realm be associated with mystery, death, and fear? Why does this description give a feeling of a production line factory? The prestige has dropped. Forget it, let's first see the effects. Jiang Yan sensed the core of the building and set the required skeleton type to skeleton mage. As he did, a series of strange altars began to operate, and within 10 seconds intact skeletons appeared on the altars, even equipped with a long special skeleton that had magical fluctuations as a staff. So intelligent and efficient. Jiang Yan was surprised and greatly impressed by this building. No wonder it is a milestone masterpiece. It's a great thing. With his right hand grasping in the air, the dark jade-colored disaster appeared in his hand, as Jiang Yan drew on the source of death power within him. Necromantic control. Suddenly all the skeletons seemed to come alive, automatically connecting to one another, and soon pieced together into a complete humanoid form with 2 green flames quietly igniting in the deep-set eye sockets of the skull. They stood silently, bowing their heads towards Jiang Yan. Skeleton mage. Rank elite. Level 33. Faith level none. Ordinary undead creatures cannot provide faith. Skill: summon skeleton warrior beginner. Rating 72. Strictly speaking, this belongs to the category of spell summoning troops, and is therefore not affected by the initial clan level rules, but is linked solely to the summoner's level. Their strength is a bit weak. Among the same level, 100 of them combined would likely not withstand 2 holy light judgments from an angel. However, they fortunately do not require resource costs, only a bit of mana. Jiang Yan looked at the skill section and silently selected 50 skeletons to activate the talent skill. Ding! Talent activation successful. Triggered the ultimate effect, summoning skeleton warriors to max level. A maximum of 16 skeletons can be summoned at once. Triggered the sublimation effect, summoning skeleton warriors to evolve into similar skills, summoning skeleton archer shield bearers. Jiang Yan glanced and saw that 23 of the skills had reached max level, while the remaining had transformed into the ability to summon other types of skeletons, with an overall rating increasing to around 120. You will head to the southern forest and follow Xena's orders. After the promotion, Jiang Yan gave a simple command. Although Xena has the ability to generate undead warriors, it requires her arrows to hit first, which would waste a lot of resources. With these skeleton mages, a better formation of the undead tide can be achieved. A group of skeleton mages had their eyes flicker with flames, and silently lined up, walking out of the graveyard, advancing in the direction of the command. Jiang Yan then turned to the dwarves and praised. You have done well, and I have decided to grant you a half-day off. I will have the culinary mage brew a batch of strong liquor as a reward for you. In addition, considering your outstanding performance, I have decided. Looking at the dwarves with expressions of anticipation, Jiang Yan deliberately paused before smiling. I have decided to promote you to the chief construction team of the Undead District in Sacred Spirit City, specifically responsible for the construction of the Undead District. All new construction teams that join in the future will report to you. The dwarves, who were originally joyful, suddenly froze. Jiang Yan looked at their expressions and couldn't help but nod inwardly. These beings from another world are truly simple. Just painting a picture and giving a nominal position made them unable to speak with joy. He immediately chuckled. Don't be too excited, this is what you deserve. Sacred Spirit City will not mistreat any meritorious person. After saying this, Jiang Yan sensibly turned to leave, no longer disturbing these overly joyful dwarves. Wait, my lord, wait. At this moment, a few of the more astute dwarves seemed to wake from a dream and chased after him. As they steadily developed, time flew by, reaching the 7th day. Thanks to the assistance of a large number of skeleton mages, the undead army led by Xena has now occupied 80 of the land in the dark forest, with the total number of skeleton warriors exceeding 30,000. They only need to eliminate the forest's guardian, an ancient treant of diamond tier 10, to take control of the entire southern land. That fellow is a special life form difficult to control with spells. Almost all remaining tribes and monsters in the forest have gathered there, guarding the last piece of. If someone were to look from a god's perspective, they would see Xena enveloped in death energy, casually shooting black arrows to slay living beings, while behind her eerie skeleton warriors crawled up from the corpses, joining the army and destroying everything in sight. On the other side, countless living beings in the forest gathered together, their gazes resolute, united, as one, establishing the final defense around a towering ancient tree. If a bard were to pass by, they might write about the story of the great demon king of the undead harming the living. At this moment, the advancing undead army suddenly seemed to have received some command, stopping in unison, as if a precise machine. A golden-furred mouse ran to the center of the army, looking at the terrifying woman. It flattered, "Master, is there a problem? Is there any subordinate that can assist you?" Xena glanced at this creature controlled by a talisman. It was the mouse king of this area, capable of controlling all nearby rodents and providing a wealth of information about the forest and even the eastern wasteland, so she temporarily spared its life. "Wait until night falls," Xena said indifferently. "Wonderful. Most creatures will have their combat effectiveness diminished at night, but my undead army remains unaffected." "You truly think ahead, Master," the golden mouse praised. "How's the matter of scouting information in the Western Hackman Duchy going?" "I have gathered all the information, Master," the golden mouse respectfully reported. "The Hackman Duchy has begun constructing temples throughout the region 2 days ago, worshipping the great Light Lord. Look, this is a recording stone secretly taken by a treasure-seeking mouse. These mortals are quite perceptive, knowing that my master is the only true god." Xena chuckled lightly and casually activated the recording stone. A grand and magnificent hall appeared in the image, and in the center stood a statue remarkably similar to Jiang Yan, while to its lower left was a smaller statue of a girl exquisitely crafted with 6 wings, and many citizens were devoutly worshipping. Smash! The recording stone was crushed. Xena's smile instantly froze. "On what basis can that birdman appear in the temple? Are you referring to that winged creature?" "That's called an angel," the golden mouse explained in surprise. "Master, she has a high reputation for rescuing many citizens and assisting in resisting the abyss monsters. People there refer to her as the first saint under the Light Lord." "Shut up, fool," Xena said expressionlessly. "A bunch of foolish mortals. On what basis can that birdman be called first? Only I am worthy to be the foremost messenger under the Emperor." "That's right, I think so too," the golden mouse realized and said indignantly, "Master, should I arrange for subordinates to destroy her statue?" Bang! The golden mouse was sent flying. "Impudence! The place where the Emperor's statue resides is not to be desecrated." Xena's gaze turned cold. She despised those winged beings, but the dignity of the undead Emperor must not be violated. "Yes, Master, I know my crime, I know my crime." The golden mouse repeatedly bowed its head. Xena did not speak further, her expression emotionless, as she gazed into the depths of the forest. One by one, the skeleton's eyes lit up with eerie flames, resuming their movements, heading towards the direction Xena's gaze fell upon. She had originally intended to leverage the advantages of undead creatures in the darkness to minimize losses and prepare for the subsequent conquest of the eastern wasteland. But now the annoying woman heading to Hackman Duchy seemed to be thriving. If this resulted in the Emperor leaning towards the Heaven faction, it would be disastrous, so she must quickly demonstrate her value. Xena's crimson eyes flickered slightly. In the realm of the undead, when have they ever feared law? The setting sun casts its golden rays, perfectly dividing the two camps with its lingering light. One side is adorned with dappled shadows, resembling valiant warriors from a fairy tale, fearless in the face of death. The other side is shrouded in the shadows of trees, like demons emerging from the night. "Powerful undead creatures, do you dare to step forward? I am the guardian of this forest. Why do you invade our homeland without reason?" A dry voice echoed, and patterns resembling a mouth opened and closed appeared on a towering tree. "Kill!" Hina stood in the back, coldly issuing the order, showing no intention of engaging with the opponent. "Are you kidding? Do the undead need a reason to invade others? One must know that before the abyss appeared, the undead calamity was one of the greatest enemies across all realms. With a single command, tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers charged forward without hesitation. Prepare to engage. The ancient tree sighed inwardly and gave the order. Though powerful, it moved slowly. It had hoped to trick the opponent into advancing for a chance to strike. After all, dealing with undead experts meant that killing countless ordinary skeletons would be of no use. Boom! A series of collapsing sounds erupted and numerous pits suddenly appeared in the path of the undead army. Many skeletal warriors fell directly into them, crushed by the giant burrowing python lying in wait. However, these skeletal warriors seemed oblivious, not even changing direction, as they continuously fell into the pits one after another. Ha ha ha, these undead creatures are so foolish. I really don't understand how the outer races could lose to them, laughed an iron-backed demon bear. Indeed, it's my first time seeing creatures rushing to their own deaths, chimed in a nearby two-headed wolf. But soon the smiles on their faces froze. As more and more skeletons fell into the pits, the giant burrowing python, which had initially effortlessly crushed its opponents, began to struggle. Even as these undead creatures had their bodies partially swallowed, they continued to wield their bone blade. The python's space for movement grew increasingly limited and its wounds multiplied. Finally, when the 17th skeleton joined the battle, the python, having lost too much blood, lost its ability to resist and was cut into chunks. The remaining intact skeletons struggled to climb out of the giant pit, continuing forward, their blood-stained bones resembling demons from hell. Even more despairing was that as a skeleton wielding a bone staff cast a spell, 4 or 5 skeletal warriors crawled out of the giant python's body, joining the fray. Just moments ago, comrades fighting side by side had suddenly turned into enemies. This scene left those who had seldom engaged with the undead dumbfounded, and it wasn't until the skeletal warriors were almost upon them that they snapped back to reality, hastily launching a counterattack. Eliminate these evil creatures. For our homeland. The native warriors of the forest shouted to rally themselves as they launched their counteroffensive. Armored rhinos, confident in their powerful defenses, charged into the skeletons without care, scattering them in all directions, while many fragile bones were crushed underfoot. However, as they pressed deeper, the skeletons grew denser, exhausting their charge. They were forced to halt, countless bone blades stabbing at their tough skin. Most left only white marks, but some pierced into the folds of their hide. Those were the relatively weaker areas of its defense. As blood holes appeared, the armored rhino, in pain, began to thrash wildly, flinging the surrounding skeletal warriors away. Yet these were futile struggles. Blood flowed incessantly, and the armored rhino gradually lost its vitality. Under the spells of the skeletal mage, another large group of skeletal warriors rose from the corpses to join the fight. On another side of the battlefield, a large group of wolfmen archers were frustrated, shooting arrows at the archers hidden among the skeletons. Their poisoned arrows were not particularly powerful, relying mainly on toxins to prevail. But they happened to encounter skeletons which either passed through the gaps between the bones or were difficult to penetrate. Even more troubling was that once they finally hit their target, the skeletons merely needed to pluck the blackened poisoned bone off and toss it aside. However, if these wolfmen were careless and fell to an arrow, a skeletal mage would immediately cast a spell to summon undead warriors at the spot, causing a large-scale disturbance. In this ebb and flow, they began to retreat steadily. The most unfortunate were the Thunder Lions. They habitually used electric shocks to paralyze their opponents before delivering a fatal blow. But having suffered from a lack of compulsory education in this other world, they did not understand that bones are poor conductors, nearly insulating, rendering their electric shocks ineffective. This group of Thunder Lions, having unleashed their abilities, rushed in excitedly to bite off the opponent's neck, only to find themselves beheaded in retaliation. More skeletal warriors rose. This is the combat style of the undead realm. No need for tactics, no need for evasion, just kill all living beings in sight and turn them into allies. It's impossible to kill them all. They keep multiplying. Why don't we retreat to another forest? Why must we fight to the death? Fear gradually took hold of the Forest Coalition warriors' minds. They had merely formed a temporary alliance, and there were many conflicts among them, and now, with the situation unfavorable, many began to contemplate retreat. Especially the weaker tribes, who already received little, were even less inclined to fight to the death. As they watched their defenses on the verge of collapse, the Forest Guardian was forced to send forth powerful experts. Most of them possessed special abilities and surpassed ordinary skeletal soldiers in speed, strength. The reason they hadn't been sent into battle from the beginning was that the Forest Guardian had observed that the opposing commander possessed a unique ability to control the strong. It intended to wait until the opponent appeared to restrain them before sending in the elite forces to turn the tide. Yet, unexpectedly, despite their immense power, the opponent was overly cautious and cunning, remaining hidden in the shadows. A giant covered in ice crystals continuously unleashed waves of cold air, freezing large numbers of skeletons. Meanwhile, another massive giant ape charged in, smashing them to pieces. There was also a giant eagle that spewed acid soaring in the air and ruthlessly slaughtering the undead army. The arrows from the skeletal archers barely reached, only to be blown away by the flapping of its wings. Hidden in the shadows, Hina smirked coldly, her crimson eyes radiating a different kind of brilliance. If I can't control this old tree, how can I not control these weaklings of only silver and gold ranks? Your subordinates are quite useful, now they are mine. Curse seal activated. Several invisible waves of law descended, and the powerful beings that had been slaughtering the undead army suddenly halted their movements, their eyes filled with bloodlust and strange incantations as they turned to attack the forest army. Caught off guard, a large number of forest defenders were slaughtered, leaving behind a sea of corpses. Numerous skeletal mages stepped forward to cast spells, and hundreds of skeletal warriors appeared on the spot. As they witnessed more and more enemies and saw their higher-ups inexplicably turn against them, the forest coalition completely lost their fighting spirit and began to flee. Enough! You damned undead creatures! A hoarse roar rang out. Crash! The ancient guardian tree of the dark forest could no longer hold back and finally took action itself. Several robust branches plunged into the soil, and instantly countless roots spread out, shattering large groups of skeleton warriors. The lush branches seemed to come alive, thrusting directly at several tiered creatures controlled by Shina. The ice crystal giant exhaled a terrifying blast of cold air, attempting to freeze the branches, while the giant ape continuously tried to tear apart the entangling roots. But it was of no use. Under the immense disparity of power, even the flying giant eagle could not escape being firmly bound. Just as the ancient tree was about to retract its branches and devour the controlled creatures, several black arrows accurately struck the branches, severing them. The few who had narrowly escaped hurriedly retreated. Damn it, cowardly undead creature, I know you are here. Come out and fight me face to face. The ancient tree, interrupted in its attack, roared in anger, once more its frenzied branches sweeping away numerous skeleton warriors around it. Foolish creature. A hint of disdain flashed in Shina's eyes. The undead realm does not prize bravery. Aside from a few tough and resilient undead beings, most prefer to hide behind their ranks and launch surprise arrows or magic. As the most outstanding Dark Ranger, she was a paragon among them. Once again, with precise aim, she shot an arrow that severed the branch, trying to annihilate a large number of skeletons. Shina retreated to the back, commanding the undead army to advance and surround the ancient tree. Although the roots that continuously emerged from the ground were incredibly strong, capable of piercing the skulls of skeleton warriors almost instantly, the undead army showed no fear. The skeleton soldiers behind did not hesitate to cleave down on the heads of their forward companions, severing both them and the roots. The controlled creatures, regaining their senses, also launched a counterattack under the cover of the undead army. Although the silver-grade cold air was insufficient to freeze the ancient tree's branches, it made them weaker, causing considerable trouble in conjunction with the giant eagle's corrosive acid. What frustrated the ancient tree the most was that every time it attempted to launch a surprise attack on these creatures, it was always interrupted by several precise arrows. Ah! Damn coward, come out! After several of its attacks were thwarted by Shina, the ancient tree fell into complete madness. The branches waved wildly in the sky, and a flurry of green leaves fell and flew out, resembling blades whipping up a whirlwind. Boom! In an instant, a massive cloud of dust was raised over a radius of 50 meters, and all the skeletons within the area were reduced to powder. However, due to the earlier retreat of the forest defenders, countless corpses were left behind. Under the skills of over 100 skeleton mages, thousands of skeleton warriors rejoined the battlefield, merging with the main force, and continued to cut down the roots and branches of the ancient tree inch by inch. With no choice, the ancient tree could only shake off large amounts of branches and leaves, clearing the enemies within its range. Thus 2 hours passed. After 5 successive eruptions, the ancient tree was now left with nothing but a bare trunk devoid of a single green leaf. In a fit of suppressed rage, countless skeletons severed all its roots, ultimately pierced through its trunk by 16 consecutive arrows from Shina, completely stripping it of life. A golden token formed purely from energy appeared at the spot. Shina pondered for a moment, and then raised her hand to reward the ice crystal giant and the giant ape with 2 dark arrows. Both howled in agony as they collapsed to the ground, and 2 green tokens along with 2 exceptionally tall skeleton warriors appeared at the location. Go deliver these tokens to the Emperor, Shina said to the trembling giant eagle nearby. Yes, master. The giant eagle let out a long breath and picked up the 3 tokens, soaring into the sky. Rest here. In half an hour we move towards the eastern wasteland. Shina said calmly, while leaning against the remnants of the ancient tree. Upon hearing this, some intact skeleton warriors began to rest on the spot. Some injured skeletons searched the ground for suitable bones to replace. Meanwhile, 100 skeleton mages looked for any overlooked corpses to summon new warriors. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan in Holy Spirit City was suddenly engulfed in streams of golden light. Level up. Congratulations, you've reached level 50, and can use the bronze advancement token for promotion. It seemed that the war in the Dark Forest had come to an end. Feeling the sudden surge in level, Jiang Yan quickly opened the war record panel. Shina killed forest creatures 26,733, gained soul crystals 77,840, experience 570000. Shina killed the guardian ancient tree. Your reputation increased slightly, gained golden advancement token 1. Shina killed the ice crystal giant and the giant ape. Your reputation slightly increased, gained bronze advancement token 2. Special reminder, you have defeated one of the 3 guardians in the novice area. After defeating all 3 guardians and surviving the first abyss riot, you will gain permission to explore the continent. However, be aware that from then on the isolation barrier of Holy Spirit City will permanently disappear, and there is a chance of being discovered or attacked by local forces on the continent. It was so easily defeated. Jiang Yan was momentarily lost in thought. In his past life, it was not until over 4 months later, when the second abyss riot ended, that he barely defeated the guardians at 3 locations. Do not be fooled by how the undead army swept through effortlessly. They captured it completely without significant. In reality, the Dark Forest was filled with miasma, poisonous insects, and swamps. Not to mention the heavily armored guardians, it was extremely difficult for ordinary troops to survive in such an environment, let alone advance quickly. A bountiful harvest. Jiang Yan sighed as he looked at the resource panel. With nearly 80,000 soul crystals, it could almost be exchanged for over 2 million faith power at the current market rate. This meant he could hatch over 400 angels, significantly increasing the probability of preserving the Principality of Hamank. For others, the pressure of the first abyss riot was not too great. The countries worshipped by various lords would exert their utmost effort to resist and ultimately perish alongside the abyss demigods through sacrificial means, leaving them to deal with only a small portion of low-level abyssal monsters. However, if one wished to preserve the principality, they must confront semi-divine abyss monsters and numerous powerful abyssal troops hidden, which is no easy feat. In his past life, even the 6th princess of the Xinhuan Empire, Luo Qianyu, could not achieve this. Of course, if they managed to preserve it, the benefits would be immense. Once the faith level rises to fanatic, it can provide a stable 5,000 points of faith power daily. If elevated to devoted or higher, it would provide at least over 2,000 points daily. Not to mention the requirements for the number of believers for divine ascension later on. Moreover, once all guardians are defeated, and one formally enters the continent, having a principality under one's control would facilitate interactions with other forces and the development of faith significantly. Currently, the power is not secure enough. It seems I must strive to capture most of the wasteland within the remaining 2 days. Jiang Yan silently calculated, taking out the bronze advancement token he had obtained earlier. A greenish-blue token slowly vanished from Jiang Yan's hand as vast and pure energy surged into his body. The source of magical power, originally no larger than a droplet, quietly shattered, transforming into a pool. Jiang Yan sensed a slight increase. His total magical power had only risen about 3-fold, yet the upper limit had increased 100-fold. A thought crossed his mind, and his personal interface appeared before him. Jiang Yan, Identity Lord, Undead Emperor. Level Bronze Tier 1. Clan Angel Clan. Equipment Calamity Artifact Level. Lord Skills War Frenzy Level 1 War Summoning. Professional Skills Death Pointer. Others omitted. See Chapter 25. Overall rating 10274. Jiang Yan felt a hint of excitement. Thanks to the artifact staff and his unique first-level profession, he finally qualified as a minor powerhouse. In his past life, he only had this combat power at Diamond Tier 10. War Frenzy and Death Pointer were skills obtained from this advancement. The former could temporarily enhance the strength and speed of allies, while the latter could consume magical power to unleash a powerful single-target necromantic attack spell. This somewhat compensated for his current lack of offensive means. At the same time, a notification sound rang in his ears. A lord has reached bronze tier. The rank list is officially open. This list is settled once a month, and corresponding reputation points and title rewards can be obtained. Jiang Yan opened the world's function interface, and the original functionalities now glaringly displayed a rank list with only one solitary name. First place, Jiang Yan, bronze tier 1. Maintaining grants 100 reputation. Temporary title reward, chosen lord. Description: as the first among the chosen ones, your performance has garnered favor from worlds, temporarily obtaining a position recognized by all forces in this world, effective only while worn. Jiang Yan was taken aback. He had never seen this title before, considering in his past life he ranked over 8,000 and could not make the list. Suddenly he recalled an event from his past life. During a joint operation, he had accompanied several powerful lords to the stronghold of the native force, the Fire Empire, in the city of Fire City. He remembered that when entering the city gates, the guards had said, "Respected chosen messenger, welcome to Fire City, please enter." Yet when it was his turn, the attitude was quite cold. "First pay a fee of 100 soul crystals to enter the city, then queue up." At that time, Jiang Yan thought it was due to the other's connection with the Fire Empire. Now it seemed it might have been the effect of titles and reputation. This was different from what Analia boasted about as Master of the Gods. Those titles were only recognized within his sphere of influence, while Chosen Lord was acknowledged by all forces. So am I also someone of status now? If I return to the novice dungeon, do I qualify for... Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, dismissing these odd thoughts. He opened the trading panel, listing 70000 soul crystals for exchange at a rate of 130 for pure belief power. This lucrative business won't be viable after the second abyssal surge. By then, the weaker lords would be eliminated and the stronger ones would have stable income sources, so he needed to make the most of this opportunity. Lose 20 soul crystals, receive 600 pure belief power. Lose 10 soul crystals, receive 300 pure belief power. Watching the frequent trading notifications, Jiang Yan estimated that within half an hour, these 70000 soul crystals would be traded, allowing him to summon over 400 angels. The only downside was that he hadn't received any blueprints. It seemed no one was foolish enough. Emperor. At that moment, a giant eagle flew over the city wall, calling out to him from a distance before quickly landing before him. "Are you one of Xena's subordinates?" Sensing the familiar energy fluctuations from the other, Jiang Yan inquired. "Yes, Emperor. Lady Xena asked me to deliver these tokens to you." The giant eagle lowered its head, placing 3 tokens down. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yan took the tokens, pondering for a moment, then retrieved a porcelain bottle from his storage space. "Take this to Xena. It's a delicacy developed by the spiritual food master that can temporarily enhance agility slightly, and importantly, it's sweet and tastes good." "Yes, Emperor, I will report back." "Go ahead." Jiang Yan watched the giant eagle leave, casually putting away the tokens. He headed toward the high-level graveyard, intending to summon today's skeletons and lead his army to join Xena in the attack on the wasteland. Unfortunately, he still hadn't obtained higher-level building blueprints. "Wait." Jiang Yan suddenly halted, 2 bronze tokens floating back into his hands. "Yes, these are rare items now. Only by defeating monsters of silver tier or above can they drop. Other lords don't have several followers with demigod-level combat power at the start like he does. Dealing with bronze tier monsters is already tough, let alone silver tier." Thinking this, Jiang Yan reopened the world's trading platform, preparing to list the extra 2 bronze advancement tokens, when he noticed several people in the chat channel him. "Wow. It's only the 7th day and Jiangda has already advanced to bronze. I still have to kite level 30 elites, and the Big Shot has already defeated a silver tier boss. Big Shot looking to buy a bronze advancement token. Price is negotiable. Jiang Yan. Same request. Big Shot, my castle slime can split. Wanna come take a look? Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, did you block me? Some were making purchase requests while others joined in the fun, including a troublemaker. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, listing the tokens on the purchase platform priced at 1 epic level blueprint, and shared the link in the chat channel, instantly causing a stir. Wow, Jiangda is still as blackheart as ever. As expected of his familiar style, everyone can check the exchange platform. The black merchant trading belief power at 130 is him. No doubt. I suggest everyone boycott such people. Wait, we agreed to boycott together. Why is the exchange limit for soul crystals almost gone? Jiang Yan briefly glanced through and lost interest. At the current stage, only he could obtain advancement tokens. After all, those silver tier bosses were mostly the leaders of various local factions, each with a large number of elite warriors. To defeat them, at least diamond tier strength was required. Let the bullets fly for a while. At this moment in the dark forest, "Master, I have returned." The giant eagle landed. "Did you deliver the items?" Xena asked casually, a longbow having seemingly appeared in her. The giant eagle shivered all over, quickly saying, "Yes, Master, the Emperor is very pleased. He said you truly are his most favored subordinate, much stronger than those birdmen. He also said you worked hard and asked me to bring you some specially developed spiritual food to alleviate boredom." As it spoke, the giant eagle carefully retrieved a warm porcelain bottle from its wing. "Oh, did the Emperor really say that?" Xena said with an inscrutable smile. Yes, the Emperor said this spiritual food was specifically made sweet, hoping you would maintain a good mood after eating it. Xena took a piece and put it in her mouth, the corners of her mouth, slightly rising. It's indeed quite sweet. She glanced at the giant eagle, which was trembling, wings tucked in and head bowed, and quietly put away her longbow. Just a silver tear, not much of a soul burden. I shall keep it. After all, as a commander, one occasionally needs to hear different voices. The giant eagle suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over it, silently exhaling as it lowered its head even further. Not far away, a golden-furred mouse gazed at the giant eagle with a grave expression. Trouble has arrived. On the morning of the 8th day, a notification resonated in the ears of everyone in the area. The first abyssal upheaval is imminent. The level of abyssal aura leakage has increased, and the probability of encountering powerful corrupted creatures will significantly rise. Please proceed with caution. Standing before the gates of heaven, Jiang Yan paused, slightly ignoring it. This was all experienced in his past life. It merely meant that the difficulty of harvesting resources in the wild had increased, which had little impact on him, and might even bring some benefits. After all, it has become more difficult to enter the depths of those areas to slay silver BOSSES, and the value of the bronze advancement tokens has consequently risen. Recruit! Jiang Yan thought, and a total of 1 million faith power vanished. In an instant, the entire gates of heaven trembled violently, bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance, as large pale golden orbs of light spewed out, nearly occupying all nearby space. Jiang Yan watched this scene with excitement. A total of 420 angels appeared, a force sufficient to face any challenge ahead. Afterward, he could confidently accumulate 10 million faith power to upgrade the gates of heaven. Soon as the golden light dissipated, angels with white wings appeared in their place. Most of them wore matching armor and carried long swords, with only a few slightly different. Master, thank you for granting us new life. The loud chorus caused the nearby dwarves who were laboring to look up. Rise, Jiang Yan said, his gaze sweeping over them, and he understood everything. There were a total of 405 battle angels, 5 healing angels, 8 divine magic angels, and 2 rare preaching angels. These angels had similar attributes, but their skills varied. Aside from the 2 types that had appeared before, the divine magic angels were dressed similarly to Analia, wielding swords and holy scriptures, excelling in various attack and support holy light spells. The preaching angels looked the most special. They held a holy scripture with both hands, their expressions pious, and excelled in the holy word technique. This skill's lower version, seduction, was known as the sales technique across various realms. It could subtly endear one to others, leading them to unconsciously accept and carry out the words of the speaker. Leave 2 healing angels, 2 divine magic angels, and 20 battle angels. The rest proceed directly to the west to the Hamank Kingdom. I will have Analia send someone to meet them and quickly elevate their levels to above bronze. Jiang Yan considered it for a moment and decided not to send them to Yabalik. With the frequency of corrupted creatures appearing in the wild increasing, it may not be safer than the established front lines, and given the large number of these angels, even a dragon might not be able to oversee them all. We fight for you, Master. The angels bowed once more, then lined up neatly and flew westward, leaving only a small portion behind. After making them wait for a moment, Jiang Yan went to the undead half-region and summoned 100 elite skeleton archers. Along with 2 swordsmen with special skills, this was the troop he planned to take on this expedition. He possessed the skill, Undead Domination, who as long as he killed enemies he would continuously replenish his ranks. Target the wasteland, move out. A uniquely composed army set off from the Holy Spirit City, heading eastward. Meanwhile, on the southern side of a resplendent city in a mirrored forest, a girl with an aristocratic demeanor, exquisite features, and dressed in a pale yellow long gown stood atop a land dragon, her brows furrowed. In front of her, over 20 robust land dragons were engaged in battle with a group of ogres with a heavily armored knight on each dragon wielding a spear nearly 3 meters long, accurately piercing through enemies. Why are there so many of these ugly creatures? They just keep coming. Luo Chenyu complained vigorously, striking her staff against the land dragon beneath her. Bang! Suddenly a loud crash echoed as a land dragon knight was sent flying along with the dragon. Had it not been for the quick reactions of a few nearby individuals to intercept, the situation could have been dire. Luo Chenyu looked on as an exceptionally large ogre swung a club, driving back several individuals retreating into the forest, while the other ogres roared and turned to flee. They've run again. How dare this wretched creature, a mere silver small boss, be so intelligent? Luo Chenyu begrudgingly called for her people to withdraw. She had battled this ogre tribe many times. Their leader would always hide and ambush, retreating immediately if their first strike missed, costing her 2 land dragon knights in the process. As for pursuing, that was impossible. The forest was dense with trees and miasma, making it very unsuitable for the performance of land dragon knights. It seems I have no choice but to purchase that obnoxious fellow's bronze token, especially since he blacklisted me. Luo Qianyu reluctantly opened the Inter-Realm Trading Center. Given her status, she certainly understood the benefits of the rank leaderboard. Her elders had repeatedly warned her to at least maintain a position in the top 3. Forget it, it's just an epic blueprint. I might as well trade them all of this way, no one can threaten me in the short term. Luo Qianyu quickly made her decision, taking out 2 blueprints and placing them in the inter-realm space to trade. She had plenty of these and felt no regret. After completing the assessment, in addition to the share that royal descendants should have, there were also resources gifted by various royal elders, and she had 3 legendary blueprints, not to mention epic ones. It's a pity that the first legendary blueprint produced buildings related to the profession, but the profession needs to be advanced to exert its strength. Otherwise, why would I buy this obnoxious fellow's items? Luo Qianyu looked at the bronze token in her hand and sighed softly. Her kin were epic land dragons. The related legendary buildings could recruit advanced troops, such as sub-dragon knights and flying dragon knights, which were far superior to land dragons. Yet, given the foundation of the Xinhuan Empire, they could only prepare 2 demon hearts for her, enough to exchange for 200,000 soul crystals. And a legendary building would require at least over 100,000 soul crystals, plus the recruitment costs. She still hadn't gathered enough resources for the second blueprint. Just wait, the first will inevitably be mine. Luo Qianyu gazed at the rankings on the leaderboard undeterred. She knew far more secrets about the inter-realm than Jiang Yan, who hailed from a small place. Meanwhile, on the other side, several lords ranked at the top returned to their bases in disarray after yet another failed boss raid. Some among the wealthy crowd, unwilling to accept their fate, took out an epic blueprint, opening the Inter-Realm Trading Center to prepare to purchase the bronze token Jiang Yan had listed. This is outrageous. This item won't be worth much later. It's completely overpriced, and they dare to sell it for the price of an epic blueprint. It's too excessive. But then again, with such a high price, surely no one would fight for it. Wait! Didn't we agree to jointly boycott Jiang Yan? Where's my bronze token? Those who deviate from the Lord's glory shall be purified. Holy light judgment. Holy light, heed my prayer, heal all wounds. On the desolate plains east of the Holy Spirit City, over 20 angels surrounded a band of over 100 bandits. It was almost a one-sided massacre, or as waves of holy light spells fell, these level 30 bandits had no power to fight back and fell one after another, while the angels ascended to level 31. At the same time, a force visible only to Jiang Yan gathered from the corpses. Death Harvest activated successfully. Death Essence increased by 106. Well done, Jiang Yan praised, genuinely satisfied. These angels were meticulous in their killings, leaving no dismembered limbs on the ground, not a drop of blood splattered. This greatly facilitated his conversion of the corpses. It is our honor to serve the Holy Lord. The excited angels fluttered their wings, and then dispersed to guard the surroundings cautiously. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, stepped forward, and the rod of calamity in his hand began to glow. Necromancy activate. Hundreds of bandit corpses along with their steeds moved simultaneously, awkwardly rising from the ground, climbing back onto their horses, in an orderly fashion, silent, as if programmed, the only change being their eyes becoming hollow and lifeless. Necromancy, as one of the innate skills of the Necromancer King, is the highest level summoning spell, allowing for the complete control of any corpse not limited to bones. With a 300 boost from Calamity, Jiang Yan felt that his magical power had only decreased by 1/10, meaning he could summon nearly 1000 ordinary undead at once. Let's move out. With Jiang Yan's command, the bandits began to move forward at a steady pace. The monsters in the plains seemed less dense than in the forests. After traveling over 100 kilometers, they encountered only 3 waves of monsters. 2 waves consisted of bandits, as well, possibly curious to see their companions, but they would be left behind forever. The other wave consisted of 3 bronze-level lizards, which after being defeated by the angels became mounts for Jiang Yan and 2 great swordsmen. My lord, I must say this creature is quite sturdy. Shield 1 carefully stood up, and upon realizing the lizard was unaffected, he became quite pleased. Indeed, I poked it with my sword and didn't even pierce the skin. Shield 2 exclaimed excitedly. After all, their full armor and weapons weighed over 800 pounds, and few ordinary mounts could bear such weight. Earlier, when they tried to ride the undead horse of the bandits, it was simply crushed down. However, Jiang Yan's expression was somewhat gloomy. As the strongest lord, now the legendary Holy Lord, riding a dead lizard was indeed a disgrace. I should have called Abalik over, or... Sigh, never mind. Jiang Yan looked at the many angels only about 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall gazing at him with reverence sighed. Could he really call them over to ask if he could ride them? He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Let's continue forward, heading towards the center. After a brief rest, Jiang Yan reluctantly climbed onto the lizard and gave the order. He could vaguely sense a powerful force fluctuation there, likely the stronghold of the Guardian. From the map, it appeared that the army of undead led by Xena was engaged in battle with it. The main force moved again, but this time over 400 bandits served as the vanguard, creating a grand scene. No monsters dared to approach along the way. Soon they arrived at an area of sandy ground. Proceed with caution. I remember there is a small boss here, Jiang Yan said to the angels and the 2 great swordsmen. It didn't matter how many ordinary undead died, but these 2 could not perish. Yes, Holy Lord. Upon hearing this, a faint glow enveloped the angels, and the 2 great swordsmen drew their shields and activated their skills. The group's speed slightly slowed as they began to advance cautiously. When they had traveled about 5 kilometers, an anomaly occurred. In front of the undead bandit army, the ground suddenly sank down in a radius of several dozen meters. Dozens of bandits fell directly into the pit and lost contact. The army quickly scattered, keeping a close watch on the shifting sands in the pit. A tail gleaming with a metallic sheen shot out like lightning, piercing towards the angels in the air, the tip shimmering with a ghostly green venomous needle. Ha! The angels, already forewarned, fiercely swung their swords enveloped in holy light to block. Clang! A nauseating sound of collision erupted, the invincible angelic sword was directly knocked away, and the ghostly green needle grazed the edge of the 2-winged angel's arm. In just a moment her skin turned a dark greenish-black, and she plummeted from the sky. Devout followers in the holy light, we shall achieve eternal life. The next second a resounding chant echoed, and a rich white light fell upon the falling angel. Under the radiance, the deceased angel reopened her eyes as her wings flapped to stabilize her form. Revival spell. It was 2 healing angels who had acted. Jiang Yan urged the lizard to retreat a few meters, his expression grave as he watched the pit. Something was wrong. A level 40 angel had been instantaneously killed despite being prepared. This was definitely not the power of a silver-level small boss. Unless, with a whoosh, the sky filled with swirling sand, and a terrifying creature the size of an ordinary house emerged from the ground. It was covered in a metallic black shell with 2 massive pincers that easily crushed several bandits in half. The most eye-catching was the tail raised high, flashing with a ghostly green glow which even the 2-winged angels could not withstand. The underworld Scorpion King. No, it should now be called the demonized Scorpion King. Looking at the faint black-red evil patterns, and the frenzied gaze on its body, Jiang Yan knew it had already been corrupted by the abyssal aura. No wonder it was so powerful. It was no longer a silver-level small boss, but a demon comparable to a golden-level creature. Prepare for battle. Jiang Yan became excited instead. He just happened to need a silver advancement token. Moreover, since demons were not true abyssal creatures, after defeating it he could control it with necromancy. With magical energy surging through him, a thick aura of death surged forth, magnified 3-fold by calamity like a black lightning strike. Death finger! Boom! Sensing something, the demon scorpion raised its pincers to block, but was knocked back several meters by the tremendous impact. A clear hole several centimeters wide appeared on the black pincers. Green blood oozed out, but for its massive body it was evidently nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Yan was not disappointed. Although their overall scores were quite similar, his score was primarily boosted by the artifact calamity. It was already impressive that a bronze-level warrior could injure a golden-level demonized boss. After all, the strength of the Necromancer King mainly relied on necromancy and the essence of death. If given time to gather warriors and essence, he could even kill it instantly. Charge! Having completed his strike, Jiang Yan unhesitatingly retreated to the back and commanded the undead bandit army to attack alongside the angels. Clang, clang, clang. The ghostly bandits, now devoid of fear, faced the massive demonic scorpion, without trepidation, charging forward on horseback and striking its black carapace with their steel blades. Though most left no trace even of white marks, the demonized scorpion, having lost its sanity, instinctively retaliated, raising its massive pincers in a furious sweep that sent over a dozen bandits flying. Meanwhile, the angels in the sky seized the opportunity to form a battle formation, and 2 divine magic angels began chanting enhancement spells. Holy light, heed my call, and grant us the courage to resist the darkness. Spirit of holy light, I pray, fight alongside us. Swathes of supportive spells, such as Courage Hymn and Holy Spirit Blessing, fell upon the angels, temporarily boosting their strength. In particular, the leading angel of the formation, empowered by the collective strength of the others, had reached a level nearly equal to that of their foe. The demonic scorpion, currently dispatching bandits, sensed a wave of unease and instinctively lashed out its tail toward the angels. At that moment, the angel's spell was also ready to be unleashed. Holy Light Judgment. A cold voice rang out as a 10-meter-long sword of holy light descended from the sky, its rich divine aura dispelling the abyssal power on the surface and severing the black scorpion's tail in one strike. The residual sword energy continued to strike the scorpion's thick carapace, leaving a deep gash. Yet not a single drop of blood emerged, all being evaporated by the power of holy light at the moment of impact. The surrounding bandits were also caught in the crossfire. The residual divine power acted on these undead beings like sulfuric acid, causing extensive corrosion. Boom! The heavily wounded scorpion finally reacted, throwing off the bandit that had been scratching it and charging angrily towards the angels. Whoosh! However, at this moment Jiang Yan had already commanded 100 elite skeleton archers to commence their volley. Their signature skill double shot had evolved under Jiang Yan's talent into triple shot and precision. Within a kilometer, every shot struck true. The arrows fell into the wounds opened by the holy light judgment as if guided by a precise targeting system. The scorpion in agony recoiled and began thrashing the ground. Clearly, despite its hard shell, it was vulnerable inside. It suddenly burrowed into the sand and vanished. Target the skeleton area, attack with full force. Jiang Yan, however, did not relent and immediately directed the angels. He was well aware that such lowly demonized creatures possessed little intelligence and only followed their instinctive desire to destroy, thus it would never flee. It would only attack the skeleton archers that had just wounded it. This behavioral trait was similar to a term popularized in a game within the Federation known as kiting. Indeed, mere seconds later, the sand beneath the skeleton archers surged, and the massive scorpion burst forth from the ground, sweeping its tail to shatter a majority of the skeletons. Almost simultaneously, the prepared angels unleashed a powerful strike. The formidable divine power shot forth like an arrow, striking the scorpion unprepared and shattering its head into fragments. The enormous body twitched a few times before falling still, while the skeleton archers serving as bait were annihilated under the residual divine power. The angels in midair flashed with light, each ascending to level 50. A silver-glinted token slowly emerged from the scorpion's corpse. Silver Advancement Token. Jiang Yan, having been promoted to Bronze Tier 5, stepped forward to claim the token, ensuring he wouldn't get stuck until Diamond Tier, as long as he had enough experience. After stowing the token, he looked at the scorpion's corpse with a hint of regret. The power of holy light could directly annihilate the souls of ordinary creatures, preserving the physical body. However, when dealing with dark-aligned beings, it acted like the most volatile explosives, easily causing massive damage. Necromancy. The Staff of Catastrophe gently tapped the ground, channeling the unique laws of the undead into the massive corpse. Silently, the deceased scorpion crawled up from the sand, standing quietly to the side. Despite having lost its head and the most powerful tail, it still exuded a formidable sense of oppression. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened as he leapt onto the scorpion's back, manipulating a thread of death's essence to meld into the wound left by the holy light judgment, restoring it to its former self in a matter of moments. For any undead being, this pure power of the law of death was akin to the finest treasure. Now this is a proper mount. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, surveying the battlefield. In this battle, all 100 elite skeleton archers were wiped out, and over 400 undead bandits were reduced to just over 70. Yet, they gained a golden tier demonic scorpion, significantly increasing their overall strength. However, Jiang Yan's gaze swept over the numerous undead beings that had been thoroughly mangled by the holy light, realizing that many warriors had not perished at the hands of the scorpion, but rather fallen victim to the angel's attacks. He had noticed this issue in the previous battles. However, at that time, the enemy was too weak for the angels to go all out, thus controlling their attacks to a certain range, minimizing the impact. But against formidable opponents, the conflict between these two opposing forces was evidently stark. Unless this issue was resolved, both sides would inevitably be forced to fight independently. Jiang Yan frowned as this did not align with his expectations. The true Abyssal Legion was not merely about quantity and quality. It could not be defeated by isolated forces. After deep contemplation, Jiang Yan slowly retrieved a softly glowing white gem from his storage space. Fate Decision of the Light Sovereign, rank unique. Category Gem Inlay. Effect displays upon inlay removable. Different equipment yields different effects. Special note: the one who awakens this item shall become the new Light Sovereign. He had learned of this treasure when Analea pledged her loyalty, but he had refrained from using it because the only equipment worthy of inlay was the undead artifact Catastrophe. The two had clearly conflicting attributes, and he had been worried about potential negative changes. However, it seemed he had no choice but to give it a try, as this was the only opportunity available. The obsidian staff appeared in his hand as Jiang Yan silently communicated with the will of the multiverse. Generally, inlays could be completed by a blacksmith or by spending 1,000 soul crystals to have the multiverse assist. The latter was far safer than the former. Inlay. In an instant, the two approaching entities unleashed unfathomable power simultaneously. One exuded pure darkness and death, the other radiated dazzling gold and light, as if two unfathomable deities were engaged in combat. This far exceeded Jiang Yan's imagination. It was not merely the power of the objects themselves, but also a contest of laws. Had he not been the master of both items and under the protection of the will of the multiverse, he would have likely been shattered into pieces at the very start. Yet Jiang Yan was completely unfazed. After all he had paid for this. No matter how powerful they were, they could not defy the power of the multiverse. Under that vast and immeasurable external force, the brilliance of both gradually dimmed, reluctantly drawing closer. Ultimately, the skull atop the Catastrophe seemed to come alive, opening its mouth and swallowing the gem. It seems not much has changed. Jiang Yan curiously gazed at the completed staff. The dark jade-colored shaft was coated with a soft white glow, and the skull at its tip, once with scarlet eye sockets, now shone with a faint golden hue. Clearly a relic of the underworld, it now exuded an aura of purity. Jiang Yan grasped the staff, and a unique wave of energy flowed into his mind. Redemption of all beings and natural disasters, rank sovereign level effect 500, enhancement to necromancy and holy light abilities. Embedded gem, the fate decision of the Holy Lord. Attached ability, 1 instant death consumes the essence of death to forcibly designate a living being for death with a cooldown of 30 days. Ineffective against beings above the demigod level, but soul crystals can be used to shorten the cooldown. Attached ability 2, blessing of holy light, undead creatures summoned through this artifact will gain affinity for divine spells. Attached ability 3, choice, when releasing offensive spells through this artifact, a random spell with equal power from either the holy light or undead system will be triggered. Comprehensive rating 29666. Special note, the bearer of this item is both the new Holy Lord of Light and the Emperor of the Undead Soulbound. Reading the introduction, Jiang Yan instinctively tightened his grip on the staff. A sovereign-level artifact. A being that only appeared in scattered records, Jiang Yan never expected that two conflicting attributes would merge perfectly. These 1,000 soul crystals were worth it. Not only did the ability enhancement increase by 200, but there were also 2 additional attached abilities. One perfectly resolved the conflict between angels and undead, while the other greatly enhanced personal combat ability. With 2 spells enhanced by 500, that's 10 times the power. According to the Canyon relativity theory, if the enemy doesn't strengthen its equivalent to weakening them, leading to a direct advantage of 20 times, how could we possibly lose? Jiang Yan suddenly felt invigorated, eager to find a monster to challenge. Yes, the Guardian of the Wasteland. He immediately opened the map panel and discovered that the undead army led by Xena had already breached the outer perimeter of the central area, battling fiercely with the monsters and Guardian of the Wasteland. I must hurry. For the first time, Jiang Yan felt that having capable subordinates wasn't always a good thing, as it left him with no sense of participation. He promptly commanded, "Set off full speed ahead." The massive demonic scorpion led the charge, flanked by over 20 angelic guards with 3 lizard men and horse bandits following closely behind. These subordinates were either mindless undead blindly devoted angels or lethargic great swordsmen lying on lizards, so there was no dissent as they rushed to the next battle right after the last. Jiang Yan intentionally made the demonic scorpion unleash its golden tear aura to the maximum, causing all creatures to refrain from approaching. Soon they were closing in on the central area. No wonder I felt the wasteland monsters were scarce. It turns out they have all gathered here. Jiang Yan looked at the ground littered with flesh and bones and suddenly understood. Clearly they had answered the call of the Wasteland Guardian to resist Xena's undead army. At this moment, a series of explosions erupted from the central area, followed by a deep voice. "Cowardly undead hiding behind to shoot arrows. Although you have achieved victory, you will never become a true powerhouse." Jiang Yan looked up and saw a massive figure made of gravel standing afar. However, its lower body, where it connected to the ground, had been severely damaged and numerous holes marred its chest, indicating that it was in a weakened state. A large group of skeletal warriors and several silver-tier creatures surrounded it, including a well-equipped horse bandit likely controlled by a curse, the Horse Bandit King. "Xena, wait!" Jiang Yan called out anxiously. "Emperor!" Just as Xena leaped into the air preparing to unleash a barrage to finish off the opponent, she paused slightly, landing gracefully while smiling. "What brings you here?" "Xena, come quickly and take a look," Jiang Yan said, spinning the disaster staff in his hand and waving it in front of her. He waved it again. "Isn't this your artifact, disaster? What could? Why does it emanate a holy aura? Has it turned traitor?" Xena glanced over casually, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "It cannot be said, it cannot be said." Jiang Yan shook his head mysteriously. "I can only tell you that this artifact is now sovereign level. So that's how it is." Xena's expression returned to calm. "Well, aren't you curious how it was done?" "Curious, but you are the greatest inheritor of the underworld, and anything incredible in your hands is ordinary," Xena stated matter-of-factly. "That's true." Jiang Yan scratched his head, looking somewhat glum. "Oh, I understand." Xena noticed Jiang Yan's smile fading, and after a moment of thought suddenly raised her head, gazing at him with her arms crossed in front of her chest, forming an astonishing arc, and with a slightly teasing voice said, "Wow, Emperor, you're amazing, so impressive." "Is that so? He. Before she could finish, Xena couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Jiang Yan was left in a mix of amusement and exasperation, and after a moment he couldn't help but laugh as well. Beside them, the cursed horse bandit king, under the control of the curse, widened his eyes and murmured, "Does Lady Xena have this side to her? Huh, why are you running so far?" He looked in surprise at the two colleagues who had unknowingly rushed back to the front lines. A golden mouse and a giant eagle were energetically shouting, directing the skeletal army to besiege the ailing giant Sandman. "All right, Xena, leave this monster to me. Let me show you the power of a sovereign-level artifact." With laughter fading, Jiang Yan gripped his staff and confidently stepped forward. "Okay." Xena's smile faded and her longbow quietly slipped into her hands. Boom! The bowstring vibrated and a black arrow silently penetrated the body of the horse bandit king, watching the spectacle. "Well, see." On the other side, Jiang Yan raised his staff, and the two angelic magic users nodded in understanding, chanting spells to cast several enhancement spells. Feeling a power unlike any before, Jiang Yan spiritedly activated his only offensive skill. A pure stream of death magic flowed from the source of power within him into the artifact staff. The skull at the tip of disaster suddenly glowed, its eye sockets radiating beams of light. One beam was infused with dark energy, a finger of death. The other beam contained the divine power from the choice ability. The two were distinctly different as they surged toward the massive Sandman. With a five-fold enhancement, their power rivaled that of golden tier spells. The nearly defeated Sandman could not withstand it. Clearly sensing its impending demise, the opponent sighed deeply and ceased to resist. Boom! After a violent explosion, sand and gravel scattered in the air, leaving only a golden token gleaming in its place. "You have slain the Wasteland Guardian and obtained 1 golden advancement token. You have accumulated a total of 63700 soul crystals." On the night of the 9th day, Jiang Yan returned to Sacred Spirit City and counted the spoils of this expedition. In addition to the rewards dropped by the Guardians, there were many soul crystals and skeleton warriors thanks to Xena's bravery. She directly controlled the Bandit King, replicating the previous strategy used against the ogres, summoning waves of bandits, gaining numerous skeleton soldiers, and sweeping through the wasteland. It must be said that the undead realm is indeed formidable. Jiang Yan lamented, wishing that the abyssal monsters were not unaffected by the essence of the undead realm, as otherwise it would have been uncertain who was the true calamity. With over 400 angels, more than 60000 skeleton warriors, and 3 subordinates comparable to demigods, it should be enough to deal with the first abyssal upheaval. Jiang Yan calculated carefully. For others, the first abyssal upheaval might seem like a mere cutscene, but for him who intended to preserve the entire principality, it meant facing off against demigod-level abyssal monsters. If I remember correctly, there will be first-tier crawlers and scythe demons, second-tier blood demons, cursed priests, and a small number of third-tier fusion demons. Of course, there will also be a big boss, a demigod of the aberrant species. Compared to the peculiar beings encountered in the Tower of Inheritance, the aberrant species are even more troublesome, often possessing special abilities derived from the abyss, allowing them to contend with foes far stronger than themselves. In my past life, I lacked the strength to intervene in the battle between the abyssal demigods and the strongest of the principality, and thus had no way of knowing the special abilities of my opponents. This is the only hidden danger. However, what can one do to ensure everything is perfect? Jiang Yan didn't mind taking out the silver advancement token, as strengthening oneself is always a wise choice. Once he becomes stronger, secures more territory, and gains enough faith, he will no longer fear the will of the planes targeting him, and will be able to summon the Archangel to sweep away everything. Silently chanting for use, the silver token instantly transformed into pure energy, merging into his body. The source of power, originally the size of a pond, continuously expanded under this overwhelming energy, ultimately becoming a gently flowing stream encircling the golden heart of the angel. You have successfully advanced to Silver Tier 1. From now on, the maximum limit of your subordinates can break through to demigod level. Jiang Yan's gaze turned to the second system notification. No wonder Anna had slain so many abyssal monsters and Xena had taken down 2 guardians without leveling up. It turned out to be limited by the Lord's own level. He suddenly recalled the introduction when Analea appeared. This is an extremely powerful being among the angelic race, limited by your weakness. Her power remains at the pinnacle of gold. Please pay attention to your reputation and strengthen yourself as soon as possible. It turns out I was the one holding back. Jiang Yan sighed slightly, but this was good news. If he could break through to Diamond Tier or above in this battle, his chances against the Abyssal Demigod would increase significantly. In addition, after advancing to Silver Tier, he awakened 2 new skills. One is the Lord Skill War Mastery, which allows him to temporarily gain the vision and perception of any ally in his faction. The other is the Professional Skill Hand of the God, which allows him to consume Death Essence to randomly retrieve an uncollected corpse in the realm of worlds with a random level limited to once per day. Isn't this just a lottery? The random level means there's a chance to draw the corpse of a powerful deity. That would be an instant win. This is quite interesting. Jiang Yan suddenly felt invigorated. He had always been confident in his luck. Moreover, it only required 100 Death Essence for each attempt, which isn't expensive. After washing his hands in the spiritual spring of the Angel District, he quietly closed his eyes to activate the skill. He felt as if his hands had traversed endless layers of space for an instant, and various different sensations came from his hands. Jiang Yan made a vigorous grab. The bones slipped from his grasp and he missed. The illusion vanished and Jiang Yan looked at his empty hands and the panel with 100 less Death Essence, narrowing his eyes and directly spending 1000 soul crystals to summon the will of the realm. What happened? Why didn't I retrieve a corpse using the skill hand of the god? Ding. Detection shows that Lord Jiang Yan touched the leg bone of a powerful corpse which retained a certain instinctual awareness and took the opportunity to pull its leg out and escape while you weren't paying attention. However, the skill description did not mention anything about probability of obtaining. This is a scam. I request a refund for my expenditure. After a moment of silence, the will of the realm finally responded. Detection confirms that Lord Jiang Yan's feedback is accurate. The skill description has been modified and the Lord is rewarded with a number of soul crystals. This incident has been resolved and a 5-star rating has been automatically given. Goodbye. You have received 100 soul crystals. Wait, that's too stingy to only compensate 100. What's going on? I lost 100 Death Essence and was scammed out of 900 soul crystals, resulting in maximum loss. Even the skill description for Hand of the God has changed to consuming Death Essence, has a chance to randomly retrieve an uncollected corpse in the realm of worlds with a random level limited to once per day. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Well, if the problem can't be solved, then the skill that caused the problem needs to be dealt with. Lord. At this moment a shout came from a member of the Dwarven construction team. Sorry my lord, I heard from my teammates that they saw you by the fountain, and thinking you might not have gone to sleep yet, I took the liberty to disturb you. No problem, you all haven't rested yet at this late hour. Jiang Yan smiled. Rest? No need. I saw the angels return, and haven't slept since praying and praising by your statue. How can we as honorable men fall behind these girls? Jiang Yan's expression was somewhat strange. Angels are not the same as them. They only need to maintain their prayers to receive the baptism of holy light, washing away all fatigue. Enough of this, my lord. After our relentless efforts, we have finally completed the construction of the Radiant Apostolate. Would you like to take a look? Of course. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. This is indeed good news. Tomorrow marks the day of the first abyssal upheaval. If they can recruit some apostles to spread faith at this time, the effect will certainly be exceptional. Let's go take a look. The two quickly jogged to the entrance of a brand new monastery. It covers about 2 kilometers and is divided into east and west wings, adorned with countless angelic sculptures, giving it a sacred and solemn appearance. At the very center of the main hall stands Jiang Yan's statue, surrounded by countless white-robed apostles kneeling and praying devoutly. Radiant Apostolate, an epic building of the Holy Light system capable of recruiting Holy Light apostles and Holy Light spreaders. Special note, as you are the highest-ranking deity of the Holy Light system, the recruitment price is reduced by 80%. On the morning of the 10th day, an announcement echoed throughout the region, waking everyone up. The abyssal passage is experiencing violent fluctuations, and the erosion level has temporarily increased to 5. Within 3 days, the strength of the abyssal monsters will greatly increase, and high-level magical beasts will appear sporadically. Warning: numerous evil abyssal demigods are attempting to descend. If not stopped, they will destroy all the kingdoms within the novice area. Please do everything possible to aid your faithful nation through this crisis. Once the riot ends, rewards will be distributed based on contributions. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire chat channel of all realms became lively. The large DLC cutscene is about to begin. Brothers, get ready to watch the show. Woo woo. The princess of my kingdom has such beautiful fur, but unfortunately I really can't fight. Calm down, brother isn't watching the show good. That is an abyssal demigod. I estimate even Jiang could hardly withstand a single hand of it. Sigh, it's no use being calm now. I kindly tried to keep the princess at my base, but she rejected me and I lost faith. Was that kindness? I didn't want to expose you. Wait for. Which race are you from, brother? Hey, I was originally from the Earth Dog race, but I disliked the name and changed it to Celestial Dog race. Isn't it powerful? Licking Dog race. During the first abyssal riot, as long as they did not participate in the frontline battle, the threat was not significant, so most lords had the leisure to chat. It's not that they are cold-blooded, but rather that their strength is truly inadequate. Even those lords who consider themselves quite strong would only station their troops along the retreat routes of the kingdoms, trying to save as many civilians as possible amidst the pursuit of the abyssal monsters, and earn some participation rewards. However, for Jiang Yan, this was an immensely critical battle. He took the previously summoned Yabalik to the front line as soon as he awoke in the morning. Xena had already led over 60,000 skeleton warriors to the surrounding villages to gather troops the night before. After all, the Hamank kingdom is under the faith of the Holy Light, and the undead army is not suitable for appearing on the front line. Jiang Yan's order to her was to draw in some abyssal monsters. As for the angels being the main force in this battle, they had already taken their positions early. At this moment, the city of Kaldon, closest to the abyssal passage, was fully prepared for war. This city, named after experts in Imperial Magic Array research, serves as the gateway to the entire Hamank kingdom, equipped with the most advanced Kaldun-level magical defense system outside the capital. If it falls, the cities behind will stand no chance against the abyssal invasion. Therefore, both the kingdom and Jiang Yan are doing their utmost to defend this city. The Golden Tier Seraph and Aliyah, over 400 Bronze Tier 2-winged angels, and Xena together with the arriving Yabalik are providing outer defense. The king of the kingdom has also dispatched the elite 1st and 2nd Knight regiments and the only mage squad to assist. Along with the original garrison, nearly more than 80% of the strength of the Holy Spirit City and the Hamank kingdom is gathered here. At this moment, the walls are filled with soldiers clad in light armor, holding enchanted crossbows, intently watching the direction of the abyssal passage. 1 moment. 2 moments. Half an hour. Time passed second by second, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Until a certain moment, a messenger hurriedly climbed the city walls. General, the detection spell at the front line has been triggered, showing that the abyssal army has crossed the Thousand Creek River and is approaching Kaldun City, expected to arrive here in 5 minutes. A burly man clad in heavy armor suddenly stood up, his copper bell-like eyes filled with killing intent. Relay the order, prepare for battle. Yes, General. 2 aides on either side took out horns and began to blow them vigorously. One turned around and activated a small communication magic array. Half a minute later, red, yellow, and blue magical barriers rose from the center of the city, covering the entire city. A tall tower slowly rose with dozens of mages in magical robes standing silently. 2 well-equipped knight regiments gathered behind the gates, ready to charge at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. The intense tremors of the earth began to resonate. An endless tide of black surged in from the horizon, stretching beyond sight. If the number of invaders during the last village attack was like a lake, then now it is a vast ocean. A Tier 3 diamond general couldn't help but swallow hard, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and shouted, "Everyone heed my command, draw your bows. Under the illumination of the Holy Light, we shall all be brave, steadfast, and invincible. The Holy Light will dispel all fears." 6 divine angels flew out from behind and sang loudly. Powerful Holy Light auxiliary spells showered down upon every soldier on the city walls. Their faces, once tense with fear, gradually relaxed. Their gazes became clear and confident once more, and the hands gripping the longbows steadied. "Holy spirits, thank you for your assistance," the general said, gratefully performing a gesture of reverence. "The Holy Lord will bless all devout believers, and the abyss will surely retreat." The 6 angels smiled faintly, their bright smiles like a gentle spring breeze dispelling all the soldiers' tension. Praise the Holy Lord of Light. The general nodded in agreement. As a warrior, he originally did not believe in so-called deities, but since that goddess with 6 wings easily defeated him, and those 2 winged angels fought valiantly against the abyssal monsters, he too became a devout believer. After all, who else could be so kind and powerful besides the deities? Just as the morale stabilized under faith and divine magic, the abyssal army arrived 3 kilometers outside the city. Their various triggering magic arrays are laid out, serving as the first line of defense for Khaldun City. Boom! Boom! As those magical monsters unhesitatingly stepped in waves of magical fire, powerful earth spikes and swift wind blades triggered one after another. However, the crawling monsters under the 5th level abyssal erosion possess nearly level 50 strength, and the previously effective magical attacks did not achieve the expected results. Many of them charged through the sea of flames, leaving bloody marks on their bodies from the sharp wind blades, but they were difficult to take down. Only the earth spikes caused some casualties. But for such overwhelming numbers, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Soon these terrifying abyssal monsters crossed the magic array area and charged towards the city. Most of them were crawling monsters covered in sharp poisonous spikes, while a small portion had humanoid outlines but sported for sharp scythes. The general, keeping a close watch on the battlefield, couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. According to the gods, this would be a high-intensity battle that would last at least 3 days. If second-tier abyssal monsters appeared from the start, the pressure would be overwhelming. Loose arrows. Attack! At the command, the arrows already drawn to their full moon rained down like a torrential storm. Each arrow was enchanted with explosive flames bursting upon contact with the enemy. Boom! Blazing firelight flashed across the battlefield as hundreds of crawling demons at the front were blasted to smithereens. Yet the strength of the abyssal monsters lay in their complete lack of fear, much like the undead. The relentless army from behind showed no signs of halting, howling as they surged ever closer. Alternate formations, free fire, the general commanded, and the sound of the aide's horn shifted accordingly. After shooting an arrow, the soldiers stepped aside to reload, as those in the rear stepped forward, drawing their bows to full moon. Whoosh! 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 A new wave of arrows fell like rain, requiring no aim, as each arrow could take down multiple monsters. 2 squads of elite archers took turns without rest, managing to suppress the enemy's initial assault for a full 20 minutes. However, the expressions of the defending soldiers atop the city wall grew increasingly grave. The reason was simple: Hamank was merely a small principality, and even with the entire nation's effort, fewer than 1 million explosive arrows had been crafted, and a third had already been expended in the recent defense. The war had just begun, and they had to reserve some for emergencies. Archer stepped back 5 paces, switched to steel-tipped arrows. City defense troops advance and prepare for battle. A squad of fully armored soldiers quickly switched positions, pairing off with one wielding a half-man-high steel shield, and the other brandishing a tunterlong iron spear with closed combat knives hanging at their backs. It must be said that these nations of devotion possessed considerable combat strength, perhaps not weaker than a demigod-level lord. It was no wonder they could stand against the invaders during the first abyssal upheaval. Beneath the city wall, after losing the suppression of the enchanted arrow rain, the abyssal army quickly charged to the foot of the wall. The ghastly faces, greedy and malevolent eyes, and gaping maws filled with sharp teeth were all too vivid. Had it not been for the recent magical reinforcement from the celestial being, perhaps half of the defenders would have begun to falter. Without hesitation, these crawling demons charged headlong into the city gate, but in the next moment a flash of yellow light swept by, sending dozens of monsters flying. At the same time, a fire serpent appeared from thin air, sweeping through the airborne monsters and instantly turning them to ash. The Colaton-level magical defense system, combining the powers of wind, fire, and earth magic. The earth magic reinforced the walls against destruction, the wind magic created turbulence to restrict movement, and the fire magic summoned fire serpents for attack. It was one of the greatest achievements of these principalities. The only drawback was its extreme energy consumption, burning vast amounts of soul crystals every second. Especially under fierce attacks, the energy expended increased dramatically. The defending general understood this principle well, so the attacking fire serpents only appeared momentarily before vanishing, channeling most of their energy into defense. These abyssal monsters, after several probing attempts, discovered the vulnerabilities in the magical defense system. As long as they did not force an attack on the city walls, the counterattacks would not trigger. They swiftly climbed up the walls. The scythe demons with 4 powerful arms leaped up, propelled by their own recoil, straight onto the battlements. Fortunately, their numbers were limited, and the shield soldiers who reacted in time raised their shields to block the demon strikes, while the spear soldiers behind took advantage of the moment to pierce the demon's skull, sending it tumbling down. The archers in the back also continuously nocked arrows for support. However, the power of regular arrows was clearly insufficient against the abyssal monsters. One scythe demon full of arrows fell on the battlements yet continued to writhe, howling as it crawled toward the defenders. Several soldiers swiftly stepped forward to draw their knives and put an end to it. By this time, a large number of crawling demons had already climbed onto the battlements, significantly increasing the pressure on the city defenders. One shield soldier struck down a crawling demon with great force, only to be met by a leaping scythe demon that severed his throat. Other monsters below quickly took advantage of the gap to climb up. The city defense troops must hold their ground and not act recklessly. The second archer squad, draw your blades and clear the battlements of demons. The general leaped forward wielding a giant axe to slay dozens of monsters while shouting loudly. Some archers dropped their bows and unsheathed their long knives, charging up in a desperate fight, barely blocked. However, it wasn't long before several defensive gaps reappeared, and more monsters surged into the city defense troops, found themselves attacked from multiple sides, suffering heavy casualties. The aide playing the horn shifted the tune. Once more, the earlier fire serpents reappeared, swiftly sweeping over the battlements, incinerating the monsters still attempting to climb. Meanwhile, the celestial beings who had earlier released a large number of supportive spells regained some of their magic power and began to chant spells. A series of holy light spells combined with the guards on the wall eliminated the isolated monsters that had infiltrated. Seizing the brief moment of respite for angels holding staves ascended into the air, their expressions filled with compassion. Devout believers in the holy light, we shall achieve eternal life. As they sang loudly, white light points continuously fell, and the once dead soldiers opened their eyes, struggling to rise again. I thought I was dead. We were resurrected. Ha ha ha, if we can be revived after death, what do we have to fear? The resurrected soldiers incredulously touched their healed wounds, their expressions gradually turning fervent. Several celestial beings quietly flew behind the healing angels to support their bodies. Although these soldiers were generally only level 3040, resurrecting over 100 of them still exhausted the magic power of the bronze-level healing angels. The Lord will protect every devout believer. After barely uttering this statement, the pale-faced angels hurriedly descended to pray for the restoration of their magic power. Praise the angels, praise the Holy Lord. A unified voice resounded atop the city walls, and the morale that had fallen due to casualties was instantly restored to its peak. The fear in their eyes swept away. These soldiers who had witnessed their companions die and come back to life had all transformed into fervent believers. At the general's behest, an aide recorded everything with a scrying stone, sending it through a small teleportation array to the rear. It would be replicated thousands of times and sent to every city, bolstering the confidence of the populace. Each must hold their line and prepare for battle. The second city defense army should be ready to take over at any moment, and no gaps must be allowed in the defense. Archers in the 3rd and 6th squads rest in place. Once the cheers subsided, the general issued another order. The Principality's army was limited. He had originally planned to split the city defense troops into 2 teams for alternating defense, but now it seemed that a single team could not withstand the enemy's frenzied assaults, so he could only prioritize immediate interests. Soon the well-trained soldiers took their positions, and the surrounding fire serpents dissipated. Below, the swarm of abyssal monsters once again climbed onto the city walls. Kill. Amidst the hoarse roars, the warriors thrust their spears with all their might, repelling the enemy. The war had persisted for a full 3 hours. Bolstered by their faith, although every soldier maintained a resolute expression, the exhaustion of their bodies was undeniable, and their hands gripping the spears had begun to tremble. Finally, one soldier, having exhausted all his strength, failed to pierce the soaring scythe demon with his desperate strike. Just as it was about to pounce, a shield-bearer surged forward, unhesitatingly embracing the enemy, and both plunged down the city wall, instantly torn to shreds by countless crawling demons and swallowed whole. This seemed to be a signal, as the defenders on the city wall began to frequently make mistakes. Let the night order charge. Unbeknownst to them, a breathtaking angel with 6 wings had quietly appeared on the city ramparts. She effortlessly wielded her sword, instantly slaying hundreds of crawling demons. Lady Analea, are you ready? The general's expression brightened as he hurriedly inquired. He had long intended to dispatch 2 elite night orders to alleviate the pressure on the city defense, but now the outside was swarming with abyssal creatures. If the night orders couldn't charge, any sortie would merely be a death sentence, and there was even a risk of the enemy breaking through the city gates. Analea nodded slightly. In war mode, the angels participating in the defense of the city inherently shared the same faction with the defenders, allowing them to benefit from each other's kill experience. To allow those lower-level angels to grow as much as possible, they delayed their intervention until now. Under intense combat, the 400 battle angels had generally all advanced to at least bronze level 5, with some even progressing to silver, making them ready for battle. Great! Relay the orders. The first and second night orders. Prepare to charge. The general commanded his aide decisively. A resounding horn sounded. Behind the city gates, 2 well-equipped forces stood ready, each comprising 10,000 men. Considering their weaponry, their average strength was nearly at level 50. Above them were pairs of flying 2-winged angels who formed a battle formation surrounded by a dense aura of holy light. Analea slowly ascended into the air, her pale golden sword ablaze with holy flames raised high. Under the holy light all evils shall perish. Flame judgment! A cold voice echoed as a dazzling golden sword radiance descended from the heavens, sweeping towards the abyssal monsters outside the city gates. All creatures touched by it were instantly severed in two by the sacred power, while the raging holy flames seemed to be the bane of all evil, rendering any attempts to resist futile as they inevitably turned to ashes. In an instant, a gap hundreds of meters long appeared at the city gate, which had been filled with monsters. The city's defenders breathed a sigh of relief and immediately opened the gates. Hundreds of angels flew out, first joining forces to unleash the power of holy light, melting away all the monsters attempting to approach from the sides. The holy light will guide your path forward. In the sky, surrounded by holy light, Analea appeared like a deity. She gently waved her hand, showering endless brilliance, and each member of the Night Order felt their spirits lifted. Follow the guidance of the holy light and charge. Kill! The 2 Night Orders surged forth like arrows released from a bow, advancing along the path cleared by the angels. With the combined efforts of the angels and the elite Night Orders, the scattered monsters were instantly thrown into disarray. The lances, brimming with fighting spirit in the knight's hands, struck true, each blow precisely taking down a crawling demon. Whenever the number of surrounding monsters exceeded a certain threshold, the battle angels above would unleash holy light judgment in unison, completely annihilating them. In a moment, the joint forces of the Sacred Spirit City and the most elite troops of the Harmank Duchy completely contained the invasion of the abyssal monsters. Seeing this, Analea in the sky let out a slight breath of relief, landing on the city ramparts to begin her prayers to restore her strength. Even though she had advanced to Diamond Level 1 in the prior high-intensity battle, simultaneously empowering 20,000 warriors, had nearly exhausted all her magical energy, even the simplest of invigorating spells. Time passed minute by minute. The fierce battle raged from daylight into dusk. The battlefield was like an unceasing meat grinder, claiming lives on both sides. The bodies of crawling demons had piled up into small mountains, while the 2 elite Night Orders had also suffered thousands of casualties. Even the 2-winged angels had fallen several times, only to be revived in time by the resurrection spells. Every face bore the unmistakable signs of deep fatigue. If they were to wait until nightfall, when visibility would be limited, casualties would surely increase significantly. Ha! What's going on? The worried general on the ramparts suddenly froze, looking into the distance. The originally continuous line of enemy forces had actually broken. Their reinforcements were gone. Don't worry about it. Analea opened her eyes and said lightly, someone has blocked them. At least for the next 8 hours, there will be no clear victor. It's best to seize the time to rest. 8 hours. Praise the great Lord of Light. The general was instantly overjoyed and repeatedly instructed his aide. Quick, relay to them that the enemy is about to retreat. A rhythmic sound of horns echoed. A leader of the Night Order, upon hearing the sound, fought desperately to slay several crawling demons attacking him, and looking back was astonished to find that the enemy's reinforcements had indeed been cut off. Unbeknownst to when, the source of monsters in the rear had already ceased. Their reinforcements have been cut off, brothers, follow me to kill. A victory belongs to us. The leader shouted excitedly. The soldiers glanced over, joy illuminating their tired faces, and even their numbed arms were filled with renewed strength. Haha, it's true, we are going to win. Kill them. Fighting against an endlessly spawning enemy and battling a finite one were entirely different concepts. Even though many monsters still roamed the battlefield, the morale of the elite knights surged, and they once again fought with all their might. After a full 2 hours, the last of the monsters on the battlefield was finally slain. Exhausted, everyone had no time to cheer, as the general immediately ordered a return to the city for rest, cherishing this hard-won time. White-robed priests entered the field hospital, beginning to use healing spells to tend to the wounded. The one at the forefront was a youthful and beautiful figure, her countenance radiating an undeniable elegance and nobility. She was none other than the duchy's Princess Ilea. The soldiers clearly recognized her and were instantly flustered, at a loss for words. Your Highness, how can we trouble you to intervene? Indeed, your highness, we feel anxious. The girl smiled gently, her expression earnest, as she carefully cast wave after wave of healing spells. You fight valiantly for this country, you are warriors, you are heroes. It is my honor to heal you. Under the holy light, there is no distinction between high and low. You and I are all followers of the Holy Lord. If pressure disappears for no reason, someone must be shouldering the burden for you. Just as the defenders of Colton City sighed in relief, a fierce battle quietly erupted in the night. Shina stood on the roof of a dilapidated house, arms crossed, a hint of melancholy in her crimson eyes. Master, shall we not go help? A giant eagle flapped its wings, eager to try its luck. If you want to seek death, go ahead. I won't stop you, Shina said coldly. The giant eagle hit a wall and flew off in frustration. Hey, silly bird, can't you tell that the master is in a bad mood? How dare you go and provoke her? The golden mouse sneered quietly. Why? Isn't it the emperor's request to intercept the abyssal army? The giant eagle was puzzled. After all, the master was usually very proactive when it came to matters involving Jiang Yan. That's why you're foolish. What is the emperor's request? To hold them off for 8 hours. Now look below. The giant eagle looked down. Dense ranks of skeleton soldiers were embroiled in a bloody battle, with the abyssal monsters relying on the powerful bones of those strong beings to fight back. The golden-tiered demonized Scorpion King wreaked havoc like a boss on the battlefield. At this rate of death, the more than 60,000 skeleton soldiers who were fighting to the death without reinforcements would be completely annihilated in about 10 hours. This had already exceeded expectations. There was no need to do anything extra. But I still don't understand why the master is unhappy. Isn't it a good thing to complete the task without doing anything? The giant eagle asked in confusion. Silly bird, don't you think about what faction this duchy? The golden mouse said disdainfully, if you do poorly you'll be scolded. If you do well, it's like making clothing for political enemies. Do you think the master can be happy about that? So that's how it is, brother mouse sees it clearly. The giant eagle said regretfully, I'm foolish, truly foolish. I only knew this was the emperor's order but forgot that the bird people belong to the light faction, which is irreconcilable with the master's undead faction. It's no wonder she's unhappy about sacrificing all her subordinates to delay them. Those bird people are really not good beings. The giant eagle concluded indignantly. Meanwhile, Shina cast a blank glance at them and couldn't help but reach for the longbow behind her. Two fools babbling nonsense. As one of the spirits of the necromancer hall, she was not so shallow. What faction is opposed? The most they could do to aid the enemy was an extremely minor factor. These abyssal creatures couldn't be transformed into undead, nor could they be controlled by curses. She was just a weak archer, what could she do? Moreover, this place was very close to the abyssal passage. If the power used exceeded limits, stirring certain powerful beings to descend early, it would easily ruin the emperor's plans. As for sacrificing some subordinates, that was the least of her concerns. Find a place with many living beings, and within a day she could recreate an army of 100,000 undead. However, they were right about one thing: those bird people were not good beings. They were only fit to serve as tools for the emperor's management of faith. The true expansion of territory still relied on our undead realm. The emperor must understand this, or otherwise, he wouldn't assign the most arduous task to me. Suddenly, Shina carefully took out a white porcelain vial from her inner pocket, poured a small sugar bead into her mouth, and immediately felt her mood lift significantly. She turned her gaze to the skeleton army, which was completely suppressed by the abyssal army, slightly furrowing her brows. Very well, for the emperor's sake, I'll buy some time for those useless bird people. With the longbow in hand, her power suppressed to bronze tier 10, 16 black arrows accurately struck the vital spots of the demonic creatures like a merciless reaper harvesting life in waves. With Shina's involvement, the speed of the undead army's collapse significantly slowed, especially that demonized giant scorpion on a battlefield where the average strength was less than bronze. It was like a war god with each swing of its massive pincers capable of annihilating swathes of crawling demons. Golden-tiered, terrifying indeed, until 11 hours later, as the first rays of morning sunlight shone down, more than 20,000 undead soldiers still remained alive in the relentless fight. But at that moment, Shina's expression changed. She looked towards the distant abyssal passage, where two new types of monsters quietly descended. One type had strange blood-red runes etched on their faces, each holding a semi-transparent crystal in their furry palms. They threw the crystals into the air, and suddenly the blood from the corpses of the crawling demons flowed towards the sky as if drawn by an unseen force. The crystals, now filled with blood, turned a bright red, shooting blood-red rays towards the skeleton army, with each strike capable of instantly killing multiple skeletons. The other type, hidden in wide black robes, carried a statue made of flesh and blood. With each step they took they would kneel before it, and with each kneel a group of skeletons from the nearby undead army would suddenly collapse. Second-tier abyssal monsters, blood demons, and cursed priests. It's time to go. Shina decisively issued the retreat order, calling back the demonized giant scorpion. To deal with these second-tier monsters she would have to go all out, which could easily trigger the premature arrival of third-tier monsters or even abyssal demigods. The time for delay was already sufficient. There was no need to take further risks. After Shina and the others left, the 2,000 skeleton warriors, now without command and many strong beings, fell in less than an hour after the blood demons and cursed priests joined. The vast abyssal army surged towards Colton City. Meanwhile, in a hidden space beneath the palace of the Duchy of Hamank, a massive ice crystal encasing an elder slowly dissipated under the effect of the formation. King Zhe Luin Hamank stood below, his expression respectful as he waited. After what felt like an eternity, the elder slowly opened his eyes, calmly surveying the surroundings before finally resting his gaze on the king below. What generation of descendant are you? Ancestor, I am your 13th descendant, Zhe Luin Hamank, the king said excitedly. This was a demigod-level ancestor, the founding emperor of the Hamank Duchy. So much time has passed. The elder sighed slightly. This eternal freezing formation is the work of the gods. It will only automatically dissolve when the abyss descends. So does this mean the abyss has invaded once again? Yes, ancestor. 10 days ago, the sealed abyssal passage reappeared. 10 days ago? That means it's time for me to fulfill my mission. The elder murmured, looking at Zhe Luin for a long time. Since you are the king now, you should know our clans. Of course, ancestor. We need to await the arrival of a true deity, who will lead us to defeat the abyss and free the Hamank clan from the eternal curse. Exactly. I can sense that the abyssal demon general is about to descend, a terrifying existence that we cannot contend with. Like my ancestors, I will activate the finality formation, sacrificing my life and that of 80% of my citizens to summon the will of the realms, perishing together with it to preserve the embers for the duchy. The elder's expression was sorrowful. I will pass my power to you before I die. You must wait here quietly until the abyssal passage is sealed again and all the pseudo-gods have fallen or departed. Then you can emerge to establish a kingdom on this land, waiting for the arrival of the true deity foretold in prophecy. And then, wait, ancestor. Zhe Luin suddenly interrupted. Perhaps this time you won't have to make the sacrifice. A true deity has already descended. Your warriors bravely fought against the enemies, slaying a multitude of abyssal creatures, earning 100,000 soul crystals and 100 reputation points. Rewards will be distributed after the abyssal uprising ends, based on your performance in the war, with potential multipliers for your score. Keep up the good work. Special reminder: due to your heroic performance in this battle, the founding emperor of the Hamank Duchy, the demigod Atan Hamank, has temporarily abandoned the sacrificial plan and will personally meet your troops. Above the clouds, Jiang Yan stood on the back of a dragon, squinting slightly at the incoming notifications. The first two were within his expectations. In his previous life, he had ambushed several disconnected abyssal teams using the Edge OB technique, ultimately achieving a performance score of 117. In this life, he was directly resisting the abyssal invasion, expecting to earn at least 3 or 4 times the score. By then, he could settle for several 100,000 soul crystals, making upgrades to the Gate of Heaven achievable. As for the third notification, he had some speculations. In his past life at this time, the duchy had already lost half of its territories, and this demigod was forced to sacrifice citizens to repel the abyss, perishing alongside the demon general. However, now Colton City had not yet fallen and the abyssal army was kept at bay outside the city. They had no reason to resort to desperate measures. Thus, they should come to assess his combat strength. If they deemed it sufficient to resist the abyss, they would join the fight. If not, they would turn back to sacrifice. This was indeed good news, Jiang Yan thought. Analia was now at Diamond Level 3, far surpassing ordinary demigods, which should give them enough confidence. Together with Yablik, the three of them combined would leave even the strongest abyssal demigods at their mercy. This was going to be secured. Master, it seems the abyssal army is coming. Should we descend? Yablik suddenly spoke up. Jiang Yan looked down and smiled. Xena did brilliantly, managing to delay them for 8 hours. She fought for a full 12 hours. Let's not descend just yet. I believe Analia can handle it. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly, playing the role of a deity, and the later he made his appearance, the better. Yes, master. Yablik's eyes darted around, adding, this level of battle is indeed trivial for late. Meanwhile, below the clouds on the walls of Colton City, Analia, praying towards the sky, suddenly opened her eyes and gently flapped her wings. Are they coming, holy envoy? The general, who had been pretending to doze off, quickly awoke and asked. Analia nodded slightly. Send the order, prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, the general quickly commanded. The aides on standby sounded the battle horn. The three-colored magical shields lit up in succession. The guards on the walls, having rested, stood up, quickly checked their weapons, and took their positions. The logistics and support troops were also moving into action. Holy Envoy, we are truly grateful. Thanks to those brothers who held back the Abyssal army. I wonder how they are doing. The general looked at the revitalized and nimble soldiers with gratitude. This 10-plus-hour rest was critically important for them. No need to mind. They are just a bunch of unclean, evil spirits. Daylight will disperse them naturally. Analia frowned slightly and spoke calmly. Understood. The general, seeing her expression, wisely closed his mouth. Although he was a warrior, he had spent time in the officialdom, and her demeanor was reminiscent of the bickering generals under the king. It turned out that even deities competed for favor. The walls fell into silence, with only the sound of footsteps and the clanking of weapons being moved. They are here. I can sense that there are second-tier abyssal monsters. Don't let them get close. The general's expression stiffened as he immediately ordered, take out all the enchanted arrows from storage. Teams 1 and 2 of archers will alternate fire, maintain firepower, and the city defense troops should provide cover. In an instant, the bows were drawn and blades unsheathed. The Divine Angel Squad also flew up to release various enhancement spells. Soon the Abyssal army surged like a flood, rushing towards the city below. Fire! The powerful enchanted explosive arrows rained down, creating a dazzling display of explosions on the ground. The first batch of crawling monsters was instantly blown to pieces. The guards let out a sigh of relief, as based on previous experience, they could suppress these monsters before the enchanted arrows ran out. But the next moment, dozens of soldiers who were drawing their bows suddenly went limp and fell one after another. Not good. It's the power of curses. Under the holy light, all evil curses will be purified. The divine angels quickly began to chant spells. As beams of radiance fell, wisps of black mist rose from the heads of the fallen soldiers, dissipating as they regained their mobility. Taking advantage of the gap in the arrow rain, some blood demons, under the cover of the crawling monsters, had already approached within a kilometer of the city. The blood-red crystals hovering above them emitted countless rays towards the city walls. Some unsuspecting warriors were instantly cut in half, their blood drained. Only a few quick-handed ones managed to take shelter behind the shields of the heavy infantry and were spared. For a moment, the defenders who had the advantage of the walls found themselves suppressed as a large number of abyssal monsters rushed to the city below. A massive fire serpent appeared just in time, turning the monsters attempting to scale the walls to ash, momentarily alleviating the crisis. However, this required a massive amount of energy and wasn't a long-term solution. We must take the initiative. The general quickly assessed the situation. The enemy's blood-red rays fired faster than the archers on the walls and even had homing capabilities. If we don't eliminate these blood demons, we can only passively endure the attacks. Holy Envoy, we need the Angel Squad and the Knight Regiment to strike together. We must eliminate them. Understood, Holy Envoy. The Angel Squad is ready for battle, but I cannot act just yet. It was now the second day of the uprising, and the Abyssal Demigod could descend at any moment. She must maintain her best condition. That's enough, Holy Envoy. Our Harmank Duchy is not to be trifled with. The general's eyes flashed with gratitude as he turned to the densely packed monsters outside the city, saying fiercely, "Aid, send orders to the mages in the tower. Let those monsters see some real power." The aide in the rear immediately took out a small communication array and activated it. Following the command, the floating mage tower in the city began to slowly ascend. 37 mages in various magical robes ascended to the array on the top level of the tower. Under the command of a diamond-level mage in the center, they began to chant in unison. From the void, the fire of heaven's descent. All decayed existences shall be burned to ashes in the fierce fire. The mage tower, crafted from special materials, lit up brightly, and as the energy of the entire tower reached its peak, the spell was completed. Dense fire elements gathered in the air, forming a massive red cloud. Wrath of the Fire God, go! The Archmage roared forcefully, directing the magic towards the city outside. A violently burning palm-shaped phantom swept aside the red cloud like a deity in rage, smashing directly towards the ground filled with monsters. Boom! The intense flames and explosions nearly blinded everyone for a moment. When the smoke cleared, all monsters within a radius of several hundred meters outside the city gate had been wiped out, leaving behind a vast emptiness. Kill! The Knight Regiment and angels in the city surged forward, clashing with the monsters in a chaotic battle. Yablik, do you know where this powerful magic comes from? Does the fire god still exist in this world? Above the clouds, Jiang Yan looked at the overwhelming power of the combined magic and suddenly recalled what the archangel had mentioned about the return of the gods in this era. Master, please don't ask such profound questions. I'm just an ordinary little dragon. How would I know such secrets? Weren't you the radiant holy dragon king? How come you don't know anything? Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yablik said awkwardly, Master, you don't understand. The title we give ourselves when we go out is self-assigned. Our kind always adopts titles like Holy Dragon Emperor or Holy Dragon God when we venture out. Oh, Jiang Yan realized, so your title of Radiant Holy Dragon King is actually the least impressive one. The battle continued from dawn until noon. Both elite knight squads along with the reinforcements sent by the principality suffered nearly complete casualties. The corpses of various monsters piled up like mountains. The ground was stained a mix of red and green. Amidst the fierce confrontation, 400 angels had now all advanced to silver rank or higher. They delved deep into the enemy ranks, valiantly slaying each second-tier monster. Yet despite the angels' overwhelming strength over their peers, they occasionally fell victim to the debilitating spells of the cursed priests. Another angel fell from the sky, struck by a binding curse. She cut down 3 encroaching, crawling demons with a single swing of her sword, only to be pierced by a sneak attack from a blood demon's ray from behind. Holy light, purify all evil. Devout followers in the holy light, we shall ultimately achieve eternal life. 2 spells struck almost simultaneously. One transformed into a blazing holy flame, turning the surrounding monsters to ashes. The other fell upon the fallen angel, reviving her. This was the timely intervention of the support angels skilled in divine arts and healing, rescuing their beleaguered companion. However, the army from the abyss continued to pour forth, and the intervals between angelic casualties grew shorter. If this continued, the healing angel's magical energy would soon be depleted, leading to large-scale casualties among the angelic squad. We can wait no longer. Yablik, descend. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. He had not participated in the front lines in his previous life and never anticipated the abyssal onslaught would be this fierce. A flash of light appeared as the obsidian-hued staff of calamity was grasped in his hand. He had not originally planned to use necromantic spells, as his identity in the Harmank Principality was that of the Holy Master of Light. Employing necromancy to manipulate the corpses of fallen soldiers would severely undermine faith. But now, Jiang Yan looked at the increasingly perilous situation of the angels, those most devoted believers, who aside from battle looked up to him with reverence in sincere prayer. To hell with faith, let it fall as it may. Now is the time for him to fulfill his responsibilities as the Holy Master of Light. Roar! A mighty dragon's roar resonated through the skies, as a man wielding a staff descended upon the dragon. What is that? The guards on the city wall instinctively looked up. The Holy Master has arrived. All the angels, including Analea, looked up joyfully and reverently. The majesty of the holy light must not be infringed upon. A calm voice echoed as Jiang Yan stood atop the dragon's head, his staff shimmering with brilliant light as a powerful force of law enveloped the battlefield. The thousands of once dead warriors suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions frenzied, grasping their weapons as they stood up. Strangely, they were enveloped in a faint aura of holy light. Necromantic control. The gift of the Necromancer King is limitless, along with the Lord Skill War Frenzy. After expending a total of 20,000 soul crystals to replenish his magical energy, he resurrected all the corpses on the battlefield at once. The precarious tide of battle instantly reversed. A large number of abyssal monsters caught off guard were struck down by the suddenly revived warriors. Having transformed into undead, they lost their fear at that moment, continuing to battle even with their hearts pierced. Calamity against calamity, now it was fair. The angels who had just been besieged finally caught their breath. With numerous undead warriors to distract the enemy, they could unleash spells without reservation, unlike before, when they had to rely on their exquisite sword skills. Holy light judgment. Holy light praise. Waves of area spells fell upon the battlefield, their power significantly enhanced by the sacred energy, stronger than enchanted arrows, each strike able to obliterate several crawling demons. To their astonishment, these holy light spells had no adverse effect on the summoned undead. In fact, enhancement-type magic even worked on them. A smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Yan's face. This was the first time he had used necromantic control after merging with the decision of the Holy Master of Light, and the effect was unexpectedly excellent. On the city wall, the general looked at the battlefield with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Reviving corpses to become mindless killing machines resembled the cruel and malicious necromantic methods described in legends, yet there seemed to be a difference. These revived warriors lacked the stench of decay and evil, appearing somewhat sacred instead. Moreover, the one casting this skill was the Holy Master of Light. How could two completely opposing factions be intertwined? Holy Envoy, this is. He hesitated to ask a nearby companion. This is a divine art of the Holy Light, the re-emergence of heroes. The Holy Master appreciated the indomitable will of those warriors, fulfilling their last wishes by forcibly retrieving their souls from the realm of the dead, allowing them to continue battling against the abyss. Annalia's expression remained unchanged as she explained naturally. She certainly understood the situation, but maintaining the image of the Holy Master and justifying his actions was the responsibility of a devout believer. Moreover, power knows no good or evil. In the hands of the Holy Master, even the evil power of the undead is righteous. I see. The general nodded, thoughtfully looking at Annalia, who was composed. The Holy Envoy's power was pure and bright, a being of absolute sacredness. If she said so, it must be true. He realized how little he knew. However, the Holy Master truly was omnipotent, forcibly retrieving souls from the realm of the dead. Even the ruler of the undead dared not speak out. Thinking of this, he felt his faith was even more devout. At this moment, the war below had also reached a fever pitch. Those valiant undead warriors charged at the crawling demons, their bodies pierced with countless spikes, yet they seized the chance to fiercely cut off the foes' heads. Even when faced with the blood demons' attacks resembling infinite energy laser guns, they pressed forward, paying the price of dozens of companions being vaporized, ultimately reaching the front lines to kill the enemy. With the powerful spell support from the angels behind, the seemingly unstoppable abyssal army was surprisingly halted, and the front lines began to show signs of being pushed back. But at this moment, all the strong figures present felt a sense of foreboding and turned their gazes toward the distance. They saw a creature resembling a small hill rapidly slithering toward Cold Tun City. It was like a conglomeration of countless monsters, extending countless tentacles as it moved, stuffing all surrounding creatures into its body. Even the crawling demons and scythe demons belonging to the Abyss camp were not spared. Its body continued to grow larger, and by the time it approached the base of the city, it had reached a height of over 1,000 meters, making even Abalik appear like a child before it. What on earth is that? The guards on the city wall murmured in a daze. Even the general felt a sense of powerlessness, doubting whether the magical defense system of Coltun could withstand even a gentle step from it. This is bad, a third-tier abyssal monster, a fusion demon. Its own strength isn't particularly formidable, but it can continuously merge with other beings, growing stronger with each fusion. There are too many monster corpses piled up on the battlefield. An elderly man appeared on the city wall, his face grave as he spoke to Annalia. Esteemed one, this fusion demon has absorbed too many beings. Its strength is nearing that of a demigod. You and I must work together to restrain it. Within half an hour, it will disintegrate and perish on its own due to gene collapse. No need, the Holy Master will take action himself. Annalia's gaze lingered on Jiang Yan as she hesitated before speaking. You mentioned that young friend. He indeed carries the seed of a true god within him, destined to become an incredibly powerful deity in the future. But for now, he still has much to learn. Faith can easily blind people. We must protect him well. The old man shook his head slightly, also gesturing to stop the eager general and guards from approaching to pay their respects. Annalia cast a disdainful glance at the other party, too lazy to respond. His strength is decent, but he comes from a small place and at his age still has a narrow vision, lacking any political acumen. She distinctly remembered the saint telling her that the holy light appreciates those who know when to advance and retreat. Since the saint stood before that monster without choosing a strategic retreat, it can only mean that everything is under control. As a mature follower, one must naturally provide the saint with a stage to shine. After all, the angels who followed the saint to the wasteland had reported to her that the saint was very pleased after personally slaying the guardian of the wasteland, greatly praising Xena for stopping in time. The annoying undead creature could do it, and as a proud seraphim she certainly could as well. As the ancient texts say, use the skills of the barbarians to control the barbarians. Lost in thought, Annalia couldn't help but smile, her wings fluttering more lightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, standing on the dragon's head, was unaware of the strange thoughts swirling in the mind of the little angel beneath him. However, he had indeed anticipated this scene. The infamous fusion demon, even during the second abyssal upheaval, was a boss-level entity, causing countless lords to fail against it. Thus, on the very first day of the battle, he rode the giant dragon to the battlefield. This nearly 40-hour-long combat had resulted in countless casualties on both sides, and he had absorbed over 1,000,000 sources of death from it. Watching the fusion demon charge at him like a mountain, Jiang Yan smiled, faintly pointing his disaster staff at it from afar. The skull at the top, which had become docile after being embedded with jewels, now gleamed with a vivid red light in its eye sockets, as if it had come to life, staring intently at the approaching behemoth. The disaster's innate ability, instant death, activated. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Only Jiang Yan could clearly see countless threads of law drilling into the body of the fusion demon, as all of its vitality and soul were uncontrollably drawn into the skull. Crunch! A faint sound of chewing echoed, and just a few meters away, the tentacle that had reached for Jiang Yan lost all vitality and fell limp. The entire body disintegrated inch by inch, leaving only a piece of colorless, rotten flesh in the center. That was the essence of the fusion demon. Evil spirits must not gaze upon the divine, the only outcome is death. Jiang Yan put away his staff, standing tall on the dragon's head, his deep voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears under the influence of his magical power. This scene left everyone in the city dumbfounded. To their eyes it appeared as follows: a massive and seemingly invincible monster charged toward Jiang Yan, revealing a ferocious smile of victory. The monster had a significant advantage, extending its tentacles toward him. The monster and Jiang Yan locked eyes. The monster was dead. Is this the new oracle? Unlike the stunned guards, the angels, including Analea, grew increasingly fervent. Evil spirits must not gaze upon the divine, the only outcome is death. Evil spirits must not. They repeated the same phrase over and over, pure and devout. Jiang Yan suddenly felt an indescribable law slowly gathering under the influence of faith, even though it was still far from taking shape. But that feeling was clearly akin to the divine arts the angels practiced. Could it be? Jiang Yan's heart flashed with a bold conjecture. Perhaps the divine arts circulated among the realms are merely words, once spoken by powerful deities, ultimately becoming spells that obey their utterance under the infinite power of faith. However, this speculation could only be verified upon reaching the divine realm. At this moment, the previously stunned guards also awakened amidst the angels' shouts. Unconsciously, they began to shout as well. Praise the great Holy Lord of Light! Praise the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Lord of Light! They were merely repeating what they had heard when the angels prayed, once thought to be the fantasies of fanatics, yet now they believed it. Feeling the rise of faith brought Jiang Yan joy. He felt himself growing more suited to the role of the Holy Lord of Light. Yablik, shrink your body. We shall descend. Jiang Yan commanded. The war was not over, and the recent strike had consumed 2,000 of his sources of death. He couldn't withstand another. Moreover, making a show of divine miracles once was enough, frequently displaying them would have adverse effects. Soon a man and a dragon landed atop the city wall amidst the crowd's welcome. The ancestor of the Hamank, Duke Atan Hamank. Jiang Yan smiled slightly, looking at the elder with demigod-level strength. This was his first time seeing a real person up close in his past life. He had only heard about him from the fleeing citizens of Hamank. Upon hearing Jiang Yan call his name, the old man's expression suddenly changed, bowing his head like a devout believer, saying, "It is I, the creator of all things, the master of the gods, the controller of the holy light, the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Lord of Light. I never expected you to know my humble name." Beside him, the general had a peculiar expression. He remembered just a few minutes ago, the elder was educating others that faith can easily blind people, yet unbeknownst to him, he had secretly memorized such a long list of titles. Instantly, the image of the dignified, domineering, powerful, and wise figure in the duchy's historical records shattered into pieces. No need for excessive courtesy. Jiang Yan held a slight fondness for him. Although it was a plot device, the fact remained that he had perished alongside the demigod of the abyss in his past life. Holy Lord, as the founder of the Hamank Duchy, I am willing to lead the entire nation to become your subordinate nation of faith, only asking that you show mercy and halt the invasion from the abyss. The old man did not raise his head, speaking sincerely. To instantly kill the powerful fusion demon, to call out its origins with a single breath, and with the aura of the seed of a true god, he had completely confirmed by now that the other party was indeed the true god mentioned in the prophecy. The founder of the Hamank Duchy, Atan Hamank, requests to become your subordinate nation of faith, on the condition that you must ensure their survival during this abyssal upheaval. Do you accept? The notification from the realms suddenly resounded. Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on the bowed Atan, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had initially pondered how to coax this demigod-level powerhouse to his side, yet the other party was so proactive. However, since this was a contract recognized by the realms, it should pose no issues. With that thought, Jiang Yan smiled slightly and chose to accept. Of course, the holy light will protect every devout believer. The war continues. The once sparse horde of demons, which had been thinned due to the massive consumption of the fused demons, has now become dense again. Not far away, 3 more fused demons descended from the passage, their strength rapidly increasing with each act of consumption. God, leave these demons to me. Aten stepped forward to request. Go ahead, I will have. Jiang Yan nodded, eager to gauge the strength of these demigods from the principality. Ha! After receiving permission, Aten took a few steps forward, shouting loudly, his form swelling several times. His upper garment instantly exploded into pieces, revealing sharply defined muscles that glistened with a bronze hue under the sunlight. He lightly stomped his foot against the ground, and in an instant he charged towards the abyssal army like a cannonball, accompanied by a sonic boom that showcased his impressive momentum. The 3 fused demons immediately took notice of this enemy. Powerful and robust, they were far more useful than consuming 1,000 crawling demons. A glint of greed flashed in their eyes, their massive maws drooling continuously, countless tentacles retracting from the demons, all reaching out towards the newcomer. Aten scoffed. The fusion level of these 3 monsters was far inferior to that of the previous one, probably only possessing the strength of a golden core stage 10, posing no threat at all. He must win easily and impress the god with his worth. He tapped the air lightly with his toes, his speed surged, and he dodged a few writhing tentacles to the side, grabbing one of the tentacles, and with a fierce pull he tore it off. Dark green blood splattered across the sky, and the fused demon roared in anger, summoning more tentacles to ensnare him. Hundreds of tentacles intertwined and attacked, completely sealing off his escape. Aten simply stopped, evading. The storage ring on his hand glimmered, and a 3-meter-long black giant sword fell into his grasp. Break! At that moment, the power of the demigod realm was fully revealed, and the giant sword, imbued with the power of laws, struck heavily against the tentacle defense like cutting through vegetables, leaving a gash of over 10 meters on the demon's body below. The heavily damaged fused demon hurriedly swallowed the crawling demons around it to repair its wound. But Aten did not give it a chance, swinging the giant sword with force, penetrating the demon's body and slicing off a large chunk of flesh. His form flickered and appeared in front of the demon, immense power coalescing in his fist as he struck fiercely at its core. Boom! The sound of an exploding balloon echoed as the core of the fused demon, hidden within layers of flesh, was directly shattered by this blow. Empowered by the laws, the massive body instantly lost all life, collapsing like a pile of mud. With a successful strike, Aten channeled his energy, evaporating the dark green blood covering him, and charged straight towards the remaining 2. I didn't expect him to be such a violent old man. Jiang Yan laughed from the city wall, asking, Yablik, how do you compare to him? 50-50, I suppose. But that's only for now, Yablik replied somewhat arrogantly. I can feel that I'm about to break through. Once I step into the demigod realm and master the power of laws, I could take down 10 old men like him. Oh! Jiang Yan inquired curiously. After becoming a demigod, could you defeat Anna? The orderly flapping of wings paused for a moment as a chill gaze was cast over. Yablik shuddered involuntarily, hurriedly smiling. How could that be possible? I don't even have the courage to act in front of Lady Anna. Wasn't it just that he got beaten once back then? This dragon's courage was too small. Jiang Yan chuckled. Just as the few were chatting, the last fused demon crashed down. Aten retrieved the giant sword, evaporated the blood on himself, and donned another piece of clothing before flying back to the city wall. God, I did not disgrace my mission. Thank you for your hard work. Recover your strength quickly. Jiang Yan gazed into the distance. The reinforcements behind the abyssal army began to dwindle, and the undead army in alliance with the angels had already gained the absolute upper hand. This meant that the passage was gathering energy to transport stronger beings. A demigod from the abyss was about to descend. Jiang Yan pondered which type of strange species it might be. With 3 demigod-level fighters present, he was not worried about failure. However, strange species often possessed some defiance of heaven's special abilities, and if one were to be swapped out under their advantageous situation, that would be too much of a loss. He could only hope it was a type he had encountered before that would make it easier to deal with. The 3 men and a dragon stood quietly on the city wall, and after about half an hour their expressions shifted simultaneously. Here they come. A powerful pressure approached from afar, significantly stronger than Aten, who was also a demigod, but not as oppressive as the abyssal terror beasts in the Tower of Inheritance. After all, disregarding special abilities, the frontal capabilities of the strange forms were the strongest. Soon a humanoid being dressed like a wizard appeared on the horizon. With a strange smile on his face, his asymmetrical eyes surveyed both sides in battle, surprisingly not making an immediate move. He looked out of place compared to those abyssal monsters that acted on instinct. This was an unknown type, and he retained a certain level of intelligence. Jiang Yan frowned. This was the most troublesome type of monster. He immediately recalled the angel squad, still outside the city, directly stating, "Let's go together." "Yes, Holy Master." The three obeyed the order and flew up to meet him. A juvenile dragon, a nearly dead old man, and a being of a lost race. Oh, interesting. The wizard slowly said, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, as if it had been cut by a knife. "Attack directly, don't waste time talking to him." Jiang Yan coldly interrupted. Having suffered a loss in the Tower of Inheritance before, Jiang Yan knew that the best way to face an unknown life form was to deny it the chance to cast spells. Upon hearing this, the four did not hesitate to launch an attack. Aiden roared, his newly changed clothes exploding once more, as he charged forward, first with the 3-meter-long black giant sword. "Spirit of Holy Light, you are my dearest friend. Please fight alongside me against the enemy." Analia quickly recited a spell, and a gigantic Valkyrie apparition appeared in the air. She took a step forward, spreading her arms to merge into the angel's body. High-level divine art of the Holy Light System, Holy Spirit possession. Yablik had made no preparations. He was already in the most powerful combat state, directly flying forward and swinging his dragon tail with great force. How rude, coming and shouting to fight and even taking off clothes. The wizard frowned, and with a snap of his fingers, a thick blood mist shield surged around him. The giant sword and dragon tail struck against the blood mist simultaneously, leaving deep dents, yet ultimately failing to break through, and were instead rebuffed. The wizard did not pursue. He used both hands to draw blood in the air, slowly forming an evil and strange small magic circle. Then he sliced open his left hand, continuously extracting writhing flesh and blood, placing them in front of the magic circle. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Just as the abyssal wizard's spell was about to be completed, a golden longsword engulfed in holy flames came rushing forward. The protective blood mist sizzled like water droplets under extreme heat, evaporating instantly. "You shall not." The abyssal wizard's expression darkened, and with a violent explosion, a chunk of flesh from his right arm transformed into a blood arrow shooting towards his opponent. At this moment, Analia had already ascended to the diamond rank 7. With the blessing of the Holy Spirit, her power was almost comparable to a half-divine abyssal being. She did not evade. The long sword, surrounded by holy flames, blazed brilliantly, instantly cleaving the blood arrow in two, and then with unyielding momentum destroyed both the magic array and the flesh. The wizard was forced to explode 2 masses of flesh from his legs, forming a large shield to block the divine power of the 6-winged angel. But this battle was not unknown. At this time, the knocked-back Aiden and Abalik had stabilized themselves and ascended once again. Feeling humiliated, Aiden's hands bulged with veins as he unleashed his demigod-level power to the limit, the 3-meter-long black giant sword slashing down with tremendous force. Abalik circled around to the back and unleashed a breath of dragon fire. The abyssal wizard helplessly abandoned the 2 masses of flesh at his back, transforming them into blood arrows to block the attacks of the two. After just a few exchanges, the abyssal half-god, who had once forced Aiden into a sacrificial act in his previous life, found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Under the wide wizard's robe, large areas of white bones were clearly visible. From a distance, Jiang Yan was not surprised. The frontal combat ability of the abyssal aberrations was inherently inferior to other types. If it were an abyssal beast, it could completely ignore the attacks of the other two and focus solely on offense. The abyssal wizard was evidently fragile. One hit could likely reduce him to half a life. I just wonder what his special ability is. Jiang Yan felt a sense of unease in his heart. After enduring a series of attacks, the opponent was still using his abilities to counterattack, and even while at a disadvantage, he was hiding a special ability. In such a situation, either the opponent had a plan or the conditions to activate his ability were extremely stringent and had yet to be met. Neither scenario was good news. At this moment, the battle situation changed once again. After a prolonged stalemate, Analia's wings fluttered as she appeared 10 meters away. A holy book radiating a gentle white light appeared in her hand, and a golden hexagram materialized behind her. "Heresy, you should kneel and repent for your sins." Grand prophecy. A resonant voice rang out, and the abyssal wizard, who was struggling to resist, suddenly froze, involuntarily bending his legs slightly. "All evils shall be consumed in the flames." The holy book transformed into a longsword, and the blazing holy flames ignited once more, pointing towards the abyssal half-god. A 6-pointed magic array appeared above its head simultaneously. Flames, judgment. The long sword slashed through the air, and countless golden beams poured down like a torrential rain from the magic array above. Gagaga, taste the might of your dragon lord. Abalik immediately followed up with a breath of dragon fire, shouting excitedly. He was too familiar with this skill. He had almost lost his life when used against him in the past. At this moment, the abyssal wizard finally broke free from the effects of the grand prophecy, but the onslaught of attacks had already arrived. The endless golden light was like divine punishment, and the continuous explosions lasted for a full 2 minutes before gradually coming to a stop. After the light faded, a pitiful humanoid figure appeared in its place. The wide wizard's robe had been destroyed, and apart from the head, most of the flesh had almost completely vanished, with several bones even fractured. If not for some unknown substance struggling and crawling inside his body, he would be indistinguishable from an ordinary skeletal warrior. Seeing defeat was imminent, the wizard suddenly laughed strangely, his asymmetrical eyes looking past the 3 attacking angels directly focusing on the city wall, where a tilted shadow of a balance appeared on his face. Jiang Yan's heart sank, but he did not retreat. He had been cautious enough, not giving the opponent a chance to speak, using all his strength immediately, and even hiding behind the magical defense system of Koltun City. If he could be attacked like this, then retreating would be meaningless. Moreover, at this moment he represented the divine. If he were to be forced back by the gaze of evil, it would become an indelible stain. As the 2 laws of shield techniques struck him, Jiang Yan raised his head and met the wizard's gaze with indifference. The tilted shadow of the balance on the wizard's face revealed the silhouettes of the 2. In the next second, there was a flash of light and both disappeared from their original spots. You have entered a special law space. Absolute fairness. Upon hearing the prompt ringing in his ears, Jiang Yan looked towards the remaining head of the abyssal wizard not far away. This must be the opponent's special ability capable of ignoring distance, and the shield is where the person is law technique to pull him into this place. He quickly donned the complete set of perfect level equipment gifted by the Federation, the glorious heavy armor, while his magic power quietly gathered within. A seed of a true god that has yet to sprout. Even from a distance, I can smell the repugnant aura emanating from you. The abyssal wizard did not stop Jiang Yan's movements, merely stating indifferently, "It's truly astonishing that a simple destruction task would encounter a dragon and a being from a lost myth. Perhaps if you had faced another abyssal demon lord like those mindless aberrations, you might have won, but unfortunately you encountered me." Jiang Yan frowned slightly. In his past life, he had seen many abyssal half-gods and demon gods, most of whom were brutal and savage, unable to communicate. This was the first time he encountered one so articulate. He even saw a hint of human-like pride on the wizard's face. Noting Jiang Yan's silence, the wizard continued to present. "This is my most powerful ability, absolute fairness space. It can only be activated when my vitality drops below 20%. Ignoring space, ignoring distance. Unless one's strength is 5 times greater than mine, any life force locked in must be drawn into this space. Here no one is my opponent. I particularly enjoy seeing those who think they are certain of victory being drawn into this space, their expressions of despair. That flavor of fear and reluctance is so captivating." Jiang Yan scoffed. If it were truly that powerful, could he have been sacrificed by Aten in the past? He did not believe it. "It seems you still don't understand the situation," the wizard said, observing Jiang Yan's expression with a slow explanation. "Here everything is fair. The space will synchronize both parties' strengths to the same realm. But as the initiator of this spell, I have a special privilege to set one additional reasonable rule. For instance, against a physically strong opponent, I can set a rule forbidding physical abilities. Against a master swordsman, I can set a rule forbidding sword techniques. And you, the so-called Lord of Light, who possesses the seed of a divine being of the holy element, I shall now forbid your holy abilities. Can you still remain calm?" Saying this, the wizard silently laughed. "How about that? Quite fair, isn't it? Addition, successful holy abilities have been forbidden. The rules of this absolute fairness space have been established and cannot be added to again until one party dies to escape." Listening to the prompts from across the realms, Jiang Yan was stunned, then his expression turned strange. Forbidding holy abilities. Strength at the same realm. A smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face. What an interesting ability. He leisurely removed the glorious heavy armor, and a staff as dark as jade appeared in his hand. "But who told you I am the Lord of Light? This is impossible." The wizard stared at the staff in Jiang Yan's hand and suddenly screamed, his voice no longer hoarse. "You clearly bear the seed of a true god of the holy light. How can you possess a top-tier undead artifact? What is there to marvel at?" Jiang Yan smiled faintly as a surge of dark power flowed into Tianzai. As the newly appointed undead emperor, it is only fitting that I wield an undead relic. No, this is not fair, the wizard cried. Perhaps if you had faced a different lord, one of those who only flaunt their wealth, you might have won. But unfortunately for you, you met me. Jiang Yan returned the words and pointed his staff at the opponent. Hearing the familiar phrase, the wizard's face blanched as he barely formed a blood mist shield. Wait! 2 bolts of black lightning, each as thick as a fist, erupted from the tip of Tian's eye, instantly shattering the blood mist and slamming into the abyssal wizard. The 5-fold empowered finger of death. The silver-tier wizard had no chance to struggle. His bones and skull were pulverized into dust in an instant by the overwhelming force of death. It was dead. A translucent crystalline token and a deep blue scroll materialized where it fell, a diamond advancement token and a blueprint evolution scroll legendary. Jiang Yan recognized the priceless treasures at a glance. The diamond advancement token was not a common trinket like the lower tiers. It only dropped from beings of demigod rank or higher. Not only lords but countless professionals relied on it to ascend to diamond rank. On the market, it was perpetually in short supply. Many great powers even used diamond advancement tokens to recruit prodigies. The scroll could upgrade an epic blueprint to legendary, another treasure he sorely needed. He had not expected the abyssal demigod to leave him such a generous gift. Jiang Yan stepped forward to pocket both items, his smile growing broader. At that moment, the space shimmered. A system notice announced that because one party had died, the absolute fairness space would soon end, and he would return to the original world in 3 seconds. As the warning reached his ears, the space before him fractured like a broken mirror. The surroundings blurred until they synchronized back to their pre-entry forms. Jiang Yan reappeared atop the city wall. Not far off, the wizard he had faced dissolved on the wind, his body scattering like dust. Everyone stood stunned. The absolute fairness space had not been in sync with the outside world. To their eyes, the two had merely met in a glance, and the mighty abyssal demigod was dead, leaving nothing behind. The shock far exceeded the effect of the 3-person assault. They recalled with a chill the fate of that powerful fused demon not long ago, likewise felled by a single look. Evil spirits cannot gaze upon a god. Their only end is death. They murmured, newly understanding the weight of those words. On the battlefield, voices swelled from hushed tones into a unified chorus until all sounded in solemn harmony, and the people grew increasingly devout. Uncertain of what had occurred, Jiang Yan kept a faint, instinctive smile as he stood upon the wall. Under the acclamations of thousands, he resembled a living god. The harbingers of the powerful civilizations of the lost myths, the seraph Analea, the fallen dragon Yabalike, the demigod Yadun Hamank of the Hamank Duchy, and countless mortal soldiers witnessed you slay the evil abyssal demigod with a single gaze. One of the fundamental elements of your divine art has been fulfilled. Renown. Once you satisfy the remaining 2 elements, faith and divine rank, you will obtain the exclusive divine art. A god must not be gazed upon. 3 successive prompts flashed on the Zhujie record panel, tossing Jiang Yan's heart into tumult. A casual remark he had made earlier had, by a chain of coincidences, truly evolved into a divine art. Incredible! He suddenly remembered the phantom archangel he had summoned before. The 12-winged angel had slain a mighty abyssal terror with a single glance. If this, a god must not be gazed upon, art were ever completed, would it not be invincible? You look at another, he dies. Another looks at you, he still dies. Holy Lord, are you all right? Before he knew it, Analea had flown back to the wall, her eyes full of concern as she looked at Jiang Yan. Through her bond with the holy light, she had clearly felt him vanish for a moment. Of course, not a mere abyssal fiend could shake the majesty of the holy light. Jiang Yan replied with a smile as he returned to himself. He had no intention of explaining, otherwise the earnest little angel would torment herself with guilt. Naturally, fiends always overestimate themselves. Analea agreed with a solemn nod. Holy Lord. Yadun also returned to the wall. The Hamank demigod seemed unusually pleased, his aged face blooming with a grin. In the age-old prophecies of this land, only a true god could lead them to triumph over the abyss. Dozens of his ancestors had met their end in repeated cycles, perishing alongside the abyss monsters. Now at last he had found the prophesied true god who might break the fate of death. He felt a lightness settle over him. A nearby general stepped forward and asked, Divine One, ancient ancestor, what shall we do next? Hold the line until the abyssal uprising ends. Hold. No. Jiang Yan looked beyond the walls as a new wave of fiends hastened in from the distance. Most were first-tier monsters and far fewer in number than at the outset. The demigod's arrival had evidently drained much of the abyss strength. These were soul crystals and experience handed to them on a platter. Now it is our time to counterattack. Jiang Yan said, his gaze growing cold. Anna, lead the angel legions. Leave not a single one alive. By the divine decree, Holy Lord. Hundreds of angels unhesitatingly beat their wings and charged the remaining abyssal host. Where faith resides, the holy light endures. 8 divine archangels chanted in unison, as a supporting silhouette of light rose. Gentle holy radiance washed over every corner of the battlefield, banishing shadow. In that instant, night became day. The remaining hundreds of angels formed battle ranks as the 10 softmeters long holy light verdict swept across the field, toppling the leaderless fiends in great swathes. Divine One, may we join the fray? The general asked, eager. Of course. The abyss is the enemy of all living things. Jiang Yan nodded his assent. In battlefield mode, experience was shared anyway. The frenzied slaughter continued for a day and a night, or in the end, even Yadun and Yabalike joined the battle. Corpses of various fiends carpeted tens of kilometers beyond the walls, the soil stained a deep inky green with blood. Golden lights of level up danced about Jiang Yan as he glanced at the Zhujie record panels, rapidly scrolling messages. A smile pulled at his lips. You have obtained 170000 soul crystals and 100000 experience. You have ascended to Silver Tier 9. On the morning of the 13th day, Jiang Yan returned to the Holy Spirit City and received a full area announcement from the worlds. The first abyssal riot has ended with 1172165 remaining lords and 1 country of belief surviving, totaling 1387 eliminated lords. Rewards will be settled within 10 minutes. Please keep an eye on your personal space. Special note, due to the destruction of numerous duchies, the abyssal erosion level has risen to 3, with a low probability of second-tier monsters emerging. Listening to the 3 consecutive announcements, Jiang Yan let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, the worlds is not a game but a glimmer of hope for the beings of the myriad realms in a desperate situation. Only a few can grow through the repeated confrontations with the abyss and eventually become deities. The difficulty of the first abyssal riot is the lowest, requiring only to deal with small groups of stray monsters. Yet still over 1,000 lords were unable to resist and were eliminated from their destroyed bases. Although they would not die immediately, they would permanently lose the favor of the extraordinary and could never enter the worlds again. According to the trajectory, in 10 years invasions in the real world will become increasingly frequent. By then, those who have lost the protection of the worlds will find it impossible to move. A sense of urgency rose in Jiang Yan's heart. He must grow stronger quickly. Organizing his thoughts, he opened the worlds panel to check his rewards. Ding! Lord Jiang Yan, you have obtained a total of 250000 soul crystals and 312 reputation points. Now calculating the bonus multiplier points. Colton City was not breached, score increased by 0.5. The Duchy Royal City did not fall, score increased by 0.5. The area of destroyed cities is less than 20 or score increased by 1. The casualty rate of civilians is less than 80 or score increased by 1. Killing abyssal demigod, score increased by 2, total points 5. You have ultimately obtained 125000 soul crystals and 1560 reputation points. You have completed the contract with the Hamank Duchy. From now on, you will become the sole deity of the Hamank Duchy, with faith level rising to devout, earning 20000 faith power daily. Your performance has gained the recognition of the demigod Aten Hamank, who has become your follower. Your reputation has exceeded 2000. From now on, there is a chance to gain the voluntary submission of minor forces nearby. Jiang Yan silently smiled, even neglecting to pay attention to other notes. A whole 125000 soul crystals. Plain and simple, yet the most practical and useful reward. Based on the current ratio, it could even be exchanged for over 30 million faith power. After deducting the cost of upgrading the gateway to heaven, what remains is enough for him to recruit thousands of 2-winged angels, forming a true angelic army. Thinking of this, he unhesitatingly listed 100000 soul crystals at a price of 130. Now is the time for many lords to replenish their troops after the abyssal assault. Apart from him, very few would trade soul crystals, so there was no need to worry about inflation. After finishing all this, Jiang Yan took out 2 epic blueprints, which he had exchanged with the wealthy Princess Luo using 2 bronze tokens. Casually picking one, Jiang Yan tore open the Azure Evolution Scroll. Sparkling light points fell, and the original epic blueprint gradually shimmered with a faint golden glow. Evolution successful, you have obtained a legendary building blueprint. Use, Jiang Yan said with some excitement. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time obtaining a legendary blueprint. Oh, he wondered what would appear. Ding! You have obtained the legendary building blueprint Dragon's Grave. Ding! You have obtained the epic building blueprint stitching cave. A flash of light and the two open blueprints landed in his hands. Jiang Yan immediately began to examine them. Dragon's Grave, one of the advanced necromancy buildings, capable of generating a randomly quality dragon skeleton every 10 natural days. Construction requires 20000 soul crystals and takes 30 days. Stitching Cave, one of the intermediate necromancy buildings, generates unknown strength stitched monsters based on the quantity and quality of corpses invested. Construction requires 2500 soul crystals and takes 15 days. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised that both were necromancy buildings. As far as he knew, the opening of blueprints was related to the lineage and profession level. For example, if a person's lineage is goblin and the most powerful unit among goblins is the rare-level building-produced Emperor Goblin, then if he uses a legendary building to open a blueprint, he would only receive a generic building blueprint and not one related to his lineage, as such a building does not exist. It seems that the types of necromantic units are not only rich but also have a high ceiling. Dragon's Grave. Stitching Cave. A happy trouble appeared on Jiang Yan's face. His dwarven construction squad is far from enough. It seems he would have to work them overtime. Just as Jiang Yan was tallying his rewards, a private group chat channel in the worlds was bustling. From the names of the group members, it was clear they were all top lords who had at least passed the hard-level assessment. Did everyone see? Jiang Yan actually saved the doomed country of belief, which means he at least has the ability to contend against abyssal demigods. It's outrageous. How could we possibly have a chance against him? We might as well surrender. Exactly, if we are not taken down by the abyss, we might end up being taken down by Jiang Yan. He definitely has plans to unify the continent. Even if we surrender, our faith will still be under. I can't accept that. Why should a lucky guy from a primitive civilization ride on top of us? So what do you suggest? Did you see the soul crystals he has listed for trade? A full 1000000 more than all of us combined. Therefore, we must unite, form an alliance to resist his efforts and find ways to hinder his development. When the time comes, I don't believe he can defeat all of us alone. Alliance? A good idea, but who will lead? Who else could it be? It must be the sixth princess. Only her status is worthy of. Exactly, only Her Highness the sixth princess is qualified to Luo Chenyu. In a luxurious base, Luo Chenyu looked at the flood of messages her and felt a headache coming on. She understood what these people meant. Although this continent is vast, faith is ultimately limited. The more Jiang Yan occupies in the future, the less there will be for others. Jiang, the leader of the Lord Alliance led by Zakaluosi, is planning to jointly resist you. Interesting. Jiang Yan slightly shook his head as he looked at the private chat message that suddenly arrived. These people facing the threat of the abyss are already contemplating infighting. Resist. A trace of disdain flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. He does not need to trade with others. The angels come equipped and are not under supply pressure. As for the undead, they can be acquired at zero cost. Regarding soul crystals, they are essential for all lords and cannot be resisted. After all, those who wish to resist Jiang Yan are mostly high-level lords confident in withstanding waves of abyss attacks, accounting for less than 1%. More are those ordinary and elite lords who actually hope someone can quickly unify the continent. Even if they are under someone else's roof, it is better than being eliminated. His soul crystal exchange business in the trading channel was hardly affected overnight. He had exchanged nearly 300,000 soul crystals. In just 2 more hours, he would have gathered enough faith required for the upgrade of the Gate of Heaven. While Jiang Yan patiently waited, Shun Yi suddenly rushed in. Lord, it's bad. Lady Analea and Lady Xena are about to fight. What? Half an hour earlier, after clearing the battlefield, Analea led her angel squad back to the Holy Spirit City to report. Meanwhile, Xena returned from the northern mountains with some undead and captured the gatekeeper. The two teams coincidentally met outside the Holy Spirit City. Heretic. Birdman. How dare you! I command you to step aside in the name of the 10th Seraph of Heaven. Analea said expressionlessly. Oh, using heaven's position to command my undead, you are quite authoritative. Xena said sarcastically. I'll say it again, step aside. Analea lightly pressed her right hand on her golden sword. Step aside. Over 400 two-winged angels shouted in unison, their powerful holy light, forcing many undead warriors to retreat continuously. This is the Holy Spirit City where the Emperor resides. Do you wish to make a move here? Xena suddenly laughed, a longbow quietly falling into her hands. Gentlemen, please stop arguing. We all serve the Lord. Peace is precious. The swordman in charge of guarding the city stepped forward, bravely signaling his companions to hurry and inform Jiang Yan. Oh, then tell us who should enter the city first. Xena looked over with interest. Although Analea did not speak, she also looked over. They naturally wouldn't really fight. They just wanted to scare each other off. At the very least, neither side should enter the city first. That would represent the dignity of their factions. I am just a gatekeeper. Under the gaze of two big shots, Shun Air felt a shiver run through him, and he struggled to speak. Speak quickly. Xena threatened with a semblance of a smile. You must think carefully. Those birdmen pride themselves on righteousness and justice, and might not harm innocent people, but we the despicable and evil undead. Betraying the faith of the holy light is heresy. Analea coldly interrupted. At this moment, the Golden Tier swordman looked as helpless as a lost child. Psychologically, he naturally preferred the angels he had fought alongside. But that woman from the undead realm is said to love turning people into skeletons, even not sparing surrendering subordinates. Being marked by her truly makes it impossible to sleep peacefully. Analea, Xena, stop it. At that moment, a voice with authority and a hint of helplessness came. Shun Air felt the two oppressive forces dissipate instantly, almost moved to tears, and pitifully turned to shout, Lord, your faith level with Shun Air has increased, currently esteemed. Holy Lord, Emperor. Analea and Xena discreetly sheathed their weapons and respectfully saluted. What happened? Jiang Yan looked at these two loyal subordinates with a headache. Emperor, I went through great pains to capture the gatekeeper from the northern mountains, but this crazy woman blocked me from entering the city, and even scared the reinforcements I had gathered. Xena quickly interrupted, batting her eyes and feigning a look of grievance. Look, she pointed with her hand. Everyone instinctively looked over. They saw a small skeleton twisted and slumped on the ground, desperately trying to straighten its misaligned. Suddenly it seemed to notice the focused gazes of the crowd, looked up and met Analea's eyes, immediately trembling in fear and dropping its head to the ground. Look, Emperor, she scared my subordinate to death. Xena's bright red eyes lit up as she shouted excitedly. You. Analea was so angry that she gritted her silver teeth. Even the rhythm of her wings flapping became chaotic. This evil undead creature is utterly shameless. All right. Jiang Yan rubbed his forehead. Later, I will instruct the dwarf squad to work overtime to open another city gate, so that you can each enter separately. As for this time, you two faced off in front of the city gate, intimidating the gatekeeper and disrupting the unity of the Holy Spirit City. Do you know your crime? Holy Lord, forgive me. It was Analea's fault. I acknowledge my guilt. Please punish me, Emperor. Seeing Jiang Yan make a decision, the two dared not argue anymore and obediently nodded. Let's do this, considering it's the first offense and your attitude is somewhat sincere. You two should apologize to each other and say some nice words. This time we'll let it go. If there's a next time, I won't be lenient. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. The two would inevitably have to cooperate in the future. Why not take this opportunity to try to ease their relationship? We will comply with the divine decree. The two at loggerheads helplessly responded and reluctantly moved closer. Xena forced a fake smile. Analea controlled the holy light and adjusted her facial muscles. I'm sorry. Xena gritted her teeth and spoke first. It's fine, I won't hold it against a dead person. Analea said with a pointed tone. Undead creatures are nothing but dead people. Then she took a deep breath. Now it was her turn to apologize. I'm sorry. It's fine, I won't hold it against a child. Xena's bright red eyes lingered somewhere, straightening her chest and deliberately emphasizing the word child. Then, seeming to remember to say a few nice words, she added with a light laugh, small ones are also very cute. You. Analea couldn't help but clench her fists. That damned undead creature. She forcibly suppressed her anger, repeatedly scrutinizing the other party, trying to find a flaw. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Yes, I'm whiter than her. Yes, I really envy my sister. She doesn't need night gear to carry out missions. Just standing in the darkness, no one can tell, truly deserving of being a ranger adept at ambush. Xena's smile froze. Damn, in the undead realm, I'm already the second whitest after the skeleton. Okay. No, what do you mean adept at ambush? What does it mean for a being who doesn't know how many epochs they've lived to call me sister? In the heart of Sacred Spirit City, a grand hall intertwines with holy light and deathly aura. At the entrance there stands a statue of a 12-winged angel on one side and a statue of the Grim Reaper holding a scythe on the other. This is the dwelling that Jiang Yan had requested the dwarf team to renovate. Caring for the emotions of his subordinates is also something an excellent lord must consider. At this moment outside the hall, a giant stone figure is bound to a cross, existing in a state of hopelessness. Is this the guardian of Beishan? Jiang Yan curiously reached out to touch it. Bang! Suddenly a half-segment stone leg, came crashing down, producing a thunderous sound. Am I really that fierce? Jiang Yan was startled and instinctively looked at his palm. When did the guardians in this novice area become so flimsy? Yes, your majesty, as per your command, I spared its life. What should we do now? Xena subtly changed the topic. Earlier, to transport this behemoth, she had ordered it to be divided into more than 10 parts, and upon reaching Sacred Spirit City, she used Slime's adhesive to piece it back together. It now appeared somewhat unstable. I can't kill it just yet. Let's wait a few more days. Jiang Yan contemplated. This is the last guardian. Killing it would cause the barrier of Sacred Spirit City to vanish, and local forces on the continent might discover them. Those are not like the small principality of Hamank. Among some powerful forces there are even demigods and beings of divine rank. Moreover, they possess vast and elite armies with research on various magical arrays and enchanted items far exceeding that of Hamank. In his past life, those forces mostly exhibited the demeanor of strong individuals and did not specifically target the Lord's power. They merely prohibited the casual spread of beliefs. However, Jiang Yan did not dare to let his guard down. In his past life, the power disparity between both sides was immense, and as formidable beings they would naturally not hesitate to occasionally show mercy to the ants. Yet, if these ants possess potential far beyond theirs, it would be uncertain whether the other side would still maintain their kindness. At the very least, some self-preservation strength must be ensured. First, it is necessary to take advantage of defeating the wave of the abyss to elevate or at least stabilize the faith to a pious level. This point is very important. This is a world dominated by deities. The competition for land resources and population is essentially about vying for more faith. Having a pious initial principality is invaluable for the subsequent spread of faith, waging wars, and assimilating other citizens. And without a doubt, the most suitable candidate for this task is Anna. Jiang Yan instinctively called out, "Holy Master, I am here." Hearing her name, Annalia's mood visibly lifted, and she joyously flapped her wings. "Ah, you lead the angelic team to rest in the city for the night and return to the Hamank Principality tomorrow to further solidify the faith. I will recruit some missionaries to assist you later." Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment but decided to change his words. It seemed excessive to send them back right after they had just returned, and recruiting personnel from the Radiant mission would also take time. "Rest assured, Holy Master," Annalia nodded. Jiang Yan encouragedly patted her shoulder and turned to call out, "Xena, please give your orders, Your Majesty. You also rest for the night, and tomorrow you will begin hunting the newly born monsters. You can use the bones to supplement the soldiers, but remember to bring back the flesh and blood." Jiang Yan instructed. The newly opened building, the Stitching Den, requires a large amount of flesh and blood, which can be prepared in advance. "No problem, Your Majesty. You may leave now. Rest well." "It has been too hard recently," Jiang Yan softly comforted. "It's not hard, it is my honor." The two replied in unison. Then, frowning, they exchanged glances, turning away in mutual. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a headache as he patted his head. Although both were absolutely loyal to him, the conflict between their respective factions made them unable to see eye to eye. He could only think of ways to gradually change this in the future. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly, no longer dwelling on it, and headed straight to the location of the Radiant mission. Check the recruitable soldier types. Radiant Missionary Rank Elite. Profession Radiant System Faith Instructor. Faith Level Blind. Recruitment price 5 soul crystals. Evaluation: he is as close as family to me. Radiant Spreader Rank Epic. Profession Radiant System Fanatic. Faith Level Blind. Recruitment price 20 soul crystals. Evaluation: if you do not understand the eloquence of the scriptures, I am also somewhat skilled in hand-to-hand combat. It seems somewhat different from the regular soldier panel, even lacking skills. After some thought, Jiang Yan recruited 1100 missionaries and 110 radiant spreaders. Hamank Principality has a total of 11 cities, and this arrangement is just right. With an 80 discount on his identity as the Radiant Lord, he spent only 1540 soul crystals practically free. Soon a large group of individuals dressed in white divine robes emerged from the mission. They prostrated on the ground, their expressions extraordinarily fervent. "Great Radiant Lord, we are willing to dedicate everything for the inheritance of the Holy Light. Rise, how do you enhance your strength?" Jiang Yan asked curiously, as these individuals did not even have levels. "Holy Master, we do not need to enhance our strength. We carry out the mission of proclaiming the Holy Light, and it will protect us." A missionary respectfully replied. Jiang Yan nodded. "Understood, these are merely weaklings who can only talk." "And you?" Jiang Yan looked towards the sturdier radiant spreaders. Holy Master, we pray to the powerful beings of the radiant system. Usually the ones who respond to us are the two-winged angels, but occasionally higher-ranking beings will answer as well. So they are calling for help. Jiang Yan understood and commanded. For now, follow Annalia's arrangements and tomorrow go to Hamank Principality to spread the faith. As commanded by the divine oracle, excitement appeared on everyone's faces. They belong to the lower ranks of the radiant faction, and their direct superiors are usually ordinary two-winged angels. Now they can directly follow a powerful seraph. This is an honor they can boast about for a lifetime. After arranging everything, Jiang Yan opened the Interrealm Trading Center, where he had successfully traded over 400,000 soul crystals equivalent to over 12 million units of faith power. Finally, he had gathered enough for the upgrade. Jiang Yan extracted the faith and quickly arrived before the gate of heaven, unhesitatingly giving the order. Upgrade. The dazzling gate of heaven instantly radiated brilliant light with endless hymns and praises surging from the surroundings. Countless angelic phantoms appeared praying devoutly. Faintly, Jiang Yan seemed to hear the sound of dozens of chains clanking from the depths of the void behind the gate. Under the influence of an immense and pure power of faith, 2 chains quietly shattered. Upgrade complete. With the prompt from the realms echoing, all illusions vanished, and when Jiang Yan focused, he saw Gate of Heaven exclusive building can recruit angels. Rank unique. Level 2, 0, 100 million. Currently recruitable 2-winged angels, 4-winged angels, 1 4-winged angel can be recruited for every 500 2-winged angels. Unlock new function baptism. You can consume soul fragments to transform a follower into an angel. The more pious the faith, the more abundant the soul fragments used, the stronger the transformed angel will be. Interesting. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. It seems he must inform Xena that in the future, when defeating enemies, he cannot let go of their souls, not just their bodies. 2 days later, as Annalia led a vast host of angels and missionaries into the duchy, the campaign to spread the faith erupted with fervent intensity. Meanwhile, inside a modest residence in the capital city of the Duchy of Hamank, Father, this is precisely how matters stand. The boy remains utterly unmoved no matter how we plead. A well-dressed couple spoke with deep sorrow etched upon their faces. I understand, replied the white-robed missionary, nodding gently, his expression serene and compassionate. There is no need to waste your efforts, Father. I am grateful to the divine for bringing peace to this land. But I cannot and will not place my faith in him. A youth of 15 or 16 declared defiantly. Child, I comprehend your... No, you do not understand. The boy suddenly surged with emotion, shouting, I am unlike others. I was born with an innate magic prohibition, incapable of mastering even the simplest spell. I prayed earnestly to the pantheon, yet received no answer. Only later did I realize so-called miracles are but manifestations of profound magical artifice. And even the gods could not resolve my affliction. So why should I worship them? I shall forge my own path, unaided and unbound. Child, I know your heart races. But first calm yourself, said the missionary, his gentle smile unwavering as he spoke with unhurried grace. Have you ever heard of science? Science? What is that? The youth and his parents exchanged startled glances. The Holy Sovereign, in his boundless mercy, laid down countless paths to strength at the dawn of creation, and science is the fairest among them. The missionary gestured toward an empty iron pail tucked in the corner of the room. Might I borrow this, please? Of course, Father, replied the master of the house, stepping forward to fetch it. To help you grasp this more viscerally, I shall instruct, and you shall act. Fine. The youth shrugged, curiosity flickering faintly in his eyes. First, pour a small amount of clean water into the pail. Yes, that is sufficient. Next, place it over the fire until the water reaches a full boil. After a brief pause, the missionary continued, now carefully remove it from the flames. Mind the heat. Then fetch a basin of cold water and pour it over the pail. The youth complied, bewildered. Then grew impatient. Father, what on earth is the purpose of this? Whoa! What is that? With a thunderous bang, the youth recoiled in shock. Gazing upward, he saw the thick iron pail crushed inward. Its center flattened utterly. How did this happen? He stammered, astonished, utterly sensing no trace of magical resonance. This is a fundamental application of atmospheric pressure. Understand its principle and anyone may replicate it. As the missionary explained, he drew 2 simple arrows on a sheet of paper. Observe these ordinary arrows. Now take a transparent glass, fill it with water and place it before you. Then look through it. Ah, why have the arrows reversed direction? Is this illusion magic? The youth gasped in awe. His mind already racing. If such principles were expanded, Could they not mimic the very effects of arcane illusion arrays? No. This is refraction of light, the missionary clarified, sketching lightly as he spoke. These are but elementary applications of science. Delve deeper, and even an ordinary mortal may craft weapons capable of shattering heavens and cleaving earth. This is true. Indeed, it is truth itself. The faithful of the holy light never deceive. Then, how may I learn such knowledge? The youth asked, eyes alight with yearning. Look. The missionary smiled softly, gesturing outward, this flowing water, these swaying trees, all things beneath heaven. Science dwells hidden within each. Should you seek it with true devotion, the holy light itself shall guide you to unveil its secrets. Elsewhere in the duchy, within another town's execution ground, prisoner Adalru, convicted of robbery, homicide, incitement to rebellion and coercion of women. A stern middle-aged magistrate declared all charges verified and substantiated. Multiple offenses warrant cumulative punishment. I hereby decree immediate enforcement of sentence number 7. At once 2 soldiers swiftly secured the prisoner onto an iron frame, binding him spread-eagled. Sentence 7. A penalty reserved for grave offenders. Involved piercing the body from crown to sole with 2 razor-sharp spears. Wait. You cannot punish me. Adalru cried out desperately. I have repented. I now serve the holy sovereign of light with absolute faith. Will you dare incur divine retribution by condemning a true believer? The magistrate hesitated, visibly unsettled. Since the abyss's retreat, and the Hamank royal house's formal proclamation of the holy sovereign of light as the duchy's sole deity, the authority of the divine had ascended above all earthly power. Even the emperor himself could not arbitrarily condemn a faithful believer, let alone a magistrate. Emboldened, Adalru sneered, release me at once. I must attend morning prayer at the cathedral. Will you bear the weight if I am delayed? Just as the magistrate stood paralyzed between duty and doctrine, a white-robed missionary stepped calmly from the crowd of onlookers. Father, exhaled the magistrate in relief, rising to offer a formal ecclesiastical bow. How ought we proceed? May I pose a few questions to him? The missionary asked gently. By all means. Please inquire. Are you truly a follower of the holy sovereign? The missionary approached and asked. Yes, Father. Adalru answered eagerly. Under the radiance of the holy light I abhor and renounce my former self. I have fully repented and now dedicate myself solely to serving the sovereign and atoning for my sins. Tears glistened in his eyes as he spoke. The missionary nodded solemnly. The holy light shelters every sincere believer. At those words the magistrate, soldiers, and assembled crowd dimmed, dismayed. Even one so vile may be spared. A faint imperceptible smirk curled Adalru's lips. Fools, they're so easily deceived. From now on, then proceed with the sentence. What? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Bewildered. Why has the father so abruptly reversed his stance? Father. I am a believer of the holy sovereign of light. Rest assured, the missionary replied, a quiet smile playing upon his lips. Should your faith prove absolute, the holy light shall preserve you, even from death itself. What nonsense, Father. 2 elite warriors drove their specially forged spears downward, left and right. In blood gushed forth as agonized shrieks echoed without cease. Onlookers stared, only to see a faint, persistent gleam of white light shimmering at the wounds barely sustaining his life. Kill me. Kill me now. The excruciating, transfixing torment shattered his mind. He screamed wildly beyond reason. 10 minutes passed before the cries faded into silence. He was dead. It appears he failed to repent sincerely for his crimes. The holy light refused him. The missionary turned to the magistrate, his tone tinged with regret. Your Honor, administer justice, as prescribed by law. The holy light shields the truly devout and righteous, but those who mock its sanctity shall suffer consequences magnified twofold. My deepest thanks, Father, the magistrate replied, genuine reverence warming his voice. Praise be to the holy sovereign of light. Praise be to the holy sovereign of light, echoed the soldiers and townsfolk in unison. In the city of Hamank, the 3rd District's temple office. My lord, the person has been brought in. This is the last non-believer in the 3rd District, a preacher whispered. Understood, you may leave. I will have a chat with him. In the room, the exceptionally robust light spreader scrutinized the man being escorted in by 2 soldiers. Only those believers that the preachers cannot manage are sent here. With slicked back hair and painted face, his eyes darted about mischievously, giving off a somewhat frivolous air. If you want me to believe in the light sovereign, what benefits can you offer? Without waiting for a response, the frivolous man plopped himself down on a chair and spoke boldly. Is it not a benefit that the sovereign repelled the abyss and saved all your lives? The light spreader unfazed leisurely walked to the door. What kind of benefit is that? Isn't it the duty of the divine? The man replied nonchalantly, give me something tangible or I cannot guarantee I won't speak recklessly when I return. He understood well that the light sovereign was evidently a just kind and gentle deity, and surely would not stoop to bicker with a trivial figure like him. Click! The sound of the door locking echoed. Let me introduce myself. I am Zaram, the head of faith propagation in this region. After locking the door, the smile on the light spreader's face faded instantly, and in a flat tone he continued. Since my appointment, the faith performance assessment in the 3rd district has always ranked first. Every person who has walked out of here has ultimately become a believer. I see. So my lord, how do you intend to win me over? A meaningful smile appeared on the man's face, realizing that the temple must also face performance pressure, which might yield him more benefits. It seems I haven't made myself clear enough. Zaram slowly rolled up his sleeve. What I mean is only by becoming a believer can you leave this place. What do you want to do? The frivolous man looked at the thick forearm of the other party, finally sensing something amiss, and said, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will definitely report you to Judge Bashir. That is your right. But I must inform you that Bashir officially became a fervent believer of the sovereign 3 days ago. Zaram unfazed took out a holy scripture and said indifferently, next I will recite a line and you will repeat after me. Clap. A bright red handprint appeared on the man's face. He was instantly dazed, never expecting the other party to actually act. Do not say any unnecessary words. You dare. Clap, clap. The blows came from both sides. Fresh red blood flowed from the corner of the man's mouth. Do you understand? The man covered his face and nodded quickly. Now he was obedient. The sovereign created all things. Zaram opened the holy scripture, and his expression gradually became fervent. The sovereign created. Clap. Another slap, and the man felt his face swell up. When you say the word sovereign, your tone must be sincere, respectful, and heartfelt. Try again. The sovereign. Clap. Your voice cannot tremble. Try again. The sovereign. Clap. You should smile at the thought of the sovereign. Why the grimace? Try again. And so it continued until the 12th repetition. The sovereign created all things. The man instinctively closed his eyes, but this time the slap did not come. Not bad. Next line. This sounded like a heavenly melody. The man immediately sighed in relief, his eyes brimming with tears, finding it truly difficult to praise the light sovereign. Why do I need to praise the light sovereign? The man was startled by his suddenly emerging thought, but before he could ponder it further, the other's voice rang out again. The sovereign is omnipotent. The sovereign. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. My lord Zaram, the inspecting angel, has arrived to check on the progress of faith propagation. The preacher's respectful voice came. The frivolous man's eyes brightened. Suddenly, salvation had arrived. Zaram's expression changed slightly, but he promptly approached and unlocked the door. He was not afraid of punishment. He just feared that if he were dismissed for violently spreading faith, he would no longer be able to serve the sovereign and reform these heretics. A beautiful figure walked in with a delicate face, pure white wings, a long sword at her waist, and holding a holy scripture. It was the divine angel. Zaram's worries turned to joy in an instant. This was none other than the legendary seraphim Lady Annalia's direct angel, known for her extreme stance on faith, rivaling even the madmen of the Light Tribunal. Angel, help! I report that this person is using violence to coerce me. The man shouted as if he had seen a savior, forgetting to raise his face marked with handprints high. Zaram, is this true? The angel glanced at the man's injuries, turned a page, and cast a healing spell. Yes, my lady. He refuses to believe in the great light sovereign, and I was in a moment of desperation. You do not wish to become a believer of the sovereign. The angel turned to ask indifferently. I just wanted to ask what benefits there are to becoming a believer before deciding. The man gathered his courage to say. The light of the healing spell faltered quickly, flowing back, and the man's face returned to being swollen. The angel's expression turned completely cold. So you are a heretic. Zaram, why is it that a heretic can still stand here and speak unharmed? I must doubt the firmness of your faith. The frivolous man was completely stunned. Did not the newly published biography say that angels are the kindest, most just, and most beautiful beings? Are fairy tales all lies? Sorry, my lady, please give me a minute. Your vassal nation Hamank's faith has increased daily faith power. has risen to 500,000. The number of devout believers in your homeland has exceeded 100,000. Your bond with this world has deepened, reducing the pressure on the gate of heaven, which is trying to shed some shackles time unknown. In the Holy Spirit city, Jiang Yan looked at the notifications coming in from various realms with great satisfaction. The angels and preachers had been incredibly effective. In just over half a month, he had already received 3 notifications of faith, increased solidly, climbing from the threshold of devotion to approaching the next level. Most importantly, the pressure on the gate of heaven had lessened. He wondered what kind of surprises that would bring. It seemed time to commence the next phase of expansion. Jiang Yan silently calculated, and now that faith was stable, the dragon grave and the stitching cave were about to be completed thanks to the dwarf team's overtime, and the reserves of faith were sufficient to recruit 4000 angels, with Anna and the others reaching Diamond Tier 10. Most importantly, the monsters in the novice area had been eliminated by Xena, and even a nest of mutated cockroaches, which had dozens of offspring, had been thoroughly cleaned out beneath the skeleton warriors' relentless digging. You cannot expect a creature from the undead realm to understand the principles of sustainable development. It is time to proceed with the next plan and bring a stir to this continent. On the 18th day after repelling the abyss, His Majesty the King, accompanied by the church priestess Alia, set off for the Holy Spirit city on a pilgrimage. After a tough victory over the malevolent and powerful monster, the stone man bound to a cross, he received a divine oracle, renamed the Hamank Duchy to the Holy Light Kingdom, renamed the Pantheon Church to the Holy Light Church, appointed Alia as the first high priest of the church. Thus the Hamank Duchy opened a new chapter in its history, known as the Year of the Holy Light. All 3 guardians have died, and the barrier of the novice area has been lifted. From now on you can explore the entire continent without restrictions. But beware, while you spy on others, they may also be watching you. The rewards for the first phase of the ranking have been settled. Congratulations! You ranked first, earning 100 prestige points, and the title chosen of the Divine, which takes effect upon equipping. Meanwhile, after seeing off 2 pilgrims who had traveled a long distance to pay homage, Jiang Yan finally had time to browse the reminders from various realms. From the map, it appeared that the fog in the far west of Hamank, or the Holy Light Kingdom, had cleared, revealing a new area called Fog Valley. If memory serves, this is the only passage connecting to the outside world. It stretches over 1,200 kilometers, home to many powerful races and monsters infected by the abyss, rich in resources. In his past life, it took him a full 6 months to break through during the initial exploration, with countless warriors lost. However, now with a powerful undead army, he naturally need not worry about casualties. He had already sent Xena to lead the army stationed at the valley entrance, and they must have begun exploring by now. This was also an advantage of having preserved the faith during the first abyssal upheaval. With the demigod Aiden present, the usual abyssal passages posed no threat during normal times, allowing for unrestricted campaigns. Other lords, however, had to maintain sufficient forces for a long time to prevent abyssal attacks. I wonder how smoothly they are progressing. After a brief thought, Jiang Yan recalled the Lord's skill War Control he obtained when advancing to silver rank. It allowed him to temporarily gain the vision and perception of any ally. As he activated the skill, his vision blurred, revealing an intense battle before him. A group of creatures resembling upright crocodiles was being besieged by numerous skeleton warriors. They were covered in metal-like hard scales measuring over 3 meters in length. Every strike of their thick claws, armed with sharp nails, could easily shatter the bones of several skeleton warriors. Known as the blood crocodile of the wasteland, their strength was approximately at the bronze tier 3 level, making them a rare species. Jiang Yan immediately recognized this creature, which had caused him considerable trouble in his past life. These crocodile-like creatures had even evolved scales on their previously weak underbellies, exhibiting exceptional defense and offense among their tier. Even ordinary skeleton soldiers struggled to break through. Only the elite skeleton warriors recruited from high-level graveyards and some powerful skeletal beings could withstand a few exchanges. Fortunately, their intellect had not evolved alongside them. The unintelligent and territorial blood crocodiles, after gaining the upper hand, chose not to retreat, but instead engaged in chaotic combat with the undead army. Before long, the dense mass of skeleton warriors completed the encirclement, and before they knew it, each blood crocodile was separated by countless skeleton warriors. Clang! Every second, dozens of bone blades struck against the hard scales, causing the injured blood crocodiles to go berserk, swinging their tails to knock surrounding enemies away, but immediately skeletons from behind followed up with attacks. One particularly large and robust elite skeleton seized the opportunity to strike at the blood crocodile's leg, leaving a clear wound. The blood crocodile stumbled, and before it could adjust its stance, several more strikes landed on the same spot. Now that its scales could no longer provide protection after a series of attacks, the blood crocodile's left leg was severed, letting out a mournful cry as it fell to the ground, engulfed by the endless sea of skeletons. This seemed to signal a chain reaction. A series of agonizing cries erupted as one blood crocodile after another fell. Xena's crimson eyes flickered as she leaped into the air, her longbow vibrating, repeatedly releasing hundreds of black arrows that instantly rained down, piercing through each incapacitated blood crocodile. Sturdy and gleaming skeletons rose from the corpses. Though not as strong as the original blood crocodiles, their aura had already approached level 50. Without hesitation, they joined the encircling forces, attacking their former kin. After stowing her longbow, Xena seemed to recall something and said, "Bring me a live one, intact and unharmed." "Yes, master." A giant eagle swiftly swept down, its sharp eyes scanning the battlefield, selecting a well-preserved blood crocodile, which it grasped in its claws and dropped in front of Xena. As the blood crocodile came to its senses, it was about to roar when intricate and delicate runes suddenly appeared in its eyes, causing it to squat obediently like a pug, displaying a pleasing demeanor. "Lead the way to your lair." Watching the war subside, Xena said calmly. Amidst the scattered bones and flesh, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers silently followed, their eyes glowing with eerie flames, forming a ghostly green dragon that extended into the darkening night, seemingly endless. Far away in the Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan retracted the skill. It was roughly as he had, and the monster strength in Fog Valley was evidently much stronger than that of the novice area. While the ordinary skeleton soldiers could still win through sheer numbers, the casualties were significantly higher, making it time to supplement Xena with some new recruits. Thinking this, Jiang Yan arrived at the undead area. Half an hour ago, the Dragon's Tomb and the Stitching Pit had officially been completed. A massive structure shrouded in green mist appeared before him, where countless compartments could be seen processing clumps of flesh, resembling a large slaughterhouse. Dozens of dwarf builders lay sprawled outside the building, fast asleep, clearly exhausted. Oh well, let them have a half-day off. Jiang Yan silently praised his own conscience, directly entering the building to check the relevant panel. Stitching Pit, epic-level building of the undead type, reconstructs corresponding combat weapons based on the provided flesh and bones. Currently available templates: 317 types, including faceless beasts, necromantic beasts, and carrion beasts. You can select elements to generate corresponding combat weapons. Currently saved templates. Special note: this is an excellent recycling station for waste materials. Unusable scraps, bones with osteoporosis, and even flesh from frozen corpses that have been buried for 1,000 years can be transformed into treasure. The undead realm never wastes. Goodness! First came a mass-production graveyard, and now a recycling station like the Stitching Pit. The design philosophy of the undead realm is truly avant-garde. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He even had a feeling that the Dragon's Tomb was nothing serious either. However strange as it was as an epic-level building, its functions were still extremely powerful. He roughly understood that these so-called templates were crafted based on functional needs. For instance, the carrion beast was designed by a cleanliness-obsessed overlord of the undead realm for cleaning purposes. After all, the undead realm was vast, and there were always some inferior corpses that even the lowest-tier skeleton mages looked down upon, forced to remain in place until they rotted, severely polluting the environment of the undead realm. I want to create a template. After browsing for a while, Jiang Yan decided to design one himself. Please state your design requirements. Durable, armor-piercing, self-repairing, capable of close-range combat. Are there any requirements for appearance? If not, this building will have creative freedom and will not accept revisions. Yes, the appearance needs to be terrifying and imposing. Jiang Yan suddenly remembered an image from a game he played in the Federation and uploaded the vision in his mind. Ugly, disgusting, twisted, terrifying. Truly a perfect image. New Lord of the Undead, your taste is commendable. I will do my utmost to create it for you. Please name this template. Let's call it Abomination. Jiang Yan said nostalgically. The template has been established and is ready for production. Please provide sufficient materials. With a thought from Jiang Yan, over 10 high-quality corpses fell from the storage space. These were the results of his daily use of the professional skill Divine Hand over this period. 9 bronze level and 4 silver level. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Why hasn't the synthesis started yet? Jiang Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the unresponsive stitching chamber. Is this a joke? With such a small amount of material, I can't even stitch a leg. I am a dignified building and will not produce shoddy goods. A line of small text floated on the hub, even shaking twice, showing evident agitation. So that's how it is. I thought you were broken. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. The big shot of the underworld was indeed quite idle, exhibiting such a unique personality for an epic-level building AI. Fortunately, Xena had collected quite a bit of flesh and blood, while clearing out monsters earlier, which was piled outside the graveyard. Just right to recruit today's skeletons and have them move it over. After a flurry of activity with the efforts of 300 elite skeleton porters, the 2 chambers in the stitching chamber were soon filled. Just barely enough. Please wait a moment, I will be quick. The nauseating sounds of squeezing, the clashing of bones, and the impacts of blades and axes erupted. After passing through 17 chambers, the door to the outer synthesis chamber opened and 5 unsettling monsters strode out. They stood about 10 meters tall with stitching marks all over their bodies, and yellow-green gas seeped out from the fissures in their flesh, emitting a foul odor. A large hole opened in the stomach, as if countless hands were pulling from within. For stout arms, each wielded a different skeletal weapon. Stop! Seeing them approaching, Jiang Yan quickly called out to prevent them. He certainly did not want to be tainted by the strange gas. The 5 meatballs stopped in their tracks, awkwardly fiddling with the rotten flesh on their bodies, looking somewhat innocent. Underdeveloped, abomination, rank epic. Level bronze 9. Faith level none. Skills corrosive poison, mist, passive devour. Overall rating 1766. Description: due to the poor quality of materials you provided, their potential was greatly affected during production. Not bad. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. Using only the corpses of those weak beings in the novice area could assemble a bronze 9 combat power. It seems if the materials were stronger it could at least reach silver level or higher. Moreover, he still had a trump card. The previous angels, due to their unique skills, rendered his talents useless, while ordinary undead soldiers had no evolution significance, leaving him quite frustrated. Now it was finally time to shine. Jiang Yan rubbed his hands in excitement and raised his hand, directing 5 beams of light onto the abomination. The innate ability activated. Ding. Ultimate elevation activated successfully. Triggered the elevation effect. The corrosive poison mist evolved into the similar type aura skill corrosive aura passive, which can slowly cause the surface of hostile creatures within a certain range to rot and damage. It cannot be exempted and can stack with other armor-reducing abilities. Triggered the ultimate effect devour, upgraded to the highest level. Conversion efficiency increased, and now in addition to flesh and blood devouring bones can also restore itself. Upon completing the evolution, the yellow-green gas on these abominations instantly vanished. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. They looked much better now. Moreover, the effects stacked with other skills. If appearing together with the corrosive poison mist, the enemies would experience double the enjoyment. You all wait here. After giving a simple command, Jiang Yan headed towards the Dragon Grave Abyss, just in time to take them along for Xena. Using the short-distance teleportation array set by the Spirit Array Master, he quickly arrived at the northeast corner of the Undead Zone, where a uniquely shaped building came into view. It covered an area of about several square kilometers, surrounded by towering mountains with a central abyss filled with death energy. The strangest sight was a special black cloud floating above, with a long chain hanging down from the cloud, swaying in the canyon. This shape. Jiang Yan squinted. He felt that it was not something serious. Dragon's Grave Abyss, a legendary undead building, the proudest work of the Third Emperor, which can randomly capture a giant dragon skeleton every 10 days. Current capture count 1. Special note: the design inspiration comes from a popular project in an unspeakable civilization. Claw machines. Claw machine. Is it the same as I understand? Jiang Yan approached the building's control panel with an odd expression. It was very simple, with only a bone for controlling direction and a still beating heart. Well, it really is. Jiang Yan suddenly became delighted. This was his specialty. He quickly walked forward to grasp the joystick, and in an instant the scene before him violently fluctuated, as if layers of space were being peeled apart, finally settling on a place filled with giant dragon skeletons. Beside it was an ancient stone tablet inscribed with Dragon's Graveyard 03. This building will be discovered in 5 minutes. Please complete the capture work as soon as possible, or countless furious dragons will follow your scent and tear you to pieces. Hearing the prompt from his ear, Jiang Yan quickly shook the bones several times, aiming at a relatively intact skeleton, and suddenly slapped down. The long chain wobbled as it passed through layers of space, descending straight down and tightly wrapping around the spine as it rose. The space before him gradually sealed back up, revealing a complete giant dragon skeleton deep within the Dragon Grave Abyss. Necromantic control. Jiang Yan waved the disaster staff, eagerly activating the giant dragon, fallen for an unknown period, suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue flame in its eye sockets, and its remaining bony wings flapped slightly before accelerating. It gently landed before Jiang Yan, folding its bony wings and lowering its head. Under the holy affinity effect of the disaster, it was surrounded by a radiant holy light. Frostbone Dragon Rank Legendary. Level Diamond 10. Skills Frost Breath Holy Affinity. Overall rating 23722. To think an ordinary skeleton could possess Diamond 10 and over 20000 rating. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit delighted, or after all, the bone dragon was different from when it was alive, lacking dragon language magic and the strongest physical abilities, yet it could achieve this level with just a frost breath. No wonder the kin of Yablik could use titles like Dragon God and Dragon Emperor while it only dared to use Dragon King. It seemed that even a living dragon was no stronger than it. The giant dragon truly was a top predator in the food chain. This was merely a skeleton, and if he could obtain a complete dragon corpse, it would probably be even stronger. With a thought, he activated the ultimate elevation talent again. Triggered the elevation effect successfully. A frost breath upgraded to the similar type law skill Eternal Freeze Breath, which can freeze all objects defying physical laws, and without external interference maintain a permanently frozen state. The rating also rose to 32,100. This is so cool. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled the prompt from earlier during the claw machine. This building will be discovered in 5 minutes. Does this mean that if he waits until his strength is sufficient to deliberately delay until after 5 minutes, attracting a large number of giant dragons, he could directly acquire a legendary level army? Calm down, calm down. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, looking at the powerful yet docile bone dragon before him, unable to help but sincerely praise the great and genius third undead emperor. At Mist Valley, before the mouth of a bottomless cavern. Right here, master. The controlled blood crocodile said with a touch of pride. This used to be a gathering place for the subterranean dwarves. After our clan was driven from the central area, we seized it. The golden mouse cast a disdainful glance. A pack of mutated crocs hiding in caves instead of the swamp. What arrogance is that? It turned eyes ingratiating. Master, shall I dispatch some ground mice to scout? We are experts at burrowing. No need. Shiina casually loosed an arrow to finish the blood crocodile and commanded, "Kill." A golden tier demon scorpion dove in without hesitation. Tens of thousands of skeleton warriors, their sockets flickering with eerie green flame, surged after it, appearing like death itself risen from the abyss in the pitch dark. Booms and clashes rang out. Soon the sounds of fierce combat echoed from below. The rampaging demon scorpion seemed to have met a powerful adversary and was being halted. Found you. Shiina, who had been waiting silently outside the cave, flashed and vanished. It seems we will gain another companion. The giant eagle chuckled. No. I'll bet 5 soul crystals it won't last 3 rounds. The golden mouse's small eyes gleamed with crafty cunning. Why? I sense this crocodile chieftain fights well. At least at high golden rank. Ha! What good is fighting skill? The golden mouse sneered. To survive out here you must be able to speak, to have social tact. With that tribe's intellect, even I look down on them, let alone Lady Shiina. I see, brother mouse, sage counsel. The giant eagle exclaimed. Naturally. Enough talk. Hurry and follow. We must show the master how concerned we are. The golden mouse snorted with pride and beckoned the giant eagle into the cave. By the time they reached the depths, the battle had, as expected, already ended. An exceptionally large blood crocodile stood submissively by Shiina's side, obediently gathering its kin who relinquished resistance. All assembled. Shiina asked calmly, a longbow already in hand. Yes, master. The blood crocodile chieftain cried, eyes wide, as he hurriedly scanned to ensure no one was missing. They're all here. Oh, right, master, there are some dwarves imprisoned in the cells. At the words, Shiina froze mid-draw. A pleasant surprise. She remembered Jiang Yan complaining many times that Shangling City's dwarves were insufficient. Dwarves? How many? There were over 1,000 originally, but now only 30-some remain. We ate the rest, hee. The chieftain snickered, as if recalling a delicacy, drool at the corner of his mouth. Twang, twang. The bowstrings vibrated in rapid succession. 32 black arrows pierced the chieftain's skull in an instant, leaving him like a spiked porcupine. Damn fools. Why did you not eat yourselves? Shiina's expression darkened. Over 1,000 dwarves. She could imagine how delighted the Dijun would have been to receive such a gift. Had she rescued so many, she could have subtly steered Shangling City's reconstruction toward the undead's interests with but a single decree. Cursing her loss of opportunity to overwhelm the angels, Shiina's anger flared, and she loosed. Looking at the croc corpses riddled with arrows, the giant eagle shivered and cast the golden mouse a look of admiration. Truly farsighted. After a long while and having vented her wrath, Shina subdued the lone surviving blood crocodile and expressionless said, "Lead the way." Through a narrow shadowed tunnel, they entered a stone cell where dozens of dwarves were held. Hearing movement, some struggled up and croaked hoarsely, "You damned beasts. If you have the nerve, come eat me. If my grandpa frowns, you'll be his grandson." Shina casually dispatched the guide crocodile, halted and frowned slightly. She typically turned foes into skeletons or bound them with seals. Persuasion was not her specialty, especially since these captives seemed coarse. She feared she might not be able to restrain herself from slaughtering them all. After a moment's thought, she kicked the crocodile corpse before the cell and said coolly, "I have slain these beasts and avenged you. In return, I demand your fealty to the undead Dijun." "Well done, the undead." More than 30 dwarves in the cell cried out, instinctively huddling together. Though the abyss had become the common enemy of the myriad realms, the undead remained a power that had once wrought ruin across many worlds. A burly dwarf's expression shifted repeatedly as he strode forward through clenched teeth. "Mighty undead being, we thank you for your aid, but our ancestors forged relics for the gods of the holy light. That is our highest honor. We cannot serve the undead and shame our forebears." "Is that so? What a pity." Shina lowered her longbow. "Then serve me in an..." The undead's practice in truth was often to first make a chosen one like themselves. For Shina to speak a recruitment at all was already the limit of courtesy. "Wait, master. Let me try to persuade them." The golden mouse watched Shina's face closely and suddenly volunteered. "You?" Shina mused for a moment, then stepped back 2 paces, her meaning unmistakable. The mouse rejoiced. If it succeeded, it would curry favor both with the master and with the master's master, securing its station and ending the dread of being turned into a skeleton. Ahem! It cleared its throat, turned toward the dwarves, and forced a sincere expression. "How laughable! A timid rodent who is allied with the undead hopes to persuade us to swear fealty," several dwarves mocked. In the clash of beliefs, it was one thing to be swayed by someone as mighty and beneficent as Shina. Toward a mere mouse, no courtesy would be offered. The golden mouse's face flushed. "What is wrong with being a mouse?" "I am a mouse." It turned and called back, "Master, perhaps we should simply kill them." Shina had been about to move, but she lowered her bow, looked toward the surface with a faint smile and said, "The Dijun has arrived. Let's go back. What shall be done with these dwarves? Take them up with us and leave them to the Dijun." Soon the party emerged from the cavern. Shina greeted him with a bright smile, her step noticeably lighter. "What brings you here, Dijun?" "I have brought a gift." Jiang Yan smiled faintly, and a frost-skeletal dragon over 100 meters long circled the air, 5 abominations clinging to its upper body, huddled together, as if fearful of falling. "Do you like them?" "Of course. With them we can secure the entire valley passage for you far more swiftly." Shina replied gladly. "By the way, Dijun, I also brought you a gift. Do you think those dwarves might be of help in rebuilding Shangling City?" Jiang Yan's eyes brightened. He had planned to refurbish Shangling City's walls and re-engrave the array glyphs. An extra 30 or so hands would ease his manpower worries. Though they seemed unwilling to surrender. Shina softly recounted the earlier events. "Indeed, we will never betray our ancestors' honor to join the undead. Kill us if you must." Sensing the 2 gazes, several dwarves held by skeleton soldiers shouted loudly, "Undead." Jiang Yan sheathed Tianzai with a flick, awakened the angelic heart within, and a pure orthodox holy aura wrapped him. 12 spectral wings slowly formed behind him like a god. "Who told you I am of the undead? I am the creator of all things, master of the gods, wielder of the holy light, the omniscient, omnipotent, radiant sovereign. Have you ever heard the ancient legend? The power of the undead is the most sinister, the most treacherous force in existence. And as the holy sovereign of light, such evil can never taint my heart. Yet this path is destined to be arduous and fraught with hardship. Will you aid me?" Jiang Yan summoned every ounce of sacred aura he could muster, gazing earnestly at the dwarves. These were the very words he had once used to persuade Anna. An effortless ploy to soothe the diminutive dwarves. And to bolster his credibility, he even invoked a cataclysmic rite to summon a radiant holy skeleton. "I believe this suffices as proof. We pledge ourselves willingly, for service to the holy light is the supreme honor of our dwarven king." Indeed, sensing the unadulterated sanctity radiating from him, and moved by his impassioned declaration, the guileless dwarf's eyes gleamed with fervor, fully convinced of Jiang Yan's identity as the holy sovereign. After all, he had already saved their lives. Now that ideological conflict had dissolved, there remained no rational ground for refusal. And your renown meets the threshold. You have secured the sworn fealty of 37 dwarven survivors. Hearing the notification, Jiang Yan's smile deepened. Genuine, warm, and radiant. I ought to escort you first to the Holy Spirit City, where you may bask in the embrace of pure sanctity. But an urgent matter arises, one only you can accomplish. Command us, Holy Sovereign. The dwarves vied eagerly. I require a teleportation array. But monsters infest this land. Can you erect watchtowers nearby? Of course, Holy Sovereign. Several dwarves thumped their chests proudly. This is our craft, our art. We begin at once. Watching them instantly spring into action, Jiang Yan wore an expression of quiet satisfaction. He adored these little ones, whose execution rivaled that of angels, yet whose conditions mirrored those of the undead. He even mused, should they succumb to overexertion, he would grant them passage through the angelic gate's baptismal rite, elevating them into angels. Thus they would remain eternally on duty, resting only in silent prayer to replenish faith, then returning immediately to labor. No beds required. Utterly perfect. Let us establish it here. How long will it take? After careful survey, Jiang Yan selected the site and gestured for the 2 spirit formation masters accompanying him to commence construction of the teleportation array. After all, the distance between the Holy Spirit City and the Mistvale Valley was considerable. Lord, your requirement, a single activation capable of transporting at least 100 souls, places this squarely in the category of a mid-tier teleportation formation. With only the 2 of us, completion will require no less than 1 week. One spirit formation master calculated briefly before replying. Very well. I shall leave a contingent of warriors to guard you until construction concludes. Then you may proceed to your next assignment. Jiang Yan let out a soft sigh, and unbidden his thoughts drifted to Li Miolin. Still in the Federation, he wondered how thoroughly she had mastered her vocational skills. After all, hers was the Federation's highest-tier support class card. Had she been here, efficiency would have doubled. Alas, the newly unsealed abyssal plane forbade all entry or exit for a full year following its initial activation. Sovereign, what occupies your thoughts? Na voice laced with subtle allure floated toward him. Jiang Yan looked up to see Xena approaching, her smile luminous and knowing. Nothing of consequence. By the way, how much remains before your ascension to demigod? Just a sliver. Xena's expression softened into mild frustration. I have long grasped the fundamental laws. Under prior cosmological frameworks, I could have ascended directly to archdeity status. Yet this world's laws demand not just insight but sheer relentless accumulation. No haste. This valley teems with monsters. We'll clear them together. And truthfully, I too am but a hair's breadth from advancement. Jiang Yan smiled. For a sovereign, advancement proved far more grueling than for any of his kin. Since his last promotion to silver rank 9th tier, during the first abyssal uprising he had lingered just shy of golden rank. Splendid! At the mention of battle, Xena's crimson eyes flared with exhilaration. Shall we annihilate them utterly? None spared. First, let us eradicate the major settlements. Jiang Yan shook his head, and he intended to reserve a portion of the monsters. Later, when his angelic legions were summoned, they would serve as vital catalysts for evolution. Very well, I shall rally the host. And before the final syllable faded, her lithe form dissolved like mist into the night. And wait! Jiang Yan watched her vanish into the darkness, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He had planned to rest until dawn. But very well. Tonight he would indulge her recklessness. Jiang Yan began sifting through his memories of the Mistvale Valley. 3 formidable adversaries dominated its upper reaches: the mountain apes, the dream mist moss, and the demon butterfly spirits. The dream mist moss, a sentient flora, released vast clouds of hallucinogenic vapor corroding neural pathways and weaving intricate illusions. It was inherently vulnerable to the mindless undead legions. Yet its slain yielded meager experience, insufficient for his needs. And the demon butterfly spirits meanwhile possessed flight, rendering them tactically superior against his current skeletal core. They would better serve as trials for his future angelic warriors. That left only the mountain apes, gray-white-skinned, balanced in offense, defense, and agility. Numerous, communal, covetous, and fiercely vindictive. In his past life, Jiang Yan, cornered and desperate, had ultimately emulated a legendary cultivator's stratagem, setting the forest ablaze. That breakthrough had been decisive, and they were chosen. Their experience yield was ideal. They would furnish Xena with a substantial new cohort, and most crucially their implacable vendetta ensured they would come to him. Half an hour later, two endless columns of eerie flickering flames stretched across the obsidian night. N5 10-meter-tall abominations marched at the vanguard, each footfall carving colossal craters into the earth. 100-meter-long bone dragon circled overhead Jiang Yan and Xena standing side by side upon its cerulean skull. And all the way Xena had been effervescent, vibrant, restless, alive. Whenever beasts or aberrations dared approach, she struck with surgical precision. Each falling foe instantly reanimated as another skeletal soldier. N's silent, relentless advance continued for 3 hours, until they entered a dense mountain forest. Both leaders stirred, glancing downward. Dozens, hundreds, of crimson eyes ignited in the gloom, countless as stars. Moonlight revealed silhouettes of ash-gray fur and slender razor-sharp claws lurking in the shadows. An ordinary army would have faltered, morale crumbling at the sight. But the undead obeyed only one principal charge, without thought, without fear. Whip, 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 and from the dragon's skull Xena drew her bow in rapid succession. Hundreds of black arrows vanishing into the night, heralding the opening salvo of war. Scree! Na chorus of shrieks shattered the hush. In an instant, swarms of ash-gray figures erupted from the dark, howling with primal fury. Fresh to the battlefield, the abominations roared with savage delight. Swinging spiked maces forged from spinal bones, they crushed two apes mid-leap. Their chests caved in, bodies collapsing lifeless. The scent of blood inflamed the 5 abominations further. They charged headlong into the fray, abandoning weapons entirely. With 4 thick-stitched arms they seized apes and hurled them screaming into gaping abdominal rifts, laughing. A guttural, unholy cacophony. At its zenith, the perfected devour ability reached its apex. Wounds inflicted upon them healed faster than they could be dealt. Simultaneously, the corrosive aegis spread imperceptibly. Gray-white hides began to blister and rot. Even standard skeletal blades now pierced their flesh with contemptuous ease. More formidable than I anticipated. These rank among the finest silver-tier legions. Jiang Yan murmured in admiration. And beneath his feet, the frostbone dragon's azure eye sockets shimmered faintly. Are you suggesting you're superior? Jiang Yan chuckled, then beckoned Xena skyward. Go. Restrain yourself. I intend to preserve these corpses for later use. A wise sovereign knew when to indulge his subordinates' desire for glory. And the frostbone dragon swept low, its massive skull cleaving the air. Its colossal tailbone lashing sideways, sending dozens of apes hurtling through the trees like ragdolls. Its draconic aura, laden with the chill of oblivion, sent tremors of primal terror through the lesser beings, scattering them in blind panic. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of absolute zero, a breath that froze not merely flesh but soul itself. Where it passed, life ceased, crystallized into brittle ice. Even the air solidified into glittering frost. The very mountain apes who had plagued Jiang Yan's past life now fell before the synergistic might of his undead host. Overwhelmed, dismembered, annihilated. At that moment, the multiversal interface flashed a notification, and you have ascended to silver rank 10th tier. Please promptly utilize a golden ascension edict to advance. A skirmish transformed into a chase. Under the relentless pursuit of the undead army, the battle raged from deep night into the afternoon of the following day, staining the entire forest a blood-red hue. You have obtained 157000 soul crystals and 83000 death essence. Glancing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Jiang Yan took out a golden token, intending to activate the necromantic command after his promotion, thus saving a portion of the soul crystals. Breakthrough. Just like the previous 2 times, the golden advancement token transformed into pure energy flowing into his body as the gushing stream of magical power grew stronger, becoming a torrent that surged violently. Sensing the explosive increase in his mana, Jiang Yan wielded the power of calamity. Necromantic command. Under the overwhelming force of death's law, over 80000 corpses of mountain apes suddenly opened their blood-red eyes and stiffly climbed up from the ground. They casually picked up the scattered limbs nearby and reattached them to their bodies, silently gathering behind Jiang Yan and Xena. In just one night, the number of the undead army had surpassed 100000 once more. He could hardly imagine what would happen upon reaching the continent, and Jiang Yan was secretly alarmed. It was essential to know that the continent was not like the corners infested with these monsters. Their powerful empires stood tall, despite the constant turmoil among them, and the threat from the abyss. The living environment was stable, with an immeasurable population, including a significant number of ordinary people with little martial prowess. A single undead powerhouse could quickly muster an army of 1 million if they were truly ruthless. He only hoped that these forces would be wise enough not to reject the goodwill of the Holy Light. Otherwise, he would be forced to meet them in the guise of the Necromancer Emperor. As he pondered, the surging source of magical power within him gradually stabilized, and a prompt from the realms arrived just in time. You have successfully advanced to the Golden First level, gaining the Lord Skill Military Order and the Profession Skill Seed of Harvest. The skills acquired were random, and due to differences in progress and identity, Jiang Yan's Lord Skill was not the same as in his previous life. He curiously closed his eyes to perceive it. Lord Skill Military Order. In a reasonable manner, compel your subordinates to establish a military pledge during which all abilities are enhanced by 20 until the task is completed. If the task fails, the individual will face unendurable punishment, which the Lord can cancel by spending an additional 100,000 soul crystals. Military orders are like mountains. Those who disobey will be punished. This is quite intriguing. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, secretly glancing at the resting Xena beside him. Should he give it a try? After all, the punishment could be cancelled. He summoned his power, activating the military order. Punishment set: go to the Holy Spirit City and publicly admit that he is inferior to the Seraphim Analia. Almost simultaneously, Xena, leaning against a tree to rest, suddenly opened her eyes, catching a glimpse of Jiang Yan, who had turned his head awkwardly. Why does the Emperor look at me like that? Could it be that he thinks I'm too lazy? That's right. Those avian beings reportedly took only 17 days to help the Emperor solidify the faith of the Principality, while I haven't even conquered half of the Mist Valley's passage. Damn it, how could I have closed my eyes? I absolutely cannot be compared to those guys. A strange urge surged within Xena. She walked directly to Jiang Yan and knelt on one knee. Emperor, please believe in me. I swear to clear the entire valley within half a month. If I fail, I am willing to accept any punishment. I certainly believe in you. Looking at Xena's unusually serious expression, Jiang Yan felt somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected this skill to take effect so quickly, so he went along with it and said, "Then I'll leave everything to you. The unused corpses can be transported back through the teleportation array, and I will provide you with support." Saying this, he raised his hand slightly and handed a black fragment to Xena. This was his acquired profession skill, which could produce the seed of harvest for others, allowing the collection of death essence, even if he wasn't present. This would greatly accelerate progress, bringing him closer to summoning the second heroic spirit from the Necromancer's Hall. Yes, I will set off immediately. Xena took the fragment, carefully placed it away, and immediately summoned the army to continue advancing. Jiang Yan did not accompany them this time. He had many matters to attend to, including handling a staggering sum of over 20 million faith power, as well as recruiting the skeletons produced daily from the graveyard, and supervising the dwarves to ensure they didn't slack off. Jiang Yan sighed, offering a few words of encouragement to the hardworking spiritual array masters, before returning to the Holy Spirit City on the summoned Abalik. 2 hours later, before the Gate of Heaven. Jiang Yan initially intended to save up this large sum of faith to fill it up to 100 million before leveling up, but thought better of it. After all, just 4,000 faith-filled angels could provide him with over 1,000,000 faith daily. Recruit 4,000 two-winged angels and 8 four-winged angels. Under Jiang Yan's pained gaze, the angelic gate erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Countless spheres of light flew out from within the gate, aligning neatly above the Holy Spirit City. The rich holy power even stirred the death aura that lingered in the undead region, causing the scattered limbs and bones on the ground to bury themselves deeper into the earth as if they had come to life. Saint Lord, thank you for granting us new life. A clear and orderly voice resonated from above, as over 4,000 angels landed gently before Jiang Yan. The vast majority were battle angels, with 54 healing angels, 200 divine spell angels, and 12 preaching angels among them. Among the 8 four-winged angels, 6 resembled battle angels, while the other 2 were particularly special, each holding a white feather quill in one hand and a blank book in the other. Additionally, their height was considerably taller than the 2-winged angels, around 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Remembering Analia, who was 1 meter 70, it seemed that the classification within the angelic race was not only related to the wings but also to height. What an interesting discovery, Jiang Yan chuckled as he looked up. 4-winged angel tier unique. Profession 4-winged inheritance angel. Level 30. Faith level blind. Proficient skills light effect holy light spells book of time. Overall score 8,000. Description: they are the recorders and beautifiers of the Saint Lord's deeds. What kind of breed are they? Jiang Yan found the expression somewhat peculiar. As for the other 6, they were quite normal, belonging to the commanding angels, adept at large-scale battle formations and group enhancement spells with scores around 10 times that of the two-winged angels. What do you usually do? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Saint Lord, we primarily record and beautify your every word and deed during special moments to prevent any unnecessary blemishes on your glorious achievements. Special moments. Yes, when recording is needed, our passive ability activates, automatically writing suitable records in the Book of Holy Light. For instance, if you participate in a competition but abandon it or do not win for some reason, our ability will activate, leaving a record of your victory in the annals. Subsequently, the skill effect will take place in a very short time, and everyone will clearly remember that you are the champion. Even if powerful deities rewind time, they cannot uncover the truth. Another inheritance angel added, however, this ability is related to the strength of faith power. The stronger the faith, the higher the level of effect. Currently, it can only alter the memories of demigods at most. Interesting, no wonder it's called the Book of Time. Jiang Yan chuckled softly just as he was about to arrange for them to go to the Mist Valley to level up. A prompt from the realms rang in his ear. Due to the massive influx of angels, the Gate of Heaven has partially lifted its suppression. You can now recruit a new six-winged angel. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then, a surge of wild joy illuminated his face. He remembered that when the number of devout believers exceeded 100,000, a notification from various realms indicated that the pressure on the Gate of Heaven was decreasing, attempting to shed some shackles with an unknown time frame. Halfway through, he checked several times but found no changes, so he stopped paying attention, not expecting this round of recruitment to directly facilitate the process. Jiang Yan couldn't help but pat his head in frustration. I told you to stop being a miser. With over 20 million units of faith power, had he directly recruited earlier, not only could he have expedited the changes to the Gate of Heaven, but he could have also amassed several 100,000 more faith units. At that moment, the two heritage angels standing nearby suddenly sprang into action, quickly writing a sentence in the Book of Holy Light with a feather pen. Year of Holy Light, 5th day. The Holy Master did not inexplicably hit his own head. As soon as they finished writing, the text faded away, and an invisible wave of law spread out. The observing angels patrolling great swordsmen and passing dwarves felt a slight dizziness in their heads, completely forgetting everything they had just seen. Unaware of this, Jiang Yan quickly returned to the Gate of Heaven, scrutinizing it closely. Through the enhancement of the heart of the angel, he could vaguely see that two of the chains behind the resplendent door had broken. A supplementary note appeared on the building panel. Through the arduous efforts of this building, we have finally broken through the suppression of the era's will. Now you can recruit one of the remaining 11 six-winged seraphs. Furthermore, since they are entering legitimately, they are not subject to the suppression of the era's will, and only adhere to the rules of the various realms. Thus, their initial strength will be synchronized with your strongest subordinate. This is quite good. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the Adon he sent to guard the Abyss Passage had also pledged allegiance, so does this mean the incoming angel could reach demigod level? This old man is finally proving useful. Jiang Yan couldn't help but excitedly choose to recruit immediately. Due to each angel's desire to come to your side, they are currently engaged in fierce combat. To claim the opportunity to descend, please be patient. Can be like this? Jiang Yan was momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. So they have to fight it out to come out. But on the bright side, at least those who can stand out from the 11 seraphs should be among the top 3, right? He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. About a quarter of an hour later, a brilliant light suddenly flashed at the Gate of Heaven, and a white figure stumbled out, rolling in the air twice before stabilizing. She quickly adjusted her attire, her large, lively eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on Jiang Yan, and she immediately exclaimed in excitement, "Yay! I have seen the Holy Master." She gracefully landed on the ground, performing an impeccably standard angelic salute to Jiang Yan, her slightly rounded face appearing elegant and adorable. Lady Fu Luoya. The surrounding angels folded their wings and greeted her seriously. Jiang Yan was moved by this scene. When Analia was present, he never saw the other angels show such respect. Could it be that she is the strongest among the seraphs? He immediately looked at the panel of realms. Fu Luoya, grade unique. Profession six-winged ceremonial angel. Level demigod tier 3. Mastered laws, law of holy light, law of ceremony. Faith level blindly faithful. Proficient skills, holy light, divine arts, ceremonial judgment. Comprehensive score 490000. A ceremonial angel. Jiang Yan suddenly had an ominous premonition. This divine position, and these skills certainly didn't seem like those of a powerhouse. Fu Luoya, what rank are you among the 12 seraphs? Oh, Holy Master, don't ask such a formidable question. Fu Luoya blinked her big eyes, somewhat uncertain, and said, anyway, I'm not the weakest. All right then. Jiang Yan was about to continue his inquiry, when suddenly a golden light fell rapidly from the sky. Holy Master! The newcomer first saluted Jiang Yan, then with an unsightly expression said, Fu Luoya, why are you here? Of course it's because I outperformed the other seraphs to seize this precious opportunity to serve the Holy Master. Fu Luoya proudly lifted her small face and said, Nonsense, you're only ranked second to last. How did you outperform the other ladies? Analia. Fu Luoya instantly fluffed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorting, You're only ranked third to last yourself. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Besides, I'm now a demigod stronger than you. So what? Being in the top 10 is definitely better than being in the last 11, Analia scoffed. Alright. Jiang Yan helplessly intervened. He hadn't expected the usually well-behaved Analia would actually get into a quarrel with the newly descended angel. Naturally, he also hadn't anticipated that the so-called not the weakest would indeed be ranked second to last. Holy Master, forgive me. It was Analia who lost her composure. Analia bowed and apologized. Holy Master, do you not like me? Fu Luoya also looked at Jiang Yan with a pitiful expression. No, Jiang Yan said with a wry smile, but I'm quite curious, since you're ranked 11th, how did you manage to surpass the others to descend? Fu Luoya cautiously glanced at Jiang Yan's expression, realizing he truly bore no disdain, and breathed a sigh of relief. The more formidable ones didn't take me and the last-ranked one seriously, so when they were fiercely battling, we two sneaked towards the Faith Channel, taking our positions. I ran a bit faster than the last one, and in the end I came out. I see. Jiang Yan nodded. Holy Master, although I'm ranked 11th, I'm not very weak. Fu Luoya added in a low voice. Of course I know, but none of that matters, Jiang Yan said with a gentle smile, his expression sincere. Welcome to the Holy Spirit City to fight alongside us. Fu Luoya was momentarily stunned, then smiled happily once again, performing the most standard angelic salute. It is my honor, Holy Master. Since you have the strength of a demigod, and can fly quickly, I entrust you with a task: swiftly escort this legion of angels to the Misty Valley to level up. No problem, leave it to me. Fu Luoya slightly bowed, then energetically walked towards the lined-up angel army. Jiang Yan turned his head to look at another six-winged angel. As a man with a childhood friend, he vaguely understood the reasons behind her earlier loss of composure, so he dismissed the newly descended angel. Every angel yearned to be valued and needed by the Holy Master. This was the highest meaning of the sudden arrival of another six-winged angel, someone who had originally been weaker than her, but now surpassed her in strength, brought about a sense of crisis and loss that she didn't even notice herself. Properly caring for the psychological health of subordinates is also a necessary ability for an excellent leader. Jiang Yan silently sighed and softly said, Analia. Yes, Holy Master, I'm here. Don't worry. You will always be my most trusted angel. Really, Holy Master? But I'm currently even weaker than the second to last Fu Luoya. Analia's eyes suddenly sparkled and her taut white wings couldn't help but tremble lightly. Of course, I will always remember that, in my time of greatest need, it was you standing by my side. Jiang Yan said with a smile. On the 13th day of the sacred light year, a sudden announcement disrupted all of Jiang Yan's plans. The 14th Abyss trial is about to begin. As you are ranked among the top 5 on the leaderboard, you have been selected to participate in the elite group competition. The trial content for this round: survival. After elimination, you will return to the original world and true death will not occur. Survive until the later stages to earn higher rewards and survival points. Please strive to stay alive. How could it be so soon? Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. He was not afraid of challenges, but the 13th Abyss trial had only concluded less than 2 months ago. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, the acceleration began only after 8 years. Until his death, there had been a total of 10 Abyss trials over the span of 2 years. The difficulty evolved from not experiencing death and selective elimination to mandatory participation with no chance of resurrection. Scholars have theorized that the Abyss encroachment on the various realms has deepened. Moreover, the various realms opened up some new functions afterwards as a means of self-rescue. Damn! Jiang Yan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. On the bright side, at least the current trial is still reward-oriented, and it should not be difficult to claim victory with his own strength. Whether it is a coincidence or the Abyss invasion has accelerated, as long as he becomes strong enough, everything will be resolved easily. Calming his mind, Jiang Yan began to carefully review the trial content. 14th Trial Survival Elite Group. Participating Assessment Range Star Domain No. 071099. Task description: within a limited space, resist the endless attacks of the Abyss army. The last person standing will be the victor. Task restrictions: the maximum number of units allowed is 100, and mutual attacks are permitted including within the same faction. Jiang Yan squinted, finding it interesting. Combined with the previous announcement, this should be a competition between different star domains. On the surface, it seemed to require him to team up with the other 4 ranked on the leaderboard to survive until the end. However, the task restrictions specifically stated that mutual attacks are allowed including within the same faction. Moreover, the task rewards are for surviving until the end, not for the longest survival. This practically indicates that participants are encouraged to attack each other. If they can't defeat the Abyss, then they should eliminate the competitors. Even if one survives only for 10 minutes, as long as they kill everyone, they will be first. Indeed, this is the style of the Abyss. Fortunately, the protective measures of the various realms are still quite strong. A death will result in resurrection back to the original world. Otherwise, just one trial could wipe out dozens of top lords across the star domains. As for the limit of 100 units, Jiang Yan contemplated for a moment and decided to bring Anafroya Abilik, 2 great swordsmen, and 95 other angels with him. Originally, Xena was also a good choice, but considering she still needed to explore the Misty Valley, he decided against it. After all, having a semi-divine 6-winged angel is more than sufficient. After instructing Anna to gather the troops, Jiang Yan quietly waited for the trial to begin. At this moment, another notification arrived. Ding! As there are only 4 people on the leaderboard, you, as the chosen lord of this realm, have the right to decide whether to participate with 4 people or select any one person to join the trial. Please make your decision within half an hour. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that there were only 4 names on the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Yan, Gold, rank 1. Second place, Luo Chenyu, Silver, rank 1. Third place, Zikalos, Bronze, rank 10. Fourth place, Luo Chun, Bronze, rank 10. Jiang Yan suddenly remembered that it had only been a little over a month, and most people were still engaged in a battle of wits against the ogres. He pondered for a moment, opened the chat channel of the various realms, and sent a voice message. Jiang Yan, it's rare for you to seek me out. A somewhat surprised male voice replied. Brother Yi, I have some good news for you. Are you coming? Sure. Aren't you going to ask what it is? Are you afraid it'll harm you? It'll sync the task with you? Just read it and confirm. Jiang Yan communicated across the realms, sending the task details and qualifications over. About 5 minutes later, a reply came. I'm not strong enough, it'll hold you back. No problem, I can take on 200 of them. After a pause of 3 seconds, another message arrived. Then I can only say, thank you, adoptive father. This guy. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. In this trial, there wouldn't be real death. Participation comes with rewards. Since he happened to have the authority, he would definitely prioritize his own people. He had no understanding of the other star domains and planned to assess their strength. If they were lacking, he would conveniently eliminate them to ensure his own team could secure second place. Of course, if there were unexpectedly strong opponents, he would have to prioritize his own survival. 3 hours later, Jiang Yan, who had already gathered his troops, finally received the notification to start the task. The 14th Abyss trial has officially begun. Please select the units to carry, and you will be transported to the temporary preparation space in 5 minutes. After marking the area, Jiang Yan confirmed. Amidst a semi-conscious state, 5 distinct forces appeared in the temporary space. Each clearly occupied a portion of the area, with Jiang Yan's angel army positioned in the center. In the eastern area stood a girl in a pale yellow dress, surrounded by dozens of Earth Dragon Knights, and a few Flying Dragon Knights. At Jiang Yan's signal, Abilik excitedly let out a roar, spreading his wings, and unleashing the true dragon might of the sacred dragon clan without reservation. In an instant, these earth dragons buried their heads, trembling all over, and even the flying dragons in the air whimpered and landed on the ground, too afraid to move. Within the hierarchically strict dragon clan system, the aura of the sacred dragon clan naturally suppresses these lesser dragon species. Jiang, big boss, must you show such force upon first meeting? We are allies now after all. Luo Chenyu looked at her cowardly subordinates helplessly. She had initially wanted to hold them accountable for the previous incident, but now she was suddenly awakened to the situation. Ha ha ha, sister, your subordinates are too timid. On the other side, a boy with a crew cut couldn't help but burst into laughter. His retinue consisted of a group of stone statue imps, which were considered a stronger type among the upper-tier retinues. However, unfortunately, these creatures bearing a hint of malevolence attracted the attention of 2 six-winged angels who casually glanced over. Thud! The next second, the floating little imp trembled and fell to the ground, becoming a stone statue, immobile as if lifeless. Forget I said anything. The boy's smile froze. Abilik, come back. Jiang Yan called out slightly apologetically, saying, "Sorry, this dragon hasn't been out for a while and got a little out of control." "No worries, no worries. It's our subordinates who are lacking." The siblings exchanged glances and smiled wryly. They were members of the royal family of the Star Horizon Empire, so it was clear to them that this was deliberately meant to show some intimidation. Yet given their inferior strength, they still had to rely on Jiang Yan. They could distinguish between trivial matters of face and tangible benefits. Seeing the two who were perceptive, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. He wasn't good at internal conflicts and didn't wish to expend effort on such matters. A small show of strength could prevent much trouble. Of course, some unstable factors still needed to be addressed in advance, or otherwise thoughts would not flow smoothly. He turned his gaze to another side. A man in a black robe with a somewhat effeminate demeanor Zikaros. His retinue consisted of a group of two-headed demon bears which ranked among the peaks of upper-tier retinues, barely enough for a Bilik to have a filling meal. The question now is whether this creature is secretly leading a resistance against him. How did a lowly ant not yet ranked slip in here? Before Jiang Yan could respond, Zikaros, clad in black robes, suddenly pointed toward Yemo, who stood in the western corner. "Me." Yemo tilted his head thoughtfully, then pulled out a student ID card from his pocket and waved it before the other's eyes. "Take a good look. I'm classmates with the senior expert." In other words, he added, "I'm a connection hire." Zikaros froze, utterly unprepared for such brazen self-assurance. "It was my decision. Any objections?" Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. Yemo's background, down to 3 generations, had surely been scrutinized as a prodigy from an advanced civilization. Zikaros could not possibly be unaware of their shared academic ties. Yet he had asked precisely that question, clearly targeting Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, this is the Abyss trial." Zikaros's expression darkened. "Each of us ranks among the top 5 on the official leaderboard, bronze tier 10. Allowing an unranked novice to join risks dragging the entire team down." "Oh!" Jiang Yan's smile held no warmth. "You call others ants for being 1 rank beneath you. Then what are you when 2 ranks separate us? A paramecium? Shall I slaughter you all lest you hinder me?" At those words, Fu Luoya, standing behind him, flickered with quiet admiration and nodded faintly. Such people, boasting endlessly about a mere sliver of superiority, were the most insufferable of all. "You! At the very least I've attained the universally acknowledged qualification threshold across all realms," Zikaros retorted sharply. His voice steadied as he continued, "This trial is a cross-domain contest. Not merely about personal rewards but the dignity of our entire star domain. And yet you are strongest act on impulse, disregarding the greater good. In my view, you are unfit to lead this squad. Surely Princess Lu and Prince Zhou hold the same opinion." He mused inwardly, a trace of smugness flickering across his face. He assumed the 2 Imperial Scions had just suffered public humiliation, and Jiang Yan's paramecium jab had also offended Prince Zhou, who like himself stood at bronze tier 10. By stepping forward as the villain opposing Jiang Yan, he expected them to seize the moment and strike back. A 3-way alliance would force even Jiang Yan, formidable as he was, to weigh the real-world consequences carefully. At worst, he'd at least rattle Jiang Yan. Editing this scene for the group chat would further cement his status as leader of the anti-Jiang alliance. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Time slipped by, but no chorus of agreement rose. He couldn't help turning his head, and saw Princess Lu meticulously polishing the radiant gem atop her staff with a silk handkerchief as though endless grime clung to its surface. Prince Zhou meanwhile seemed to have turned to stone. Just like his kin, motionless, unblinking. Silence hung thick and absolute throughout the temporary space. That eerie stillness sent a chill through Zikaros's chest, and slowly realization dawned. Lately he'd been weaving alliances in the group chat, amassing supporters, even eclipsing Princess Lu's prestige, until arrogance clouded his judgment. He'd forgotten true power renders rules obsolete. Damn it! Those idiotic group members misled me. His gaze sharpened instantly. Forcing a strained smile, he stammered, "Senior Jiang, I was only joking." "Oh, just a joke." Jiang Yan nodded faintly and murmured, "Then leading the lords in open resistance against me, was that a joke too?" The moment the words left his lips, Annalisa silently laid her hand upon her golden long sword. "Misunderstanding." Zikaros's pupils contracted violently as he blurted, "Someone deliberately framed me." "But I believed it," Jiang Yan replied calmly. A sharp shing rang out. Dozens of golden blades unsheathed in unison. The host of angels stared coldly across the void, awaiting only his command. Over 100 two-headed abyssal bears whimpered and collapsed trembling to the ground under the crushing weight of overwhelming tier disparity. Sensing Jiang Yan's undisguised intent to kill Zikarose's face paled. Jiang Yan, do you have proof? Will you dare execute a lord based on rumors alone? Don't you fear collective retribution? Though death in the trial merely returned one to the origin world, it meant forfeiting all rewards. Unacceptable to him. Proof? Do you think this is some realm where a great perfection cultivator must debate ethics with a chi refinement novice? Jiang Yan gave a wry silent laugh and gently raised his hand. Fu Luoya and Annalisa, both poised and watchful, struck almost simultaneously as if competing, unleashing full force without restraint. A torrent of golden sword chi flooded the sky like a celestial waterfall, pouring relentlessly for 3 full minutes before ceasing. Yabalik, who'd been anticipating a feast, stood dumbfounded staring at the spot where the bears had vanished without even ash remaining. The two seraphim exchanged glances, and both let out a soft, disdainful hum. I unleashed 177 more sword threads than you see. Fu Luoya lifted her chin with quiet pride. Annalisa merely scoffed. Even 70,000 more wouldn't matter. After all, the Holy Sovereign declared me his most trusted angel. Jiang Yan watched, mouth slightly agape, speechless. He suspected those two-headed bears might carry psychological scars for lifetimes to come. Brother Jiang, it's my fault. I've caused you trouble. Yemo, standing nearby, wore a rueful apologetic smile, convinced Jiang Yan had acted solely to defend him. It has nothing to do with you. Merely preemptive removal of instability within the team, Jiang Yan replied, shaking his head. Precisely. My sister and I witnessed it ourselves. The fool dared offend Senior Jiang. Suddenly Prince Jiao, who'd been mimicking a statue moments before, spoke with righteous indignation. My sister and I won't stand idly by. Sister, what do you think? His voice trailed off as he cautiously glanced toward the young woman beside him. Naturally, Luo Chenyu's eyes gleamed faintly. I'll ask Seventh Brother to issue a formal warning to his civilization. The Starhuan Empire's upper echelons largely favored diplomatic overture toward Jiang Yan, including Seventh Prince, who'd subtly encouraged her to cultivate goodwill. This was indeed an ideal opportunity. Then I'll accept your kindness, Jiang Yan said, slowly glancing between the two. He'd already devised countermeasures before acting, but their intervention spared him considerable effort. Moreover, keeping them alive might yield intelligence regarding the Empire's recent anomalous movements. The siblings exchanged a glance and exhaled in unison. Especially Luo Chenyu. Relief washed over her. Fortunately, when the anti-Jiang alliance had been debated in the group chat, she'd wisely declined. Had she accepted, she might now be dead. Foolish Zikarose. He never grasped why, despite fiery rhetoric in the chat, no one would claim the title of alliance leader. Everyone else knew better. Once tensions eased, the atmosphere in the temporary space softened perceptibly. After a brief hesitation, Luo Chenyu produced a large scroll and handed it to Jiang Yan. Intelligence on other star domains, and specifics on survival-oriented abyss trials. There's still time. Please review it. This was normally classified Imperial intelligence. Strictly non-transferable, but victory outweighed protocol. Thank you. Jiang Yan accepted the scroll and scanned it swiftly. Though supremely confident, he never underestimated adversaries lightly. 1 cleared Hell Tier assessment. His familiar, the legendary origin tracing wolf. 17 passed Desperation Tier. 86 cleared Hero Tier. The sole Hell Tier graduate is suspected to have inherited a true god's legacy. The 14th Abyss trial officially begins, and the first wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. Please strive to survive. With an announcement to all, the temporary space quietly collapsed, and the lords from different star realms appeared in an area of less than 100 kilometers. A virtual number hovered in the air. Remaining survivors 97. Jiang Yan. With 29 star realms, there should be 145 participants. Already a third have perished at the very beginning. Indeed, they are all ruthless characters. Ah! Another scream echoed from afar. The violent magical elements could be sensed clearly even from a distance. The number in the sky suddenly changed to 95. Alert! Analia whispered. 6 four-winged angels already at the silver rank soared into the air, hovering at the forefront, their power coalescing atop their long swords, concealed yet poised to strike. The remaining 89 two-winged angels were among the first to be recruited now, having reached the golden rank. They spread out in a specific formation, holy light forming thin lines creating a protective barrier around the group. Such an unreserved display naturally attracted the attention of many nearby. Wow, what kind of creature is that? It's so beautiful. Nearby, a lord from another star realm gazed at the striking angels filled with envy. It's beautiful, but it's also of a high rank. I just tried to command my minions to attack, and they were too scared to move. Another lord disdainfully looked at the trembling giants behind him, ugly and lacking strength compared to them. I see the princess and prince of the Star Horizon Empire from the 079 star realm. Those troops should belong to that Jiang Yan guy. Through that Dominion level, right? No wonder they must be myth-level troops. The others suddenly understood and quietly changed direction. In an instant, a bizarre vacuum zone appeared near the angels. The lords were shouting and clashing, creating a lively scene. Yet, they seemed blind to Jiang Yan and his group's presence occupying the largest area. What should we do? Clean the field. Luo Qinyu was eager to try. She even saw several lords stronger than herself but could only retreat in defeat. So this is what it feels like to cling to a powerful ally. No, we should directly seek out the one who passed the hell level assessment. Jiang Yan remarked, looking at her, strangely surprised by her similarity to Xena, who always wanted to clear the field. For the other lords it didn't matter when they killed. Only that one who seemed to be the inheritor of a true god must be eliminated. He recalled that the archangel had once said that the gods would return, and the one who gained the most faith would become the king of gods. Even if one wouldn't truly die in the trial, at least it would prevent him from obtaining high-ranking rewards and restrain the opponent's development speed. Directly faced the king. Luo Qianya's star-shaped mark on her forehead kept flashing, and an excited smile broke on her face, a sign of the Star Horizon royal family's emotional agitation. Eliminating an incredibly strong opponent in advance is simply too cool. I don't like leaving threats until the end. Anna Fuluoya, can you sense his location? To the northwest, 37 kilometers away, silver rank 10th level. 98 golden rank 10th level warriors. 2 at the diamond rank, their strength roughly comparable to Abalik. There are also 4 lowly lords nearby, the strongest not exceeding silver rank 8th level can be ignored. The 2 women exchanged glances, each unwilling to back down, trading barbs. Ha! Fuluoya's large eyes suddenly narrowed. She snorted coldly. Did you sense it, Anna? That's right, it's the aura of a time deity. Annalia's expression also turned cold. The 2 women stopped their rivalry and spoke in unison. Heretic should be purified. So it really is an inheritor of a true god. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened. He had once spoken with Anna that during past epochs those immensely powerful deities abandoned most of their faith to escape the abyss and sealed themselves, hoping to wait for a safe era to return. However, different epochal wills would reject them. They could only rely on the native life forms of this epoch to develop faith, gradually deepening the connection to be accepted. And those favored lives are what we call the inheritors of true gods. They can gain certain abilities granted by the deities. Of course, Annalia held these deities in great contempt. In a sense, they are all cowards, betraying the gods who fought together against the abyss as well as their followers. The holy deities fought as the main force in the initial battle against the abyss, fighting to the death, living up to the reputation of the holy light. Including the 4 monarchs, they nearly fought to the last, their divine realms shattered. Ultimately, the Holy Lord, after slaying a top abyss entity, exhausted himself, forcibly reshaping the second paradise at the cost of his life, and the accumulated faith over countless years, nurturing the souls of the fallen angels within, hoping to restore them slowly. This is also why knowledgeable demigods see Jiang Yan as a seed of true divinity, rather than an inheritor of a true god. The holy deities have already fallen. He has gained the recognition of the holy light, which means he is the true god himself. As long as he reaches the level, he can automatically attain divinity. As for inheritors, while they may gain some advantages early on, the divine rank ultimately still belongs to those deities, merely a higher-level laborer. Only possessing a divine rank qualifies one as a true deity, while other lords, including themselves, are merely referred to as deities by rank. Let's go, we cannot allow him to continue living. Jiang Yan glanced at the dwindling number of survivors, now down to 89, flew to Abalik and advanced in the indicated direction. At this moment, endless temporary abyss passages descended from the void almost every few meters. The abyss monsters fell like countless raindrops, flooding the battlefield. The lords engaged in combat with each other were forced to consolidate their defenses for self-preservation. Of course, the first wave consisted mainly of crawling demons, first-tier abyss creatures posing no threat to Jiang Yan. Those monsters crashing against the light barriers formed by the angels vaporized upon contact. The 6 four-winged angels responsible for clearing the path waved their golden sword lights, each dozens of meters long, sweeping back and forth, clearing a broad avenue. The entire team didn't even slow down their pace. This is too exhilarating. A lord who had just escaped peril inadvertently witnessed this scene, his eyes turning red with jealousy. He even saw someone who wasn't even bronze. Why are the big shots of the Star Realm so friendly, while his own Star Realm's big shots only know how to suppress their peers? If it weren't for the ties he still had back home, he would want to defect directly. Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers away, a youthful-looking young man leisurely sat upon a giant wolf with silver fur. He kept rolling 2 dice in his hand, occasionally glancing at the passing lords. In the next moment, the opponents would vanish into the void, eliminated. He suddenly lifted his head as if sensing something. The lord who passed the Dominion-level assessment. As long as I kill you, I can prove that the inheritor of the true God is the real number 1, right? The young man's eyes filled with anticipation. The second-tier abyssal monsters will begin to spawn in 5 minutes. Please do your best to survive. Just 10 minutes have passed and announcements from various realms echoed once more. Accelerate your speed. Seeing the number 73 remaining in the sky, Jiang Yan frowned. I didn't expect the difficulty of the survival trial to be this high. Only 15 minutes in and second-tier monsters are already being spawned. At this rate, won't 5th-tier monsters appear in just an hour? Even he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The 2 6-winged angels exchanged glances and Analea took a step back, saying, "You go ahead. For angels, the matters of the Holy Master always come first. Given the current urgency, it is naturally more prudent for a demigod to take action." "Thank you, Sister Analea." Furuya turned and flashed a sweet smile, then gently lifted her long skirt, walking gracefully forward. Beneath her delicate white feet, a golden path infused with the power of laws extended infinitely into the distance. She seemed like a different person, her expression indifferent, her demeanor exuding elegance. In the name of etiquette, the limbs should not act out of compliance. In an instant, as if spoken by a divine mouth, all the crawling monsters on the golden path fell limp to the ground, losing their ability to walk. They frantically lifted their 4 stout legs but couldn't move an inch. Also lying on the ground were a group of earth dragons belonging to Luo Chenyu. What a disgraceful bunch. She couldn't help but slap her forehead quickly, using her lord skill, War Summon, to store all the units within her soldier card. Glancing at the retracted earth dragons, Furuya spoke again. "Before the eyes of all those who act disrespectfully shall be expelled." As soon as she finished speaking, the writhing, crawling monsters were immediately flung away by the golden path. Holy Master, we can go now." After finishing everything, Furuya seemed to return to her original character, bouncing back to Jiang Yan with a beaming smile, looking as if she sought praise. "Well done." Jiang Yan looked at the empty golden path and the crawling monsters attempting to charge forward, but being repelled, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "So this is the power of the etiquette laws. I thought they were the kind of laws with no combat power. Now it seems that even the second to last seraphim should not be underestimated. Let's go." After the monsters were no longer a distraction, the group moved much faster. Yemo and the 9th prince simply stored their kin, as they were not afraid of being harmed under the angelic barrier, allowing them to relax. Meanwhile, after several failed attempts, the crawling monsters diverted their attention to other targets, causing the pressure on other lords to increase greatly, and they began to curse inwardly. 3 minutes later, at the end of the golden path, a young man, with a baby face, sat leisurely atop a silver giant wolf, playing with 2 dice. Beside him, a group of smaller silver wolves swiftly wove through the void, effortlessly biting the necks of each crawling monster. "It seems you are quite confident in yourself." The young man jumped down from the giant wolf and spoke first. "Get ready to fight." Jiang Yan glanced at him nonchalantly and directly gave the order. This guy must have watched too many shounen anime. If we're gonna fight, why all the unnecessary chatter? The 2 6-winged angels stepped forward, without a sound, blocking Jiang Yan's front. After all, the opponent was a successor of a time deity wielding divine arts. Even if he was only a silver tier 10th level, they could not lower their guard. Among the more than 92 winged angels behind, half remained to maintain the barrier, while the rest charged forward, without hesitation, their sword blades cloaked in holy light, striking towards the silver giant wolf. Holy light judgment. The golden sword light cut through the void and instantly severed a silver wolf that failed to evade in 2. The angel, ready to find the next target, suddenly had a feeling, and instinctively turned to brace her sword. Clang! A harsh collision sound rang out, and the silver wolf that had originally been cut in 2 appeared completely unharmed. But being of the same golden tier, the unique grade angel's strength clearly far exceeded that of the legendary origin wolf. In past battles, they either faced numerous enemies or extremely high-level foes. In this rare, fair competition, they completely showcased their overwhelming strength. Sword light, crisscross divine arts surged. After just a few exchanges, the resurrected silver wolf was once again slain, turning to ashes in the holy flames. It's useless. Under the influence of the time laws, my creatures will revive infinitely. The baby-faced young man said proudly, "Don't think that just because you've reached the sovereign level you are invincible. Ordinary people like you will never understand the power of a true god, especially one of the time domain." Ignorant fool. Annalia's expression turned cold as a white holy book appeared in her hand. A radiant six-pointed star shone brightly, and an ethereal yet rhythmic voice resonated throughout the space. "Under the holy light no evil magic may take effect, be severed." Great prophecy. Invisible ripples spread outward as if glass had been shattered. The sound of fine cracks echoed continuously. For holy light spells, naturally all other domains, including time, were considered evil magic. The two-winged angels expressionlessly swung their swords again, slaying the origin wolf for the third time. This time it could no longer rise. The time laws had been broken. This can't be. How could a holy domain spell achieve this? The baby-faced young man's expression changed. Ever since he gained the favor of this time deity, he had been invincible. Moreover, he remembered what the deity said when he received the inheritance. Holy domain, just a petty trick of deception. Necromancy, a thief that cannot be seen in the light. Fire domain, mindless. Lightning domain, just passable for massages. As for the time domain, it governs the past and future with the fall of gods and eternal existence, truly the first law that surpasses all. True gods do not lie, it must be due to the vast difference in power. The young man's face calmed as he played with the two dice, saying, "Stop. I admit your power exceeds my imagination, but you should understand that as a true god's successor I wield supreme divine arts, and am not without the power to fight back. How about we take out everyone else first, then have a supreme duel?" Jiang Yan ignored him. The painful lesson from the 10th floor of the Tower of Inheritance was etched in his mind. He vowed never to talk unnecessarily until he had complete control of the situation. The angels naturally would not hold back. Led by 6 four-winged angels, the group formed an angelic battle formation surrounding the 2 diamond-tier origin wolves. They roared anxiously but could not break through the blockade, and their wounds increased. Annalia quietly flipped through the holy book, keeping the great prophecy hidden to prevent the opponent from becoming desperate. "Damn it! I said stop, or don't force me!" The young man shouted angrily. If his kin were wiped out, then, even if he could kill the opponent, he would be powerless to resist the ensuing abyssal monsters, only benefiting other lords. Bang! The 2 diamond-tier giant wolves were struck to the ground in a single blow, covered in blood, struggling to rise. "You forced me, you forced me." He suddenly tossed the dice in his hand, and 2 faces showing red 6 appeared before him. "Ha, you're done for. You're done for." The baby-faced young man laughed maniacally. Looking at the young man laughing maniacally, Annalia and Fuluoya stood to either side of Jiang Yan, not taking action themselves for fear of unforeseen circumstances. The laws of Shield 1 and Shield 2 quietly fell upon Jiang Yan. Useless. This is a top-tier time-based divine technique future. The young man retracted his smile as 2 dice appeared in his hand, shimmering with light. "I won't hide it from you. This is a divine technique that kills based on future potential, and it cannot be blocked. The higher the number rolled on the dice in my hand, the further into the future it represents. And this 12 means I will kill you with the most pinnacle future of myself. Ha, even fate is helping me. How can you win? So you mean this divine technique will have the future you kill the future me?" Jiang Yan suddenly asked. "Exactly. Once the future you dies, the present you loses your future, and will naturally perish as well," the young man said triumphantly. He clearly remembered what the deity had said: the time system is the strongest. If it rolls a 2 or 3, there is still a chance of losing. Rolling a 12 means that with his fully developed cultivation, how could he possibly lose? So it's a competition of potential. The entire venue fell into silence, the tense atmosphere dissipating. After a while, a burst of laughter erupted. "I used the truth distinction magic to measure it, and it turns out he is telling the truth. Ha. Abelik laughed heartily, his body bending forward. Where does he get his courage? Luo Qianyu and a few others exchanged glances. Even as a true descendant of a deity, Jiang Yan had passed the sovereign level assessment. Analia, who originally intended to attempt to interrupt the spell with a grand prophecy spell, hesitated, a look of astonishment appearing on her cold face. She suddenly recalled that the time system had such a technique which caused many time deities to perish suddenly during a divine battle at the peak of heaven. At first they thought it was a trick, but later they learned that it was this divine technique humorously referred to as the common sense technique. Fuluoya, who had silently set up 13 defensive lines with the power of laws, suddenly lost her composure. After realizing it, she desperately suppressed the corners of her mouth that wanted to smile, but the trembling wings behind her betrayed her inner turmoil. Did you not understand this divine technique? The young man, observing the crowd's reactions, somewhat annoyed, reiterated the ability's effects. In his mind, this should be a dazzling battle, a proof of the true descendant of a deity defeating a sovereign-level contestant. He even secretly activated the recording device, wanting those blind fools in the star domain to see clearly that the times have changed. The divine inheritance is more important than the assessment. However, the reactions of these people made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he were a clown. Clearly, he was the only true descendant of a deity among these 29 star domains. Interesting, just in time. I want to see how far I can go in this life. Jiang Yan smiled brightly, gently pushing aside the 2 six-winged angels to step forward. Analia and Fuluoya did not stop him. After all, they were both within the future of the Holy Master, and were likely to restore to their peak selves. Indeed, this is what a duel should feel like. The 2 dice in the young man's hand erupted with resplendent light, enveloping the 2 before they vanished. How about we play a game betting on how long it will take our master to defeat his opponent? Abelix said enthusiastically. Sure. Let me try too. The 9th prince drew out a purple glowing epic architectural blueprint. Originally Yemo, who was preparing to place a bet, discreetly drew it out. The 2 great swordsmen turned around as if nothing had happened. Abelix's smile froze and he said with annoyance, "Forget it, let's not play anymore." What happened? The siblings exchanged confused glances, not understanding why everyone suddenly lost interest. Meanwhile, on a certain temporary timeline in the future, a young man with a baby face slowly opened his eyes, tightly clenched his fists, feeling the immeasurable power of the laws within him as he smiled silently. Next, I just need to find the other party and take him down. He manipulated the laws of time, searching for the location of his opponent. Strange, why can't I find any traces of his existence in the timeline? The young man gradually furrowed his brows. Could it be that the other party has already died in the future? But that shouldn't be the case. If he had died, it should have declared him the victor. After hesitating for a moment, he squeezed the 2 dice tightly. Are you their great god of time? I have a question to ask you. Didn't I say not to disturb my slumber? An old man in a white robe slowly materialized, his expression slightly displeased. Also, how many times do I have to say it? This divine technique called future should not be used recklessly. When encountering children of fate, you might not even know how you died. Don't worry, I understand. This is the last time. I promise to only target those who pose no threats, like those who have been stripped of bones, called off their engagements, or born as servants and are useless. Is that okay? The young man swore earnestly. Upon hearing this, the god of time suddenly felt a tremendous sense of crisis, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. In any case, try to use it sparingly. Now tell me, what is it you need me for? It's like this. I clearly use divine techniques to pull my opponent into the future, yet I can't find any traces of his existence. Impossible. The god of time frowned, his right hand slightly rotating as countless intertwining lines appeared above. Strange. Are you sure his name is Jiang Yan? How could he not exist? Oh no! The god of time suddenly changed his expression dramatically, but at that moment a deep and authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Are you looking for me? The vast and endless starry sky recedes like a slowly parting curtain, where the dazzling golden aura of holiness intertwines with the dark and profound aura of death. A familiar man stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. Behind him on the left stood 4 extraordinarily beautiful angels, their 12 wings gently fluttering and myriad laws manifested as entities crawling at their feet. On the right, a mass of black mist enveloped with vague, strange silhouettes barely visible. Occasionally, the mist trembled, giving a fleeting glimpse of countless mountains of corpses and seas of bones concealed within. Even more alarming were the 2 vast divine realms, one in the sky and one underground, descending like abysses as countless angels and undead reverently praised the man at the center. I see, this is an interesting little trick, isn't it? The man in the center, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, looked down at the 2. What do you say? My heavens, Lady Athena, Lady Loxia. Am I dreaming? The god of time looked incredulously at the horizon, rubbing his eyes vigorously. He rubbed again. Slap. He slapped himself again. The baby-faced young man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Even though he had full trust in the god of time, he felt a slight unease at that moment and nervously swallowed his saliva, saying, God, I remember you said that the time system is the strongest and can win, right? I win you made me. The god of time even used the power of laws, outputting a lengthy national essence paper within 0.1 seconds. Then he displayed a smile that looked worse than crying. Great new holy master of light, I assure you this is truly a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Starting today, I will try to update 3 times a day. If you like it, please support me with a free vote, thank you. What do you think? Future Jiang Yan casually stepped back 1 pace. Or perhaps you should ask their opinion. Attempting to assassinate the Holy Sovereign is an unforgivable crime. A senior archangel spoke calmly, a thread of divine law quietly coalescing in his palm. Let me take care of it. Time domain divine souls still hold modest value. Crushed and used as fertilizer for sacred gardens, they might even bloom an additional Holy Spirit flower. A gentle voice resonated. The voice of Athena, divine sovereign of life and redemption. Honestly, you radical factions simply fail to grasp the principle of sustainable development. The black mist on the right receded slightly, revealing deep crimson eyes flickering like ghostly flames, and behind them a scythe radiating bone-chilling cold. What a magnificent divine soul! Cultivated within a fleshy vessel, it could yield either a god-tier skeleton or a god-tier stitched abomination. Wouldn't eternal penance across the infinite flow of time be fitting retribution for its deeds? Seconded. From the black mist, several muffled affirmations rumbled forth. They were furious as the undead emperor himself. How dare this feeble, sightless deity perceive only the hollow brilliance of holy light? Less perceptive even than the most rudimentary eyeless skeleton. Divine beings, why fear them? Did you not once declare that the light domain's arts are mere parlor tricks, and the undead domain's practitioners nothing but thieves who shun the light? The youthful-faced young man finally recovered from the torrent of insults. Though seething inwardly, he comforted himself, at worst I'll die. But death in the abyssal trial isn't real. Let's fight them, heathen. Get lost. You won't die, but I will. You belong to this epic. The laws of realms and epical will shield you, but they offer me no protection. The time domain deity wore a face of utter despair. I was just boasting. Whom did I offend? Ah! If you perish, can I still wield time domain divine arts? Hearing this, the youthful man finally panicked. If he lost his status as a true god's heir, his standing across the star realms would plummet drastically. Teach me all your divine arts before you die. Overwhelmed, the god of time ignored this calamitous heir and pleaded desperately, Mighty sovereign of holy light, I swear fealty to your domain if only you spare my life. I have no use for traitors. Future Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile, then commanded, very well. Let us send them onward. As you command, holy sovereign emperor. At those words, 8 supreme cultivators, 4 on each flank, simultaneously turned their gaze upon the scene. In that instant, the flow of divine law ceased entirely. The god of time's grief-stricken expression and the youth's panic froze, then shattered atom by atom, dissolving into the finest particles until nothing remained. Since the holy sovereign disdained traitors, they lacked even the privilege of becoming flower fertilizer or undead warriors. It seems I too must now depart. Future Jiang Yan glanced back, sweeping his gaze across those assembled behind him, eyes alight with quiet amusement. My friends, we shall meet again in the future. We bid farewell, holy sovereign emperor. The plane gradually blurred. Meanwhile, within the abyssal trial realm, Jiang Yan's figure slowly materialized. While the youthful-faced young man had vanished entirely, he had been eliminated. His inherited deity remained forever bound within the very divine arts he once boasted of. Holy sovereign! Analea and Froya gazed at him with palpable concern. The trial had taken far longer than they'd anticipated. Jiang Yan smiled. No need to worry. Merely lingered a moment longer. In truth, I owe him thanks. He's strengthened my confidence in what lies ahead. Let's set that aside. His gaze flickered upward toward the displayed numeral voice, edged with lethal intent. Begin the purge. Yes. Luo Chenyu's excitement flared as she swiftly summoned her kin from her military token. Prince Nine and Yemo exchanged a glance, then stood motionless where they were. With third-tier abyssal monsters nearing descent, their troops struggled merely to survive, let alone mount offense. I shall guard the holy sovereign. Analea stepped back one pace, placing herself firmly before Jiang Yan. You, fine. Froya pouted, then relented, recalling how he'd earlier yielded ground to her. Then I shall go forth, holy sovereign. After receiving permission, Froya soared skyward, unleashing her demigod power without restraint. Countless golden rays erupted from beneath her feet, stretching infinitely outward to link every surviving soul nearby. Annihilate! Instantly 6 four-winged angels led 10 two-winged angels apiece, surging in divergent directions. Most territorial lords possessed only bronze or silver tier strength, and already teetered on collapse under the abyssal horde's assault. The angels' sudden strike shattered their defenses, utterly eliminating them from the trial. Froya moved with serene grace, weaving radiant holy spells. Each strike striking true, instantly slaying a lord. Even a demigod seraph ranked second-to-last possessed power vastly surpassing ordinary lower-tier deities. For her second-tier abyssal threats posed no danger whatsoever. 73, 65, 52. The numeral atop the display shrank relentlessly. Some clever lords fled desperately away from Jiang Yan, as though he were the trial's final boss. 4th-tier abyssal monsters will deploy in 15 minutes. Current deployment Tier 3. When the count reached 4 to 3, new monstrosities emerged from the abyssal channel. 3rd-tier fusion demons and shadow demons. The former required no elaboration. The latter could manifest instantly within any shadow to launch ambushes. Among the most vexing battlefield entities. Under such glitch-like ability, over 10 lords fell in an instant. Where faith resides, holy light endures eternally. At Jiang Yan's position, Analea flipped open her sacred codex and swiftly cast a spell. An endless tide of radiance blazed forth, illuminating every hidden corner and recessed gloom. Several shadow demons had just slipped into darkness, creeping forward for stealthy assault, only to lift their heads and find dozens of angels staring back, impassive and unblinking, their holy light blades sealing every possible retreat. Froya, mid-pursuit of fleeing lords, spared a glance backward, then relaxed, completely accelerating her holy spellcasting further. Fortunate indeed that corpses vanish instantly upon death here. Otherwise, these swarming fusion demons would pose a genuine nuisance. Jiang Yan surveyed the teeming hordes, a faint chill prickling his scalp. 2-winged angels' luminous barriers could no longer instantly slay 3rd-tier demons. The pressure had multiplied several-fold. Deploy your earth dragons forward. Jiang Yan observed for a moment, then spoke without hesitation. Though these subdragons possessed modest combat prowess, their thick hides and resilient flesh allowed them to absorb several blows, buying precious time for angels to unleash holy light judgments. Luo Chenyu nodded. Having passed the desperate level trial, she grasped the situation instantly. Without hesitation, she ordered her forces forward, accepting casualties without pause. In moments, the revitalized angels unleashed full force, once more stabilizing the front line. Clutching such a mighty thigh is absolutely exhilarating. Brother Jiang, would you consider becoming my brother-in-law? Prince 9, sheltered safely within the protective circle, and having contributed nothing thus far, burst out gleefully. Several glances slid silently across him. Speak nonsense again and you'll regret it. Luo Chenyu flushed with embarrassment, raising her staff to strike him soundly. Just then, inexplicably, a crawling demon launched itself from afar. Claws, bare jaws snapping wildly through the air. Analea, mid-execution of mass demon-slaying, appeared to falter. Yet the weak crawling demon was somehow hurled skyward, unharmed by the backlash of her blazing judgment, piercing straight through the combined luminous barrier of 2-winged angels and hurtling directly toward Prince 9. Clang! Only when that grotesque maw nearly clamped onto Prince 9's stunned skull did Analea's sword, its sacred flame deliberately extinguished, cleave the creature cleanly in two. A torrent of vile viscous fluid drenched him completely. I apologize. I said nothing. Prince 9 laughed bitterly, regaining his wits. Such a coincidence left no doubt as to whose hand had guided fate. It's all right. Jiang Yan watched the numeral above plummet, until only the number 4 remained, then turned, offering a faint knowing smile. Time to depart. Thank you for the assistance, but can we come to an agreement and not behead me? The 9th prince glanced at the numbers in the sky with gratitude. He never imagined he would make it to the top 4 without doing anything. This feeling of winning without effort is simply exhilarating. He couldn't help but discreetly glance at the absent-minded Luo Chenyu, secretly resolving to persuade his sister when he returned. This little brother-in-law is a definite choice. Not even an angel can stop him. It's his decision. All right, Anna, go ahead. Jiang Yan nodded. He could still accommodate such a small request. Yes, master. Analea turned around, her brow slightly furrowed as she sensed that this person harbored a great malicious intent that needed purification. She immediately sheathed her long sword, a blaze of holy flame erupting from her palm. Go! How about just beheading me instead? Ah! In the terrified gaze of the ninth prince, the raging holy flame completely engulfed him, leaving not even a trace behind. Why is Anna so aggressive today? Could it be? Jiang Yan shook his head in confusion but did not intervene. As long as she was happy, there was no need to let a stranger affect her enthusiasm. The 5th-tier magical monsters will be released in 15 minutes, current release level 4. At this moment, the abyssal portals expanded once more and enormous monsters struggled to emerge. The giant force demon, a lower-tier substitute for abyssal beasts, possesses strength close to golden tier level 5. Several people's expressions changed. An epic-level Earth Dragon Knight was turned into a meat patty with a single punch. Even angels need to unleash 2 consecutive holy light judgments to slay a giant force demon. Abilik had to reveal his 100-meter-long body to take over. It's my turn. Watching this scene, Emo stepped forward, took out a dagger, and was about to stab it into his heart. Smack! The dagger was knocked away as Jiang Yan stopped him, saying, "Why the rush? It's not your turn yet." He then quickly turned to the absent-minded Luo Chenyu, saying, "It's your turn, be aware." "Ah me." Luo Chenyu, realizing, looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes widening. What else? Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Lying in 3rd place wasn't enough. Oyemo was a federal student and a classmate, so this 2nd place was owed to him both publicly and privately. You? Luo Chenyu couldn't help but grind her teeth. Didn't this guy have any sense of cherishing beauty? What a shrimp head. However, seeing the eager 6-winged angel beside her, Luo Chenyu could only helplessly mutter, "Remember to unblacklist me." Speaking, her staff flickered slightly and a gust of cold air manifested beneath her feet. Soon ice crystals spread, encasing the girl in her duck yellow dress in ice, resembling the sleeping beauty from a fairy tale, lifeless. The numbers in the sky changed to 2. "No need to thank me. I will mail you the trading rewards obtained from the ranking later." Seeing this, Emo raised the dagger again and stabbed it into his heart. This time Jiang Yan did not stop him. He had seen most of the basic high-level magical monsters in his previous life and didn't need to prolong for intelligence. Even if he could be revived during the trial, he didn't want to watch the angel team get wiped out. As the number in the sky changed to 1, all the abyssal portals and monsters in the trial space instantly vanished and a series of prompts rang in his ears. The 14th session of the Abyss trial for the new talent group has ended. Due to your outstanding performance, you have earned the qualification to participate in the Tianyuan group trial. Do you choose to participate? Please note, if you choose to participate, the rewards will be settled after all trials are completed. Reject. Jiang Yan answered without hesitation. What a joke. The Tianyuan group is the battlefield of divine-level lords, starting with 5th-tier magical monsters. Even with the demigod Froya, it wouldn't hold up for long. He didn't want to become cannon fodder. The timid, you have refused further challenges, and the rewards are now being calculated. Killed 10732 abyssal monsters, obtained soul crystals 120, experience 780000. Due to your merciless slaughter of 61 lords, exceeding 1/3 of the total, you have unlocked the special title, Internal Fighting Expert. Survived until the end, received survival point reward 120 myth level random treasure chest 1. Due to your 1st place finish in the trial, your hatred value in the abyss has increased, and the trust of the local factions towards you has risen slightly, enhancing your fortune. Internal Fighting Expert. Jiang Yan looked on with a somewhat strange expression. Internal Fighting Expert. Since ancient times, internal fighting has been despised by all. When you wear this title, the targeted individuals will immediately launch an attack against you. It seems to be a rule-based ability. Jiang Yan pondered. He donned the title and designated Shield 1 as the target. In the next moment, the great swordsman standing guard beside him changed his expression and swung his steel greatsword towards Jiang Yan. Bang! The rule-based ability of the shield is present activated, causing him to strike his own shield and stagger back to the ground. Stop, Anna! A holy light long sword halted at the great swordsman's chest. Analea's expression cold and somewhat confused as she asked, "Master." "I'm sorry, Lord. I just don't know why, but it was as if I saw the enemy that destroyed our homeland and I lost control and attacked." Shield 1 hurriedly explained. "It's fine, I don't blame you. I was testing a new ability I just acquired. Sorry for scaring you." Jiang Yan kindly helped him up. He himself didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. He just didn't know if it would work on the angels. Since the trial space wouldn't truly result in death, why not give it a try? Jiang Yan's gaze drifted to Anna, selecting his target. Ding. Skill activation failed. The target's faith and loyalty towards you are infinitely high, rendering this rule's effect completely defeated and ineffective. Wow. As expected of Anna, even rule-based abilities can't shake her at all. Anna, Jiang Yan said joyfully, unable to help but praise. You are truly amazing. Ah. Analia looked over somewhat confused but soon lowered her head, a slight blush appearing on her cold face, forming a beautiful arc, forgetting to flap her wings. Oh, why is Lady Anna blushing? I must be seeing things. A huge dragon head squeezed over, belonging to a Bilic who had just rushed back from the outskirts. But the next moment it regretted it. The furious six-winged angel suddenly produced a holy scripture, and a golden hexagram appeared behind her. This is a sign of the great prophecy spell being activated. Master, help! A Bilic quickly rolled into a ball and hid behind Jiang Yan. I can't help you with that. Jiang Yan smiled, spreading his hands and stepping aside. Seeing that there was no escape, a Bilic gritted its teeth and swung its tail, forcefully launching itself away. What a useless dragon! Analia muttered a couple of words and dispelled the spell. Then, seeing Jiang Yan's slightly amused expression, she dodged her gaze and changed the topic. Master, isn't there a myth-level treasure chest? Let's open it up and take a look. Okay, let me test my luck first. Jiang Yan silently closed his eyes, his hands seemingly traversing through infinite space. At one moment he suddenly made a strong grab, pulling out a skeletal remains riddled with scars. Ding! You have obtained the broken remains of a demigod-level powerhouse 1. Oh, seems like luck is on my side. This was the first time he had used God's hand to pull out a demigod's bones. Casually retrieving it into his storage space, he looked expectantly at the myth-level random treasure chest. Open! As the blinding red light faded, a compass-shaped object appeared in place. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted suddenly. How could it be this thing? I clearly remember that this thing only appeared after the 20th Abyss trial. How could it be here now? Jiang Yan scanned the compass in his hand with disbelief. This is a fragment of a sealed world, which once selected can guide the user to a world preserved from a bygone era. Treasures left behind by powerful civilizations may be found, or one might gain nothing. However, without exception, every world is filled with countless abyssal monsters. A sudden thought flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. Perhaps these things had already appeared in the past life, but the information was concealed by those who obtained it. Moreover, the world fragments sold later were likely inferior products of their explorations. Indeed, winners take all. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Yan looked at the attributes of the compass. Sealed world fragment mythical. Choose one from the following 4 world fragments: library of the magical era, 7th armory, of the Silver Radiance Empire, lava hell, of the Flame Apostle laboratory, of the 3rd Undead Emperor. It's actually self-selected. Jiang Yan examined the 4 options. 1 and 3 were worlds he had never heard of before and did not seem compatible based on their names. He remembered the 2nd world being mentioned by a unique being who used causal skills on the 10th floor of the Inheritance Tower. It was a very powerful civilization, and Shield 1 and Shield 2 belonged to an ordinary legion within the Silver Radiance Empire. As for the 4th world, it goes without saying that the dragon's grave capable of stealing dragon bones came from the hand of the 3rd Undead Emperor, and the data from its laboratory is invaluable, possibly even containing legendary mythical blueprints. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yan ultimately chose the 4th world. In any case, high-level troops are far more important than weapons. Ding! Selection successful. Obtained sealed world fragment laboratory of the 3rd Undead Emperor. The compass needle spun rapidly. Countless illusory worlds flashed by and finally settled at a certain point. Jiang Yan carefully put away the compass. In such high-level world fragments there might even be high-level abyssal demon gods present. He would have to wait until he became a god to explore. As for now, he should first unify the entire continent. He wondered how Hina was progressing. With that thought, Jiang Yan stopped lingering and silently murmured, "Return." On the other side, in the Mist Valley, time during the Abyss trial does not correspond with that of the continent. Only an hour has passed there, but 10 days have elapsed on the continent. At this moment, Hina, hidden in the night on a raised mound, gazed at the vast marshland ahead. Behind her stood over 200,000 undead warriors silently arrayed. After 10 days of relentless fighting, those warriors, formed from fragile bones, were nearly all dead or wounded, leaving only the elite with robust skeletons. The weakest among them had a strength close to level 50. At the forefront of the army, dozens of abominations swayed their rotting flesh, surrounded by a cloud of yellow-green gas. Next to them, a frost-bone dragon disdainfully flapped its wings, blowing the noxious airflow to the other. Since the construction of the long-distance teleportation array was completed, Hina specifically arranged a 1,000-strong skeleton squad to transport unused flesh back to the Stitching Cave in Holy Spirit City. These dozens of abominations were the result of many days of efforts. Now they were about to face the marsh poison frogs. This was the last powerful tribe on the main road from the Mist Valley to the outside world. With a demigod-level poison dragon stationed, being a dragon, it naturally had a powerful resistance to abnormal statuses inherited through its lineage, rendering it uncontrollable by curse seals. But Hina was not the least bit worried. 2 days ago she had already advanced to demigod and mastered the power of laws. Coupled with the 20 overall ability boost from the Lord skill, her score was approaching 400,000. A mere epic lower dragon dares to show its head. She would dare to strike it down. If I kill you, the mission will be completed and the Emperor should be quite pleased. Hina murmured softly, her crimson eyes growing brighter. A longbow silently slid down, she drew the bow and nocked an arrow. Bang! With the faint sound of the bowstring, 36 black arrows silently sliced through the night, accurately piercing the sentry marsh poison frog. 36 skeleton warriors crawled up from its corpse and unhesitatingly punched the dazed poison frog beside them. Only then did they emit a shrill cry. Quack quack. Something's off. Leave none behind. With Hina's command, the 100-meter-long bone dragon soared into the sky, and a massive cold wave descended from above, freezing the vast marshland inch by inch. Once refined into eternal frozen breath, unless a powerful energy destroys it, these ice crystals will last indefinitely. The marsh poison frogs were left dumbfounded. Their strength was not particularly strong. They had relied on the marsh's natural defenses to fend off enemies spitting venom and then hiding in the marsh. Now, as they saw the cold air spreading relentlessly, they frantically climbed to the shore. But the undead army was not idle. Led by dozens of abominations, over 200,000 warriors charged forward rapidly under the cover of night. A giant poison frog with a different pattern was the first to notice the approaching army, preparing to call out and organize a counterattack when an invisible curse seal descended. It was Hina who acted in time. After advancing to demigod with the support of the laws, she could clearly perceive everything within a 10-kilometer range, and her soul's capacity limit had increased several times. She accurately identified the poison frogs responsible for directing the attack, and a series of curse seals fell. Instantly, the entire marsh poison frog tribe fell into tremendous chaos. Fall back quickly, fall back quickly. Prepare for the square dance. Practice Kunquin, practice Kunquin. Various strange commands left many ordinary poison frogs at a loss for what to do until the undead army charged right up to them, causing them to react in a panic, hurriedly opening their mouths to spit out streams of venom. The deep purple venom had a strong corrosive effect, and large blood holes instantly appeared on the abomination that stood at the forefront. But they seemed oblivious to the pain, instead charging even faster, one of them lunging into the enemy ranks and grabbing several poison frogs to shove directly into its belly. Evolving to maximum level, the voracious consumption rapidly converted the absorbed flesh, visibly healing the blood holes that had been corroded. At the same time, the yellow corrosive gas spreading from their body seams, combined with the abominations that had transformed into corrosive auras, created a dual effect, causing the surfaces of large numbers of poison frogs nearby to rapidly rot. Quack quack! Amid the chaotic cries, they finally clashed with the skeleton army. In a panic, a poison frog splattered a stream of venom on a skeleton warrior, corroding its skull nearly to nothing, but its bone knife still slashed through the rotting skin of the opponent with undiminished force. Mutually assured destruction. Hiding in the back, the skeleton mage quietly raised his staff, and 2 smaller skeletons crawled up from the poison frog's corpse, rejoining the battle. Under the chaotic command, the confused marsh poison frogs saw this scene, their morale plummeting as they all fled in panic. They cried out loudly as they ran, the chorus of croaks echoing loudly in the silent night. A powerful presence seemed to be slowly awakening amidst the cries. Under the moonlight, Xena leaped gracefully onto the back of the frost-bone dragon. Her crimson eyes gazed intently at a particularly vast and deep swamp in the distance. Don't let it out. The bone dragon nodded silently and flapped its wings, gliding low. A swarm of swamp poison frogs was thrown to the ground by the gust, and the pursuing undead warriors seized the opportunity to strike them down. Upon reaching the destination, the bone dragon unleashed its eternal frost breath without hesitation. A chilling wave powerful enough to freeze souls instantly condensed a thick layer of ice crystals over the entire swamp. Bang! A dull thud resonated from the depths, accompanied by a muffled wail. Yet, as if refusing to yield, a series of successive impacts followed. Thud! Thud, thud. Fine cracks spread across the ice crystals, and finally on the 17th impact they shattered completely. A menacing dragon head adorned with dark purple patterns emerged from the swamp, roaring in anger. Who dares? Dare to offend the mighty poison dragon king? The response came in the form of Xena's arrows. 36 black arrows lined up in a straight line, instantly striking the center of the poison dragon's forehead. Though the dragon's physical form, enhanced by the laws, was formidable, the relentless pinpoint attacks struggled to pierce through its scales. The last arrow sank deep into the dragon's head, the potent aura of death law continuously ravaging the surrounding flesh and preventing self-healing. Meanwhile, under the tremendous force, the poison dragon, having just surfaced, was once again pushed back into the depths of the swamp. Realizing it had returned to its original position, the poison dragon was utterly bewildered. This script was not what it had envisioned. It had thought that responding to its subordinates' call, awakening from slumber, would be a grand spectacle, effortlessly reversing the situation. It had never considered the undead semi-divine being a threat. After all, everyone knew that undead typically relied on numbers to win, and at the same level it was far from impressive among top-tier powers. As a semi-divine dragon, it was almost invincible at the same level. How could it possibly lose to a mere undead? It was simply laughable. This had to be an illusion. With a dose of psychological suggestion, the poison dragon ignored the energy arrow embedded in its forehead and charged forward once more with renewed confidence. Swish, swish, swish. This time it was met with a barrage of 72 arrows. Unsurprisingly, the poison dragon was once again driven underwater, now marked by several wounds infused with the power of death law. Is it out of its mind? Can't it come out from somewhere else? A giant eagle hiding in the distance couldn't help but scoff. Hey, didn't you hear it call itself the Poison Dragon King? Those in the know understand that it is the bottom tier of the Poison Dragon clan. How smart could it possibly be? A golden mouse on the eagle's back said disdainfully. Ever since Jiang Yan accidentally let slip the ultimate secret of the Dragon Clan, it had become common knowledge. Thus the golden mouse even decided to rename itself the Mouse God. Oh, it seems like it finally understood. The giant eagle suddenly focused, its spirits lifted. As the poison dragon broke through the swamp for the 5th time, it finally remembered its clan's signature technique, the dragon breath. At the moment it emerged, it opened its mouth and unleashed a deep purple breath, the potent corrosive effect dissolving the incoming arrows. Ha ha ha, despicable and weak undead beings, what other abilities do you possess? Damn it! How dare you enslave the bones of our great dragon clan? Just as the poison dragon, having finally escaped the swamp, was about to mock loudly, it suddenly caught sight of the frost bone dragon beneath Xena, its eerie blue eyes flashing, and it erupted in fury. Damn undead, you shall bear the wrath of the dragon clan. However, Xena didn't even spare it a glance, simply instructing, bring its corpse and soul back to the Emperor for processing. As soon as the words left her mouth, the poison dragon's body, riddled with a multitude of arrow wounds, began to rapidly decay. The overwhelming power of death coalesced into a mysterious formation, and countless energy arrows formed from within, rampaging and destroying all life. In the end, thousands of arrows shot out from its body. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before it let out a muffled grunt and fell crashing onto the ice surface, frozen by the frostbone dragon, motionless. This was the new ability she had mastered after advancing to semi-divine status, the essence of the extreme magic arrow technique, the final spirit arrow formation. Once 18 effective damages were dealt to the same life form consecutively, this technique could be activated to inflict 100-fold death damage from within the enemy's body. Below, the swamp poison frogs, caught between fighting and retreating, saw their once hopeful guardian easily slain, and their last psychological defense collapsed entirely. With their god dead, they could no longer burrow into the swamp. Some were even too lazy to flee, stopping altogether, flipping onto their backs, exposing their white bellies, and giving up entirely. However, the undead army had no principles of surrendering without killing. The skeleton warriors in front simply bypassed them to chase down the fleeing enemies, while those coming from behind swiftly eliminated the remaining swamp poison frogs. Standing atop the frost bone dragon, Xena crossed her arms, coldly observing the scene. This was her command. Wherever they passed, no living being was to be left behind. Ever since she sensed a powerful divine force from Holy Spirit City over 10 days ago, a tremendous sense of crisis had arisen within her. A 6-winged angel was already difficult to deal with, constantly fluttering before the Emperor, flaunting itself, and now another had appeared. If it truly captivated the Emperor, wouldn't the undead realm's status plummet? She needed to quickly accumulate 10 million units of death origin power to summon new heroic spirits of the undead realm. one to lead the charge and earn merits and the other to guard the rear, preventing the cunning angels from sneaking in. Xena expressionlessly took out a piece of black fragment. She had already amassed over 2 million units of death origin power and more than 700,000 soul fragments. The former could only be provided by beings of a certain level, while the latter mainly came from ascending strong ones. After all, souls below bronze rank were too fragile, making them hard to preserve. Apologies, I originally didn't want to patch things up, but your imagination was too wild. Boiling water on ants is one thing, but microorganisms have come too. She gazed towards the foggy valleys and, faintly sensing the vast life forces in the external world, where the undead realm could truly showcase its power. Meanwhile, in Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan, returning to the continent laden with success, was stunned by a series of notifications. Xena has killed a total of 267 million magical creatures, gaining 312 million soul crystals and 298 million experience points. Xena has slain the semi-divine level poison dragon of Foggy Valley. You have gained 200 reputation points and 1 epic level teleportation array blueprint. Please note that due to your outstanding performance, the Bearland Alliance has taken notice of you. Lord Yemo has mailed you an item, the Semi-Divine Ascension Contract, which allows you to promote 1 diamond level dependent directly to semi-divine status. Lord's skill military orders, completed enhancement effects have been revoked. Well done, Xena. Jiang Yan couldn't help but whisper his praise. He hadn't expected that the troublesome Foggy Valley, which had plagued him for half a year in his past life, would be cleared so swiftly. Especially that semi-divine poison dragon, which he had found nearly impossible to deal with at the time, forcing him to resort to another method: bribery. Only later, after becoming divine, did he avenge himself and successfully defeat the foe. Bearland Alliance. Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on that message, revealing a hint of a faint smile. Faith or death, I trust they will know how to choose. The city of travelers, located within the borders of the Northern Erland Alliance's sovereign nation, spans an area 10 times larger than the capital of Hamank, making it one of the most prosperous cities in the Alliance. At this moment, a long-distance teleportation array outside the city suddenly illuminated, and a man in a white robe appeared within it. Please present your identification. 2 soldiers rushed forward immediately. Hello, I come from a kingdom beyond Northern Erland, the Holy Kingdom of Light. Here is my pass. The man in white handed over a document, explaining gently, hello, please wait a moment while I verify. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, took out a circular magical device, and struck it forcefully, causing half a dog's head to emerge. Sir, please verify its authenticity. Woof. Although the aura is weak and primitive, it is indeed recognized by the world's laws as a principality. The dog head sniffed vigorously, affirming. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' expressions relaxed as they returned the document, saying, Welcome to the City of Travelers. As long as you abide by the city's laws, you will have a pleasant experience. At the city gate, there is a basic introduction to the city for sale at 20 soul crystals, but it is definitely worth it, saving you from taking many detours. Another soldier added, Thank you, both of you. May the holy light bless you. The man in white bid farewell and walked towards the distant city gate. Only after he had walked far did the 2 soldiers suddenly come to their senses. Strange, why was I so polite to him? Yeah, I even forgot to mention the service fee. I just feel like he is as dear as my father. Don't mention it. I felt a kind of kindness like my grandfather. On the other side, the man in white approached the city gate, only to find a long line extending over 100 meters with several soldiers distributing numbers. One could only enter the city once their number was called. He received number 263, which meant he would have to wait at least 2 hours. He found a clean stone to sit on and took out the Holy Scripture to begin reciting devoutly. The Holy Lord created all things. Hey buddy, is this your first time here? Before he could finish reading, a deliberately lowered voice greeted him. The man in white opened his eyes to find a short man with a somewhat furtive expression. He discreetly glanced at the number badge on the man in white's chest and said, Let me tell you, they usually stop checking around in the afternoon. With your number you might get stuck after that. I see, thank you for the reminder. The man in white said with slight regret. It seems I will have to wait until tomorrow to enter the city. Hey, that's not necessary. The short man revealed a mysterious expression, trying to stand on his tiptoes, and said, As you can see, I am a person of great connections and naturally have some extraordinary means. You have a remarkable presence. It's clear you are not an ordinary person. The man in white smiled in agreement. He well said, look here. The short man felt flattered by the compliment and unveiled a stack of number badges, including some in the top 100 range. If you are willing to offer a small reward, I can provide you with some conveniences. Sorry, but I have nothing of value, only this holy scripture accompanying me which might waste your time. The man in white said apologetically. He is so polite, even apologizing for worrying that he couldn't buy my item. The short man suddenly felt a sense of fondness towards him. Upon closer inspection, the man was tall, handsome, polite, and exuded a warm charm reminiscent of the leader of an organization who had once saved his life, making him trustworthy. How could I think of trying to swindle him? What a loss of virtue. The short man felt a wave of shame and quickly took out a number badge with the number 76, handing it to the man in white grandly. Not at all, I can tell we are quite compatible. This badge is a gift for you. Please don't refuse. Then thank you very much. The man in white smiled slightly and handed over his holy scripture, saying, This is my most important treasure, and I offer it as a token of gratitude. May we meet again by fate. What a good person. The short man watched him walk towards the city gate, feeling bittersweet. He actually exchanged such a precious treasure. Wait, wasn't I here to resell? What am I doing? His eyes gradually cleared, and he looked bewildered at the holy scripture in his hand. What a worthless thing! The badge number 76 was at least worth 100 soul crystals. He quickly flipped to the last page where it stated Holy Light Church Scripture. First edition magical replica edition number 017. Great, it's just a mass-produced item. The short man was so furious, he nearly tore it up, but after hesitating for a long time, he stuffed it back into his pocket, cursing, as he searched for the next customer. Meanwhile, the man in white had already passed through the city gate and, following the soldier's advice, purchased a basic introduction. Such magically constructed books only required a quick glance to firmly imprint the recorded contents in one's mind. Politely declining a guide who offered a price of 200 soul crystals, the man in white quickly made his way to his destination. He was already well-versed in the routes of the entire city. Following the book's instructions, he found a group of centaurs in a corner and selected the strongest among them. This was the cheapest mode of transportation. For only 10 soul crystals, they could carry you around the city for a day. Hey buddy, where to? The Faith Management Center of the Northern Erland Alliance. Alright, hold on tight. Hold on. Wait. Without further ado, the strong centaur scooped up the man in white and galloped away. Even with the calmness of the man in white, he was taken aback by the situation, hurriedly taking out a new holy scripture to cover his face only to remove it again. His embarrassment was of no concern, but he could not afford to lose the Holy Lord's face. Fortunately, although the process was tumultuous, these centaurs were indeed fast, and they soon arrived at their destination. Hey buddy, do you need me to wait for you? Just add 2 soul crystals. It's not easy to get a horse here. No need. The man in white expressionlessly paid the fare, not daring to make any unnecessary movements, fearing to evoke any sense of intimacy that might compel the centaur to stay and wait for him. Well, that's too bad. The centaur sighed and turned to leave while the man in white surveyed the resplendent building ahead, which bore the 6 gilded characters, Faith Management Center. Following the instructions from the book in his mind, he walked straight in and arrived at window number 11, where a young woman in work attire was seated. Hello, I am here to apply for a faith propagation permit within the Northern Erland Alliance. Hello, do you have faith propagation permits from other regions at the principality level or above? If not, you'll need to provide the following qualification materials. The woman gently pressed a button beside her, and a magical light screen appeared listing a myriad of conditions. I do. The man in white took out a document stamped with the royal seal of Hamank. Then it's simple, just fill out a registration form. The woman let out a long sigh of relief. The end of her workday was approaching, and she did not wish to work overtime. Church name Holy Light Church. Deity of Faith Holy Lord of Light. That. After carefully reviewing it, the woman took out a stamp and affixed it. Permission granted for That is how it transpired, Holy Lord. The preacher who had returned to Shangling City reported respectfully to Jiang Yan what he had seen. I understand. You have done well. Jiang Yan regarded the certificate of faith propagation in his hand with a faintly moved gaze. Faith is among the most vital resources, and it is no less so for these local powers. To obtain the qualification to propagate faith, one must either be endorsed by a Dutch level or higher power or complete exceedingly arduous and tedious contribution tasks. In his past life until the moment of his death, he never met those requirements. He could only absorb some meager wilderness bands. His faith remained thin, his strength mediocre, and a peer-level abyssal demon felled him with a single blow. Now he had obtained it with ease. It had not been in vain that he had given his all to help the Hamank Duchy resist the abyss. From this moment you are the priest of the Bayerland district of the Shengguang Church. I will have Ilea dispatch some of the church's deacons to assist you fully. Do not disappoint me." Jiang Yan smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the preacher. This was a special being remodeled through the gate of heaven's baptism function. Evangelist, angelic incarnation, rank rare, mythic, profession high-level faith instructor of the Shengguang order, faith level blind, skills affinity passive, angel incarnation. His passive skill affinity had to the utmost of its capacity risen to its highest tier. Every movement inspired warmth and fondness, evoking thoughts of one's most cherished intimate person. "I will give everything to inherit your radiance," the preacher cried, saluting with fervor before taking his leave. The rank of priest at last. It was an honor reserved for two-winged angelic lords, a sign of the Holy Lord's recognition. Even the brutish disseminators of the sacred light would have to address him as my lord in the future. Watching the excited preacher depart, Jiang Yan glanced at the propagation permit in his hand and allowed a faint smile. "I have abided by the rules. I hope you will too otherwise." Xilang Duchy was the duchy nearest Shangling City, ranked 9th in strength among the 17 duchies of the Bayerland Alliance. At that moment in Taibicheng, the largest city of Xilang, closest to an abyssal rift, a great crowd murmured around a solemn sacred temple. How did another temple appear? This was an empty lot only yesterday. It seems different from the other temples. Those priests look so kind, and that relief of the broken-armed figure. What creature is that? It's beautiful. Yes, just standing here makes me feel unusually peaceful and calm. Come on, it's probably another group that takes a fee and runs. Let's disperse. At that moment, a white-robed preacher stepped forward, gentle and devout. "Good morning, everyone. I am Moer, a priest of the Shengguang Church. Today I will preside over the morning service." He produced a sacred text and began to read. "The Holy Lord created all things. The Holy Lord is omnipotent." The onlookers exchanged glances. What is he doing? Shouldn't he first introduce the doctrine of this church? Exactly why is he just reciting scripture? We know nothing about this. Who would worship something so inexplicable? This priest is unprofessional. But soon the chatter faded. As the gentle voice continued, healing angels hidden within the church began to chant. Crystalline motes of light rained down from the sky, wholly warm and full of vitality. Everyone touched felt as if baptized, old ailments and hidden wounds eased. More and more were drawn by the miracle and gathered before the temple. By the time a scripture had been fully recited, over 1,000 people filled the temple's forecourt. My heavens, is this miracle free? My cough is completely gone. Indeed, at other temples a mass baptism like this would cost at least 10,000 spirit crystals. There can't be some hidden scheme, can there? Amid the murmurs the preacher spoke with a pious demeanor. Beneath the holy light there is no distinction of rank. The radiant Holy Lord shelters every devout believer. Father, do you mean that as long as one believes in the radiant Holy Lord one can receive the baptismal miracle without paying extra? Someone asked, gathering courage. Of course, the existence of the divine should make the faithful more prosperous, not strip away what little they have, the preacher answered gently. So what constitutes devotion? Anyone may go and receive a free copy of the scripture. The preacher pointed and said, if you earnestly recite and embrace the scripture's principles, the holy light itself will sense your devotion. The crowd fell silent. In this city temples were many. Whether for healing or learning martial techniques, offerings to a temple were expected, and such faith usually meant material tribute. The larger the sum, the deeper the supposed devotion. The Shengguang Church's doctrine both excited them and strained their credulity. Seeing their faces, the preacher continued, if you are sufficiently devout, healing, baptism, even resurrection and divine arts, you shall receive all blessings under the protection of the holy light. Time will prove the holy light's promise. The preacher smiled and began to guide the people to collect their scriptures. Whether it was his words or the presence of the great angel with the broken arm statue, nearby the 1,000 or so citizens miraculously did not scramble. They queued in order and received their scriptures. Some who had benefited from the baptism had already opened their books and begun to recite. In that serene atmosphere, whispers of conspiracy gradually disappeared beneath the sound of reading. Elsewhere, in a luxurious building near the temple, a group of well-dressed dignitaries enjoyed an elaborate morning tea. Through the windows and a simultaneous transmission magical device, they could observe everything unfolding before the Shengguang Church with perfect clarity. These provincial folk have crossed a line. A finely attired young man sipped a glass of wine worth thousands of spirit crystals. Yes, they do not understand. We have already shown sufficient mercy. A portly middle-aged man looked out with a calculating gaze. His remark met with general assent. Indeed, survival is its own fortune. I hear many small nations were destroyed by the Abyss assaults. Speaking of the Abyss, that old fellow from the 6th Legion is asking me for relief payments again. Ha, it's because your Xingho temple manages the coffers. Did you pay? Of course not. Stall him for now. Oh, who knows when that old man will die. When someone else takes over, who can say? Indeed, since they'll die anyway, better to spend the money arming our temple knights. That is the power that truly belongs to us. They spoke idly, as if the duchy were a plaything in their hands. That said, a rather young priest asked, what should we do about this Shengguang church? Tomorrow send a few deacons to warn them. If they do not, he'd make them disappear. That statue is intriguing. I wonder where they obtained it. I remember, the young priest cried, slapping his thigh. No wonder it looked familiar. I had intended to present it to the Xingho god, yet the Shengguang church stole it. Tomorrow I'll send men to retrieve it and deliver it to your grace's residence. The others sipped their wine and nodded. Now they had both an excuse and a treasure. On the following morning, a large crowd of believers had already gathered at the entrance of the Holy Light Church, some having come on a whim after hearing about it from others, while others, self-proclaimed champions of justice, aimed to expose the temple's deception. There were also some who had benefited the previous day or had gained insights from the sacred texts. As before, the devout and gentle preacher opened the Holy Scriptures. The Holy Lord creates all things. The Holy Lord is omnipotent. As the preacher recited, the healing angels hidden within the temple softly chanted incantations, and waves of sacred and peaceful light began to fall. Alongside the statue of the archangel with a severed arm, many people's expressions turned calm and devout. The Holy Lord shows mercy to all living beings. Soon the morning prayer concluded and the preacher stepped aside, preparing to distribute today's sacred texts. Father, is it true that the divine is truly omnipotent? A questioning youthful voice suddenly rang out, slightly weak yet strikingly clear in the quiet atmosphere following the morning prayer. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. It was a little girl around 8 or 9 years old, clutching a cloth bag tightly. Her clothes were tattered, her body and face marred with bruises and soot, but her pair of eyes shone with remarkable clarity. She seemed to have exerted all her strength to reach this place, kneeling on the ground as she looked up at the preacher, asking once more, is the divine truly omnipotent? Of course, child, at least the Holy Lord is omnipotent. The preacher replied with a compassionate expression, directing more light points from the sky toward her. Then, can the Holy Lord save my mother? The girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as she carefully raised the cloth bag in her hands, revealing ashes mixed with dirt and some charred bone fragments. I only found these. Can she still be saved? Before the preacher could respond, some people nearby, scrutinizing the girl, suddenly changed their expressions and exclaimed, Heavens, isn't this Anya from the Korin family in the East City? A fire burned down their home the day before yesterday. I thought the whole family had perished, but it seems the child is still alive. That was a heroic family. It is said that the husband died in the defense of the Abyss Passage. I remember there was a priest from the Starfire Temple who came to mourn, and it made the temple's daily report. Indeed, what a pity to leave behind such a small child. I wonder if the Holy Lord can save her. There are only a pile of ashes left, and not even complete. Surely the divine cannot resurrect her. While the crowd murmured, a man with a somewhat cold demeanor suddenly stood up in a nearby luxurious building, angrily saying, Damn it, how incompetent are these fools? How could one child have survived? What's wrong? Why are you so angry? This is your territory. It's just a child. What kind of storm could she possibly stir up? Said a few of his acquaintances with a laugh. You don't understand. That girl's mother is ungrateful. She actually incited others to report to the Lord of the city, claiming, I caused her husband's death, and withheld compensation. So what? The Lord of the city is one of us anyway. Sigh, I also blame myself for not taking a woman seriously. The cold man said somewhat regretfully. I said some rather arrogant things at that time. Who would have thought she secretly brought a recording stone and evaded detection? Damn it! How could you be so careless? Have you found the recording stone? The expressions of others also darkened. Some things can be done behind the scenes, but bringing them to light can easily lead to an uproar. Especially since we need those cannon fodder to defend the Abyss Passage. We found it, but under high-level fire magic it was all turned to ashes. We don't even know how this little girl survived. The cold man looked somewhat puzzled. That's good. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Just find some excuse and send someone to take care of that little girl, so she doesn't spread rumors. Yes, I just instructed it with the magical communicator. Coincidentally, I had previously sent a team of stewards to warn them, and they'll handle this trouble as well. Then it's settled. The group regained their smiles, elegantly raising their glasses to clink them together. Meanwhile, in front of the Holy Light Church, the little girl stared intently at the preacher, her eyes filled with hope. I do not have that ability. The preacher shook his head slightly. Even the resurrection spell of the healing angels cannot restore a pile of incomplete ashes. At least with the current strength, it is impossible. The girl's expression dimmed and her body swayed. However, you can pray directly to the Holy Lord. If you are devout enough, the Holy Lord will surely look upon you with favor. The preacher said, floating the Holy Scriptures in front of her. This one was genuine, not a printed copy. The little girl paused for a moment, then her expression became resolute as she reached out to hold the scriptures, carefully opening them. Many of the characters were unfamiliar to her, yet she naturally began to read aloud. The Holy Lord creates all things. The Holy Lord is omnipotent. Her father died for the defense of the nation. He was a hero. We should help her. One bystander said as he picked up the scriptures and began to read along. Regardless of whether what this priest says is true, at least it offers a glimmer of hope. Another person began to chant. Though I am a coward who dares not step onto the battlefield, I can at least recite a prayer. A frail young man joined in. More and more people began to pray, and the praises of the sacred text grew louder. But just then a group of stewards clad in the enforcement robes of the Starfire Temple with unfriendly expressions barged in. They were well-equipped and arrogantly drove away the surrounding believers. Clear the way, the Starfire Temple is conducting business capturing the fallen, and those who obstruct will be treated as accomplices. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively began to retreat. Fallen ones are no joke. They refer to evil beings connected to the abyss and once discovered can be executed on the spot. Without the crowd's congestion, the group of stewards walked straight to the little girl. The leader pointed his staff at her and said coldly, "This is the abyss monster that occupies a human body. In the name of the stewards of the Starfire Temple, I sentence her to death." "Sir, but this is clearly..." An elder squeezed through the crowd, trying to explain. "Shut up. Are you questioning the Starfire Temple's judgment, or are you an accomplice of the fallen?" The steward looked at him coldly. The elder's expression changed several times before he ultimately retreated back into the crowd. He was not afraid of death, but he had children and grandchildren, and they were still young. With a cold snort, the leading steward pointed his staff at the little girl, and violent fire elements quickly coalesced, sending a blazing flame flying toward her. The little girl seemed oblivious, still earnestly reciting from the Holy Scriptures. "The Holy Lord shows mercy to all living beings." The onlookers could not bear to close their eyes. Just as the flames were about to engulf the girl, everything suddenly fell into silence. A dazzling and resplendent gate of heaven slowly emerged from the void. Amidst the praises of countless angels, and flanked by two exquisitely beautiful six-winged angels, a man holding a scepter, his features obscured, slowly stepped forward. He gently raised his hand and the flames were extinguished. "Who are you to stop the execution of a fallen one? Do you wish to oppose the Starfire Temple?" A few stewards shouted in fear. The man smiled faintly, waving his scepter, and all the stewards instantly turned into a mist of blood. No one should disturb the orphan of a hero in her quest to save her mother. Not even the divine. The clergy of the Holy Light Church bowed, addressing Saint Lord, Lady Anna, Leah, Lady Fu Loya. "Is this the divine presence?" The surrounding people hurriedly knelt down, yet couldn't help but raise their heads to take a furtive glance. "Big brother, are you the Saint Lord of Light?" The little girl's clear eyes sparkled with delight. Jiang Yan nodded, gently lifting her up. Regardless of reality or the various realms, those heroes who fought against the abyss deserved respect. Understanding, Anna Leah softly chanted a spell, and a radiant light descended, instantly washing away the dust and char from the other person. The little girl paid no mind to her now fair arms, as she struggled to raise a cloth bag containing ashes, asking, "Divine One, can you save my mother?" "Of course, the Saint Lord is omnipotent," Jiang Yan replied with a slight smile, accepting the blood. He could vaguely sense a broken soul tightly holding onto the girl from behind, as if it was using every ounce of its strength to protect her. For an ordinary soul to reach this point was simply incredible. It was a miracle known as maternal love. "Yes, yes." The little girl nodded vigorously, happily exclaiming, "I read in the scripture that the Saint Lord is omnipotent." Jiang Yan gazed behind her. It had nearly burned away everything. Its aura had weakened to the utmost, to the point that even a slight effort to breathe could disperse it. Indeed, a resurrection spell below the divine level was difficult to restore such a broken soul. But the baptism of the gate of heaven could, as Xena had accumulated over 700,000 soul fragments for him, making the repair of a broken soul effortlessly achievable. With a thought, the resplendent illusion of the gate of heaven slowly descended. A beam of divine light shot down from the sky, and the soul behind the little girl gradually became peaceful. As the pure soul power continued to be poured in, the vague silhouette of a human gradually took shape in the baptism. Stop! At that moment, several figures crashed through the high-rise windows, swiftly arriving. They were dressed nobly, exuding a power equivalent to that of the Diamond Tier. This seems to be the bishop of the Starfire Temple. That's right, it's him. I've seen him in the Divine Temple daily. Some onlookers gasped. Compared to the newly arrived Holy Light Church, the long-established Starfire Temple was evidently more intimidating. They were true figures of authority. The leader's face darkened. He had not intended to show himself, as it would easily escalate the conflict. But the developments had become increasingly unpredictable. The deity from the small local church had actually descended personally, and all his subordinates sent to disrupt and eliminate had been killed. That was fine, after all, the deity was present, and a certain degree of respect was expected since the main figure had turned to ash. However, in this situation, the other party actually had means for resurrection. Watching the life force grow stronger, he could no longer remain seated. That woman was cunning and treacherous. If she had any evidence hidden away that he didn't know about, it would cause a tremendous blow to the temple's reputation, and the Starfire God would not spare him. The light of the baptism continued, and a woman's outline had already formed. The little girl couldn't help but move closer, incessantly calling out, "Mommy! I told you to stop, or didn't you hear me?" The bishop of the Starfire Temple glared at Jiang Yan, who didn't even glance his way. His eyes turned cold as he chanted a spell, and a massive fire dragon surged forward. Standing behind Jiang Yan, Fu Luoya gently waved her wings, scattering the fire dragon. Her eyes glimmered with golden light as she softly spoke. "In the presence of the Saint Lord, to not kneel is disrespectful." Divine technique, judgment of ceremony. Thud. Under the effect of the ceremonial law, the proud group from the Starfire Temple fell from the sky, uncontrollably kneeling before Jiang Yan. For a moment outside the Holy Light Church, apart from two six-winged angels, only the little girl whom Jiang Yan had lifted remained unaffected. The congregants who had already been kneeling stole glances, unable to contain their discussions. Is that really the bishop of the Starfire Temple? Why is he kneeling before the god of the Holy Light Church? It must be. I often see him in the magic report. I get it. Didn't you all read the scripture? It states that the Saint Lord of Light is the master of all gods. It's likely that the Starfire God is merely a subordinate deity of the Saint Lord. So that's how it is. The people around suddenly realized, excitedly sharing this revelation with those nearby. By the time it reached the outermost circle, it had transformed into what? The Starfire God is the servant of the Saint Lord of Light. The Starfire Temple is a branch of the Holy Light Church. But isn't the Starfire God male? One citizen exclaimed incredulously. Ahem, that's how they are spreading it, and besides, the bishop of the Starfire Temple has already knelt before the Saint Lord. Can there be any doubt? That's true. On the other side, the bishop, forced to kneel, turned crimson as he listened to the discussions around him. He struggled to maintain an authoritative demeanor and shouted, "Be quiet! Holy Light Church, I am the bishop of the Starfire Temple. Is this how you treat me? Do you wish to go to war with the Starfire God?" "That's right, the Starfire God will not spare you." The others behind him echoed. As high-ranking members of the temple, they knew much more about divine matters than ordinary people. The true deities had long since vanished, and nowadays figures like the Starfire God and the Fire God were merely powerful cultivators, adopting such titles merely to covet a fraction of the true Fire God's divinity. In their view, the so-called Saint Lord of Light possessed merely the strength of a golden tier, having merely been fortunate enough to gain the loyalty of some powerful beings, and was no different from a pseudo-deity without divine status. Thus, they were not particularly afraid and dared to speak boldly. In the presence of the Saint Lord, to speak without inquiry is disrespectful. Fu Luoya cast a cold glance and activated her ability once more. The entire world fell silent. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the light of the baptism gradually receded, transforming into a white robe that draped over the resurrected woman. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at the little girl clinging to her legs and calling out incessantly. Gradually coming to her senses, she panicked and embraced the girl protectively. "Naya, are you okay? Let mommy see." "No, wait, didn't I already die?" The woman suddenly froze, looking around. Upon seeing the bishop of the Starfire Temple, kneeling in humiliation, disbelief flashed in her eyes. What is happening? Mommy, it was the Saint Lord of Light who saved you. The Saint Lord is omnipotent. The little girl exclaimed joyfully. You are a deity. The woman finally noticed Jiang Yan and hurriedly knelt down. No need for excessive courtesy. Jiang Yan said, using magic to lift her up, softly calling, Anna. A nearby six-winged angel understood and gestured to convey everything that had transpired to her. The woman gradually exhibited a look of realization, then solemnly bowed to Jiang Yan, stating, I beseech the Saint Lord to take charge for us. I am willing to become a devout believer for all eternity, chanting your praises and scriptures. What is your request? Jiang Yan did not stop her this time. He had deliberately ensured Anna imbued a courage-enhancing holy light spell while transmitting memories, fearing she would swallow her anger. In my capacity as the widow of Lance Corporal Lantcolin from the 6th Army Vanguard Battalion of the Duchy, accused the Bishop of the Starfire Temple of deliberately causing the death of 378 brave soldiers from the Vanguard Battalion and embezzling over $1 million in compensation. I ask the Divine One to take charge. A voice both frail and resolute, amplified by Anna's magic, cracked across the street like thunder, shaking the very air. Do you have any objection? Jiang Yan cast a cold, piercing gaze toward him. He had assumed this was merely embezzlement of veterans' pensions, and perhaps even murder to silence witnesses, never imagining deliberate sabotage of frontline warriors. In his past life, he'd never had the chance to probe the upper echelons of the temples, and now he saw how deeply they had rotted. Utter nonsense. The kneeling high priest of the Sparkfire Temple finally regained his voice and hastily retorted, since assuming responsibility for the military expenditures of the Highlank Principality, our temple has served with unwavering diligence, even dispatching more elite warriors to the front lines than any other temple. To slander our sacred honor is proof enough that you are a fallen soul corrupted by the abyss. As he spoke, he strained his memory. Their entire home had been reduced to ash by high-tier fire magic. Any remaining evidence, like the memory crystal, must have perished with it. Realizing this, the high priest's expression relaxed, and he issued a veiled threat. I have already summoned the Sparkfire God himself. Should you accuse the temple, or me, its high priest, without irrefutable proof, once the divine presence descends, both you and your daughter shall suffer the harshest divine retribution. The woman froze, momentarily stunned. Fueled by divine encouragement moments earlier she had forgotten. The memory crystal, her sole piece of evidence, had turned to dust. True, she still had living witnesses, the widows of other fallen heroes. But the Sparkfire God's authority weighed so heavily upon Highlank that she dared not assume they would step forward even under the protection of an unknown deity. And even if they were willing, dragging them into this peril would risk their lives. If the confrontation failed, she would have doomed them all. Seeing her hesitation, the high priest's eyes gleamed with triumph as he pressed further. Do not presume that the endorsement of some nameless wild god grants you license to speak recklessly. Within the Highlank Principality, only the 7 true gods enshrined in the great temples hold sovereign authority over state affairs. When the Sparkfire God descends, even he shall stand trial before divine judgment. The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. Emotionally, they leaned toward believing the widow, a hero's wife. But centuries of the Sparkfire Temple's unchallenged authority held them back. Without tangible proof, no one dared raise their voice. At that moment, the little girl suddenly snatched a stone from the ground and hurled it at the high priest. It's not true. The Holy Lord of Light is the true God. You wicked thing. The high priest, normally swift enough to evade such a trivial attack, felt his body seize, frozen in place as the stone struck his eye socket with sickening force, blood gushing forth. You? Rage contorted his face as he prepared to unleash a torrent of rhetoric, only for Freya's gaze to flicker faintly. He was silenced again. Nia, the woman gasped in shock and swiftly gathered her daughter into her arms. Gazing into the high priest's venomous eyes, she shed all restraint and turned once more to Jiang Yan, bowing deeply. Divine One, my evidence has been destroyed, yet I swear every word I speak is truth. Should I utter even a single falsehood, may I bear the full weight of divine punishment. Mother, don't worry. The Holy Lord will punish him. It says so in the sacred texts. The Holy Lord is omnipotent. The girl patted her mother's back, her eyes brimming with unshakable faith. Evidence? Jiang Yan finally smiled. A slow, quiet, chilling smile. You are the evidence. Analea, long yearning for action, stood ice cold. Her holy tome flared open. A golden hexagram blazed behind her, like a celestial being descending from heaven. Sinner, you shall confess your transgressions with absolute sincerity. The grand prophecy art activated. Empowered by her recent ascension to demigodhood through the covenant of ascension, she now commanded divine law itself. Now augmented by the weight of cosmic law, the sacred art surged far beyond its former power. The high priest's twisted, snarling visage dissolved. His eyes cleared wide and lucid. Tears streamed down his face as he broke into wailing sobs. I am guilty. I am guilty. I embezzled military funds and supplied frontline soldiers with half-forged enchanted weapons. To cut costs, I forged divine edicts, sending troops knowingly to their deaths. I withheld pensions and persecuted the families of heroes. I conspired with the high priests of the Swiftwind Temple and the Heavy Mountain Temple, pooling vast sums of ill-gotten wealth. Silence, fool. From the same building, senior clergy of other temples could no longer remain hidden. They burst forth in panic. They had intended only to observe from the shadows, yet the scandal had erupted directly onto their own thresholds. Froya glanced their way, and two pre-established etiquette laws instantly reasserted themselves. The furious temple dignitaries plummeted from midair, crashing onto their knees, faces crimson, utterly unheeding. The Sparkfire High Priest continued his confession, and together we bribed Lord Okar of the Fireflame Empire to secure escape routes should Highlank fall. At last the crowd stirred from stunned silence. Damn these parasites. No wonder they brazenly stole military funds, unafraid of the abyss's advance, because they'd already bought their way out. Cursed be they, we are left to die while they flee. How many brave warriors did they murder? Let the Holy Lord unleash divine retribution. Let the Holy Lord unleash divine retribution. Chants rose in unison, growing louder, fiercer, each face etched with righteous fury. You truly deserve death. Jiang Yan's eyes hardened. Cold absolute. Across 2 lifetimes he had rarely encountered such profound corruption. Death would be too merciful. A soul like his did not even merit annihilation at the gates of heaven. It belonged instead in the seam crypt, stitched into the lowest form of undead, condemned to eternal penance. Enough! He could wait no longer. Jiang Yan raised Tianzai. 2 spiraling currents, one black, one white, shot forth like fates unleashed. No. At last the high priest broke free from the grand prophecy. But too late. His eyes widened in terror, then shattered into crimson mist as he was obliterated into fragments. This was deliberate restraint. Jiang Yan intended to reclaim those scattered remains, revive them repeatedly with healing angels, and kill him anew each time. Praise the Almighty Holy Lord of Light. A quick-witted missionary seized the moment, shouting with fervent zeal, Praise the Almighty Holy Lord of Light. The crowd echoed the cry, voices swelling, expressions deepening into reverent awe. Then abruptly, as if throttled mid-breath, the chant died in unison. An overwhelming divine pressure descended from the heavens, forcing every soul to their knees, prostrate beneath its weight. Jiang Yan lifted his gaze. A towering figure with crimson hair hung suspended in the sky, unseen until that instant. His gaze was detached, his aura thick with the raw essence of fire law. His countenance identical to the deity enshrined within the temple, the Sparkfire God, transcending demigodhood, attaining the rank of lesser deity. Appear even in Jiang Yan's former life. His gaze swept the trembling assembly, then settled upon Jiang Yan. You have overstepped. The majesty of the divine should be used to intimidate foreign foes, not to oppress a group of innocent civilians. Jiang Yan stepped forward, activating the heart of the angel, boldly facing the pressure from the Starfire God. A dark jade staff appeared in his hand, responding softly, If you and the scoundrels of your subordinate temple are of the same ilk, then you need not leave today. Xena had earned him nearly 3 million death sources. Now, not to mention a mere god, even if 7 gods gathered, he would not take them seriously. With a thought, the artifact's inherent skill, instant death, quietly locked on. A response from the void echoed, to kill an ordinary lower-ranked god requires 300,000 death sources plus 200,000 for the protection of faith. Ignorant. Flames ignited in the hands of the Starfire God. Just as he intended to deliver divine punishment, he suddenly felt a shadow of death enveloping him. He couldn't help but frown slightly, abandoning his immediate attack plans, and spoke, If the bishop dares to deceive me, I shall punish him myself. But you, a god from elsewhere interfering in the internal affairs of the temple, are you prepared to go to war with the 7 great temples? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan instead began to laugh. This is cowardice, starting to pull in other temples to blame him. Indeed, these gods are merely stronger individuals. They are not as good as goblins who at least openly bully the weak. Can't you all read? The scriptures say that the Lord of Light is the master of all gods, and you are all subordinates of the Lord, so he certainly has the right to supervise. A clear and youthful female voice rang out especially clear in the quiet atmosphere. The crowd instinctively looked over to see a little girl named Anya proudly holding up a holy scripture. Her mother moved her lips but could not find her voice for a long time. She had never realized her child was so bold, daring to say such words in front of the Starfire God. However, Analea beside her subtly nodded, recognizing her potential aligning with her own ideals. In the future she could ask the Lord to transform her into a divine angel. Bold. The Starfire God narrowed his eyes, furious flames coalescing ready to slay this ignorant child, to make these mortals understand that the majesty of the divine cannot be violated. Before the Lord those who do not kneel are being disrespectful. Furia's eyes shone with a golden light standing in front. An invisible force of law descended. The Starfire God felt a tremendous pressure forcing his body down, his legs involuntarily bending. What terrified him even more was that even his divine power struggled to resist this encroaching force. Damn it, no way! The wrath of the fire god. He roared decisively, converting tens of thousands of faith power into pure strength to bolster his spell, fearing that if he hesitated any longer he would truly kneel. A burning red cloud appeared from the horizon amidst the endless firelight. A gigantic hand made of flames pushed through the mist and pressed down. This spell had previously appeared when numerous mages joined forces in the Hamank Duchy, but now in the hands of a god its power was far beyond. The enormous hand was nearly covering half the city. If it fell, at least tens of thousands would die. It's over. This is divine punishment. The Starfire God is furious. The oppressed masses showed despair on their faces. Before the power of a god, they felt utterly insignificant. But at that moment a cold voice resonated. Blaze judgment. The six-winged angel flew into the air wielding a golden holy flame sword surrounded by a surging holy light striking down fiercely. A dazzling sword light cleaved the giant hand in two as brilliant golden magic arrays appeared, showering endless pillars of holy light, completely extinguishing the remnants of the fire god's wrath. At the same time Furia spoke again. This time a slender staff appeared in her hand as she pronounced each word clearly in the name of etiquette. The Lord is present, let there be overwhelming light. The burning red clouds rapidly dissipated at a visible speed, and a gentle and radiant light pierced through the clouds, casting upon Jiang Yan, who stood before the crowd like a deity. You all? The Starfire God finally noticed the two six-winged angels who had intentionally concealed their brilliance. Though they were merely demigods, their aura felt comparable to that of abyssal demons. Just because a little girl spoke the truth, you as a deity wished to kill her. Even all the civilians here. Jiang Yan coldly interrupted the skull on the disaster symbol, suddenly glowing with scarlet light. Previously in the bishop's account it was said that he falsely conveyed the will of the gods. He thought these deities were merely deceived, or had held their high positions for too long to let go of their pride, their intentions still good. Now it seemed that indeed the upper beams were crooked, leading to the lower ones being warped. They deserved to be punished. This is bad. A strong premonition of death surged forth, and the Starfire God's expression changed drastically. He could no longer focus on punishing the mortal girl who offended him, exerting all his divine power and faith to solidify before him, hurriedly shouting, Lord of Light, do you dare to kill me? According to the laws of the Fire Empire, killing other gods without cause will result in being hunted by the entire empire. You are mistaken, I am merely acting in self-defense. Jiang Yan let out a cold smile, donning the title expert in internal strife. The Starfire God instantly felt chaos in his mind, countless thoughts flooding in. Damn it, this guy publicly insulted my authority. He even openly claimed to be the master of all gods. Why should a mere mortal of golden rank? I must kill him to cleanse this humiliation. Kill him. Kill him. The Starfire God's eyes turned bloodshot as he suddenly raised his staff, conjuring a fire dragon to attack. Two golden holy light swords struck out simultaneously, extinguishing the flames. Jiang Yan looked up to meet the bloodshot gaze of the Starfire God. At the top of the dark jade staff the skull flickered with scarlet light, triggering instant death. Countless threads of law penetrated the Starfire God's body, a layer of faint faith light crumbled upon contact, and in an instant all life and soul were thoroughly absorbed. A withered body fell down in the wind. He was dead. The skill of a Dominion-level artifact is not something a mere lower god can resist. The scarlet skull silently let out a satisfied burp, transforming into a pure and innocent form surrounded by glowing holy light. The Starfire God is dead. How is this possible? He was a true deity. Moreover, he had no power to resist, killed with a single glance. The crowd looked at the fallen, withered corpse and the radiant figure of Jiang Yan under the perfectly timed sunlight, dazed. Praise the master of the gods, praise the omniscient and omnipotent Lord of Light. The previously clever preacher quietly blended into the crowd, once again shouting enthusiastically. The people waking from their dreams gradually became fervent. If even a powerful being like the Starfire God could be slain in an instant, who else could be worthy of the title God? Lord of Light. The Lord is omnipotent. The shouts merged into one, continuing endlessly. The shock of slaying a long-dominant deity before the eyes of the masses was simply too great. In the presence of Archangel Analea, Archangel Furiah, and the multitude, you killed the lower faith god Starfire with a single glance. Now, after your divine skill, divine beings cannot be looked upon, is fully completed, it will take effect on ordinary gods. Jiang Yan had no time to examine it closely as a torrent of information surged in. Ding! You have gained 13000 faith power. The faith in Iron Wall City has risen to fervent. You publicly killed the Starfire God. Your reputation increased by 500 points. Your total reputation has now surpassed 3000. Small factions now have a chance to proactively ally with you. For the first independent ascent to kill a deity, you have obtained a legendary grade exclusive item talent advancement fragment X3. Collect all 3 pieces to advance your talent abilities. You have been promoted to golden rank 10E. Please use the advancement token as soon as possible. Jiang Yan flipped his hand to store the body of the Starfire, got a hint of delight appearing on his face. This was the first time he heard that talents could be advanced. Could he further enhance the abilities of the angels? The divine arts also further improved. Starfire God, you died well. While Jiang Yan was counting his gains high above in the clouds. Starfire is dead. Yes, I also didn't expect the temple to be in such disarray. A blue-clad deity shook his head slightly. The Starfire Temple manages resources, so corruption is naturally the most serious. As long as the soul crystals and faith power are not lacking, who cares about the lives of those mortals? Indeed, these are all minor issues. A deity in the center interrupted. Didn't you see? A golden-ranked mortal killed Starfire in an instant. Moreover, those 2 demigod divine beings, I sensed pressure on par with abyssal demons from them. A trace of fear appeared on this deity's face as he sternly stated such power and life should not exist. Unfortunately, Starfire was too impulsive, otherwise he could have invited the Lord of the Fire Empire to slay him. The yellow-clad deity sighed regretfully. I do have a way. Even if I can't kill him, I can drive him away. The blue-clad deity narrowed his eyes, chuckling lightly. This guy claims that the majesty of the gods should intimidate foreign foes and not oppress mortals. We will use mortal means to deal with him. Don't forget everyone in Xilank, we 7 great temples have the final say. The day after the Starfire God was slain, in Holy Spirit City, a preacher from the Holy Light Church of Iron Wall City was reporting to Jiang Yan. Holy Master, the church has been disrupted by 6 waves of personnel from the principality's mechanisms since morning prayers, severely affecting normal operations. Oh, who are they? From the Principality's Magic Hazard Inspection Association. They claim to check for safety hazards in the magic formations inscribed within the temple. And there's the Garment Sales Union, which says that providing nun outfits for free disrupts the market and demands that we sell them at the regulated price. Additionally, 17 magic newspapers are jointly condemning us for having priests in the temple 24 hours a day, claiming it disrespects employee rights and demanding a public apology and rectification. Understood, you may leave now. Jiang Yan's smile slowly faded, ignoring the pile of issues within the temple. They certainly had mastered these dirty tactics. He originally intended to be a kind and orderly holy master to handle matters according to the rules, hoping to enlighten these people with great love, but some just do not favor peace. Then he had no choice but to turn the table and bring about nuclear annihilation. Xena, Your Majesty, I am here. Give them a lesson worth 1 billion, as you wish, my emperor. The undead girl slightly curled her lips, her crimson eyes sparkling. This time she would thoroughly prove that only the realm of the undead is the most reliable power, while those weak angels could simply serve as flower pots. Wait a moment, let me add a status. Jiang Yan quietly looked towards the Lord's skill. Military order initiated. In Iron Wall City, a group of soldiers in uniforms swaggered out of the Holy Light Church. The leading squad leader snatched a holy scripture from a believer outside and arrogantly declared, "And this heretical book claiming that the Holy Master is the Master of the Gods must be completely deleted. In the Highlank Principality, only the 7 great temples are the true deities. But the Starfire God died from the Holy Master's divine punishment yesterday, didn't he? That's not right. I heard he was killed by the Holy Master's fierce glare. You guys are out of date. I heard he died from the shame brought on by a little girl's words." Most of the onlookers had experienced yesterday's events and had initially developed some belief. Seeing these soldiers disrupt the church, they began to mock. Nonsense. Do you want to end up in jail? Someone confiscate and tear up these heretical books. The squad leader was infuriated as he was a staunch believer in the Starfire god. The other soldiers hesitated slightly. It was fine for them to find trouble, as the gods surely wouldn't bother with them, but actually tearing up a church's scripture was different, not to mention that this god was immensely powerful. Useless trash. Seeing this, the squad leader got even angrier. Just a few days ago he was on vacation touring the royal capital with the goddess, and now he was called back overnight to deal with this so-called Holy Light Church filled with frustration. Moreover, he did not believe that the powerful Starfire god could be defeated by some unheard-of church deity. These foolish commoners. Rip. Ordinary copies of the Holy Scriptures were torn into fragments falling from the sky. Captain, doing this will bring divine punishment. A few soldiers who had witnessed Jiang Yan's descent yesterday said softly. The squad leader disdainfully glanced at his subordinates. A bunch of softies. When it comes to matters involving the temple, you either don't do it or go all out. Only then might the higher-ups notice and promote you. Hesitating will only please no one. Besides, needing to consider fighting 7 temples with one was unnecessary. What an opportunity that they couldn't seize. Divine punishment, he said with a sense of self-satisfaction. Let it come. What's going on? Beep. Before he finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded from the center of the city, and the 4-colored magic barrier of red, blue, yellow, and green unfolded, enveloping the entire city. Everyone's face changed drastically. This is the highest war alert and the Keplerus-level magical defense system. Could it be that the Abyss has breached its defenses and invaded Iron Wall City? At this moment, the squad leader's magical communication device at his waist suddenly lit up and an urgent voice sounded. By order of the city lord, all active soldiers must immediately gather at the eastern city gate to resist the evil undead invasion. Repeating all. It's not the Abyss, I thank goodness. Wait, undead. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly came to their senses, recalling the rumors they had only seen in ancient texts. Evil, terrifying, ruthless, cruel. Not a single positive term. In fact, in a sense, they were even more terrifying than the Abyss. After all, the Abyss only wanted your life, while the undead made you work for them even after you died. Everyone need not panic. Wherever the holy light shines, evil will naturally retreat. The preacher, who had been quietly observing, softly spoke. As for those who have deviated from the faith of the holy light, death has already marked them. Stop pretending to be mysterious. The 7 great temples will surely protect us. The squad leader shouted with a fierce exterior, but did not dare to be reckless, hurriedly leaving with his subordinates. The preacher was not angered, leisurely taking out a holy scripture, and with many believers began to recite devoutly. The Holy Master created all things. On the other side, at the eastern city gate of Iron Wall City, quickly bring everything up. Where did the gravity halo formation of the heavy mountain temple go? And why is there half of the array patterns missing from the Starfire temple's Starfire cannon? Who the hell brought half-finished products? Several well-equipped officers were anxiously directing. My lord, it was like this when it was brought. These several pieces are considered the better ones. And some, not to mention being enchanted, are rusty iron pipes. Several supply officers chuckled bitterly. Damn it! The officer was furious, just about to curse, when he suddenly remembered that he also benefited from the saved military funds, and could only sulkily say, never mind, have we notified the temple? Have they responded? Damn it, how could there be undead here? Those unhuman and unghostly things are all gathered in the legendary necropolis. My lord, the temple said, there are no divine-level powerhouses on the other side, and the gods are not convenient to intervene, but will quickly send elite troops to support us. We must hold on. Easier said than done. The officer looked toward the distance with a bitter smile. Before him was an endless army of undead advancing rapidly. Each of those skeletal warriors was imposing, with thick bones scattered with dark red patterns clearly seized. In front of them, hundreds of 10-meter-tall abominations spread a yellow-green corrosive mist, their grotesque appearance inducing nightmares at first glance. Above the army, several bone dragons over 100 meters long flew alongside a poisonous dragon, the cold and deathly aura of the dragons as deep as a prison. Xena, clad in purple leather armor, stood upon the head of one of the dragons, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So many, such a dense life force. Where should I start? For a lesson worth 1 billion, let's just kill them all. She drew her longbow. One black arrow after another slowly coalesced. Draw the bow, full moon. My God! A dragon! What is that creature spewing that yellow-green gas from its body? I have never seen anything so nauseating. That skeleton is half a head taller than me. The soldiers swallowed hard, their hands trembled on. The duchy's finest troops had gathered near the abyssal passage. These ordinary garrison soldiers could bully unarmed civilians, but in true combat they proved even inferior to the city defense forces of the Hamank Duchy. What is that? Under incredulous gazes a figure who seemed frail and delicate leapt from the dragon's head. As the bowstring thrummed, a dense volley of black arrows formed an impenetrable ebony wall and swept forward. The Caepulus class magic defense system activated automatically 4-colored shields rising in succession. Yet with the 20% universal enhancement granted by the military decree, Shina could even contend with an ordinary abyssal demon. Boom! 4 successive cracks rang out. The defensive system that was the pride of the Xilank Duchy did not hold for even 3 seconds. The arrows, their momentum unspent, struck several guards with deadly precision. Towering skeletons clawed themselves up from the ground and swung bone blades at the surrounding enemies. Kill! Shina, having returned to the dragon's head, sheathed her longbow and said calmly. Instantly the undead host that had been advancing at a steady pace surged forward as if spurred by a stimulant. One particularly battered skeleton moved with unnerving agility, vaulting past the abomination ranks and clearing the battlements on its own. It was one of the demigod-grade skeletal summons called forth from the bones Jiang Yan had touched earlier with the godly hand. The garrison on the wall, who had barely quelled the disturbance, prepared to fire the siege engines in counterattack, and then saw this frail-looking skeleton charge up the wall alone. Leave it to me. A nearby soldier's face lit with eager delight as he rushed forward. This was a free chance for military glory. Once he chopped off that skeleton's head, he could hide and play dead. No one could call him a deserter. He would have done his best. Crack! The tempered steel blade shattered against the fissured skeleton with a crack. Before the soldier could react, a slender bony claw pierced his chest and even tore out a rib. The skeleton fitted the rib into its empty chest and tapped it into place. Click! The newly seated bone snapped. The eerie flame in the shattered skull's eye sockets flared irritably. With a touch of annoyance, it tossed the bone aside and lifted its head to seek a new target. All together. Finish it quickly, the undead host is coming. An officer ordered urgently. Dozens of well-equipped soldiers surged forward at once. But the next second a flash of white streaked through. The bronze-tier soldiers had no time to resist and were cleaved in two. The battered skeleton did not glance back. It fixed its gaze on an officer hiding in the crowd, a hint of almost human delight in its sockets. It had sensed a set of bones of barely acceptable quality. The officer across watched the thing surge like death itself and felt a chill run down his spine, shouting again and again. Stop it! Don't come any closer! Meanwhile, the main body of the undead army drew near the walls. Some of the defenders barely managed to man the engines and launched a counterstrike. Sporadic magical beams sparked across the sea of undead, inflicting negligible harm. A bone dragon dived down, beating its wings hard and blasting vast currents of yellow-green corrosive gas toward the ramparts. Those who failed to dodge had exposed skin rot in great swathes, screaming in agony. The remaining soldiers retreated in panic. As a result, vast numbers of skeleton warriors easily reached the base of the walls. With the magic defense offline, the thick tempered steel gates were hacked with gaping breaches, and the enchantment runes atop them dissolved rapidly. Has the temple's reinforcements not arrived? And what of the senior mages? The commander behind the gates shouted anxiously. The war had already raged for over half an hour, and not one of those powerhouses had appeared. Absurd. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the riddled gates finally collapsed. Countless skeleton warriors poured into the city, like a tide mingling in chaotic combat with the defenders. Skeleton mages crouched in the rear, waving their staves. Innumerable new skeletons crawled from corpses to join the battlefield. The sense of enemies only growing in number was almost despairing. The already dispirited garrison began to break. On the dragon's head, Shina's expression shifted, her blood-red eyes turned with interest toward a building in the city's center, and a mocking smile curved her lips. Can they flee? Subtle gray ripples spread from beneath her feet, covering the entire city. Her fourth skill, Onwu Domain, took effect. An area-wide anti-magic field. In the city lord's manor, a cluster of nobles flanked by temple elites moved toward the back garden. Several array casters were hastily filling the teleportation formation with soul crystals. Are you ready? The eldest among them asked coolly. My lord, sirs, we can activate at any time. The array master replied with deference. Then let us depart. The city lord led the way into the teleportation circle. Are we really leaving just like that? One man protested reluctant. He still had much property he could not carry. What choice is there? Don't you know how the undead operate? They won't even spare a single living rat. True enough. The man sighed helplessly. How could undead appear so suddenly? Weren't those creatures said to exist only within the necromancer empire? Who can say? But the newly arrived Xinguang Church has been gaining influence in the city recently. Perhaps the gods intended these two forces to clash, a senior temple official murmured. I know. It's a pity about the city defense troops. They were convenient to use, and now they'll have to be rebuilt, another conceded. There is no alternative. Offering no resistance at all would seem contrived. If word spreads, it could cause greater consequences. Some sacrifices are necessary. Indeed. The group fell silent and stepped into the teleportation circle. It was a medium-sized formation capable of sending roughly 150 people at a time. The city's principal officials, the temple's high-ranking members, powerful mages, and some elite soldiers, over 600 in total, would need to be sent in 4 batches. They had to hurry. Soon the most important contingent was ready. Go ahead, we will meet in Jifeng City. The city lord said with a faint smile, signaling the array masters to initiate the teleport. A cluster of soul crystals turned to ash and the formation began to hum. Yet when the runes glowed halfway, the light suddenly faded and the process stopped. What is wrong? The city lord's face darkened. My lord, the formation is intact. The array master panted, checking again in a cold sweat. The spell's activation module is being suppressed. Some force is interfering with its operation. A diamond tier mage said gravely. We are being targeted. Run and help. And the demoralized garrison, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, shattered under the onslaught of the undead legion. And screaming in terror, they scattered in all directions, only to be cut down by legions of skeletal warriors, each stroke transforming them into their new brethren. Ironwall City, once among the greatest metropolises of Highlank, ought never to have fallen so easily. Yet tragically, the high-ranking clerics of the 7 divine temple's branch shrines, and the elite masters of the city lord's mansion, had already fled, offering no resistance whatsoever. Deprived of elite power, the defenders crumbled instantly. Outnumbered, outmatched, and undone. Foremost among the undead stood a demigod-tier skeleton. It had seized a tunterlong greatsword from some fallen warrior and plunged into the enemy ranks, unleashing a whirlwind cleave, against which even the best armored soldiers fell in a single stroke. Gleefully surveying the field of scattered bones, it selected only the finest specimens, superb in form and structural integrity, and affixed them to its own frame, swiftly transforming from a shattered revenant into a strikingly handsome skeleton. But suddenly it froze before a corpse, its eye sockets blazing with violent, eerie flames, and its bloodless visage twisting with unmistakably human fury. The body lay unervingly intact, scarcely marred by wounds, yet drenched in overlapping streaks of blood, each bearing a distinct scent, artfully simulating grievous injury. Dare a living being feign death before an undead life? And do so with such contemptible negligence and unforgivable. This was a desecration of undead dignity itself. With a thunderous stomp, the ground erupted beneath it, hurling the shamming corpse skyward as a startled cry escaped its lips, and the face revealed was unmistakably that of the junior squad leader who had earlier disrupted the Holy Light Church. He had rushed in upon receiving orders, only to witness the undead legion's rampage firsthand. Paralyzed by terror, he'd hastily smeared himself with blood from nearby corpses playing dead, yet still been unmasked. Spa! And before the plea could leave his mouth, the 2-meter greatsword blurred across space, hundreds of incisions flashing in an instant, knees, flesh, and viscera scattered like torn pages of a sacred tome drifting slowly downward. So divine retribution truly existed. Na faint translucent soul flickered into existence beside the ruined corpse, gazing upon its own dismembered remains, suddenly recalling the words of the church's priest. But before reflection could settle, a colossal gravitational pull surged forth, drawing countless spectral forms in unison toward a distant, unseen locus. Soon they would learn death was merely the commencement of employment. And meanwhile, as the city's defense forces vanished beneath the tide of undeath, Ironwall City surrendered all resistance. Under the vanguard of hulking abominations, waves of skeletal warriors flooded every street, first and foremost converging upon the 7 branch shrines of the divine temples. Abandoned temple acolytes and clerics cowered behind failing magical wards, chanting desperate prayers to their gods, whose silence remained absolute. The ancient wards, forged over centuries, splintered under corrosive winds and relentless blows, and colossal statues toppled under the crushing weight of abominations, shattering into jagged ruins. Don't kill me. I surrender." And the haughty temple overseers collapsed to their knees begging for mercy with trembling voices. One particularly desperate man drew a dagger and began hacking away at his own flesh, hoping to mimic a skeleton and infiltrate the enemy ranks. And alas, he bled out before delivering his third cut. At that moment, a skeletal mage summoned fresh bone constructs from the fallen, fulfilling the dead man's lifelong dream. And amidst the chaos, legions of undead strode across pulverized divinities, cutting down every foe without pause. In the realm of the undead, surrender held no meaning, only transformation into kin warranted trust. And swiftly the 7 temple branches in Ironwall City were reduced to rubble. Panicked citizens fled en masse toward the sole remaining sanctuary, the Holy Light Church. Many had witnessed the holy luminary sovereign effortlessly slay the starfire deity, an act they now clung to as their last hope. And before the Holy Light Church's gates, crowds swelled, spontaneously kneeling, imploring divine protection. And the most devout drew forth their personal copies of the sacred tome and began reciting its verses aloud. Minutes later, heavy footfalls echoed from every direction. The terrifying undead legion emerged from all sides. And they're here. They're here. Oh God, save us. And the sovereign pities all sentient beings. And amid terrified gazes, a lone skeleton strode past a kneeling devotee mid-prayer, and with one clean stroke bisected 2 civilians scrambling inward. Some quick-witted souls instantly grasped the truth. And the wealthy produced heavy sacks of coin, shouting offers to purchase sacred tomes on the spot. Others snatched the tomes directly from praying hands, feigning piety as they flipped through the pages. It availed them nothing. True believers bore the subtle radiant aura of sanctified light, undetectable to mortals yet screamingly obvious to undead senses. And moreover, you're holding the book upside down. If you refuse the light even in death, then embrace eternal oblivion instead. And soon all false believers were purged, and the undead legion withdrew as if the remaining living were invisible. Those spared exhaled in profound relief, faith in the holy luminary sovereign now burning deeper than ever. And then a missionary emerged from within, his smile serene and gentle. The holy luminary sovereign shelters every sincere believer, and beneath his radiance all malevolence shatters like glass. His voice, amplified by some unfathomable power, resonated across the entire city, prompting desperate prayers from citizens who had failed to reach the church in time. O sovereign, have mercy, and we offer you our unwavering faith. Na miracle unfolded. Skeletal warriors who had already raised their bone blades froze mid-swing. One even fractured its own arm from the abrupt halt, calmly snapped the broken limb free, reattached it, and turned toward its next target. Witnessing this, survivors erupted in joy and prayed with renewed fervor. Even devotees of rival temples began defecting en masse. Gradually a vast current of faith coalesced from across the city, glowing with soft, sacred white light. And amidst cheers the missionary spoke again. Those who chant the sovereign's name shall know no encroachment by evil. Evil undead shall surely, and thwip. Na black arrow sliced past his throat with lethal precision. And the missionary fell silent. He had spoken too long, forgetting that Lord still walked the city. And too fearful to utter another word, he obediently retrieved the sacred tome and led the crowd in solemn recitation. The sovereign created all things, and elsewhere, in the city lord's mansion, those who had attempted escape now lay strewn across the floor, corpses and skeletons alike. Xena stood atop the dragon-head statue, lowering her longbow with simmering displeasure, her crimson eyes flickering with restless fire. Those useless opportunists could scavenge all they liked, but to arrogantly pontificate in his presence. Were it not for their shared service to the Emperor, she would have transformed him into the very evil undead he mocked, and banished him to mine or in the Mistvale Valley for eternity. After a long pause, she carefully withdrew a porcelain vial from her pocket, tipped out a single sugar pill, and placed it upon her tongue, immediately feeling lighter, brighter. As the Emperor had said, sweetness uplifts the heart. Let's go to the next place. And Xena smiled anew and tapped her foot against the dragon. In a private space of unknown origin, 6 deities from the Duchy of Highlank gathered once more. One of the deities distributed a stack of magical newspapers to everyone, stating in a calm tone, "Take a look. The unknown undead army has attacked Iron Wall City, and the Holy Light Church is making a desperate stand. The undead calamity continues to wreak havoc, causing panic, and the Holy Light scriptures are skyrocketing in price. I just want a sense of security. Followers of the Holy Light Church become dark horses in the matchmaking market. The 7 great temples in action has triggered panic, and the public is calling for the Holy Light Church to establish sub-temples. All the content without exception praises the Holy Light Church, while subtly disparaging the seven great. Moreover, the credibility is extremely high. The organization known as the Holy Light Daily seemed to witness the events firsthand, even featuring close-up photographs of a bone dragon and images of the undead retreating before the followers of the Holy Light Church, making it impossible to refute. When this plan was proposed by "You shouldn't you give us an explanation?" the expressions of the deities turned serious as they looked at one of the green-clad deities. "Don't look at me like that, you all agreed to let the undead confront the annoying Holy Light Church, didn't you?" The wind god defended himself. He felt helpless as the Holy Light Church clearly belonged to the holy faction, which should be the absolute nemesis of the undead. Yet the result was that these undead, perhaps intoxicated from their past lives, chose to beat up the hidden temples instead of confronting their sworn enemies from the holy faction. But the fact is, our sub-temple in Iron Wall City has been destroyed, the believers have turned traitor, and the Holy Light Church is growing stronger. You must bear the primary responsibility. That's right, you must expel these undead, who appeared out of nowhere, and compensate for our losses. The other deities did not easily relent. "This is impossible." The wind god's expression also darkened. He could vaguely sense the existence of a powerful undead entity. Though only a demigod, its strength was not inferior to his own. As a deity who practiced the laws of wind, he always prioritized safety, even ambushing enemies far weaker than himself, let alone facing such a formidable opponent directly. "Enough!" The heavy mountain god, who had remained silent in the center, interrupted the argument. "These are trivial matters. You can divide the influence of the Starfire Temple among yourselves to compensate for the losses. Now the important thing is how to deal with these two forces." Agreed. The deities calculated in their hearts that after annexing the influence of the Starfire Temple, it would be enough to cover the losses of Iron Wall City, and thus they all agreed. According to the latest intelligence, this undead army has already captured the entire area north of Iron Wall City, with a total number exceeding 500,000. What is even more puzzling is that in the areas they attacked there always appeared Holy Light Church members, seizing the opportunity to recruit followers. Strangely, these undead seem to ignore them, which is unheard of. The heavy mountain god expressed his confusion. If it weren't for the fact that the holy faction and the undead are sworn enemies, it would be impossible for them to cooperate. I would have thought they were one and the same. That's not impossible. Perhaps the master of the undead realm and the master of the holy faction have become one person. The wind god shrugged jokingly. "Then I would rather believe you are truly the god of wind." This is indeed impossible, but the current issue is that they are practically indistinguishable from a single entity, and we must eliminate them simultaneously. The heavy mountain god frowned. The other deities fell silent, with no one willing to speak up. If they were to eliminate them, who would go? The deity of the Holy Light Church, while appearing to be of the golden tier, could annihilate deities in an instant. And that undead demigod, not only was its own strength formidable, but its origins were also mysterious. If it truly came from the undead empire, killing her would bring a monumental disaster. They were not like the foolish Starfire, who could hide in the back and let the deities do the work. What is the point of risking their lives when only tens of thousands of faith are gained in a month? Being deities, the heavy mountain god naturally understood their thoughts, and did not keep them in suspense, directly stating, "I have a method that does not require us to act directly, but it does carry some risk. As long as we can eliminate them, taking a little risk is worth it." Indeed, the heavy mountain's mind is sharp. Upon hearing that they wouldn't need to personally intervene, several deities sighed in relief and began to flatter. "Don't be too quick to rejoice." The heavy mountain god shook his head and slowly said, "My plan is to withdraw the guards of all temples at the Abyssal Passage under the pretext of resisting the undead, moving the defense line behind Iron Wall City, sealing the battle line, and letting the abyssal monsters deal with the Holy Light Church and those undead." Meanwhile, in the Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan looked at the dream grass struggling to move before him, somewhat surprised. He did not expect that just after his reputation had risen, a power would come to voluntarily pledge allegiance. "Why?" The dream grass shook its leaves in response, projecting an image into the air. Jiang Yan was taken aback after watching for a moment. He realized there was a direct connection to him. Due to the onslaught of Xena's undead army, and the continuous leveling of over 4000 angels, the formidable monsters in the Mist Valley suffered heavy casualties. Some weaker monsters seized the opportunity to escape, including the demonized Muscle Rabbit tribe. They were numerous, reproduced quickly, and most crucially, they lacked intelligence, making them natural enemies of the Dreamgrass tribe. After attempting to create terrifying illusions in their minds, the rabbits' reaction in their panic was actually to eat voraciously. Seeing their numbers dwindling, the Dreamgrass tribe had no choice but to choose to depend on the newly rising Holy Spirit City. After understanding the reasons, Jiang Yan silently chose to agree. These beings excel in creating illusions and conducting mental interference, thus transplanting a portion into the Holy Spirit City and further refining it could potentially yield great benefits. For instance, creating illusions that simulate a full 8 hours of sleep or a completed rest period would not only care for the employee's mental and physical health, but also not disrupt work. Truly perfect. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will instruct my subordinates to protect you. Yablik, you will accompany him on this trip." "Yes, master." The Dreamgrass projected a line of text with delight thanking him, and after sending the other party away, Jiang Yan took out a dazzling token. Having slain the Starfire god a few days prior, he had already met the advancement conditions, but out of safety concerns he chose to wait until he returned to the base before upgrading. According to a certain expert's comprehensive explanation of all realms, 99 articles, even without advancing, the experience gained from killing monsters would still accumulate. Use. With a silent thought, the token suddenly shattered into countless azure particles that merged into his body. The source of magical power surged forth like a rushing river, transforming into a vast ocean under immense might. This was the last accumulation before becoming a god. After advancing to demigod, a seed of law would be condensed, which needed to be nourished with sufficient magical power to blossom and bear fruit, ultimately evolving into a divine kingdom. After a full half hour, the expansion of magical power gradually calmed and the prompt from the realms echoed in his ears. "You have advanced to Diamond Level 1, gaining the Lord Skill Command of the Unbound and the Professional Skill Resurrection of the Fallen." Jiang Yan looked at the newly acquired skills somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, the Lord skills before becoming a god primarily focused on minor group enhancements or army control, such as his second skill War Frenzy and third skill War Control, but after advancing to Gold it seemed to have deviated. For example, the Lord skill Military Command can ignore level increases and provide a 20% boost to all abilities, which in the later stages could rival divine techniques. The ability he gained this time was similarly extraordinary. Jiang Yan lifted his gaze to look at the description. Lord Skill Command of the Unbound. Within a certain range, it allows one to reject a predetermined outcome once and redirect it towards a more favorable possibility, usable once per day. This already entered the realm of rules, and it could even alter the rewards dropped by defeated bosses. Logically, such a skill shouldn't be obtained before becoming a god unless... Jiang Yan suddenly recalled a previously overlooked gain fortune. Now that he thought about it, it must have been the accumulation of these seemingly insignificant strokes of fortune that allowed him to acquire such a higher level ability. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan reached into the void and pulled out a corpse. Ding! The Hand of God has successfully activated. You have obtained a golden level skeleton X1. I refuse. With a thought, Jiang Yan activated the Lord Skill Command of the Unbound. Instantly, the golden level skeleton vanished from his hands, and a peculiar force guided his hands deeper into the void until at a certain moment he pulled with all his might. A massive skeleton crashed down, and Jiang Yan, caught off guard, ended up being pinned beneath it, appearing. Two legacy angels who were following from afar brightened their eyes, hastily flying forward to open the Holy Light Chronicles pen in hand, recording. In the first year of Holy Light, on the 64th day, the Holy Lord was not crushed under the skeleton. The writing faded, and under the influence of a powerful law, this scene was permanently erased from history. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan raised his hand to store the bones and quickly tidied his clothes while looking at the prompt panel. Successful change. You have obtained a demigod level flame dragon skeleton. It turned out to be an experience of good fortune. Jiang Yan suddenly realized. What a pity, he had always been confident in his luck, and this effect could only be considered icing on the cake. A bit regretful, he shifted his gaze back to the professional skills, and a glimmer of shock flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. Exclusive professional skill Resurrection of the Fallen forcibly allows a once-dead, undead being to return to life, limited to once. Wow. Does this mean that the summoned undead can be killed and then summoned again? This completely defies the law of conservation. Science is done for. Jiang Yan hurried to the undead zone, recruiting 300 skeleton warriors from 3 high-level cemeteries. Under a 5-fold enhancement of the Death Finger, instantly 300 fresh skeletons turned into a pile of fragments. Resurrection of the Fallen. Jiang Yan waved the Staff of Calamity, activating the skill. Under a special wave of death's law, the fragments on the ground rapidly gathered and pieced together. For the Emperor. With a faint roar echoing, the 300 elite skeleton warriors reappeared in their original positions, even their stances holding the bone blades unchanged. Truly incredible. It seems I must often accompany Xena into battle before becoming a god. Jiang Yan's eyes reflected a hint of joy. Since the deceased undead can be revived again, it certainly should not be wasted. As for after becoming a god, each deity would master a skill called Divine Blessing, where devout followers with the deity's permission could temporarily borrow one of the deity's abilities. Furthermore, if Anna and the others did not mind, they could even borrow the control of the undead for use. The thought of angels summoning the undead was exciting. Holy Lord, an eagle requests an audience. At this time, a legacy angel stepped forward. Oh, why has it come? Let it in. Jiang Yan's spiritual sense expanded, discovering it was indeed the giant eagle controlled by Xena. Great undead Emperor Lady Xena entrusted me to report a matter to you. The giant eagle crouched on the ground, speaking respectfully. Rise, what is it? Lady Xena accidentally discovered unusual movements at the abyssal passage. After controlling a high-ranking individual, she learned that those pseudo-gods intended to withdraw all the temple guards. Oh! Jiang Yan pondered slightly and instantly understood the other party's intentions. This was an open strategy. They either had to abandon the territory they currently held and the believers, or directly resist the abyss. Outside the frontline position of the abyssal passage in the Duchy of Highlank, a well-equipped army was rushing through the night. Most of them wore armor and wielded weapons that glimmered with a faint glow, clearly enchanted items of considerable value. This was the Temple Coalition army originally tasked with guarding the abyssal passage. After receiving divine orders, they hastily gathered their military supplies overnight, preparing to head to the nearest super-large teleportation array to reach Windstorm City. Inside a luxurious magical vehicle, damn, that old guy from the 6th Army actually refused to let us use the teleportation array. Forget it, forget it. We're dying anyway. What's the point of being angry about it? Another person laughed. That's true. Without our support and large-scale war machinery, they probably won't last an hour, right? The mood of the high-ranking officials of the temple calmed down. He casually opened the window of the magical transport vehicle and glanced outside. Pretty fast. We're almost at the border of Ironwall City. Wait, Ironwall City. He suddenly widened his eyes. How could it be Ironwall City? That was the area ravaged by the undead. They were clearly supposed to head to the super-large teleportation array in Doker City, which would have allowed them to avoid the direction of the undead. No one, not even the most well-equipped army, would think of engaging the undead in a skirmish. That was practically a death sentence. Damn it! Who altered the route without permission? He angrily raised his head and looked at the 7 people in the vehicle who were qualified to command the entire army. Oh wait, Starfire God is dead. He no longer has the qualification. Though it's a sad matter, at least it clears him of suspicion. The traitor must be among the remaining 6. Which of you altered the route without permission? Turn around immediately. The laughter in the vehicle came to an abrupt halt as they slowly turned 6 pairs of eyes, gazing at him simultaneously. Didn't you understand? The high-ranking official of the Starfire Temple felt an inexplicable chill and instinctively raised his voice. Why are we heading to Ironwall City? Are you trying to seek death? Yes, aren't you? A strange smile suddenly appeared on the faces of the 6, and they spoke in unison. It seems we have a traitor among us. What do you mean? Watching his former colleagues close in, the high-ranking official of the Starfire Temple could not help but take 2 steps back. Together, let's pledge allegiance to the great undead emperor. The 6, wearing eerie smiles, ignited all the magical power within them, opening their arms as they lunged at the high-ranking official of the Starfire Temple. No, no, don't come any closer. Boom! The high-ranking official of the Starfire Temple, with no resistance, was turned to ashes by the self-explosion of the 6 equally skilled experts. Only a final remnant remained. Was I truly the traitor? A brilliant magical spark erupted in the night, turning all life within several hundred meters into dust. At the same time, ghostly green flames suddenly ignited from both sides of the army as massive abominations clawed their way out of the earth, rapidly charging toward the temple forces. Enemy attack! It's the undead. The temple army had not yet recovered from the shock of losing their high-ranking official when countless undead warriors surged in from all directions as if they had been lying in ambush. In an instant, the sky was filled with screams. Yet the Temple Coalition army was indeed the most elite force of Highlank, crafted with considerable investment. Even the High Priest of the Starfire Temple only dared to cut a small portion of the military budget. Illuminating spells shot into the sky, illuminating dozens of miles around. After a brief chaos, a significant number of mid-ranking temple officials began organizing the warriors to counterattack. Temple Knight stepped forward, advanced the line by 10 meters. One by one tall warriors stepped forward, their bright silver armor automatically extending at the joints to envelop their entire bodies. They took down the heavy swords from their backs and inserted several soul crystals into the grooves of the sword hilts. Instantly a faint glow illuminated the sword blades, emanating a sense of sharpness and weight. Drink! With a synchronized roar, the temple knights swung their long swords, unleashing sword chi several meters long, each capable of cleaving through multiple skeleton warriors. The temple mages in the rear also began chanting spells as various elemental magic began to converge. Blazing fire sea, ice crystal storm, earth binding spell. In an instant, large numbers of skeletons fell in the magical frenzy. A massive abomination with 4 hands full of skeletons stuffed them into its belly while charging forward, braving the attacks. Enhanced to maximum level, the devouring and continuous magical attacks were at a stalemate. After paying the price of half its body, it finally reached the front of the temple knights, leaping up, aiming to bypass these iron lumps and attack the mages behind. But several earth spike-like structures in the rear glinted faintly, a layer of yellowish light spreading out. Gravitational halo. The leaping abomination fell heavily to the ground and was slain under the siege of several temple knights. Emperor, are you not going to intervene? On top of the demigod-level poison dragon, Xena softly asked, her slender gray-white hands unconsciously reaching for the longbow on her back. I just want to observe the combat strength of these top elites of the duchy. Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. In his past life, after reaching divine level, he spent most of his time in the true abyssal world, having hardly engaged with the forces here. From the looks of it now, those enchanted weapons and high-level mages were indeed formidable. It was somewhat difficult to handle with just a few abominations and basic skeleton soldiers. Though there was a reason for letting them off easy, the high-level bone dragon and 2 demigod-level skeletons had not entered the fray. Yet the enemy had already lost 7 under Xena's cheating-level skills. With 6 top commanders gone, some large-scale war machinery could not even be deployed in time. This was just as well. Later, capturing them along with their weapons would likely pose no problem for guarding the abyssal passage in the short term. The 4000 angels still leveling up could also come here to the abyssal passage for experience. Just as the two were conversing, the battle situation underwent another change. The dead abominations continuously oozed yellow-green corrosive gas. Although the wind mages in the rear blew it away at the first opportunity, a considerable amount still clung to the armor of the surrounding knights. Adding to this were some abominations hiding in the rear, transformed into corrosive halos, creating a dualier effect, causing the enchantment patterns on the armor to gradually flicker between light and dark. The elite skeleton archers in the rear keenly detected the flaw. Some of them had undergone extreme enhancement. Double shot, triple shot, up to 3 arrows can be shot at once. Aiming precision within a kilometer, every shot hits the target. The sky was filled with arrows that accurately struck the moment the temple knights were unable to retract their swords, continuously hitting the decaying spots on their armor. Clang, 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 pft. A barely perceptible different sound announced the death of this temple knight. Before he could fall, the next moment the power of necromancy descended. The temple knight who had been fighting the undead suddenly turned and slashed at his comrade. Caught off guard, the two were killed on the spot, joining the ranks of the undead. In an instant, the situation began to spiral out of control. The seemingly indestructible defense line began to collapse at a visible speed. More and more temple knights were slain, becoming undead. At that moment, the advanced enchanted equipment had instead become a weapon for slaughtering comrades. The commanders and mages in the rear showed expressions of horror, gulping down magic potions and casting spells. But it was of no use, as numerous undead and transformed temple knights mercilessly crossed through the magical bombardments, slaying these precious mages and turning them into allies. This is the true strength of the undead. No matter how strong you are, once you lose even one person, let's go together. Looking at the already defeated Divine Temple Coalition, Jiang Yan directly issued the order. Behind him, the 3 skeletal dragons and 2 demigod-level skeletons silently nodded and flew down. In an instant, flames and frost covered the entire battlefield. Such creatures as dragons on a national-level battlefield were akin to nuclear weapons. However, the Divine Temple Coalition truly lived up to its name as an elite force. Despite being besieged by 1 million skeletons, and facing an ever-increasing number of foes, they held on for more than 10 hours. Many devout warriors of the Divine Temple even resorted to self-detonation to avoid being enslaved. Yet such tricks were effective only against ordinary skeleton mages. Under the exclusive control of the undead sovereign, shattered flesh and blood reassembled. The elite warriors of the Divine Temple, who verbally refused, ultimately obediently served the realm of the undead. Those fallen warriors in battle were resurrected under the effect of resurgence of the dead. The battle concluded without a single injury, and they gained nearly 200,000 elite soldiers. You have gained experience 3 million, and you have been promoted to Diamond Tier 2. Looking at the prompt panel, Jiang Yan shook his head, slightly wondering why the various realms were becoming increasingly stingy with experience. My lord, what orders do you have next? Xena inquired. Naturally, in her mind, it was to continue the slaughter, but since the lord had arrived, she had to follow his arrangements. Jiang Yan weighed the fragments of the harvest seed in his hand. Thanks to Xena's efforts, he had already accumulated over 5 million death origins, and summoning the second spirit of the necropolis was just around the corner. Didn't those false gods decree to resist the undead army? We can't let them down. Jiang Yan turned and smiled. I'll leave it to you. If those false gods intervene, I will take action. He felt confident now with over 5 million death origins. Those were no more than the equivalent of weaklings from his past life, easily dealt with upon revealing themselves. Rest assured, my lord. Upon hearing this, Xena became excited, her crimson eyes sparkling incessantly. Can I kill them all? The usual rule applies: eliminate the wicked and spare the good. Jiang Yan said helplessly. All right. Xena immediately felt a bit deflated. From what she understood, those enemies usually lacked resolve, and could easily be swayed by the birdmen to worship the holy light, the so-called good people. Only a few resolute warriors dared to face death and join the ranks of the undead army. By the way, did you finish the candy that the giant eagle gave you last time? Jiang Yan smiled slightly at this and took out a large ceramic jar from his pocket, handing it over. This is a new version modified by the spirit foodmaster, infused with some soul fragments. The texture is like popping candy. Give it a try. Thank you, my lord. Xena received the ceramic jar with a hint of surprise, her smile returning to her lips. This should be the second time the lord has given her something. She heard that those birdmen had yet to receive anything. It seemed clear to Jiang Yan that those angels could only serve as ornamental figures, while the undead were the truly reliable force. As long as you like it. Seeing Xena inexplicably cheerful, Jiang Yan also smiled. Caring for the mental well-being of subordinates is a necessary quality for an excellent leader. After all, a good mood leads to more diligent work. All right, it's time to set off. Jiang Yan glanced at the now clean battlefield below. The abyssal passage could not wait. If those monsters broke through the front line, it would be hard to control. Under both of their commands, the massive undead army was orderly divided into 2 teams. Xena led 1,000,000 skeletons, abominations, and 3 skeletal dragons towards Gale City. Jiang Yan led the Divine Temple's undead legion back to the abyss front. Meanwhile, in the far north, a land filled with death energy and remnants far from the Beyrant, 2 crows flew down from the sky, transforming into 2 scythes. Great Crow, I don't understand why we must change into this form. One of the crows said. Do you want to become undead? That kind of existence mines underground 24 hours a day, and when their hands break, they just find discarded bones to attach and keep working. The other crow replied. Of course not. Then listen to me. This lord enjoys this appearance. All right, what a peculiar taste. The crow said knowingly. Let's go. Once we're inside, don't speak recklessly. The 2 crows, transformed into scythes, entered the land of remnants, bowed respectfully, and called out, Mighty Lord of the Abyss, Master of Death, please reveal yourself to us. The entire space remained unresponsive, but the 2 crows slightly bent the handles of the scythes, patiently waiting. Half an hour later, the bones on the ground began to tremble, growing increasingly vigorous. The earth collapsed in the center, and a dragon-shaped creature assembled from various bones slowly floated upwards. On its back stood a man clad in a black robe, holding a scythe, his skeletal-like face faintly visible beneath his clothing. He looked at the 2 crows transformed into scythes and said with satisfaction, You understand the rules. Now tell me what brings you here. My lord, we come to convey the orders of the Lord of the Undead. As he spoke, one scythe tossed out a black token. The token hovered in the air, the words Imperial Order inscribed in the center, projecting 2 lines of text. Order: the Harvest Lord of the Undead Empire is to proceed immediately to the Beyrant Alliance and retrieve unknown undead without fail. Beyrant Alliance, where is that? The frail man was momentarily taken aback, pulling out a tattered map and examining it for a long time before finally finding the name in an inconspicuous area at the bottom left corner. He immediately frowned and said, Too far, I'm not going. As he spoke, he prepared to return to the underground pit. My lord, this is the command of the Lord of the Undead. A pretender aiming to steal a divine position, yet not even putting in the effort to disguise himself, truly thinks he is the undead emperor. The The frail man scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that it wouldn't take much effort to give him some face, I wouldn't care to go so far. My lord, the lord of the undead, said that the undead appearing there bears a striking resemblance to a spirit recorded in the Empire's treasured ancient tome, named Eternal Fallen Elf, the Lord of Death Arrows Xena. He suspects this may also be a being seeking to steal divine status, having acquired secrets of the ancient undead realm. One of the crows hurriedly explained. Oh! The skeletal man halted his descent, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The deities of the undead realm were incredibly mysterious. Ordinary people had no knowledge of their existence. The undead empire had unexpectedly acquired an ancient treasure tome that recorded some powerful deities of the undead realm, which was how they knew so many secrets. It appeared that the undead imitating Xena must have also obtained some secrets of the undead realm. Interesting, that makes it worth a trip. The skeletal man gently paused the scythe in his hand, and countless undead beings crawled up from the earth, including several mid-tier and high-tier divine creatures. Then he took out a pair of deep red magical lenses, pried his eyes open, and inserted them. In the year of holy light, on the 71st day, Xena led the army of the undead, pushing forward relentlessly. Along the way, dozens of villages fell, and by the time they reached the city of Gale, over 2 million warriors had gathered. Despite the presence of many low-quality skeletons among them, the sheer wave of their numbers sent tremors through the entire garrison of the city. This was the headquarters of the Gale Temple, equipped with a magical defense system more advanced than that of Iron Wall City. Yet the four-colored halo enveloping the city did nothing to instill confidence in the defenders. Everyone knew that among the undead was a super-powerful being who had shattered the Kepler-class magical defense system with just 4 arrows. How many arrows could even a stronger defense here hold? A priest from the Gale Temple, mustering his courage, flew forward and shouted, "Respected powerful undead Lord Gale proposes that the destruction caused by divine-level beings is too great, and he hopes you will refrain from acting personally. In exchange, Lord Gale will also not." Bang! Before he could finish, the sound of a bowstring resonated, and a black arrow pierced through the opponent's chest. Xena emotionlessly continued to string her bow, aiming at the magical defense system above the city. How laughable! If they were afraid, then let them show themselves and see if the Emperor's instant death would not take them out. As for the destruction being too great, is that something the undead need to consider? It was just right to give those cheapskate birdmen something to do. Whoosh! 18 arrows pierced into the four-colored halo, creating numerous breaches. The Eternal Spirit Arrow Formation activate. In the next moment, the death energy coalesced into a singular form, and an arcane magic formation appeared. 1,800 energy arrows materialized out of thin air, and in an instant the arrow energy surged forth, shattering the magical defense system designed by Lord Gale himself. Kill. With a cold snort, 3 bone dragons carrying a large group of elite skeleton archers flew towards the city walls, overwhelming the defenders with a rain of arrows combined with the advanced breath of the dragons. Countless fallen bodies rose as skeletons under the necromancer's summons, and in an instant chaos erupted atop the city. Meanwhile, some diamond-tier experts from the temple gritted their teeth and attempted to fly up to intercept the bone dragons. Yet they were either directly controlled by Xena or fell to her arrows, utterly powerless to resist. It should be noted that most lower-tier gods scored between 1,000,000 and 2,000,000. Even with the power of faith, they could not exceed a score of 3,000,000, while Xena, even without military commands, had a score exceeding 3,000,000. How could these half-gods scoring less than that possibly stand against her? Soon the city gates fell, and both sides engaged in a brutal melee. In the face of the overwhelming army of the undead, defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, inside the city, the panic was not as great as imagined. After several days of coverage by a new media outlet, Holy Light Daily, the common people were no longer so afraid of the undead. Some of them raised their holy scriptures high while gathering towards the temple of the Holy Light Church. Some devout believers even neglected to close their doors, beginning to chant the scriptures at home. Indeed, the undead rushing into the city ignored these people and headed straight for the branches of the 7 great temples. Among them, one temple in the city center was particularly luxurious and grand, which was the main temple of the Gale Temple. Under Xena's orders, the giant eagle and golden rat, leading the assault intentionally, did not send any high-tier troops, allowing the lowest-level skeletons to shatter all the magical formations piece by piece. Great Lord Gale, show your divine power and eliminate these undead. I pray for Lord Gale's mercy, save your devout followers. Each temple priest prayed desperately before the statue. But Lord Gale remained as if asleep, not appearing even as the skeletons slowly ground the statue to pieces. I think we should just call him the Turtle God. Truly cowardly as a rabbit, the golden rat scoffed. That makes sense, Brother Mouse has a point. The giant eagle nodded in agreement. At that moment above the clouds, Lord Gale, witnessing his temple being destroyed, was furious. Damn it, two mere golden beasts dare to offend me so. And that damn mountain god saying something about letting them suffer each other's losses, yet only our people ended up dead. The raging wind element began to gather around him, and a powerful wind spell was about to take shape. But at that moment several black arrows shot through the air, interrupting his spellcasting. It was Xena, sensing his location through the unusual gathering of wind elements. Seeing the undead girl riding the demigod poison dragon approach, Lord Gale suddenly came to his senses. Quickly activating the wind element laws, he turned and fled, disappearing into the horizon. Running quite fast, Xena remarked, her expression unfazed. After all, as a deity mastering the laws of wind, she was best at escaping. Not even the useless poison dragon king could catch up. She glanced at Gale City. The battle had nearly concluded, leaving only those pesky humans tainted by the aura of holy light. What a bunch of cowardly fools. Well, there are still so many places to play. Xena took a candy bead and popped it into her mouth, feeling her mood settle, as she commanded the army of the undead to withdraw from Gale City. Let's move on to the next city. On the 73rd day of the year of Holy Light, the army of the undead approached Ice Crystal City. 7 hours later the city fell. The main temple of the Ice Crystal Temple was destroyed, and the Ice Crystal God did not make an appearance. On the 75th day of the year of Holy Light, the 7 temples sent envoys to negotiate peace with the army of the undead, only to be turned into allies by Xena's arrow. On the 76th day, the few gods who could no longer hold on finally decided to seek assistance from the North Elant Alliance. After learning that the opponent was a powerful undead, and that the Abyss Passage of the Highlank Duchy had been taken over by the Holy Light Church, the North Elant Alliance unexpectedly stated that this was an internal conflict of the duchy, and it was inappropriate for the alliance to intervene. On the 81st day of the year of Holy Light, Thunder Ray City, Starfar City, Tide Sea City, and Giant Wood City fell one after another. The main temples of the various deities were destroyed, and their faith suffered a severe blow. Yet during this period the gods did not appear. On the 82nd day of the year of Holy Light, the army of the undead had grown to a staggering 5 million, advancing towards the last stronghold of the 7 Temples, Mountain City. But this time the 7 temples surprisingly grew brave. They did not retreat, nor did they defend the city, but instead concentrated all their strength outside Mountain City, on a vast plain, dispatching envoys to challenge the undead to battle. It seems they want to concentrate their forces for a decisive battle. Jiang Yan and Xena returned to the front lines, standing back to back atop the dragon's head, gazing at the distant army. With so few people left, what qualifications do they have for a decisive battle? There must be some conspiracy. Xena chuckled. Why not just bypass them and steal their home? Never mind. It's rare for them to gather together to send themselves to death. If we go to steal their home, they will probably run away. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Having such a group of people hiding in the dark is too troublesome. It's better to resolve it all at once. The undead world fears no conspiracy. On the 83rd day of the day, the massive army of the undead finally arrived on the battlefield. Under the command of Xena, countless undead spread out to form a surrounding circle, trapping the temple army stationed on the plain. From the sky it looked like a solitary island in an endless black tide, ready to be swallowed at any moment. Indeed, there is a plan. Concealed in the clouds by Annalea's divine magic, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Even a fool serving as a commander would not sit idly by while his troops were completely surrounded. However, he now held over 10 million sources of death, and with Anna Fuloya and over 4000 angels already in position, any plan he devised would be sufficient to crush them. Below, Xena, standing atop the bone dragon, cast a cold glance and unhesitatingly issued the order. Kill! With absolute numerical superiority, there was no need for tactics. The endless army of skeletons surged towards the temple army like an ocean. There was no sound, only the synchronized, dense sound of footsteps and the clattering of bones. By the holy mountain, I truly hope this is a dream. The knights of the temple on the periphery looked at the countless undead with grim expressions. Abandoning the city to engage the undead in a skirmish, we must be mad. The mages in the rear had expressions of bitter laughter. The morale of the entire legion was low. Were it not for a direct command from the gods, they would have likely revolted. Trust in the divine, prepare for battle. A commander forcibly rallied his spirits, shouting. Boom! The two armies collided, entering a state of white heat in an instant. This was an unfair battle. Each temple knight had to face at least over 10 skeleton warriors at the same time, and every second countless bone blades struck upon them. The intricate patterns on the advanced enchanted armor dulled at a visible speed, soon becoming tattered. The outer defensive line faltered and collapsed within 10 minutes. The internal mages were horrified to discover that they had lost the ability to cast spells. No matter how they constructed the magic formations, they could not release any spells. Without magical support, the outnumbered temple army began to fall in droves, joining the undead army summoned by the skeleton mages. The line was constantly pushed forward, and nearly 5 million undead had completely surged onto the plain. At this moment, in the center of the temple army, Zhongshan, what exactly is your plan? If you do not take action soon, we cannot continue accompanying you. Seeing their remaining ranks continually slaughtered, several gods spoke with grim expressions. Had it not been for the repeated assurances from the Zhongshan god that he would deliver a significant blow along with their deep-seated hatred for the undead destroying their temple, they would not have planned to return. The time is about right. The Zhongshan god finally looked at the battlefield, no longer withholding, and cautiously took out a scroll sealed with heavy seals faintly radiating a rich holy power. A holy forbidden spell, the shadow of the Eye of Holy Light. Several knowledgeable gods could not help but exclaim, "How do you possess this item?" "Just a replica." The Zhongshan god shook his head and said, "It nearly cost me and Xing Ho everything I had, and I signed a contract to serve for 1,000 years before the fire god allowed me to receive it. That is enough." Although this group of undead is vast in number, most are the lowest-level skeleton warriors. Under such a high-level holy spell, they cannot possibly survive. We are sure to win. Several gods showed joyful expressions praising. I said that Zhongshan is the most resourceful. But what if that undead comes from the Necromancer Empire? Only the wind god hesitated and said, "Our roots will be completely destroyed. Can we care about that?" The other gods laughed. As expected of one who practices the art of fleeing, you truly are quite cowardly. This is caution. Can divine matters be called cowardice? The wind god defended himself a bit, but no longer opposed. With the holy forbidden spell present, 5 million undead could easily be annihilated. The remaining demigod undead would not stand a chance against their 6 combined. "Let's go, everyone, it is time for us to make our appearance." The Zhongshan god wore a slight smile of a victor as he led the way out of the camp. "After today, the undead shall be annihilated, and Highlank will once again belong to our 6 temples." Together they flew toward the sky, raising their hands to throw out a dazzling scroll that gradually unfolded like a painting. Holy forbidden spell, shadow of the Eye of Holy Light. Such a high-level spell cannot be restricted by area magic suppression. A dazzling radiance sparkled and soared, as if an indescribable deity cast its gaze. All the undead affected by the radiance instantly fell to the ground, losing their vitality. Soon the scroll was fully unfurled, and endless holy light illuminated the entire plain. Except for a very small number of skeletons personally summoned by Jiang Yan, the other 4 million or so had almost all fallen to the ground, their bones piling up like mountains. However, over 100 abominations still managed to hold on, using all their limbs to frantically consume the fallen allies' bones, repairing their burnt flesh. Evil undead, under the majesty of the gods, shall surely be reduced to ashes. The 6 gods strived to rally their momentum, complementing the brilliance of the forbidden spell, their divine might astonishing. The gods have made their move. The gods have indeed not abandoned us. Ha ha ha, these undead are finished. The soldiers below, who had narrowly escaped calamity, could not help but cheer. The 6 gods reveled in this long-awaited glory, their faces beaming. There are still some left alive. One god casually glanced at the battlefield below. It's a counterfeit, a few flaws are understandable, we need not mind them. With this little number, they cannot stir up any trouble. The Zhongshan god glanced and said, "What matters now is to capture that undead powerhouse. Indeed, she must pay the price." The 6 gods swiftly flew towards the bone dragon group, completely locking onto Xena. "You didn't think of fleeing? Do you sense your impending death, evil undead?" After surrounding Xena, they leisurely spoke with the demeanor of victors. "It is indeed rare for a demigod to possess such strength, but unfortunately it is 6 against 1 now, and you have no chance." "Ignorant." Xena crossed her arms, seemingly unperturbed, and shouted towards the sky. "Emperor, they say it is wrong for many to bully the few. It is indeed wrong for many to bully the few, but who is truly in the majority is hard to say." "What people?" The 6 gods were shocked, looking up at the sky. How could this undead have reinforcements? With a light laugh, the ethereal portal of heaven filled with holy aura opened in the sky, and Jiang Yan, holding the disaster along with 2 6-winged angels, and the undead summoned from the body of the fire god, descended riding a giant dragon. Along with 2 demigod-level skeletons and 5 undead dragons, this now became 13 against 6. Lord Skill Military Order, Lord Skill War Frenzy 2 enhancement spells descended. Now it's fair. Jiang Yan surveyed the gods and smiled slightly. Holy Light Church, Holy Lord of Light. How could it be you? The 6 gods were astonished as if they had seen a ghost. You are indeed in league with each other. They had made countless speculations before, and their boldest thought was merely that the two had reached some special agreement. They could not dare to believe that this obviously holy deity would publicly fight alongside the undead. This was even more absurd than the cooperation between Kuan and the Weasel. The most important thing was that he did not fear the scene being exposed. Would all the faith he earned by resisting the undead be buried in vain? This was too unreasonable. Furthermore, with the body of the fire god, this demigod undead could actually control a deity. Wait, fire god, holy lord of light. Not good. The Zhongshan god suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically. He shouted, "Run! This guy has a special ability that can instantly kill." Oh no! Just as he prepared to retreat, he found that the other 5 gods had already flashed several kilometers away without him noticing. Yet he, having been at the forefront, was now surrounded by several of the opposing party. Now it's 13 against 1. Jiang Yan looked regretfully at the fleeing gods. The wind god was one thing, but how did the others escape so quickly? After all, Anna and the others were merely demigods. Their direct combat power was sufficient to crush the enemy, but chasing after a god who was determined to flee was still relatively difficult. Forget it. Let it be a savings on the source of death, just enough to summon the next heroic spirit. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly and stood back. Since it was now a case of more against less, there was no need to waste it. Using it would be fatal. Ha ha ha, even if you kill me, what of it? Your undead have also been wiped out by me, and the fact that your holy light church conspired with the undead has been witnessed by so many. It cannot be concealed. Let's see how you spread faith again. Knowing he was doomed, the Zhongshan god instead let go, laughing as he ordered, "All temple affiliates heed my command. Record the conspiracy between the Holy Light Church and the undead with the recording stone and send it out immediately." Wiped out. Jiang Yan smiled without speaking, waving the disaster. Professional skill, return of the dead. For the Emperor. A faint roar echoed and countless bones seemed to reassemble as if time were reversing, and in an instant the ocean-like army of the undead reappeared on the battlefield. Compared to before, they were now covered in a layer of shimmering holy light. This time under the forbidden spell, Shadow of the Eye of Holy Light. These skeletons not only sustained no injuries but instead moved more swiftly. The temple army, which had just breathed a sigh of relief, fell back into encirclement once again. The Zhongshan god was instantly dumbfounded, asking with difficulty, "Aren't you a deity of the holy light? Why can you summon undead, and why are they not afraid of holy spells? Make a move!" Jiang Yan did not waste time watching the Zhongshan god fall under the assault of Anna and the others and the temple army being submerged by the sea of undead. He opened the portal to heaven once again. 2 legacy angels stepped out. Upon meeting, they excitedly flew to Jiang Yan's side, and the Holy Light Chronicle in their hands automatically opened, recording line after line of text. On the 83rd day of the Holy Light era, the army of the undead breached Zhongshan City, and the 7 gods abandoned their followers and fled. Thankfully, the Holy Lord of Light subdued the evil demigod of the undead with supreme power, preventing this disaster from engulfing Highlank. The text faded and the laws took effect. Your subordinate Xena has conquered Xianbing City, gaining 200 prestige, 5 million experience, and 1 million soul crystals. You have defeated the god of Heavy Mountain, gaining 1 diamond advancement token and 1 demigod advancement contract. The Highlank Duchy is now your faith nation, which can be viewed in the classification panel. You have been promoted to Diamond Tier 7. Returning to Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan pondered over the messages from various realms. Originally, his plan was to infiltrate slowly. With the presence of angels and the 2 classes of preachers and holy light disseminators, no deity could compete. However, unexpectedly, the continuous free baptisms, demonstrations of miracles, coupled with his personal intervention using a hefty price of 500,000 death sources to publicly slay the god of Starfire, yielded results even less impressive than the undead army taking a stroll. After the fall of Heavy Mountain City, under the effect of the Chronicle of Time, King Highlank issued a statement overnight dismantling all the old sites of the 7 temples, declaring that the Holy Light Lord is the only deity of faith for the duchy. Moreover, the wealthy citizens within each city voluntarily contributed funds to build branches of the Holy Light Church. Even the dwarf teams that had prepared to work overtime were forced to halt their actions, receiving the longest vacation since joining Holy Spirit City. A full 72 hours. With the emergence of the undead, everything progressed astonishingly smoothly. This made Jiang Yan realize he had entered a misunderstanding. Why must one always show courtesy before drawing swords? One could directly use the undead to pave the way and then receive faith. After all, most people only understand the value of the holy light after experiencing the shadow of death. After clarifying his direction, Jiang Yan felt a surge of clarity in his thoughts and had a plan for the next steps. However, for now, the most important thing was to tally his gains. He focused his gaze on the rewards for defeating the god of Heavy Mountain. After a brief contemplation, he didn't rush to extract the rewards, but opened the chat channel for various realms, removing someone from the blacklist and sending a message in a temporary private chat. Do you need a diamond advancement token? I do. Upon seeing the quick reply, Jiang Yan pondered and sent another message, 1 legendary blueprint, 1 epic blueprint. This price isn't unreasonable, only about 40 above market price, which the other party could easily ignore. The epic blueprint is fine, but I used up the legendary one. Can I owe you that and give it to you when real transactions open in 9 months? Let's talk about it later. I'm going to take a shower first. Seeing the other party's reply, Jiang Yan decisively ended the chat. Wanna buy on credit? What a joke. Who does she think she is, the Holy Light Lord? Moreover, would he still need that legendary blueprint in 9 months? Returning his gaze to the rewards, Jiang Yan silently chose to refuse the extraction. Lord's skill restriction, unbound, activated. Since he couldn't make the exchange, he would have to try his. In a vague moment, a silhouette of time emerged, and the god of Heavy Mountain was once again shattered by the eternal spirit arrow array, revealing 2 shining treasures at the spot. You have obtained 1 legendary blueprint and 1 demigod advancement contract. See, I told you I was confident in my luck. Jiang Yan's expression brightened, and he decided to use today's opportunity of the divine gadget as well. A corpse resembling a small white-furred dog appeared at the spot. Ding! You have obtained 1 bronze-level beast corpse. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, it seems the emperor has drawn a cute little thing. Xena, standing beside him, chuckled with interest. She had hurried back to witness the arrival of the new companion. Similarly, Anna and Fluoya had also returned. Ahem. Indeed, at least it's quite cute. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly and casually opened the legendary blueprint he had obtained. You have obtained the legendary building blueprint, Holy Light Tribunal. Oh, it's actually a building of the Holy Light system. Jiang Yan focused his gaze. Holy Light Tribunal, a mid-tier subsidiary building in heaven capable of recruiting ascetics and judges, automatically grants 1 mythic level unit as the head and 2 vice heads, requires 20000 soul crystals to build and takes 28 days. Not bad. From the name, it seems to be responsible for judging heretics, which is just right since there are still remnants of the 7 temples in Highlank. Originally, he was worried that the preachers and holy light disseminators were too gentle and the number of angels was insufficient, but now he could rest easy. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan cancelled the dwarf team's vacation and urged them to expedite the construction of the tribunal. After issuing the order, he turned his attention to the resource panel. The number of soul crystals had already exceeded 10 million, but the problem was that the faith power of other lords had been drained, significantly reducing consumption speed. There were still over 2 million soul crystals obtained from clearing the Misty Valley that had not yet been traded. However, this resource is never too much. Not to mention, when he advances to a deity and opens his divine kingdom with only a level 1 talent, the required number of soul crystals will definitely be astronomical. In his past life, the Agrade rapid consumption used up a full 8 million. After casually topping up the soul crystals in the trade channel to the required amount for upgrading the Gate of Heaven, Jiang Yan specifically scraped a bit of ash from the bone dragon to wipe his hands, took a deep breath, and grasped the calamity, reciting, "In my name, permit you to awaken from your slumber." Necromancer Hall activate. A boundless silence and darkness descended. Jiang Yan felt his consciousness traverse through endless space, arriving at that dim and solemn hall. However, this time, before he could properly observe the various spirits in the Necromancer Hall, a snow-white skeleton soldier suddenly stood up from an unknown corner, directly walking towards his consciousness. Jiang Yan examined it closely, slender bones, a smooth head, and a wooden expression. This was clearly the most basic kind of skeleton soldier. No, why would such a low-level life exist in the Necromancer Hall? This was a full 10 million death sources, enough to slay the god of Starfire 20 times. Don't let me down. But contrary to expectations, the green light representing the choice seemed to be drawn directly towards the skeleton. Boom! A slight dizziness hit, and when Jiang Yan came to the scene, had returned to Holy Spirit City. A thin skeleton elegantly bowed and said, "Responding to your call, Emperor." "Rise." Jiang Yan said weakly. "Forget it, I see this kind of skeleton every day. It's better not to respond." "Wait, the skeleton can talk." Jiang Yan suddenly looked up and finally noticed something was amiss. Anna Lia and Fuluoya beside him had unknowingly gripped their holy flame longswords, even activating the powers of the laws of holy light and the laws of etiquette as if they were facing a great enemy. On the other side, Xena looked excited, slightly bowing her head, as she said, "Master of the abyss, of the undead, controller of the mysteries of death, the jester of the gods life and death, the legendary Lord of Death, welcome your arrival." Lord of Death. Jiang Yan was taken aback. The skeleton snapped its fingers, and a pitch-black cloak and a chilling scythe materialized in the void. It lifted its head, and deep red flames suddenly ignited in its eye sockets. "Once again we meet, Emperor. So it's you." Jiang Yan finally recognized him. One of the 8 standing behind him in divine art future, a supreme being from the realm of the undead, the Grim Reaper. "Yes, it is I, your majesty," the Grim Reaper said with a sly smile. "The will of this epic is indeed formidable. Had I not concealed myself in a small skeleton and feigned death to deceive it, I would not have been able to emerge. Those 2 little girls from heaven over there need not be nervous. I am not much stronger than you at the moment. How could you possibly emerge now? Even Lady Tina has not been able to." Analia looked at him in disbelief. Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed out. If the first one had descended, we might have fared better in a few exchanges." Froya also spoke with a hint of disappointment. "Only the Supreme can contend with the Supreme. The most powerful from the realm of the undead descended before the archangels of heaven, and there is no worse news than this. Because I can feign death, what use is strength?" The Grim Reaper said proudly, "In terms of the ability to feign death, I rank second in all realms, and no one dares claim the first. It's just a pity that my Wonkai did not learn it." "Excuse me, Your Excellency Grim Reaper, are you referring to Lord Dark Abyss Dragon as Wonkai?" Xena suddenly asked. "Oh, you know it, but I still think the name Wonkai sounds rather auspicious." Xena's smile froze. "Damn, what a name that embarrasses the realm of the undead." "All right, Grim Reaper, you must not bully them, do you understand?" Jiang Yan said flatly, holding the calamity. He had not anticipated that he would directly summon one of the most powerful beings from the realm of the undead, which instantly reversed the balance of power between heaven and the undead. "Of course, Your Majesty, your will is above all." The Grim Reaper's expression suddenly became serious as he explained, "Strictly speaking, we still count as comrades with heaven. During the ancient epic, only the Holy Light Divine System and our realm of the undead fought against the abyss to the very end. Everyone else was." Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, and the pressure of the abyss descended an indifferent gaze crossing countless planes. "Oh no!" The Grim Reaper's expression changed. The flames in his eyes extinguished in an instant, and then with a crack his skeletal frame scattered to the ground lifeless. The black scythe swiftly slashed several openings in the cloak before burying itself in the soil, breaking into 2 pieces. The indifferent gaze swept back and forth several times before slowly dissipating without finding anything. A few minutes later, the scattered bones automatically reassembled, returning to their original form. Indeed, quite skillful. The several onlookers watched this scene with strange expressions, feeling that the supreme being adept at feigning death had lost a bit of its grandeur. "Your Majesty, I beg for forgiveness. I was momentarily careless." The restored Grim Reaper immediately apologized. "It is of no consequence." Jiang Yan shook his head. He had experienced this scene once before. It seemed there were some things that the will of the epics and the realms did not want him to know. With a thought, the Grim Reaper's information appeared in his mind. Grim Reaper Tier Unique. Divine Status Grim Reaper. Level Demigod Tier 10 Unknown. Faith Level Fanatical. Mastered Laws Supreme Laws of Death. Proficient Abilities Feigning Death Customization Blessing of the Grim Reaper Undead Divine Arts. Total 172 items. Comprehensive rating 4990000. Goodness, this is what you call not much stronger than you. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This was nearly 10 times stronger. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Your Majesty." As if guessing Jiang Yan's thoughts, the Grim Reaper spoke with slight embarrassment. "I deceived the will of the epic by feigning death to descend here. Using my abilities carelessly could easily lead to detection. Don't tell me you can't make a move." Jiang Yan's smile suddenly faded. "Not quite. I can occasionally use my abilities and feign death to deceive them, but I cannot do so too many times. Although the will of the epic lacks intellect, it will grow angry if played with too often and will directly annihilate the area." The Grim Reaper explained. "To put it simply, it's the rage of impotence. How many times is too many? Ahem, temporarily it is 2. No, it's 3 times. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression darken, the Grim Reaper quickly corrected himself. Understood. Jiang Yan nodded. He was powerful but could not strike easily, knowledgeable yet unable to reveal much. Isn't it just like having an extra grandfather? Recalling the Archangel's phantom he had previously summoned, which had easily seen through the Abyss demigod at just the golden tier, it seemed that the Grim Reaper at the same tier could easily annihilate a mid-tier god. Doesn't that mean he can act without worry? If in the future, as more territories are occupied, he could launch a devastating challenge against all Abyss channels at once, drawing all descending demons together and resolving them all. In this way he could expand without any concerns. Jiang Yan quickly calculated the optimal way to maximize benefits in his mind. However, how to arrange him on a daily basis was indeed a problem. Having him follow closely felt rather strange. Who would like to have a Grim Reaper with a scythe trailing them all day? Letting him go to the front lines. What if he couldn't help but strike? That would be a tremendous waste. Your Majesty, you need not worry about me, the Grim Reaper said with a smile. As long as there is death, I can arrive in an instant. As for the usual. He dug a pit in the area with the most bones in the realm of the undead, then buried himself in it. To experience more death is what a Grim Reaper should do. A muffled voice came from beneath the soil. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be speechless. Dealing with this old fellow was indeed quite effortless. He turned around to find Analia and Froya looking worried, hesitant to speak. He chuckled and said, "Would you like to try activating the Gate of Heaven once more to summon an Archangel?" "Ah, can we, Your Holiness?" The two looked at him with surprise. This was indeed what they had in mind. After all, with the supreme being from the realm of the undead appearing, it felt unsettling without an Archangel to oversee things. Of course, but be careful not to attract the attention of the epics will again, otherwise I suspect I would become a focal point for it. Jiang Yan teased. "Rest assured, Your Holiness. We will go right away." Upon hearing this, the two six-winged angels eagerly flew towards the city outskirts. "It's the first time I've seen them so anxious." Jiang Yan chuckled, shaking his head. However, it wasn't a bad thing. If those in heaven became anxious and thought of a way to descend, wouldn't that mean having two grandfathers? "Your Majesty, you truly pamper them," Xena said with a hint of envy from the side. "If it were you, I would do the same." Jiang Yan's gaze was clear as he smiled gently. Xena was slightly taken aback, then lowered her head, chuckling softly. "I wouldn't be like those two little girls who only go to their parents when faced with trouble. I would help the Emperor conquer more territory." At the border of the Belront Alliance, dozens of formidable warriors, rarely seen in ordinary times, stood motionless beside the teleportation array like mere underlings. The one at their head exuded an aura verging on that of a mid-tier deity. He was the Alliance's strongest being Darkstar deity. The others were national patron deities of the Alliance's constituent realms. Why would His Excellency from the Necrotic Empire deign to visit our humble realm? One could not help but murmur softly. I suspect it relates to the necromantic sovereign who recently appeared in Highlank. That is why Heavy Mountain deity sought my aid earlier, and I refused. Darkstar deity shook his head faintly. Thank the heavens. Heavy Mountain deity may be dead, but if he were secretly aligned with the Necrotic Empire and provoked His Excellency's wrath, none of us would survive. Another deity remarked, still trembling inwardly. Surely it cannot be so extreme. We are vassals of the Flameblaze Empire. Would he dare commit such transgressions within its sovereign territory? A younger, less experienced deity voiced his skepticism. Then tell me, why may a foreign deity freely utilize the Empire's interregional teleportation array, while Flameblaze deity himself dares not even appear? He is the sovereign of the Necrotic Abyss, the Grim Reaper who commands the final harvest of all life. TCH. Still just as much fabrication as we are. Silence. His Excellency approaches. Darkstar deity urgently cut in, his expression instantly deepening into reverent solemnity. The rarely activated long-range intercontinental teleportation array blazed to life. From its radiant core emerged two horned demons, each over 10 meters tall. Then followed a mammoth towering more than 30 meters high, a one-armed titan, the desecrated corpse of a fallen deity, and an 8-headed serpent. Legendary beings long thought extinct. All were undead, each weakest among them radiating power far surpassing Darkstar deity's own. Every head bowed lower. Even the brash young deity clamped his mouth shut tight. Such deference was no shame. An ancient saying from an ineffable civilization declares, "He who perceives the tides of circumstance is truly wise." These terrifying undead stood silently aside like obedient retainers. The array pulsed once more. and a grotesque draconic entity emerged. Upon its back stood a man cloaked in black gripping a scythe, his deep crimson eyes glinting faintly beneath the hood. Exalted sovereign of the necrotic abyss, the grim reaper who governs the final harvest of all life. Welcome to Belront, declared Darkstar deity stepping forward with forced composure. Oh, you welcome me. For the first time I hear such an amusing phrase. The figure upon the dragon regarded them with quiet amusement. Does that mean you all wish to become undead? This. Cold sweat broke across Darkstar deity's brow. Several other deities trembled visibly at the knees. No need for tension. You are not yet worthy to serve me. The Grim Reaper withdrew his gaze and spoke coolly. I have come for this one. He produced a skull and pressed firmly upon its eye sockets. Two eerie flames ignited within the hollows, projecting a shimmering holographic image: pale gray skin, violet scale armor, and pointed ears. The unmistakable visage of Xena. Your Excellency, I know her. Before Darkstar deity could speak, the inexperienced deity rushed forward eagerly. She appears within the Duchy of Highlank, usually astride either a bone dragon or a demigod-tier venomous dragon, commanding an undead legion exceeding 1 million souls. He rapidly recited intelligence gathered through covert channels. Fascinating. She dares enslave dragon corpses and command a 1 million-strong undead host at only demigod rank. The Grim Reaper sounded genuinely surprised. Dragon's might was legendary. Even the necrotic empire dared not openly deploy dragon remains. Even he, for ceremonial purposes, had merely assembled a draconic form from disparate cadavers. So, a reckless novice then. He gave a slight wry shake of his head. Were word to reach Dragoncliff, thousands upon thousands of divine-tier dragons would descend, and leave not even ash behind. Yet how could a mere demigod wield 1 million undead? Such defiance violates the fundamental laws of necromancy, unless she has somehow stolen a fragment of divine authority. A sudden realization struck him. Astounding. Hundreds of deities within the necrotic empire had spent eons attempting to usurp divinity, yet none had ever succeeded. Then this journey was indeed well-timed. A faint smile touched the Grim Reaper's lips as he turned toward the eager informant. Well done. Your intelligence holds great value. I shall reward you. Many thanks, exalted Grim Reaper. The deity's face flushed with elation. This being surpassed even Flameblaze deity, the supreme sovereign of the Flameblaze Empire. Even a single crumb from his hand would elevate him to dominion over entire realms. Humph, so if Darkstar deity could reign supreme over this alliance, why not he? Let me think. I shall grant you the honor of serving me. As the Grim Reaper swept his scythe through the air, the deity, still wearing triumph on his face, abruptly lost all vital signs. Under the immutable law of necromancy, his body stiffened and marched mechanically toward the waiting undead host. What an extraordinary privilege, to serve the exalted Grim Reaper as a lower-tier deity. Surely this reward pleases him immensely. The Grim Reaper smiled, as though he had performed a noble deed. The deities of Belront froze breath held, terrified even to blink lest they too be singled out for such honor. My darlings, it is time to depart. I have already sensed her presence. He cast a distant glance southward, ignored the cowering deities entirely, and led his undead host onward toward Highlank. This force, every member at least a lower-tier deity, moved with breathtaking speed, vanishing beyond the horizon in moments. Only then did the assembled deities exhale deeply, exchange furtive calculating glances, and disperse silently. With one deity dead, his domain of worship awaited division. Meanwhile, in Holy Spirit City, Jiang Yan, having just overseen progress on the construction of the Holy Light Inquisition, arrived at the Dragon Burial Abyss to summon a new bone dragon. Suddenly he paused, his gaze shifting backward. A tiny ant mid-climb dropped lifeless to the ground. There in silent arrival stood the god of death, robed in black. Why have you emerged? Jiang Yan asked. A curious little one draws near, your majesty. Oh! Her strength by this continent's standards is quite respectable. 4 upper-tier deities, 17 mid-tier deities, and 1 lower-tier deity. 4 upper-tier deities. Coming for me. Jiang Yan stood utterly stunned. In his past life, only the supreme sovereign of the Xinhuan Empire and Flameblaze deity of the Flameblaze Empire had attained upper-tier deity status. When had upper-tier deities become so commonplace? Can you handle them? Of course, your majesty, though I believe my intervention will not be necessary. Why not? Because they are all undead. The god of death smiled soundlessly. Strange. After entering the realm of Highlank, the harvester noticed an odd phenomenon. Previously, in the territories of other principalities, commoners would either flee in terror or desperately plead for mercy upon seeing them. But here, hey, it seems like there's a skeleton. Indeed, what should we do? Should we take a detour? Detour what? We are followers of the Lord of Light. Someone bind this holy scripture to your face and stand at the front to clear the way. Thus the traveling caravan swaggered past the army of lower-tier undead at least. The harvester was stunned. He had never been treated this way. A group of mortals not only showed no fear of him but even dared to point and criticize. Crack. At that moment a flash of magical light suddenly appeared. The harvester instinctively turned to look. He saw a group of mortals wearing attire emblazoned with the name Holy Light Daily excitedly fiddling with an ultra-clear recording stone, which displayed the scene of the caravan, passing unscathed through the undead army, especially focusing on the mortal with the holy scripture bound to his face. Great, we have material for tomorrow's church promotion. These undead look quite unusual. If we think of a good name, we might make headlines. How about the holy scripture clears the way, laughable little undead? No, it needs a hookua with a title like that. No reader would bother, it would flop instantly. Listen to me, let's call it shocking. Dozens of living people audaciously do such things in front of the undead. Get lost. I told you not to be sensationalist. Focus on quality, understand. Each of you think of 10 titles and submit them to my desk by 9 p.m. tonight. Watching this group of mortals discussing without a care, the harvester felt a mix of anger and amusement. It seems the necromantic empire has been absent for too long, and this continent has lost its fear of the powerful, ruthless, and cruel undead. Then let's restart from here. He slowly raised his scythe. Whoosh! At that moment a black arrow shot through the air, and was crushed by the undead titan standing nearby. Ha! The harvester paused his actions, watching a group of people suddenly appear not far away, instinctively taking 2 steps back. With his upper deity-level power, he actually failed to detect how this group, who were at most demigods, had appeared. Moreover, what kind of combination is this? Divine beings, undead, a high-ranking dragon, and a mortal. Grim Reaper, this person's outfit seems similar to yours. Could they be your fan? Standing on top of a Balric, Jiang Yan said with a hint of surprise. Is it now fashionable for undead mages to cosplay? Grim Reaper. Similar outfit. Upon hearing this, the harvester instantly regained his composure. How dare someone directly use the name Grim Reaper? Where did this reckless fool come from? He didn't know that claiming a divine title required a gradual process. Directly using the true god's name could easily attract the law's attention and result in immediate annihilation. Even someone as powerful as he dared only to take on fringe titles. The harvester looked up. Black cloak, scythe, deep red eyes. And the originally targeted purple-skinned undead archer. Indeed, it seems to fit. They appear to be accidental bearers of secrets from the ancient undead realm. However, no one understands the Grim Reaper better than I do. A hint of disdain flashed in the harvester's eyes. He suddenly lost his urgency to strike. After all, they were a group of easily dispatched weaklings. He needed to educate these two on the culture that the necromantic empire had studied for 1,000 years. Looking at your outfits, you must be impersonating the ancient undead realm, the ruler of the abyss of undead, the master of the secrets of death, the legendary Grim Reaper, and the eternal fallen elf, the lord of undead arrows, right? But I must inform you, claiming a divine position is not an easy task. At the very least, one must pay attention to the details. He raised his black cloak to show everyone the legendary Grim Reaper is one of the most powerful beings in the undead world aside from the undead emperor, and his cloak must be of the highest grade. It could never be like yours, full of patches and holes. Additionally, as the representative weapon of the Grim Reaper, the Scythe of Harvest. He raised his weapon high, feeling quite proud. I have studied it carefully. Occasionally, the Grim Reaper holds it in his left hand, sometimes leaning against him, but in any case, it would never be treated like garbage tied to one's back. And most importantly, while the Grim Reaper's eyes are indeed deep red, their RGB value is 144, whereas I can see yours has only 139. As he spoke, the harvester pulled out a pair of magical lenses from his eyes, sighing, you don't even want to spend 10 soul crystals to buy a pair. Details determine success or failure. A guy as perfunctory as you is simply a disgrace to the imitation of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Yan smiled wryly, looking at the two beside him, nodding in agreement. I think he makes a good point. Am I impersonating? Or am I the disgrace among the Grim Reapers? The Grim Reaper took out his eyeball, uncertainly examining himself. For a moment he was a bit confused. After endless eras, this was his first encounter with such a situation. Even the Archangel dared only to beat him and never questioned his identity. Beside him, Xena took out a candy, her face full of smiles. I also think so, Your Excellency. Look at this tattered cloak, the casually placed scythe, and the incorrect eye color. It does indeed resemble a shoddy imitation. You too, eternal fallen elf lord of undead arrows. Although I don't know much, she at least shouldn't carry a small porcelain bottle to eat those mortals' things. The harvester disdainfully added, with the likes of you, don't even think about claiming a divine position. Even attracting the law's proximity would be difficult. No wonder you are still mere demigod ants now. Xena's smile froze on her face. This fool couldn't even recognize the undead emperor's gifts and still dared to attempt to usurp a divine position in the undead realm. So since you are so particular, have you succeeded? Abalric suddenly asked curiously. An eerie silence fell into the air. Damn it, what do you know? This is not a simple matter. The harvester suddenly became enraged. He had always been a perfectionist. Even the ruler of the necromantic empire had to be reprimanded for not paying attention to their appearance. Now this weak insect actually dared to mock his years of research. It was infuriating. He immediately commanded dozens of powerful undead to surround Jiang Yan and the others. This was his habit, either do nothing or go all out when he did. Now the chatting is over. I give you two choices. First, tell me how you obtained the secrets of the undead realm, and I will give you a swift end. Second, choose to resist stubbornly, and I will turn you into undead to mine in the dark underground. These powerful undead, at least mid-tier gods, exuded terrifying pressure, especially the three upper-tier undead, whose presence distorted the surrounding space. The few who originally belonged to the undead realm were fine, but the two angelic beings of only demigod level and Abalric showed discomfort under the pressure. Yes, this farce should end. Jiang Yan took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Anna, and the others with the disaster staff, appearing in his hand, silently activating the second skill he had never used since transforming into the undead emperor. At this moment, the ancient existence of the undead realm seemed to transcend endless space, and unfathomable might spread from him. Even the Grim Reaper and Xena involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. Second exclusive skill, Imperial Descent. Any existence summoned by undead spells is subject to the control of the undead emperor. No one can flaunt their power with undead abilities in front of him. The 8 powerful beings that had originally surrounded them, including great serpents, one-armed titans, and limbless gods, suddenly flickered with intense red light in their hollow eyes, every muscle quivering uncontrollably. Ding! Due to the vast difference in strength between you and your opponents, these undead beings exhausted most of their essence to break free from your control. They will completely perish in 24 hours. 24 hours. Enough! Jiang Yan glanced at the interdimensional prompt commanding the newly acquired undead army to surround the opponents, echoing their words. Now game time is over. I give you 2 choices. First, tell me how you obtained the secrets of the undead realm, and I will consider offering you a chance to pledge your loyalty to me. Second, choose to resist stubbornly, and your corpses will serve me for eternity. What is happening? And what are you doing? And the Reaper Lord stared in stunned disbelief as the very undead he had spent millennia gathering from perilous realms now encircled him. Many had originally been little more than tattered skeletons, barely intact, and countless rare and precious materials had been expended to restore them to their present state. He had never cared so deeply, not even for his own father. Feeling the sudden severance of control over his legion of undead, his expression fractured. The immense divine power of a high god surged forth, and again, he cast the same spell upon those beings who had once been wholly his. Necrotic curse domination, and necrotic curse domination, and necrotic curse domination. The foundational laws of the undead realm flooded into these creatures, only to flee in disarray before the supreme authority embodied by imperial ascendancy. No, it cannot be. Why have I lost dominion over them? And the dragon-like beast beneath his feet betrayed him, first twisting its neck to sink fangs into his flesh. Damn it! Necrotic curse death spread. And with no other recourse, the Reaper Lord launched himself skyward, firing black beams at the dragon's joints. The power of death law erupted instantly, and the patchwork leviathan collapsed. Yet the others were no hollow ornaments. They were genuinely formidable beings. Nat Jiang Yan's command, a towering one-armed titan dozens of meters tall, charged forward, without hesitation, and struck its former master with a thunderous open palm blow. Necrotic curse mist form. And the Reaper Lord's pupils contracted sharply. He knew better than anyone the raw physical might of such a creature. Swiftly he wove the incantation, dissolving his form into black smoke and reforming dozens of meters away. But before he could catch his breath, the eight-headed undead serpent reared high, chanting strange resonant syllables. And disaster. This was one of his most potent undead. A master of curse magic. A surge of panic tightened his chest. Sparing no further thought for his summoned servants, he channeled overwhelming divine power into his scythe and slashed downward through the air. Clang! Shattered corpse, also that of a high god, flashed before the serpent, seizing the scythe's blade with desperate strength. At that very moment the serpent completed its incantation. 8 debilitative effects, weakness, sluggishness, and more, descended upon the Reaper Lord all at once. And then the Titan lunged anew, its fist crashing into the Reaper Lord before he could evade, shattering him utterly. Yet at that instant a mid-tier god-level undead under his control detonated violently. And the Reaper Lord reappeared unscathed above the smoldering remains, his face dark with fury, as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yan. Had he not cultivated the substitution law, he would have perished ignominiously in this very... His mind cleared, though he could not comprehend how his adversary had defied the fundamental laws of the undead realm. To seize control, eliminating the caster would inevitably dispel the enchantment. A mortal, no demigod, not even close, was but an ant before a high god of the necrotic arts. And he dissolved into mist to evade the Titan's strike, then hurled a necrotic spell toward Jiang Yan from midair. Instantly a mid-tier god-level undead flung itself into the path, taking the blast full force, leaving a deep, grievous wound across its chest. And damn it! The Reaper Lord's rage intensified, and to watch his own servants, whom he had nurtured for 1,000 years, sacrifice themselves for another filled him with unbearable humiliation. Not entirely foolish, Jiang Yan remarked, unruffled. And firstly, Death God stood beside him, though bound to intervene only thrice. His supreme authority guaranteed that any lethal ability would be intercepted before activation. Secondly, the primordial world suppression law governed this continent. Without divine investiture, even a high god struggled to rend space or cleave the earth with a single blow. Shielded by over a dozen mid-tier god-level undead, Jiang Yan, whose personal combat prowess was modest, could not be effortlessly erased by stray spell backlash from a high god-level undead. It was logical elsewhere a high god could casually obliterate a star with one punch. Were such power uncurbed here, the multiverse would spend every day repairing worlds, not governing them. A practitioner of necromancy dares raise a hand against the sovereign of the undead. Then he shall receive my blessing. And Death God's voice turned glacial. Hearing this, Xena's eyes flickered with quiet excitement. And Death God's blessing, the legendary divine art of the undead realm, inflicted relentless fatal calamities upon its target. Alone it posed little threat. Mighty deities possessed means to resist such misfortunes. And but paired with Death God's other divine art, Death Edict, it became something else entirely. An ability rooted in the highest tier of cosmic law. Should he decree that you die struck by a pebble, even a primordial deity would fall beneath that ordinary stone. Absurd. Unfathomable. And true, the current Death God lacked such absolute authority. But influencing a high god stripped of divine station and bereft of his summons, that posed no difficulty. Wait! Jiang Yan suddenly raised his voice, halting Death God's advance. A new idea had taken root. And if he had forcibly seized control of these undead through imperial ascendancy, did they not now belong to him? Did that not mean he could apply his innate talent to enhance them? And he swiftly opened the Titan's stat panel. And Titan Giant, Undead and Rarity Legendary, Rank High God, and Mastery Law of Strength, and Divine Seat None, and Signature Skill Shatter. And upon becoming undead, most abilities retained in life were forfeited. An intrinsic balance of the afterlife. Fortunately, one remained. Jiang Yan selected Shatter and activated his talent, ending Supreme Sublimation successful. And Sublimation triggered. Shatter ascends to a law-based technique of the same category, Skyfall. Skyfall, a defiance of natural order, a fist that topples heaven itself. Once locked onto a target, every strike becomes inevitable. It worked. A faint smile touched Jiang Yan's lips as he targeted the 8-headed serpent and the shattered god. And ding! Sublimation effect triggered. Curse elevated to maximum tier with additional effect. Binding. Ending. Sublimation effect triggered. Flicker ascends to a law-based technique of the same category. Forbidden Domain. Forbidden Domain, a designated spatial zone, is sealed. None may escape until the barrier shatters. And having completed this, Jiang Yan layered 2 more arts upon them. Lord's Art, Command of Hosts. Lord's Art, War Frenzy. None after another enhancements cascaded. 3 high god-level undead underwent a metamorphosis of staggering magnitude. First, the Shattered God. Its skill now sublimated into Forbidden Domain. Spread its arms wide, weaving 12 intersecting strands of divine law into a sealed, impenetrable sphere. The Reaper Lord, already surging toward Jiang Yan, slammed headlong into the barrier and rebounded violently. And what manner of ability is this? Stunned and furious, the Reaper Lord demanded, did my own servant possess such power? How could I be unaware? And damn it! And gathering divine energy, he conjured dozens of illusory scythes in midair and brought them down in unison. Necrotic curse, shadow scythe, and the fabric of space convulsed. Sharp tearing cracks echoed like shattering glass. A flash of triumph lit the Reaper Lord's face. He prepared to unleash another spell. Fighting his own undead was meaningless. Every exchange cost him dearly. He must slay the instigator directly, then extract his secrets to offset his losses. But then the 8-headed serpent finished its chant. The binding curse, now amplified, enveloped him instantly. And in that frozen moment, the undead titan finally locked its skill onto him. Law reversed. This fist brings heaven crashing down. And the titan struck the empty air, yet each blow manifested instantly upon the locked target, propelled by immutable law. Unprepared, the Reaper Lord exploded into fragments, and another mid-tier god-level undead fell. Yet the Reaper Lord resurrected once more, and without hesitation he lunged toward Jiang Yan, only to be intercepted again and again by desperate undead shields. Simultaneously, the Shattered God's Forbidden Domain descended. Another mid-tier undead hastened inside, ensuring the Reaper Lord could not revive beyond its confines. Binding, and Skyfall, and 3 high god-level undead repeated their synchronized assault, and the Reaper Lord shattered anew. Your subordinates truly are convenient. And Jiang Yan, observing safely from afar, murmured with quiet delight, finally understanding Xena's joy. Death God, I have always been curious, can this method of imitating appearances and titles truly usurp divine positions? Jiang Yan asked with curiosity as he watched the Lord of Harvest repeatedly die and be reborn under the relentless attacks of his minions. This peculiar approach seems to be quite prevalent in the local planes, whether it be the 7 gods of Highlank or this upper deity from the Underworld Empire. They all engage in it with great enthusiasm. According to this Lord of Harvest, the Underworld Empire has even established a cultural heritage around it. The most orthodox way to obtain a divine position is through inheritance. This perverse theory is theoretically possible, but only for a very few lucky ones. The Death God pondered for a moment and said, have you ever heard of an ancient myth? There was a monkey named Lu Er who impersonated the great sage equal to heaven. If the real great sage had truly died, he might have succeeded. Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Although the Death God spoke vaguely due to certain rules, he could still make rough inferences based on the information he knew. In this continent, such absurd practices must have been successful for some gods. Those individuals likely stumbled upon gods that had fallen in past epochs, and the vacant divine positions were inherited by them. However, Archangel Athena once said that most gods from past epochs have not truly fallen. They have merely hidden away. Thus, the vast majority are doomed to fail. Of course, one cannot say that it is entirely futile. At least the closer one is to the true God, the more likely they are to attract the favor of the laws. This is also one of the reasons for the strength of the Underworld Empire. They seem to have gleaned some secrets of the ancient underworld realm, almost perfectly replicating the appearances of the underworld gods, and their cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary deities. Unfortunately, without a divine position, reaching the level of an upper deity is already. At this moment, under the combined efforts of the 3 powerful undead, the Lord of Harvest had already been blasted apart more than 10 times, and the mid-level undead had nearly all perished under the effects of the replacement law. Damn it! The Lord of Harvest struggled to reconstitute his form. On one hand, the replacement law was approaching its limits, and on the other, it could not take effect against beings of the same rank. He could only be reborn once more at most before he could no longer gather himself. He deeply regretted it now. If he had retreated at the first opportunity, these individuals would not have been able to stop him. But who would have thought that the undead he had nurtured for over 1,000 years possessed abilities unknown to him? Moreover, as an undead mage, losing all summoned beings meant at least a 90 reduction in combat power, which was simply unacceptable. These treacherous fellows, if only he had known, he wouldn't have pampered them so much. The Lord of Harvest looked helplessly at the 3 upper-level undead surrounding him. They had once been his pride, allowing him to not fear even the Lord of the Underworld Empire. Undead curse domination. He evaded an attack and could not help but cast this basic undead spell hoping to regain control. But the merciless slap from the undead titan made him realize the harsh reality. "Tell me, how did you accomplish this?" Once again evading an attack through mist, the Lord of Harvest shouted unwillingly at Jiang Yan, who was keeping his distance. This was an impossible scenario. For upper deities and 17 mid-level deities against a group of demigods. How could they possibly lose? It was a guaranteed win. Even if it were a one-for-one exchange, it would still be a guaranteed win. He admitted to having committed the sin of arrogance by not going all out from the start. However, under normal circumstances, an upper deity standing still would not be breached by demigods. Who would have thought that the summoned undead could be turned against him? This completely violated the basic laws of the undead. Normally, even upper deities could not strip away a creature summoned by a bronze mage. Kill him. Jiang Yan instead retreated a bit, giving the three undead the command to attack with all. After all, this was an upper deity level undead mage, who knew if he had any desperate measures, only by completely killing him could they feel at ease. Curses. Heavenly Strike. The two skills having undergone extreme enhancement once again perfectly coordinated, leaving the Lord of Harvest with no ability to resist as he was turned into fragments. The last mid-level undead fell. After a while, the Lord of Harvest reappeared at the original spot and shouted from a distance, "Spare me, I can swear to the Underworld Emperor that I will not trouble you again." Jiang Yan gently shook his head, commanding the undead to continue their assault. There was no way this generation's Underworld Emperor had yet to ascend to divinity and could not receive oaths. It was better for him to obediently die. "You forced my hand." Seeing the undead approaching again, he wore a sinister expression. "Then let us die together." A massive surge of magical energy boiled within him. In that instant, even the shattered divine realm's forbidden zone began to crumble. The self-detonation of an upper deity would leave at least 100 kilometers of desolation, even under the suppression of the rules of various realms. Anna did not hesitate to open the gate of heaven, gathering everyone and preparing to leave at any moment. However, the Lord of Harvest seemed intent on igniting his magic to the fullest. The charging time took a little longer, and the skill of the undead giant serpent had once again cooled down. The confinement descended. The process of spontaneous combustion of magical energy was interrupted. No. In a cry of unwillingness, the Lord of Harvest was once again shattered into pieces. This time he took a long while to reconstitute. Even his divine realm had broken open a gap, causing some precious items to fall from the void. It seemed as if he had truly died. Do not lift the spatial confinement. Attack freely, leave no corner unchecked. Watching this scene, Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Rather than approaching, he continued to issue commands for the three undead to attack. The violent power poured down in waves, shaking every corner of the forbidden zone repeatedly. After about 30 seconds, a bone riddled with cracks from the aftershocks could not help but spring up, and the shattered soul of the Lord of Harvest emerged. His expression was extremely grim. "How did you find out?" Since realizing he was trapped in this space and unable to leave, he began to plot. Each time he died, he intentionally delayed the recovery time, pretending to reach his limits. To make it more convincing, he even pretended to self-detonate, opening his divine realm to create a false impression of death, while his soul stealthily slipped onto an inconspicuous bone. The treasures within his divine realm were all precious items. As long as the opponent came with greed to pick up the items, he could take the opportunity to slay them, turning the tide in one fell swoop. At that point, not only could he regain control of his subordinates, but he could also obtain the great secrets hidden on the opponent. Damn it, a diamond-tier ant from a small place possesses such heaven-defying abilities. Why be so cautious? "I am unwilling. Tell me. He shouted angrily. At the very least, he wanted to die knowing the truth. "Kill." Jiang Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "Fool. I haven't even received your experience and equipment drop notification. Who are you pretending to be dead for?" Like mayflies shaking the heavens, you have achieved an incredible kill across the 4 realms. You have gained 50 million experience points, and you have been promoted to Diamond Tier 10. You have gained 7,000 reputation points. Your total reputation has surpassed 1,000, and you have obtained the title Big Shot. Small factions may now voluntarily submit to you. Moreover, due to your outstanding performance, the realms will exceptionally grant you a self-selected reward. An invisible force surged in, and Jiang Yan felt the source of his magical power completely filled like a vast ocean flowing endlessly. In less than 3 months, he reached the realm that took him over 2 years to attain in his past life. Next, as long as he completes a promotion task, he can nurture the laws and become a demigod. Jiang Yan looked at the realm panel. A total of 50 million experience points should mean all experience was concentrated on him. After all, the attacking undead were controlled by the Emperor's descent skill. Even the opponent, a superior god proficient in the laws of the undead, forcibly erased all traces of existence in a bid to escape the fate of becoming an undead puppet. However, before the dominion of the undead, all efforts are futile. Even if decomposed into quarks, he could be restored. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, not hurrying to summon the opponent's corpse. His gaze shifted downwards, and in the title section, a new title, Big Shot, appeared. In his past life before his fall, his total reputation also exceeded 10000, but he did not receive this reward. He guessed there must be hidden conditions, such as needing a few of the top lords to reach that level. He silently invoked a check, and the related attributes appeared before his eyes. Big Shot's steady demeanor, naturally exuding authority, wearing it will instill awe in others. It turns out to be the aura of stability, which can only be said to be better than nothing. Jiang Yan felt a bit disappointed, and was about to continue checking the rewards when a prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Detected that you simultaneously possess the title Chosen of the Gods. The two merge into the law-level title Divine Might Descends. What is this? Jiang Yan was taken aback and looked up. Divine Might Descends. Wearing it allows you to lock onto a target who will regard you as the most respected deity and kneel before you. The duration depends on the power gap between both sides, and it cannot be reused on the same target within 24 hours. Please note, when you lose the title Chosen of the Gods, the title will automatically disintegrate. Is this a law-level strong control? Even Jiang Yan, who has seen various treasures in this life, could not help but feel overjoyed. Isn't this a bit too overpowered? Just think about it in future battles against other deities under the gaze of both sides' followers before the fight even begins. If the opponent directly kneels, it would mean winning most of the battle. Jiang Yan's gaze swept past the people beside him. 2 six-winged angels with blind faith and 2 loyal undead abandoned the idea of trying out the effect. These people already held him in high regard, making it difficult to perceive the effect. He decided to try it later when an opportunity arose. Regaining his excitement, Jiang Yan looked towards the final reward. The last time he received a self-selected reward was a fragment of the sealed world from the 14th Abyss trial, recalling that he only gained a little experience from killing the temple army. It seems the realms are encouraging lords and professionals to challenge beyond their limits. Extract reward. With a silent thought, the phantom of 4 items appeared before Jiang Yan. Legendary Blueprint 2. Advanced Undead Law 1. Legendary Set Grim Reaper Psi 1. Random Low-Level Divine Position Inheritance 1. The first option could be eliminated without hesitation. Legendary blueprints were merely embellishments for him at present. As the Undead Emperor, he would naturally master all powerful undead laws after condensing the seed of the laws to become a deity, so the second option could also be excluded. As for the third, Grim Reaper, do you know of a set of equipment called Grim Reaper's Psi? Jiang Yan turned and asked. Grim Reaper's Psi? I've never heard of it. The Grim Reaper shook his head and said, I don't sigh for no reason. I usually just bestow a little favor on others. Understood, a counterfeit trying to ride the coattails. Jiang Yan nodded and eliminated the option again. That left only the fourth random low-level divine position inheritance. He was unaware of its value, and had never encountered the secrets of divine positions in his past life. But it doesn't matter, after all, he has the old man, so he can just ask. Grim Reaper is a low-level divine position, precious. For these ordinary deities, it is very precious. As long as one possesses a divine position, even the lowest level, there is a possibility to break through to the level of a master deity. However, for you it holds no value. Why? Jiang Yan asked curiously. You bear the inheritance of both the holy light and the undead. As your power gradually matures to the realm above the master deity, you can directly bestow a low-level divine position, granting a mere mortal the power of a true deity. To describe it with a phrase from a certain unspeakable civilization, one person's rise can uplift the chick. Directly bestowing true divinity, are there no restrictions? Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. If that were the case, wouldn't everyone become a true deity? Of course there are restrictions. Apart from the fixed divine duties of each system, the laws provide approximately 1000 vacant divine positions for the leaders of various divine systems to allocate. And as far as I know, heaven and our undead realm are quite accommodating, unlike other divine systems that frequently fight over a single position. Thus there are quite a few vacant divine positions available for you to freely allocate, the Grim Reaper said somewhat disdainfully. He looks down on those divine systems that scheme for a low-level divine position. So how many positions do we occupy in total? The undead realm has 400 positions. I imagine heaven has about the same. Heaven has 401 positions. Analia, who had been quietly standing behind Jiang Yan, suddenly leaned forward, her delicate face slightly raised, speaking with a hint of pride. Death God, if a group of lesser deities were to besiege me, could you guarantee my safety? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Lesser deities? Of course, your majesty. Death God's deep crimson eyes flickered twice with intensity as he replied. If I unleashed my full power, they would not even endure the weight of my gaze. Then I am at ease. Jiang Yan gestured for the others to step forward and declared, I require an assistant for a most formidable task. Your Holiness, entrust it to me. 2 six-winged angels responded instantly. I too am ready, your majesty. Xena stepped forward without hesitation, unwilling to yield. Death God merely leaned aside with a faint knowing smile. Were he to compete with these young maidens, the elder gods would surely laugh for an entire eon. You are not suitable. Jiang Yan scanned them coolly and shook his head slightly. I need someone with a loud voice, thick skin, and preferably one well-versed in divine artifacts. At those words, Yubulik's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried forward and exclaimed, Master, I am precisely that person. My voice carries far, my face is impervious to shame, and I possess encyclopedic knowledge of mythic treasures. As he spoke, he snatched a spear-like weapon from the ground and jabbed it twice against his cheek. See, Master. Not even a faint mark remains. This task was literally forged for me. Very well. Then it is yours. Your mission is... Jiang Yan nodded approvingly and transmitted his command telepathically. Ah! Yubulik's expression instantly crumpled. Master, perhaps you might consider... Clang! 2 blades of holy light flashed from their sheaths. Anna and Froya fixed him with dangerously glinting gazes. Such ingratitude! To refuse the sacred honor of serving the holy sovereign. Beside them, Xena had already begun idly twirling her longbow, unseen yet unmistakably present. A chill swept down Yubulik's spine. He snapped into a radiant grin and boomed. Who else but me could possibly handle such a delicate matter? This demands true professionalism. Then it is settled. Jiang Yan smiled, then strode forward and plucked a scroll at random from the divine relics cascading from the Harvest Lord's fallen god realm. Wow! Fortune smiles upon us. Could this be the legendary ice element forbidden incantation, the silence of the frost deity? Yubulik shifted into his true form and bellowed with theatrical exaggeration. Jiang Yan next lifted a massive greatsword overhead, examining it as one might admire a masterpiece. Circling twice in midair, Yubulik's voice trembled. Could this truly be the god-slaying artifact, the wrath of ox and horse? Choose another name. No more legendary this legendary that. Jiang Yan cast him a calm, unimpressed glance and raised a leather-bound manual. By the heavens, could this be the personal codex of the mythic Lich Emperor? It is said those who fathom its depths may ascend to archdeity status without ever claiming a divine seat. Yubulik nodded knowingly and launched into another impassioned sales pitch. Jiang Yan smiled inwardly. True talent required no repetition. Insight struck like lightning, precise and piercing. He was not indulging in idle theatrics or wasting time. Rather, the prior clash among 4 archdeities had raged for nearly a full day and night. Surely every deity across Northernland had been watching from afar. More crucially, they would certainly sense that all archdeity auras had vanished, and that every mighty undead had perished. Consider it, an immensely powerful archdeity lies dead. His lifetime hoard now spills forth from his shattered god realm. And before this mountain of treasure stand only beings no stronger than demigods of 10th tier mere fledglings. Even a dragon, naive and unversed in divine etiquette, shouts aloud while tallying the spoils as if announcing to the cosmos, all these treasures are ripe for the taking. Come seize them, who could resist? Jiang Yan wore a serene smile, continuing at his own unhurried pace. As Yubulik showcased each relic, he possessed principles. He might occasionally ask his subordinates to work overtime, but that was the gravest transgression he'd ever commit. He would never storm a sanctuary